Chapter 1. Year 1498 of a Sea Circle Calendar. Road Town. Today is a momentous occasion. The Navy has gathered here, under the vigilant watch of formidable figures, including the likes of Monkey D., Garp, and numerous admirals. The Pirate King, Gold, Roger, is to face execution. Do you desire my treasure? If so, I shall grant it all to you. Go seek it. I have placed all the treasures of the world there. Goldie. Roger's voice reverberates through the air, echoing across the globe. Upon hearing this, Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Fleet Admiral Kong all display expressions of profound shock. Yet, it is too late. The era of great pirates has commenced. As Roger meets his fate, chaos erupts at the scene. Pirates, who have been closely monitoring this event via large screens, erupt in jubilant cheers at this moment. Subsequently, across the world, countless individuals embark on their journey to become pirates, setting sail and unleashing untold carnage upon the seas. Rotown. Those powerful figures who had gathered to witness the demise of Roger and the dawn of a new pirate era seized the opportunity to disperse amidst the turmoil. Among the crowd, Benedict observes the departing figures with a smile gracing his face. Many of these individuals will become formidable forces in the future. Even now, some exude an aura of terror. Ding! The system has detected the onset of the Great Pirate Era. The Special Forces Summoning System will enter an upgrade countdown. 1098. Hearing the familiar voice, excitement beams on Benedict's face. After 3 years of waiting, my time is about to begin. 3 years ago, Su Chun traversed into the pirate world, inhabiting the body of a young man named Benedict. The island he once called home had suffered the wrath of pirates, laid to waste in flames, leaving him as the sole survivor, having activated the system through his soul's transference. Throughout these 3 years, Benedict has relentlessly pursued one goal: to engage in rigorous physical training with the aid of the system. Ding! The upgraded version of the Special Forces Summoning System is complete. Ding! The system has detected the commencement of the Great Pirate Era system. Tasks are now activated. Ding! Task 1. Within 3 days, select an island as a base, establish a navy, and announce it to the world. Upon completion, rewards include 1 mysterious treasure chest and 10 unit enhancement stones. As the task notification sounds, particularly the mention of unit enhancement stones and the mysterious treasure chest, Benedict's attention is immediately captured. Before the system's upgrade, it had provided only a beginner's gift package and contained merely 2 functions. First, the Special Forces Summoning System would summon 100 special forces each day, scattered across the corners of the world, awaiting his command. Second, talent enhancement. This ability to enhance the talents of others is particularly intriguing. It allows him to amplify the innate potential of others, granting them greater capabilities. In simpler terms, I possess the ability to enhance your strength. This talent is particularly adept at attracting others, especially in this pirate world where power reigns supreme and martial prowess is esteemed. Mysterious treasure chest. Within lies unknown treasures, which could be formidable weapons or, conversely, inconspicuous refuse. Troop enhancement stones. These stones empower special forces, granting them the ability to wield observation hockey or armament hockey. Well, this is quite impressive, he remarked. However, I feel a sense of urgency to find a suitable island to establish a naval base within 3 days. Moreover, while I am aware that numerous special forces are summoned daily, undoubtedly for a purpose, the endeavor of founding a navy has taken me by surprise. It is evident that this venture is in direct opposition to the navy and the world itself. As Benedict pondered this, he could not help but feel a sense of frustration. Over the past 3 years, he had been entrenched in rigorous training under the system's guidance, paying little attention to the affairs of other islands. Now, the task of locating a fitting island was proving to be quite troublesome. Departing from Rogtown, he set sail on a small boat, venturing into the distance. While Benedict perused the nautical charts, contemplating which island would serve as the naval base, a warship appeared not far from him. Casting a glance at the canine-headed warship, Benedict was momentarily taken aback before resuming his examination of charts. On board the canine-headed warship, Bogart stood on the deck. Observing the distant small boat and the young boy aboard, he lowered his telescope and instructed the soldier beside him. Do not engage. Understood, sir. The Navy soldier promptly responded and subsequently turned his attention away from Benedict. With the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, they had received word of an increasing influx of pirates into the seas, heralding a prolonged period of tumultuous and bloody conflict. Some would perish in battle, while others might survive. Yet, they held steadfast in their belief in justice, striving valiantly and facing death with unwavering resolve. Bogart, have you made any discoveries? Carp, donning a canine mask, strode out from the cabin with a jovial inquiry. "I have spotted a young boy alone on a sailboat." Bogart replied candidly. "Oh, ho ho ho. Is he a promising prospect?" Carp responded with immediate interest that, "I am not certain, but if the sir is intrigued, we could approach for a closer look." Bogart suggested to the soldiers nearby, steer the ship closer to that sailboat. The soldiers complied, and the warship swiftly closed the distance. Benedict, observing the approaching canine-headed warship, felt a sense of amusement. It seemed that despite his desire to avoid interaction, they were drawing near. "Hey kid, where are you headed? Care to join this old man for some rice crackers?" Kapu, seemingly having acquired some rice crackers from nowhere, munched heartily while flashing a smile at Benedict. Bogart, standing silently nearby, narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Benedict with keen interest. Benedict glanced at him, folded away his sea chart, turned his attention to Kapu, and remarked with a grin, "Old man, if you have some liquor, I would be delighted to engage in a duel with you. What do you say?" Kapu was momentarily taken aback by Benedict's words. Even Bogart and the other naval soldiers were momentarily stunned, their gazes towards Benedict now tinged with amusement. "Ha ha! Quite intriguing. Do you know who I am, little brat?" Kapu found Benedict's audacity amusing, daring to challenge him without reservation. In that instant, Kapu felt a surge of excitement. "Who you are is irrelevant. What matters is that I am intrigued. The illustrious naval hero, Monkey D. Kapoho does not recognize him. But even if one is aware, what difference does it make?" He was eager to discover just how formidable Kapu's fists truly were on an uncharted, nameless island. "Ha ha! Little brat, my fist will leave you biting the dust. Are you ready?" Kapu was thoroughly entertained by the prospect of teaching a lesson to a child. Thus, after taking a hearty swig of his drink, he burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Benedict tilted his head and replied, "Biting the dust? That may not be the case, old man." Kapu laughed heartily, showcasing his formidable teeth, and then suddenly launched a punch. Whoosh! Benedict's figure abruptly vanished, and Kapu's punch struck nothing but air. When Benedict reappeared, it was already behind him. Bang! Kapu swiftly turned and threw a punch. The clash of immense power sent Benedict flying. Yet, in an instant, Benedict's form disappeared midair, performing several aerial leaps before launching another assault on Kapu. "Moonwalk, you have mastered the Navy's 6 styles?" Kapu gazed at Benedict with astonishment, then, intrigued, grinned and said, "I am eager to see what other talents you possess." In response, Benedict unleashed a ferocious onslaught. "Old man, my abilities are beyond your imagination." Boom! Boom! The resounding echoes reverberated across the island, stirring up waves of wind and tumult. By the seaside, Bogart and the others aboard the warship swayed with the tumultuous waves, their hearts filled with intrigue and astonishment at Benedict. In just a brief moment, Bogart clearly observed that the duel between Benedict and Kapu involved no fewer than 100 exchanges. Kapu, gradually recognizing Benedict's strength, began to take the encounter seriously. Bang! Just when Bogart and the others believed that Benedict would ultimately be subdued by Carp, they witnessed, once again in the throes of combat, Carp being sent flying. His robust physique crashed to the ground with a muffled thud, creating a crater 3 meters in diameter. Carp sprang to his feet, swiftly charging towards Benedict, his enormous fists raining down blows as he laughed heartily, fist of bones, continuous strikes. Seeing this, Benedict's interest was piqued, and he replied, "Old man, your punches are still too tender. Fist of the grand principles, the essence of strength." As Benedict let out a low growl, his hands visibly swollen several times larger, and his arms appeared as if seared by intense heat, rapidly turning crimson and exuding steam. Bogart watched the scene unfold from a distance, his eyes widening in astonishment. Benedict's strike was something he could not withstand. Boom! A powerful shockwave radiated outward. The fierce winds surged, instantly propelling the waves to several meters high, along with the warships being thrust aside. Bang! "Old man, you're finished," Benedict taunted, fixating on Carp's bulging veins with a wicked grin. Upon hearing this, Carp retaliated with another punch, dismissively stating, "Not necessarily." Benedict countered with a punch of his own. Whoosh! Benedict's body soared into the air, while Carp crashed heavily back to the earth, producing yet another resounding thud. This spectacle left Bogart and the others in shock once more. Benedict surprisingly matched Carp's strength. It is known that Carp, dubbed Iron Fist Carp, possesses a strength that few can endure. Yet now, moments later, Carp rose from the pit, dusting himself off, and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Ha! Not bad. I've mastered all 6 forms of the Navy, and your strength is beyond my expectations. Hey kid, which unit are you from? Are you interested in joining me?" Karp regarded the descending Benedict with keen interest. Benedict's displayed power was formidable, but what intrigued Karp even more was the substantial potential for development in Benedict. Exhaling a deep breath, Benedict had to concede. Even if Karp wasn't exerting himself fully, his strength was indeed terrifying. Even with all his might, he might not be able to defeat Karp. No interest. Recruiting him, just as he had imagined. However, he was on the verge of establishing a new navy. How could he possibly join the current naval ranks? Hey, kid, do you know the benefits of following me? As long as you stay by my side, basking in my influence, a position as a reserve admiral awaits you, and I can guarantee your promotion to rear admiral within a decade. Kapu, unwilling to miss out on Benedict, boldly proclaimed his intentions. Upon hearing this, Benedict regarded Kapu with a knowing smile and inquired, "Old man, can you grant me the title of admiral?" Kapu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, pointing at Benedict. "You young rascal, do you even know what it means to be an admiral? It is a title earned through a lifetime of dedication to the Navy, accumulating significant military achievements and commanding the respect of all sailors. Do you possess the ability to become an admiral?" In response to Kapu's mockery, a subtle smile played at the corners of Benedict's lips. Currently, he found himself unable, nor did he wish, to pursue the rank of admiral within the Navy. After all, the Navy had become nothing more than a double-edged sword wielded by the celestial dragons, ultimately serving as their lackeys, cleaning up their messes. He had no desire to be so idle. What could be more enticing than the opportunity to establish his own navy and ascend to the rank of admiral? Ability? Old man, you shall see. If possible, I would greatly welcome you to join my navy. Benedict had already experienced Kapu's might. The wine had been consumed, and having fulfilled his task, it was time for him to depart. Kapu watched as Benedict turned to leave, contemplating his words, a slight twitch of amusement gracing his lips. He was a hero of the Navy, a vice admiral, a formidable force feared across the globe. Now he found himself being recruited by a mere youth. "Why have you stopped?" Kapu called out to Benedict, who had paused in his tracks, assuming he had reconsidered. He chuckled, "What's so appealing about being an admiral? There are endless responsibilities and a myriad of troublesome matters to contend with. Rather than squander time on such affairs, wouldn't it be more delightful to indulge in pleasures, enjoy good food, and focus on physical fitness?" Benedict cast a sidelong glance and approached, producing a piece of rice cracker from somewhere, and casually remarked, "Old man, you destroyed my sailboat. How about compensating me with a new one?" Kapu surveyed the remnants of a shattered sailboat, a smirk forming on his face. "If you agree to serve under me, I shall gift you a vessel." Benedict scowled, decisively turning away to chop wood and construct a boat. Then, in Kapu's gaze, he stood upon a makeshift canoe, drifting away with the current. Seeing Benedict's blatant disregard for his offer, Kapu felt a mix of shame and anger, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. "Commander, are you truly letting such a promising talent slip away?" Bogart approached Kapu, observing Benedict's departing figure with a puzzled expression. "He is indeed a remarkable prospect," Kapu replied, munching on a rice cracker. "Benedict, that is the name of the young rascal. Investigate and find out which division he belongs to, and bring him here." Bogart hesitated, voicing his concern. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Kapu firmly patted Bogart on the shoulder, causing him to stagger forward a few steps, grimacing in pain. "Do not fear. Whatever happens, I shall bear the brunt. Seize it without hesitation. Such a promising talent must not fall into the hands of those miscreants." As a member of the Navy, it is generally uncommon to venture out to sea alone, particularly for someone like Benedict, who traverses solitary paths. However, given the prowess Benedict has demonstrated, he is unlikely to encounter peril unless faced with a tempest or formidable adversary. Both Bogart and Kapu are well aware of this. Unfazed by Kapu's thoughts, Benedict expertly navigates a canoe, swiftly gliding through the vast ocean. After a day of exploration, he ultimately discovers a splendid island. The island, resembling the shape of the moon, is vast and akin to Hainan Province, a blue gem, with lush primitive forests that render it an ideal location for a naval base. Furthermore, this island is not marked on any maritime charts. Remarkably, it is an undiscovered island. Indeed, a splendid find. System, designate this island as a naval base. Benedict ultimately determined to designate this island as a naval base. Thus, a notification sounded. Ding. Unknown island detected, commencing map scan. Ding. The unknown island is suitable for establishment as a naval base. Please provide a name for the Navy. Upon hearing this, Benedict pondered briefly and declared, "Since we aim to overthrow this world and establish a new civilization, let us name this vast ocean Xuanwu." Ding. The Xuanwu Navy has been established. and the countdown for the construction of the naval base begins. 10, 982, 1, and the construction of the naval base commences. A thunderous roar resounds. In Benedict's gaze, the dense primordial forest sways as colossal trees topple, sinking into the earth and vanishing from sight. In stark contrast, magnificent structures rise from the ground, ascending into the air. Standing upon a whirlwind, he observes the scale of the naval base, which occupies a staggering 70% of the island. The layout of various buildings is orderly, as they materialize seemingly out of thin air within a matter of minutes. Moreover, within Benedict's consciousness, he envisions a prison located on the northwestern side of the island, covering an area of approximately 10,000 square meters and extending deep underground. Hundreds of skeletal figures shrouded in dark cloaks tear through space and enter the prison. These beings are known by a resonant name in the world of Harry Potter: Dementors. The prison guarded by these Dementors is recognized as Azkaban. Oh, system, you have truly bestowed upon me a remarkable gift. Just moments ago, I was troubled about how to construct the naval base. Yet you have so thoughtfully taken care of it for me. Benedict gazed upon the new naval base, its grandeur rivaling that of the Marin Vondo Naval Headquarters. Ding! The Xuanwu Navy has been established. Please compose a statement to announce the formation of the Xuanwu Navy to the world. Upon hearing this, Benedict was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smirk crept onto his lips. Is it really necessary to escalate matters to such an extent? System, there isn't even a single soldier yet. And you wish to announce this to the entire world. This will undoubtedly attract the attention of the Navy, numerous pirate overlords, and the Five Elders. Your actions place me in a precarious position. Benedict's pleas went entirely unanswered by the system. Instead, he was met with a trifecta of responses, underscoring the significance of the matter with emphatic repetition thrice. Benedict's lips twitched slightly as he spoke with a hint of annoyance. All right, all right. I hereby declare it to the world. What a bother. What shall I say? Ahem, let me gather my thoughts. Ahoy, nefarious pirates. I am Admiral Benedict of the Xuanwu Navy, and my Azkaban has been prepared for you. Do come for tea. As Benedict's voice faded, countless flyers descended from the skies across the pirate world. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the falling leaflets. What are these? They wondered. Is it a promotional poster? Xuanwu? Seems to be a naval base. Who is this fellow? He has a rather charming smile. Upon receiving a flyer and examining it closely, they discovered an image of a dashing young man with golden hair, set against the backdrop of the word Xuanwu emblazoned over the naval base. Ahoy, nefarious pirates. I am Admiral Benedict of the Xuanwu Navy, and my Azkaban has been prepared for you. Do come for tea. 10 seconds later, every flyer that had been touched seemingly cast a spell, echoing Benedict's voice. As each proclamation concluded, its effect waned. Many were startled, particularly by the chorus of voices reverberating around the globe. In an instant, the Xuanwu Navy, Admiral Benedict, and the colossal Xuanwu naval base garnered the attention of nearly every faction. Aboard the Doghead warship heading to Windmill Village, Bogart and Carp exchanged incredulous glances as they stared at the promotional report. Sir, is that Benedict? Bogart hesitantly inquired. Yes, it's that little brat. But what does he mean by this? Carp frowned in confusion. When did the Xuanwu Navy establish this base? I had no inkling. Kazan, lounging nearby, adjusted his sunglasses and remarked, by the way, have you two encountered this individual? Encountering Carp's warship on his bicycle, the young Rear Admiral Kazan, merely 25 years of age, appeared quite youthful. A formidable little brat, Bogart observed, glancing at Kazan. Perhaps he could match you in combat, Rear Admiral Kazan. Kazan pondered the suggestion. Is that so? At Marine Headquarters, Marie Ford, the then Fleet Admiral, known as Steelbone Kong, furrowed his brow as he regarded the promotional poster before him. Just moments ago, an array of posters had inexplicably descended from the skies above the Navy. A few of these had landed in his office, and as he read, Benedict's voice echoed forth. Xuanwu Navy? The Navy had not established such a force. Could it be that the Gorosei had orchestrated this? Admiral Sengoku held a poster in his hand, murmuring softly. Steelbone Kong glanced at Sengoku and shook his head, stating that he had received no information regarding the construction of the Xuanwu Navy base. Is it possible that the Five Elder Stars are secretly developing it? Sengoku pondered aloud. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong reflected briefly and replied, Sengoku, please keep an eye on this matter and ensure that someone is dispatched to investigate. I am heading to Mary Geos. Sengoku nodded and then turned to leave. On a certain island, Shanks, the red-haired pirate, observed the poster featuring Benedict and smiled with interest. Meanwhile, Dragon, the revolutionary leader gathering supplies to overthrow a kingdom, gazed thoughtfully at a certain direction while holding the poster. Crocodile, advancing towards the Grand Line, crushed the poster in his hand, puffing on a cigar with a cold smile. On the Whitebeard pirate ship in the Grand Line, Whitebeard laughed heartily as his sons presented him with the poster, then tossed it aside, roaring, "Sons, who cares about the Xuanwu Navy? Let us drink." His numerous sons raised their glasses, singing and dancing, entirely dismissing the threat posed by the Xuanwu Navy. However, unbeknownst to many, the Xuanwu Navy, which they so lightly disregarded, would soon become their nightmare. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully establishing the Xuanwu Navy and announcing it to the world. You have received the task reward, 1 mysterious treasure chest, and 10 enhancement stones. Ding! From the day of the establishment of the Xuanwu Navy, eliminate 3 pirate crews within 7 days. Task completed. Reward: 1 A-class Special Forces summoning stone and 1 Xuanwu warship. The task begins. Please complete it promptly. Otherwise, rewards will be confiscated, and the summoned Special Forces will be integrated into the naval headquarters of this world. Ding! Due to the establishment of the Xuanwu Navy, the daily summoning capacity of Special Forces for the host has increased to 500. Ding! Following the host's proclamation of the Xuanwu Navy's establishment, Special Forces awaiting summoning from around the world are en route and are expected to arrive within a month. Newly summoned Special Forces will report in succession. Upon hearing this, Benedict's eyes immediately narrowed. The A-class Special Forces Summoning Stone. It possesses the ability to summon an A-class Special Soldier endowed with extraordinary capabilities, demonstrating S-class potential, and can be enhanced through the use of troop enhancement stones. The A-class Special Forces Summoning Stone is indeed a remarkable treasure. Just in time. I have acquired 10 troop enhancement stones, which will now serve a purpose. Benedict pondered this, filled with anticipation. What kind of combat prowess would a Special Forces soldier with S-class potential possess? Casting a glance at the 10 enhancement stones nestled within the system's realm, his gaze shifted towards the mysterious treasure chest. With a sense of eagerness, he declared, "System, I wish to open the treasure chest." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the master-level skill, 8 Gates of Duanjia. As the system's voice resonated, Benedict felt a surge of power coursing through his being. Only to settle down moments later. Benedict cast a glance at his information interface. Special Forces Summoning System. Host: Benedict. Age: 18 years. Identity: Grand Admiral of the Xuanwu Navy. Abilities: Immortal Physique, Shadow Clone Technique, Talent Enhancement, Master Level Navy 6 Styles, Armament Hockey Level 1, Observation Hockey Level 1, Conqueror's Hockey Level 3, 8 Gates of Duanjia Master Level. Observing the information before him, Benedict felt a sense of reassurance. The fruits of 3 years of relentless training had endowed him with combat capabilities on par with an admiral. Now, the next task was to eradicate 3 pirate crews. Unfortunately, he could only act alone at this moment. As he set sail in a small canoe, Benedict noticed an approaching pirate ship and a smile crept onto his face. Ah, a delivery right to my doorstep. How convenient. In the distance, the Black Poker pirate crew, comprising 31 members and led by Captain Martin, who had a bounty of 3 million berries, was drawing near the Xuanwu Navy base. "Captain, there's a little brat on the surface," one of the crew members exclaimed. "That kid looks like the one from the wanted poster." Claiming to be the Grand Admiral of the Xuanwu Navy. On the deck, a lanky lookout peered through a telescope at Benedict, quickly calling out to Captain Martin, who was drinking below deck. Other crew members gathered at the edge of the ship, scrutinizing Benedict. "Look over there, it really is a Navy base," one exclaimed. "Incredible. They actually built a Navy base here, which means there could be hundreds of thousands of Navy personnel." Panic surged among the pirates. "Hurry, retreat. We are walking into a trap." Some had spotted Benedict, while others had noticed the vast Navy base displayed in the harbor. Shock and fear gripped the pirates. "Wait. We are very familiar with the sea route and frequently pass through here. When did this place become a Navy base? Why were we unaware of this?" Despite their fear, some began to react. Captain Martin, well acquainted with this route, understood that there had previously been no Navy base on this island. Furthermore, constructing such a massive Navy base would require considerable manpower, resources, and time. Yet, they had never witnessed any Navy personnel building a base here. "Captain, a base of this magnitude couldn't have appeared without a trace and been constructed silently. There must be some secret behind it, and these structures might just be an illusion," mused a middle-aged man with a goatee and glasses, serving as Martin's first mate. Upon hearing this, Martin contemplated briefly before reaching a decision. He strode to the bow of the ship and shouted, "Boys, full speed ahead. Capture that brat alive and land on the island." With the captain's command, the previously fearful pirates steeled themselves. At this moment, they displayed expressions of exhilaration and let out cries of excitement. Little did they know, their lives were in grave peril on this expedition. Benedict gazed at the rapidly advancing pirate crew, his smile growing ever more pronounced. "You are the self-proclaimed Grand Admiral of the Black Turtle Navy, Benedict." Martin stood at the bow of the ship, casting a disdainful glance at Benedict, who was perched upon a canoe, and scoffed with contempt. "Although I am uncertain of the methods you employ to distribute your posters worldwide, you are destined to perish at the hands of our black poker pirate crew, and like the rest of the world, your deceit shall be unveiled." As Martin spoke, he deliberately surveyed the naval base in the harbor. It was eerily silent, devoid of any living soul. Was this truly an empty naval base? Or was it merely a facade? Yet, it appeared remarkably authentic. Nevertheless, the boy before him seemed exceedingly feeble. Deceit? Upon hearing this, Benedict revealed a warm smile and said, "So, you wish to partake in tea at Azkaban?" "Tea?" One pirate scoffed with laughter. "What a trivial notion. Nothing compares to the thrill of indulging in spirits." The others joined in, their laughter echoing in agreement. "Very well then, let us venture inside and embrace the days devoid of joy." Benedict, witnessing their exuberance, resolved to shatter their joy and immerse them in suffering. Thus, amidst the mocking glances of Martin and his companions, a formidable aura emanated from Benedict, enveloping the entire black poker pirate crew in an instant. The laughter that had just filled the air was abruptly silenced, as one by one, they succumbed, frothing at the mouth and losing consciousness. With a swift leap, he landed upon the pirate ship, surveying the fallen figures with a satisfied smile. Indeed, dealing with these minions is far more effective with the conqueror's hockey. The pirate ship has been preserved. In a flash, 50 shadow clones materialized beside Benedict. They meticulously relieved Martin and his crew of their valuables, with each clone seizing an item and sprinting across the sea towards the underwater prison, Azkaban. The remaining clones took control of the pirate ship, steering it towards the harbor, where they established a watchful presence. Benedict has just realized that after leaving the Xuanwu naval base, there is no one to guard the premises. Thus, leaving a shadow clone behind proves to be a clever tactic. With this thought, Benedict steps onto a canoe, continuing his journey across the vast ocean in search of the next pirate crew. Following the imprisonment of Martin and his companions in Azkaban, under the watch of Dementors, the system panel indicates that 1/3 of the task has been accomplished. Benedict also discovered a second pirate crew. The members of this crew were leisurely resting by the shore. The arrival of Benedict captured their attention. The narrative bore a resemblance to that of the black poker pirate crew. The captain discovered a significant individual. A pirate, tasked with vigilance, observed Benedict, who was navigating a canoe, and promptly shouted. Gavin, reclining beneath a tree while sipping coconut juice, stood up, intrigued, and inquired, "Who?" "It's him, Captain." The pirate's subordinate excitedly handed Gavin the wanted poster. Gavin's gaze fell upon the figure depicted on the poster, and his interest was piqued. He then erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, it's actually him. Boys, follow me. Let us capture this arrogant tortoise marine commander who dares to look down upon us pirates." Gavin possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. As a user of the crocodile fruit ability, the vast sea posed little influence over him. A group of pirates boarded their ship, and before long, they stood before Benedict. "Is this what you had someone send out?" Gavin sneered from his elevated position, casting the poster down with a cold chuckle. Benedict received the drifting poster and examined it for a moment, chuckling, "Quite well done. Indeed, it has a certain charm." "Hey, Benedict, our captain is addressing you." A pirate exclaimed, his fury igniting as he realized Benedict was disregarding their leader. In a fit of rage, he aimed his gun at Benedict. Upon hearing this, Benedict chuckled. "Ah, if I'm not mistaken, it must be I who sent it. So, your hurried arrival here is to enjoy tea at Azkaban, is it?" Gavin grinned maliciously and retorted, "What did our Grand Marshal of the Black Tortoise say?" A keen subordinate chimed in, "Boss, he said he wants to invite us to Azkaban for tea." Gavin then inquired, "How shall we respond to him?" "Capture him, sever his head, and use it as a drinking cup." The band of pirates erupted in raucous laughter. "What are you hesitating for?" Gavin bellowed, gesturing grandly and laughing heartily. "Kill!" The cry for blood rang out, and the pirates aboard the ship brandished their firearms, aiming them at Benedict without a moment's hesitation, pulling the triggers. A cacophony of gunfire ensued, Yet it struck not but air, for Benedict's figure had vanished in an instant. As they searched for his presence, the ship was soon filled with the anguished cries of the pirates. Gavin swiftly turned to assess the situation, only to see Benedict flickering in and out of sight, each appearance resulting in several of his men collapsing to the ground, unaware of their fate. In mere moments, all his subordinates lay prostrate, save for him. "You are the first to fire upon me," Benedict declared, "thus I have generously rewarded each of them with a punch. And you shall receive the same." Gavin, though incensed, recognized the strength of Benedict. Yet, he remained steadfast in his own prowess. In the next instant, Gavin's form transformed dramatically, growing immense and tearing through his clothing, resembling the fearsome champion from League of Legends, the renegade butcher. "Little brat," he sneered, "your abilities are commendable. Yet, before the power of the devil fruit, you are but an insignificant insect. Now, you have an opportunity. Become my subordinate, and I shall spare your life." In his altered state, Gavin reveled in the formidable power coursing through him, fixating on Benedict with contempt. Benedict cast a glance at Gavin, who bore the form of a crocodile, and chuckled softly. "Ah, a wielder of a devil fruit's powers. That certainly enhances your worth as a captive." Upon hearing this, a glint of murderous intent ignited in Gavin's eyes as he coldly retorted, refusing a toast only to drink the penalty, seeking death. With that, his colossal fist swung towards Benedict with alarming force. Benedict grinned widely and retaliated with a powerful punch. Whoosh! Gavin was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily into the depths of the ocean. Approaching the edge of the ship and gazing at the rippling waters, he found no trace of Gavin. Benedict couldn't help but murmur, "How careless." He leaped down, standing upon the surface of the sea, attempting to locate Gavin's whereabouts. Just then, several water arrows shot forth from the depths below. Benedict took several steps back to evade the assault. Gavin's figure then emerged from behind, leaping out of the water to launch a surprise attack on Benedict's rear. Benedict suddenly appeared several meters away, having directly utilized a shave technique, remarkably untouched by the seawater. He gazed at Gavin with a hint of surprise, a curious smile gracing his lips. After all, it was generally accepted that those who possessed the powers of a devil fruit, regardless of their form, would be adversely affected by the sea. Yet, it seemed that this individual defied such logic. Could it be that the world of pirates he had come to understand was not as it truly was? The currents surrounding Gavin appeared to be under his command, allowing him to stand upon the ocean's surface without sinking. Observing Benedict's astonishment, Gavin could not help but let out a hearty laugh. "Ha! Are you not utterly surprised? I am indeed a user of a devil fruit with the form of a crocodile, granting me the ability to move freely within the vast sea. Now, I am the sovereign of these waters." Upon hearing this, Benedict displayed a playful smile and remarked, "The sovereign of the seas? Ha ha ha. It is not that I look down upon you. Lacking even the conqueror's haki, what grounds do you possess to audaciously proclaim yourself as the ruler of the ocean?" As Benedict's words fell, the overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki erupted forth. A formidable pressure enveloped him, and Gavin, exhilarated like Martin, instantly turned pale. In his unsteady state, he lost control over the sea. With a thud, his heavy body plunged into the ocean, rendering him unconscious. Benedict swiftly emerged, seizing the unconscious Gavin and tossing him back onto the ship, remarking, "You possess some skill. I shall begrudgingly grant you a second of endurance." Benedict glanced at the unconscious Gavin before stepping into the interior of the pirate ship. It was indeed a vessel of human traffickers. Inside, several young maidens and children were imprisoned. The appearance of Benedict instilled fear in the women and children confined within the cage, causing them to huddle in a corner. "Do not be afraid. I am a naval officer, and the pirates have been vanquished by my hand. You are safe now." Extending his hand, he severed the chains and addressed a woman within, before proceeding to unlock the next cell. Upon learning that Benedict was a member of the Navy, the faces of the young girls and children in the cage lit up with joy as they emerged from the ship's hold and beheld the unconscious children. Their belief in their salvation was solidified. These pirates had indeed been defeated. "Look over there, a naval warship," one exclaimed. "Wow, we are truly saved. I want to go home. I want to find my mother." In the distance, a warship was swiftly approaching. Benedict's gaze fixed upon the approaching warship, his brow slightly raised. The individuals aboard this naval vessel were not sailors. Indeed. There lies a pirate ship as well. How delightful, and there are women aboard, each possessing smooth and delicate skin, truly fine specimens. "Brothers, let us seize it. The women shall warm our beds and attend to our needs." Standing atop the warship, Tony, The captain of the wolf-hunting pirate crew surveyed the anchored pirate vessel and its female occupants, instantly piqued by interest. Having just commandeered a warship, their spirits were high, and upon encountering a pirate ship with women, they thought little of the consequences, engaging in treachery without a second thought, ignoring their adversaries entirely. Benedict heard Tony's voice and, after a brief moment of contemplation, grasped the situation. With the dawn of the great pirate era, an increasing number of individuals, in pursuit of so-called freedom, dreams, wealth, or power, began to flood the seas. The most immediate consequence of this was the immense destruction and loss of life inflicted upon the common folk. With skirmishes erupting directly against the Navy, the warship before him was undoubtedly a victim, having been overtaken by a faction of pirates. It was unclear what rank the officer aboard the vessel held, as it had been seized from them. A cacophony of excited jeers erupted from the pirates, who, lacking naval uniforms, exuded a rough and unruly demeanor, frightening the young women whom Benedict had just rescued. Charge. With the warship's formidable construction, its accelerated momentum rendered the wooden pirate ship inconsequential. In fact, they relished such savage tactics. In an instant, the air was filled with the piercing screams of women, who, in their terror, sought refuge back in the ship's cabin. Benedict cast a calm glance at the women before leaping into action. With a flourish of his skill, the technique of multiple shadow clones manifested. In an instant, over 30 identical Benedicts raced across the surface of the water, charging towards the oncoming fleet with relentless speed. Witnessing the sudden emergence of these 30 replicas, Tony and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief. How could so many identical figures appear so suddenly? What were they planning? Surely, they did not intend to thwart our warship with sheer brute force? At such velocity, no matter how many they send, they shall meet their demise. Accelerate. Charge. Let us obliterate them and shatter that pirate vessel. The pirates, after a moment of astonishment, erupted into excitement, mockingly taunting the spectacle before them. Indeed, they were filled with exhilaration at the prospect of crushing Benedict and destroying the pirate ship. Benedict listened to their voices, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, all his clones were enveloped in the armament color hockey, pressing against the warship with all their might to withstand the impact. The pirates aboard the warship, witnessing this, were exhilarated at the prospect of seeing Benedict meet his demise. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the warship, which was charging forward with great speed, came to a gradual halt just 10 meters away from the pirate ship. To their astonishment, it was over 30 identical Benedicts that had prevented the warship from advancing. Such a fine vessel would be a waste to destroy. As the shadow clones dissipated, Benedict gazed at the halted warship, a satisfied smile gracing his face. In the early days of the Navy, although a warship was soon to be gifted by the system, the opportunity to acquire a warship delivered right to his doorstep was too good to pass up. What manner of monster was this, capable of enduring such a charge through sheer human effort? A pirate, watching the 30-plus Benedicts, exclaimed in terror. As the captain of the pirate crew, Tony was equally astonished. Such a reckless act would have been utterly impossible for him to accomplish. Yet, Benedict had succeeded. Let us take him down, he is all alone. Tony, regaining his composure, glared fiercely at Benedict and bellowed. The dozens of pirates on the warship snapped back to their senses, their expressions contorted with malice as they prepared to assault Benedict. However, a voice echoed, "Captain." He just summoned many formidable clones. The pirates, who had previously sworn to annihilate Benedict, hesitated, fear evident on their faces. Hearing this, Tony's expression shifted dramatically, fury igniting within him. "Who said that? Step forward, I shall have your head." The audacity of such a rebuttal, which dampened their morale, was intolerable. Yet, no one answered, their faces betraying their trepidation. Benedict stood before the scene, rendered speechless. Is this truly the extent of your capabilities to commandeer a naval warship? He could not help but inquire. Ha ha ha, I am the captain of the wolf-hunting pirates, with a bounty of 20 million, wielding the power of the giant lizard fruit. What does it matter if we seize a mere naval vessel? Men, since we have chosen this path, let us risk our lives for it. Let us all join forces and slay this fellow, seize the woman from his bed, and cater to our needs. The mere thought of capturing a warship filled Tony with immense excitement and fervor. It was an achievement he could boast about for a lifetime. Along with this exhilaration, the fear he had previously felt in the presence of Benedict dissipated. In that moment, Tony's words rekindled the spirits of his crew, restoring their confidence as they roared in unison, vowing to take down Benedict. Upon witnessing this, Benedict sighed and remarked, It is indeed true that one often does not shed tears until faced with the grave. Thus, I can only consign you to spend the remainder of your days in Azkaban. Multiple shadow clones. The mention of Azkaban caused Tony's eyelids to flutter slightly, as if he had heard the name before, accompanied by a foreboding sense of dread. Good heavens. He was the one who claimed to be the Grand Admiral of the Black Tortoise Navy on that poster. Someone quickly realized the connection and pulled out a poster, exclaiming in shock. At this, Tony's pupils constricted, and he immediately grasped the situation. Yet, almost instantaneously, a sinister grin spread across his face as he declared, "Since he is a Navy man, he must not be spared. Let us all strike together and eliminate him." However, no sooner had Tony's voice faded than he was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the sea. Subsequently, the other pirates were systematically vanquished by Benedict's shadow clones, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth, and writhing in agony. "Bring him here, and let us torment him 1,000 times." Benedict gazed at the submerged Tony and spoke with an air of calmness. In the next instant, 6 shadow clones leapt into the sea, retrieving the waterlogged and weakened Tony from the depths. What followed was a veritable nightmare for Tony. Like a mere football, he was mercilessly kicked by the 6 shadow clones. It was as if he had been subjected to torment 1,000 times over, without a single instant spared. Amidst the cries of agony, some pirates, still retaining a flicker of consciousness, stood in stunned silence. "Now, you have been apprehended, wicked pirates." Benedict boarded the warship, gazing at the group of pirates, and smiled joyfully. Thus, the task of eradicating 3 pirate factions was effortlessly accomplished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards include 1 A-grade Special Forces summoning stone and 1 Xuanwu warship. Ding! The Xuanwu warship has been stationed at the naval base. Hearing these 2 notifications, Benedict, within the confines of the warship, smiled as he retrieved an A-grade Special Forces summoning stone from the system's space. With a sense of anticipation, he pondered what kind of character would be summoned. Benedict gazed at the black stone before him, its surface adorned with intricate golden patterns, filled with anticipation. System. Summon the Special Forces. As Benedict's voice echoed, the A-grade Special Forces summoning stone vanished, and a golden array materialized before him. A flash of golden light illuminated the space, and a figure stepped forth. Momentarily taken aback, Benedict found himself at a loss regarding the identity of the individual before him, though there was an unsettling familiarity to the presence. Character information: name, Kinjiro skills, Beta 100 cracks fist, Beta 100 cracks kick. Beta heavenly return palm combat level, A-grade potential activation, S-grade loyalty, 100 Kinjiro, at your service, Marshal. Standing at an imposing height of 185 meters. Kinjiro donned a black vest that accentuated his muscular physique, his countenance a blend of striking handsomeness and icy demeanor. He approached Benedict, pulling him from his reverie. Benedict nodded towards Kinjiro, and then recalled the 10 enhancement stones he had previously acquired. Thus, he spoke, "System, enhance Kinjiro." Benedict was filled with curiosity regarding the heights that Kinjiro could attain after being fortified with the military enhancement stones. Ding! Would you like to consume 5 enhancement stones to elevate Kinjiro's prowess to S rank? Yes. The revelation that elevating a rank to S rank required 5 enhancement stones was rather unexpected for Benedict, as he had initially assumed that merely 1 stone would suffice. Nonetheless, he resolutely chose to proceed. Ding! Successfully applied enhancement stones to the Special Forces soldier Kinjiro. Combat power elevated to S rank. Awakened armament Haki level 1. Enhanceable. Awakened observation Haki level 1. Enhanceable. Awakened ultimate skill. Thoughtless rebirth. As Benedict gazed upon Kinjiro's character information panel, his eyes sparkled with excitement. S rank equated to the strength of an admiral in the Navy. Furthermore, the awakening of both armament and observation Haki, albeit at only level 1, was intriguing due to their potential for enhancement. System: can the military enhancement stones elevate a certain skill of the Special Forces soldier? Benedict inquired eagerly. Yes. The required enhancement stones vary depending on the level of strength. The system's response piqued Benedict's interest once more, prompting him to ask, how many enhancement stones are needed to elevate Kinjiro's armament Haki to level 2? 2. Benedict inquired once more about the elevation of armament Haki from the 2nd to the 3rd level. 3 orbs. With this revelation, Benedict formed a tentative hypothesis. To ascend to the 4th level, it could be surmised that 4 orbs would be required. The 4th level, after all, represents the pinnacle of armament Haki, reaching the esteemed float cherry status. However, it was not the opportune moment to enhance Kinjiro. and the availability of enhancement stones in the future remained uncertain. Thus it would be prudent to conserve resources. At present, the Xuanwu Navy, bolstered by the presence of Kinjiro, a figure of admiral caliber, possessed a formidable visage of deterrence. Benedict tossed the black naval cloak to Kinjiro, chuckling, "Kinjiro, from this moment forth, you shall be the Grand Admiral of the Xuanwu Navy. Codenamed Big Dipper, with various skills associated with the Big Dipper, it should pose no challenge for you, correct? As for the black naval cloak, it is a gift from the system, so I shall bestow it upon you." "Yes, Marshal," Kinjiro replied solemnly, saluting with a serious demeanor. His attitude greatly pleased Benedict. The two then exited the cabin and made their way to the deck. At that moment, a mountain of unconscious bodies, comprising the pirates led by Tony, lay strewn across the gangway. Meanwhile, on the pirate ship, the panicked young women, emboldened by the absence of any other sound, had ventured onto the deck. "My lord," called out a somewhat older woman, possessing a measure of beauty, yet her expression betrayed a lingering fear. The presence of Kinjiro, standing behind Benedict with a demeanor of cold indifference, added considerable pressure to her already fraught state. Upon hearing this, Benedict turned to the other party, offering a gentle smile as he inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, beautiful lady?" The woman hesitated before asking, "Can we trust you?" "Certainly." Benedict replied with unwavering conviction, "I am indeed a true naval officer, the embodiment of justice. Those pirates have defeated the Navy and seized our warships. However, they have now been vanquished, so you need not worry at all." Listening to Benedict's words, the young ladies exhaled in relief, their faces brightening with faint smiles. At that moment, Kinjiro's gaze drifted to the horizon as he announced, "Admiral, there is a ship approaching in the distance." His voice, rich with magnetism, drew the girl's attention instinctively toward him. Benedict stood silently upon the deck, observing as the young women, emboldened by his formidable presence, chose to remain aboard. The vessel was a modest fishing boat, yet it possessed the capacity to accommodate 20 robust men. These individuals were not merely stout, their expressions exuded unwavering determination, reminiscent of a specially trained elite unit. Their synchronized movements, rhythmically wielding their oars, propelled the boat swiftly across the waves. 3 minutes later, the fishing boat arrived alongside the warship. The 20 men appeared in unison on the deck, promptly saluting Benedict under Kinjiro's watchful gaze. Though no words were exchanged, the gestures alone conveyed to Benedict that these individuals were elite soldiers summoned from various corners of the globe by the system, as he established the Xuanwu Navy. These soldiers had received the signal to assemble and were gradually making their way to the Xuanwu Navy base. As for the precise manner in which they had converged upon this location, that explanation lay within the purview of the system. They swiftly tidied up and returned to the base. Benedict issued a command, and immediately 10 individuals boarded the pirate ship, swiftly mastering its operations as they followed the warships into the distance. 10 miles away, around the bend of an island, 4 warships emerged, accelerating in pursuit. The commander spotted the S-3-1 warship and also identified a pirate vessel. Judging by its hull, it belonged to the notorious Black Joker pirate crew, active recently in the East Sea. The captain of the Black Joker, a user of the crocodile fruit ability, wearing a bull skull mask, seized a telescope and gazed at the moving warship and pirate ship. He promptly declared, "Full speed ahead. Capture the Dragon Hunter pirate crew and the Black Joker pirate crew." "Yes, Commander." The Navy personnel aboard the 4 warships responded, their spirits ignited with fervor. Not long prior, they had received a distress signal from their comrades. Regrettably, they had arrived too late. The bodies of their fallen brethren floated in the sea, fueling their profound hatred for the pirates. Now, they were eager to pursue and annihilate this band of marauders. "Commander, a Navy warship is approaching. It appears to be heading our way," a Special Forces soldier noted, drawing attention to the advancing naval vessels. Upon hearing this, Benedict was momentarily taken aback, but soon his understanding dawned upon him. The wolf-hunting pirate crew had brazenly plundered a naval vessel, mercilessly slaying the sailors aboard, which undoubtedly incited the wrath of the East Sea Navy. Now, having seized a member of the wolf-hunting pirate crew and claimed him for himself, Benedict became an unwitting target of the East Sea Navy's ire, as they would naturally perceive him as an accomplice to the pirates. Benedict cast a glance at the 4 charging ships of the East Sea Navy before turning to Kinjiro with a smile. "If this were entrusted to you, what would you do?" "A single punch will suffice," Kinjiro replied calmly. With S-class strength, he stood at the level of a general. Did the East Sea possess a general? No significant matters arose. The generals were all on the Grand Line, unlikely to appear in a place as unremarkable as the East Sea. However, with the recent demise of pirate King Roger, the appearance of a general in the East Sea was not entirely out of the question. A mere show of intimidation would suffice, Benedict reminded. The Xuanwu Navy was still in its infancy, lacking substantial foundation. Currently, the only figure of notable strength was Kinjiro, a general-level expert. Yet, Benedict harbored no concerns regarding the quantity and quality of his subordinates. After all, for 3 years, the summoning of 100 Special Forces soldiers daily was no jest. Upon hearing this, Kinjiro moved to the stern of the ship, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon the approaching naval vessels. Clenching his right fist, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted, surging toward the advancing Navy ships. Bastille, who had sworn to annihilate Benedict and his crew, was suddenly enveloped by this formidable pressure, an indescribable fear relentlessly assaulting his nerves. Stop! All vessels came to a halt. Approximately 500 meters away, Bastille felt a chill run down his spine, calling out in terror. Though oblivious to the reason behind his superior's sudden madness, he could not afford to ponder such matters at that moment, urgently relaying commands to halt the ships. After over a decade of hard work, Bastille had earned his current rank of brigadier general through his military achievements. He had weathered countless storms and fought in hundreds of battles, often teetering on the edge of life and death. The sensation of impending doom was all too familiar to him. Bastille was certain that if they advanced any further, lives would be lost. Turn back! Retreat! Bastille exclaimed, suddenly recalling something, his voice a mix of terror and fury. If we don't leave now, what are we doing here? Waiting to die? The Navy personnel, in a flurry of confusion, swiftly turned their ships around, hastening their departure. Meanwhile, observing the frenzied retreat of the East Sea Navy, a slight smile crept across Kinjiro's lips. Was it not too late to think of fleeing now? Ha! With a thunderous shout, Kinjiro's enormous fist struck out. In an instant, a tremendous pressure seemed to compress to its utmost limit, unleashed by Kinjiro's punch. As the naval ships turned sharply, Bastille's gaze remained fixated on Kinjiro. In that moment, with the terrifying sensation closing in, the feeling of death loomed ever closer. Boom! The surface of the sea erupted suddenly, a formidable shockwave generating immense currents. These currents heaved colossal waves, causing 4 warships, which were navigating a turn, to capsize under the relentless assault of the water. As the ocean surged in, Bastille was compelled to employ the moonwalk technique, evading disaster with remarkable speed and standing suspended in the void, continuously utilizing the moonwalk to prevent himself from plunging into the depths. Observing the warships that followed, a grim expression clouded Bastille's countenance. Let us depart. Seeing that the Eastern Sea Navy no longer possessed the capacity to pursue, Benedict allowed them to depart. It was not yet the opportune moment to confront the Eastern Sea Navy head-on. At least among his subordinates, they had not yet gathered in sufficient numbers, and he needed to exercise a modicum of patience before he could assert control over the Eastern Sea. However, the sheer force of Kinjiro's single blow was indeed a source of considerable satisfaction for Benedict. Benedict could ascertain that this punch possessed barely 50% of Kinjiro's strength. Bastille, watching the distant warship and pirate vessel, wore a countenance that was undeniably grim. Yet, he understood profoundly that Kinjiro's solitary blow was beyond his capacity to apprehend. At that moment, it was imperative to report the situation. The East Sea, while not exceedingly vast, possessed the capability to disseminate intelligence at an astonishing speed, reaching not only its own waters but also extending to other seas. A naval ship from the East Sea Navy had been decimated, its vessel seized, and Brigadier General Bastille, in hot pursuit with 4 warships, found himself ambushed by the combined forces of the Wolf Hunt pirates and the Black Poker pirates, narrowly escaping total annihilation. Once this news began to circulate, it stirred considerable unrest across the East Sea. Although the Navy had always rightfully held dominion over the seas, steadfast in their mission to suppress piracy and uphold justice, the words of Roger had ushered in the era of great pirates, inspiring an increasing number of individuals to yearn for the ocean and embrace piracy. The escalation of this incident had fortified the confidence and courage of the pirates. The Navy had little to fear, it seemed. In the forthcoming period, numerous pirate crews began to emerge in the East Sea, roaming the waters. Consequently, various islands suffered dire consequences, resulting in significant civilian casualties. The East Sea Navy found itself overwhelmed, with tens of thousands of sailors dispatched to engage in relentless battles. At the Rogtown Naval Base, the largest in the East Sea and the final stop before entering the Grand Line, a certain major, the Flying Squirrel, was stationed. Clad in a light purple striped suit paired with a deep blue shirt and tie, sporting a mohawk hairstyle and a distinctive mustache, he exuded a serious and earnest demeanor. Despite his youth, he possessed formidable strength and a wealth of combat experience. At that moment, the flying squirrel had just concluded a communication with Bastille via a transponder snail. The East Sea, or rather, the entire world, had descended into chaos. An increasing influx of pirates was pressing the Navy under unprecedented strain. Although the Navy displayed remarkable valor, successfully capturing numerous pirates, they also faced numerous attacks, resulting in countless injuries and the loss and destruction of numerous ships. In summary, the pirates had become increasingly audacious, no longer retreating but daring to confront the Navy head-on. A directive was issued to all naval forces in the East Sea to exert maximum effort in eradicating the pirates. Upon sighting one, they were to eliminate them without hesitation or mercy. The devastation and peril wrought by pirates can no longer be met with any semblance of compassion. Meanwhile, at the Xuanwu Naval Base, with Benedict's return, there are already thousands of elite soldiers awaiting outside the facility. These individuals are merely a fraction of the special forces scattered across the East Sea, with many more en route. Additionally, due to the turmoil in various maritime regions, it will take considerable time for the commandos to report to the Xuanwu Naval Base. Nevertheless, the presence of these 1,000 specialized troops is more than sufficient for the Xuanwu Navy to establish its foothold in the East Sea. After all, these commandos are the Sea Army de la Sea Army of military prowess. Report, Marshal. A subordinate announced, having spotted 5 pirate ships. According to the intelligence gathered, they are newly emerged from the seas, with an estimated crew of around 150. On board the Xuanwu naval vessel, Benedict, upon receiving this information, declared, "They have just set sail? Then we shall capture them and send them to Azkaban for reformation." The Xuanwu Navy must assert its authority and cultivate a formidable image, necessitating decisive action. The current upheaval in the East Sea presents a prime opportunity for the Xuanwu Navy to rise. Benedict would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. With 1,200 special forces, he left 200 to guard, while the remaining 1,000 were divided into 2 groups led by him and Kenjiro, embarking on a mission to hunt down the passing pirates. Before them lay 5 pirate crews, marking the inaugural battle of Benedict and his special forces as they set sail aboard the Xuanwu warship. Is that a naval warship? Xuanwu? Is that the disdainful Xuanwu Navy depicted in the promotional poster, which holds pirates in such contempt? Why all the chatter? Did they not see their colossal warship? Their numbers far exceed ours. We must retreat swiftly. While some acted foolishly, others displayed wisdom. Gazing upon the massive vessel, akin to an aircraft carrier, it was evident that this was not a force they could contend with. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, they hastened their pace and fled with all their might. Others, upon receiving this reminder, were similarly jolted into action, hastily making their escape. Yet, was fleeing at this juncture truly effective? Standing on the deck, Benedict had initially contemplated testing the Xuanwu warship's patriotic missile. However, upon recalling the 5 notable pirate ships, he was reluctant to squander resources. The current Xuanwu naval base had limited vessels. Consequently, they would have to rely on commandeering pirate ships to serve as warships. He urged his forces to accelerate, determined to capture their ships intact. Benedict issued the command, and the colossal warship, measuring 250 meters in length, abruptly accelerated. It surged forward like a speeding rocket, astonishingly swift. How could such a massive vessel attain such velocity? Cursed be it, disperse and flee. Scatter, scatter, do not cluster together. The enemy possesses but a single warship. A pirate captain, upon witnessing the rapidly advancing ship, was momentarily paralyzed with fear. At such speeds, it would not take long for them to be overtaken. Observing the pirate ship scattering in various directions, Benedict raised an eyebrow and smiled, acknowledging their cunning. Yet, it was still insufficient. As he spoke, Benedict formed a series of intricate hand seals, and suddenly, hundreds of shadowy clones emerged around him, leaping into the sea, and began racing towards the fleeing pirates. Moonwalk. The pirates were left utterly astounded by the sudden appearance of countless identical Benedicts. Even more astonishing was their ability to sprint across the ocean with remarkable speed. Employing the technique of shadow clone and the Navy's 6 styles, sorrow or moonwalk, Benedict's shadow clones relentlessly advanced towards the pirate ships. What manner of creature is this? Fire. Quickly, fire upon them. Do not allow them to draw near. Someone swiftly reacted, urgently commanding their subordinates, who hastily drew their weapons to launch an assault on the approaching clones. They even resorted to mobile artillery. However, despite being struck, these shadow clones were not easily vanquished. On the contrary, as the iron blocks of the six forms operated, these attacks were deftly deflected. As long as the damage inflicted did not reach the clone's threshold, they would remain undefeated. Although the strength of these clones was diluted by Benedict's vast chakra, he remained unfazed, for his unique constitution granted him an abundance of chakra. Furthermore, with Benedict's current S-rank prowess, these shadow clones possessed combat capabilities nearly equivalent to A rank, more than sufficient to deal with the pirates before them. Under the envious and admiring gazes of the special forces, the power unleashed by the shadow clones surged onto the pirate ships. The ensuing massacre unfolded with striking clarity in that instant. Thus, the battle concluded in a mere 3 minutes. The pirate ships ceased their advance, their flags torn down, and they were all subdued, returning to gather behind the Xuanwu warship. Observing the 5 ships, slightly damaged from the skirmish yet still seaworthy, Benedict nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Another 5 warships secured. Each ship was manned by 10 special forces operatives, while all the pirates were confined to a single chamber. Ding. Congratulations, host, for annihilating 5 pirate crews. You are awarded 500 justice points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a Reformation Base 1, Reformation Personnel 500. Now successfully stationed on the northern side of the naval base. A sudden voice echoed, leaving Benedict momentarily stunned. Is there a reward of justice points for eradicating pirates? Why was there no reward when he previously completed the task of exterminating 3 pirate crews? If the system were capable of answering questions, Benedict would eagerly delve into the depths of its functionalities. After all these years of possessing the system, he had merely been a passive recipient. 500 justice points, precisely corresponding to the 5 pirate crews. Correspondingly, each pirate crew is assigned 100 points of justice. The Reformation Base, to put it plainly, serves as a penal institution. The distinction lies in the fact that pirates incarcerated within this facility have a considerable likelihood of undergoing a transformation, ultimately becoming virtuous members of the Navy. According to his current scheme, in order to oppose this world and overturn its antiquated conventions, he requires substantial public endorsement, as well as an ample number of warriors to fight and guard various islands. Thus, the existence of this Reformation Base is deemed essential. The reformers, naturally, are responsible for the laborious rehabilitation of the pirates. However, these reformers are not to be underestimated. Each possesses B-level combat prowess, equivalent to that of a rear admiral. Such combat capability surpasses even that of special forces operatives. The only regret Benedict holds is that these individuals, as long as the Xuanwu Navy base remains unassailed, will not be deployed as combat personnel and will remain within the Reformation Base. Having grasped the function of the Reformation Base and its reformers, Benedict promptly made arrangements. He dispatched 20 special operatives to bind all the pirates and cast them aboard a pirate ship, which would be piloted by one of his avatars, en route to the Reformation Base for rehabilitation. Among them, 2 possessed fruit abilities, though rather mediocre, they are preferable to having none at all if trained adequately. Furthermore, those already incarcerated in Azkaban could also be sent for reformation. Those who could not be rehabilitated would continue to languish in Azkaban, enduring the torment of lost joy and the sorrow of a life spent in despair. The warship continued its voyage, with skirmishes perpetually unfolding. The seas were teeming with pirates, rendering Benedict quite occupied that day. How long until we reached Liubu Island? Bastiu emerged from the cabin and inquired of the helmsman. In approximately 10 minutes, we shall arrive. The naval officer promptly responded. While patrolling and capturing pirates, Bastiu received a distress call from the citizens of Liubu Island, who were currently suffering from the ravages of pirate arson, murder, and pillage. Thus, they proceeded at full speed. 10 minutes later, Bastiu's warship approached the harbor of Liubu Island. Commander, look over there. It is a pirate ship. However, one of the vessels appears to be filled with subdued pirates. Upon nearing the harbor, Bastiu and his crew soon discerned several pirate ships docked, along with the previously commandeered warship. Yet, Bastiu was perplexed to observe that the seemingly defeated pirates were being escorted aboard a pirate vessel. Additionally, a disciplined troop was maintaining order at the harbor, exhibiting neither fear nor panic at their approach. Meanwhile, the beleaguered citizens of Liubu Island had gathered at the port, expressing their gratitude as they lined the pathway to send off the pirates. What could this situation possibly entail? Kinjiro ascended to the deck, his gaze fixed upon the approaching warship, and upon spotting Bastille, a smile graced his features. The Black Tortoise Navy has taken action. The pirates in this territory have been eradicated, and you may return. Kinjiro's cheerful voice resonated, causing a slight shift in Bastille's expression. Although he had surmised the intention behind the Black Tortoise Navy's presence, witnessing their actions firsthand still struck him as remarkable. The East Sea belongs to our Navy, Bastille asserted, his tone grave. Yours? Kinjiro replied, an amused smile illuminating his face. The East Sea belongs to those who inhabit these waters, to the people of this realm. It does not belong to you, nor to us. Kinjiro, inherently a benevolent soul, had once occupied an environment that shaped him into a savior, dedicated to eradicating evil and injustice. Thus, he embodied strength, kindness, and a warmth that remained unexpressed. Violence was merely a tool in his quest against malevolence. In the current pirate-infested world, despite the absence of the former abominations, lawlessness still thrived, necessitating the presence of justice. Now was the time for him to fully harness his powers and ideals. Bastille's expression shifted once more, realizing his misstep, and he retorted coldly. The East Sea is a domain safeguarded by our Navy. We are here to protect the citizens of this region, yet you are far too slow. Kinjiro responded calmly. Moreover, your efficiency is lacking and your manpower is insufficient. By the time you arrive, Flowing Island may very well be a scene of carnage. Preposterous. Bastille fumed at Kinjiro's disparagement of their navy, his anger flaring. They had been working diligently to protect the citizens of the sea. Do you wish to fight? If so, I shall grant you a punch as a greeting for our second encounter. He adopted a stance, exuding a powerful aura, his right fist coiling with energy. As he felt that formidable presence, Bastille was instantly reminded of the events of the previous day. Retreat. At that moment, Bastille prepared himself to unleash his full strength. The warship swiftly altered course, racing away. Kinjiro did not command a pursuit. Instead, once the vessel had distanced itself, he released the pinned-up force of his fist. Boom. A terrifying power erupted in an instant. Prepared for the impending attack, Bastille, upon witnessing the onslaught drawing near, chose to abandon the confrontation. He was no match for the forces at Rowtown. Urgent voices filled the office at the naval base. The door swung open as the Weasel strode in with purpose. Bastille, what has transpired? The Weasel inquired with a serious demeanor. Major Weasel, we are in trouble. At this moment, Bastille, having just landed on an island, gazed gravely at the departing warship and spoke in a solemn tone. What is the matter? The Weasel raised an eyebrow. Bastille was his most capable subordinate in the East China Sea and a comrade who graduated alongside him. In the East China Sea, with a few exceptions, no one had yet emerged as a threat to either him or Bastille. However, whatever had caused Bastille to express such concern could not be a trivial matter. The Xuanwu Naval Base was located in the East China Sea. With a hint of resignation, Bastille spoke again. Upon hearing this, the Weasel's expression shifted dramatically. The affairs of the Xuanwu Navy had already spread across the globe, renowned and well-known. Yet, prior to this revelation, no one had known the location of the Xuanwu Naval Base. It was unexpected that it was situated in the East China Sea. As the highest-ranking officer stationed in the East China Sea, the Weasel had already received some intelligence. Among the information, it was clear that the Xuanwu Navy was not a covert project orchestrated by the Five Elders, nor was it a secret creation of the Navy headquarters. This was a wild navy, coming to seize the livelihood. Did you have a confrontation? The Weasel inquired hesitantly. Bastille, upon hearing this, revealed a bitter smile. His gaze fell upon the frightened naval personnel behind him and the gaping holes in the warship, recalling the collision with Kinjiro not long ago. His heart still filled with horror. They had encountered each other and even engaged in combat. The Weasel felt a pang in his heart as he observed Bastille's bitter smile. We lost. The warship was pierced by a single blow, and our men are currently trapped on a small island. Moreover, the Wolf Hunt Pirates and the Black Poker Pirates have also been exterminated by the Xuanwu Navy. The ones we encountered yesterday were them. The Weasel was already aware of Bastille's pursuit of the Wolf Hunt Pirates from the previous day, but had not anticipated that the attackers were, in fact, the Xuanwu Navy. Major Weasel, this matter must be reported upwards. I am certain that the opposing force possesses strength on par with a rear admiral. Bastille, recalling Kinjiro's terrifying prowess, quickly added. In fact, I suspect they may even have the strength of an admiral. At this moment, Bastille, still merely a brigadier general, had yet to experience the true might of an admiral, thus unable to fully grasp the extent of their terror or accurately assess Kinjiro's capabilities. The Weasel nodded gravely, contemplating before making a decision. I will report this matter. I will arrange for assistance to reach you. For now, we will set aside the Xuanwu Navy issue. Our priority is to eradicate the pirates and stabilize the current situation in the East China Sea before considering the matter of the Xuanwu Navy. The current situation in the East Sea remains tumultuous, necessitating immediate suppression, which underscores the very essence of the Navy's existence. Thus, despite being aware that the Xuanwu Navy has begun to encroach upon his authority and the Navy's dominion over the East Sea, he must prioritize the eradication of pirates. Yes, General Muskrat. Bastille responded before terminating the communication device, his gaze drifting towards the horizon, Shadow Flow Island. This small isle, with a population of 50,000, is renowned for its beer. At this moment, two figures sat at the counter of a bar, engaged in a discussion regarding the formation of a pirate crew. These two individuals are destined to become significant figures 20 years hence, 15-year-old Shanks and Buggy. The red-haired Shanks placed his straw hat upon the table, lifted his cup, and after taking several hearty gulps, declared, "I will set sail and establish a pirate crew." Buggy, adorned in a clownish garb, with a white skull painted on his forehead, blue streaks under his eyes, a prominent red nose, and sporting red lipstick along with a jester's hat, wrinkled his nose in disdain and replied, "Now is not the time. It's far too chaotic." Shanks, upon hearing this, smiled and said, "Buggy, join my pirate ship." The drink in Buggy's mouth erupted in disbelief, and he stared incredulously at Shanks. However, he quickly became agitated, exclaiming, "No way. I refuse to be your subordinate. Even as a pirate, I will form my own crew." Buggy's emotions were rather peculiar. Though he had just been flustered, he fell silent and began to ponder, a mischievous glint appearing in his eyes. "Shanks, I've made my decision. I will establish the Buggy pirate crew, and you shall be my first mate." At this proclamation, Shanks widened his eyes in surprise before bursting into hearty laughter. He understood that Buggy would never be his crew member. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered, he felt that not attempting would lead to regret. "Very well, I comprehend," Shanks said, rising to his feet, donning his hat with a smile. Buggy, unable to grasp Shanks' words, voiced his confusion. His feelings towards Shanks were fraught with contradictions. He harbored disdain yet did not wish to lose his friend. Ultimately, it was a deeply conflicted mindset. Had it not been for Shanks, he would not have lost the treasure map nor consumed the devil fruit. The fruit he currently possessed was of little worth, far too feeble. In contrast, Shanks, as a swordsman, had grown formidable. Buggy felt he could not compete. Suddenly, Buggy recalled someone, a chubby boy from the Whitebeard Pirates, a veritable anomaly. Together with Shanks, they had failed to defeat him. It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. Just as Shanks was preparing to depart, the door of the bar swung open, and Benedict entered. Upon seeing Shanks standing before him and glancing at Buggy seated nearby, a smile graced his face. Shanks, listening intently to Benedict's words while scrutinizing his features, became instantly wary. He recognized Benedict's identity. In recent days, discussions surrounding Benedict had been as fervent as those concerning the deceased Roger. Moreover, he had come across a promotional poster featuring Benedict, a man who claimed to be the Grand Admiral of the Black Tortoise Navy and harbored a distinct aversion towards pirates. "Are you the Benedict from the poster?" Buggy suddenly realized, his body trembling in fear at the revelation. The source of his terror lay in Benedict's identity and his words. It was common knowledge that he was an intern aboard Roger's pirate ship, and now, the Navy had uncovered his true identity. Benedict had not anticipated encountering these two future titans in this place. Their arrival on the island was merely due to the insufficient food reserves aboard their warship, coupled with the abundant beer produced here, which they intended to procure for a forthcoming celebration. "Do you recognize us?" Shanks, though cautious, had no immediate intention to strike, for his instincts informed him of Benedict's formidable strength. "Interns aboard the Roger pirates," Benedict replied. Shanks, Crocodile Buggy. At this moment, Benedict was only 3 years their senior. Hey, what do you mean by clown?" "I am a powerful pirate, Buggy the Clown," Buggy retorted, visibly agitated by Benedict's words. However, a sudden silence enveloped the scene. Shanks regarded Buggy with an expression that conveyed, "You are a fool." Benedict gazed at Buggy with a smile, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. The clown, Buggy, appeared utterly bewildered, his eyes wide and fragmented as he surveyed his hands, feet, nose, mouth, and attire. It seemed he had transformed into a clown himself. Since fate had brought them together, should they not sit down and share a drink? Benedict was the first to shatter the tranquility, addressing Shanks. The Joker Buggy, gripped by fear towards Benedict, found himself muttering both inwardly and outwardly to refrain. This sensation was somewhat inexplicable. Not even the notion of resistance flickered in his mind. Otherwise, given his original temperament, he would have already taken action upon seeing someone of a similar age to himself and Benedict. It is worth noting that when he first encountered Blackbeard, he was exceedingly displeased and had audaciously provoked him. In the end, he even collaborated with Shanks to confront Blackbeard, only to discover that defeating him was not as effortless as anticipated. Shanks pondered for a moment. After a brief interlude, the three of them sat before the bar, each with a large mug of beer before them. Shanks appeared remarkably composed, while the Joker Buggy trembled, still intimidated by Benedict. Benedict observed the situation with a sense of perplexity regarding Bucky's performance. The future Bucky is destined to become one of the 5 emperors, given his current demeanor. It is no wonder that he struggles so profoundly over the next 2 decades. It is hardly surprising that he remains ensnared in the East China Sea. Is this not a consequence of the hardships he must endure? I hold great hope for both of you youngsters. Would you entertain the thought of joining the Navy? After Benedict sipped half a glass of beer, he promptly got to the point and extended an invitation to the two. Ah, I see. Becoming a Navy. Splendid. The jester Buggy appeared taken aback, yet without any hesitation, he accepted the offer. Shanks turned to look at Buggy, gazing at him in disbelief. Was this truly the same Buggy who had just shouted about forming a pirate crew and inviting him to be the vice captain? Could he not possess even a shred of shame? Buggy, feeling the weight of Shanks' scrutinizing gaze, yearned to articulate a response. However, the cheerful and expectant look from Benedict rendered him speechless, leaving him flustered and somewhat comical. I decline. Shanks turned away, finished his beer, jumped down from his chair, and remarked with a smile, "Thank you for the beer. I have my own mission to fulfill." Upon hearing this, Benedict pondered briefly and replied, "I see. Then I shall grant you a reprieve for a while. Whenever you find it impossible to continue, do come to the Xuanwu Navy. However, by that time, you must possess sufficient strength. The Xuanwu Navy is not an organization one can join without merit." Shanks adjusted his hat, his mind flashing with the voice and smile of Roger. He then departed with a smile, offering no response to Benedict. Buggy, observing Shanks leave, cast a fearful glance at Benedict before deciding to follow suit. "Where are you off to, Clown Buggy?" Benedict grasped the head of the Clown Buggy, a playful smile gracing his lips. "I have no desire to become a Marine. I have my own mission to fulfill. I too must depart. You see, I aspire to be a great pirate, not a mere Marine. Benedict, how about we settle this with a duel? If I win, you shall let me go." They traversed the largest beer production factory on Shadowstream Island, with Buggy's body in Benedict's grasp as they moved outside. Following closely behind were Buggy's head and limbs, persistently chattering away, keeping pace with Benedict. Were it within his power, Buggy would certainly prefer not to follow Benedict. Alas, his body was under Benedict's control, rendering him unable to move freely. "If you continue your incessant prattling, I shall crush your heart, Clown Buggy." Benedict absent-mindedly scratched his ear, a hint of impatience evident in his demeanor. To be candid, he had not anticipated encountering Shanks and Buggy on this island. He had hoped to retain both Shanks and Buggy simultaneously. However, upon learning that Shanks had his own mission to undertake, it became clear that it was improbable for Shanks to join the Black Turtle Navy in the near future. While Shanks was unattainable, the naive Buggy, untouched by the harsh realities of society, could still be influenced. Furthermore, the potential awakening of Buggy's split fruit was indeed intriguing. As Benedict's words resonated, Buggy quieted down, realizing their significance. "Marshal, 1,000 barrels of beer have been prepared and are currently being transported to the warship," reported a Special Forces soldier who had approached Benedict with a salute. Additionally, all other necessary provisions had been procured. "Return to the naval base and hold a banquet." Benedict nodded, a smile gracing his lips. At the mention of a banquet, Buggy, who had been clamoring just moments before, perked up at the sight of the barrels of beer being unloaded. He was merely a 15-year-old lad, with several years yet to pass before he could establish his own pirate crew. The reason for his current predicament was his impoverished state and his reluctance to join Shanks' crew, compounded by the fact that he had inadvertently adopted Roger's habit of celebrating with a feast whenever he felt joyous. Benedict cast a sidelong glance at Buggy, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, Benedict, are you planning to host a banquet?" Buggy endeavored to appear indifferent, yet his lively demeanor betrayed his inner excitement. "A banquet sounds splendid. I adore feasting." Buggy struggled to contain his enthusiasm. The prospect of indulging in a grand feast was simply too enticing. "So, are you considering joining the Navy?" Benedict inquired, releasing Buggy from his scrutiny. "Join the Navy?" Buggy responded incredulously. "That is unthinkable. I could never forsake my aspirations for a mere meal." Yet, as he caught a glimpse of Benedict's cold, indifferent gaze, Buggy's resolve began to waver, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Perhaps joining the Navy was not entirely out of the question. After a moment of hesitation, and motivated by a desire to preserve his own life, he ultimately made his decision. Joining the Navy will empower you. Trust me. Shanks will not stand a chance against you. Moreover, as long as you fulfill your duties, I will permit you to take your men on treasure hunts. Benedict possesses a profound understanding of Buggy's character and ambitions. His foremost objective is to surpass Shanks and ultimately defeat him. The second, and arguably the most significant goal, is to seek treasures to unearth every hidden gem in this world. Buggy's attributes are rather unique. Throughout the vast narrative of One Piece, Buggy's aspirations are remarkably straightforward. He embodies the essence of a pirate, a character imbued with deep emotional resonance. Furthermore, his obsession with treasures is unmatched by any other. Thus, upon hearing Benedict's words, Buggy immediately became invigorated. "Hey," Buggy exclaimed, "I did not join voluntarily. It was you who promised me benefits and extended the invitation. Moreover, you must fulfill your promises. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to dismiss you without a second thought." Buggy felt a surge of excitement, yet he would never concede it verbally. Upon hearing this, Benedict let out a hearty laugh and remarked, "To earn my promise, you must first possess sufficiently formidable strength. Currently, you are no match for even my soldiers." Baki's face darkened in anger as he retorted, "Benedict, you underestimate me far too much. I am a formidable warrior who fought alongside the Pirate King and Whitebeard for 3 days and nights." Benedict would not indulge Buggy. He needed to make him acutely aware of his own position. Thus, he commanded, "Torres, provide our mighty Buggy with a lesson of profound significance." Upon hearing this, the Special Forces soldier named Torres set down his barrel of liquor and approached, saying, "Yes, Marshal." Buggy looked at the young man before him, clearly an ordinary Navy soldier, and disdainfully remarked, "Benedict, you underestimate me. I could take on 10 of such Navy men." At Buggy's words, Torres's previously calm gaze suddenly sharpened. Startled by this abrupt change, Buggy barely had time to react before Torres utilized the 6 forms of the Navy to appear behind him. With a perfectly executed punch, he launched an attack. Buggy, terrified, narrowly evaded the blow, spinning around in excitement, his disjointed head hovering in midair, and taunted Torres, "Hey, you think you can hurt me with that? Clowns throwing knives." Buggy's arm suddenly wielded a short blade, launching an assault from all directions. Torres observed the incoming knives with an expression of derision, showing no intent to evade. The sound of clanging echoed as the knives struck Torres, but each was deflected effortlessly, causing him no harm whatsoever. "Damn it, you actually know the Navy's 6 forms." Buggy finally comprehended the situation. Torres had just employed the techniques of shave and iron block from the 6 forms. Buggy, having trailed alongside Roger and often pursued by Garp and the Navy, was no stranger to these fighting styles. Though he possessed the powers of a devil fruit, he was acutely aware that he was no match for a Navy expert well-versed in the 6 forms. Unfazed by Buggy's shock, Torres launched another attack. This time, Buggy experienced an unprecedented level of punishment. A minute later, he lay on the ground, devoid of hope, his body covered in bruises. To deliver a vivid lesson, Torres had tempered his strength, ensuring this underestimated young man understood the disparity in power. "Torres, take a few men and train him during this time," Benedict instructed. Torres, maintaining a calm demeanor, immediately replied, "Yes, Marshal." Upon hearing this, Buggy wished to resist, but he faltered under Torres's gaze. "Marshal, we have a situation. 3 pirate ships have landed on Shadow Stream Island, commencing a spree of arson and slaughter. Numerous civilians have already been killed." A Special Forces soldier, serving as Benedict's personal guard, approached after ending his communication with the snail, reporting the urgent news. Upon hearing this, Benedict turned with a serious expression and commanded, "Leave a small squad to continue transporting the wine. The rest shall accompany me for the rescue." "Understood, Marshal." This was a meticulously planned invasion. As Benedict prepared to rescue the citizens of Shadow Stream Island from the pirate incursion, the Special Forces learned from other townsfolk that pirates had also landed from 3 additional directions, commencing their rampage of arson and pillage. In total, there were 15 pirate ships, with an estimated number of nearly 1,000 pirates. Such a formidable force could hardly be deemed a mere coincidence. It was evident that this was premeditated. Reluctantly, Benedict ordered all Special Forces to abandon the transport of beer and instead focus their efforts on eliminating the pirates. 500 Special Forces, organized into groups of 10, dispersed in all directions. Accompanying Benedict was a Special Forces operative in the Jester Buggy. Buggy's dismembered body floated in the air, with only his feet touching the ground. Benedict, did you not hear? They claim the opposing pirates number over 1,000 and are a formidable group of elite marauders. If we concentrate our forces, we might stand a chance, but with just 11 of us, are we not underestimating them? One misstep could lead to our demise. Buggy, still gripped by the fear of death, rambled incessantly as they moved forward. Nevertheless, he kept pace with Benedict. If you fear death so much, why do you persist in following? Benedict cast a glance at Buggy before turning his gaze toward the pirates who were wreaking havoc not far away. Kill them. Leave not a single one alive. Regardless of age or gender, slay any who cross our path. Adorned in gold and silver, these pirates revel in their depravity. They have long forsaken any sense of morality. Therefore, I have no intention of reforming them in the re-education facility. As the special forces charged into the fray, some unsuspecting pirates were swiftly eliminated. The marauders, engrossed in their destruction, barely registered the sudden appearance of the special forces before they began to retaliate. You too. Join the fray. Benedict gazed at the retreating Buggy, raising his hand to hurl him away, exclaiming, "You fool, I shall perish." Caught off guard by Benedict's sudden action, Buggy screamed in terror. A pirate, observing the approaching Buggy, revealed a sinister grin as he raised his firearm, aiming at Buggy, declaring, "Die." Cloud's flying knife. Buggy's voice resonated alongside the gunshot. The pirate's assault was evaded as Buggy's fragmented body split apart, simultaneously resulting in the pirate's demise at the hands of Buggy's dagger. Having narrowly escaped, Buggy exhaled in relief, only to realize he was encircled by pirates. In an instant, fear overwhelmed him, causing him to shatter into pieces, his eyes popping out in horror. Kill him. Buggy, having slain a comrade, was undeniably their foe. Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out, prompting a frenzy of attacks directed towards Buggy. Damn it. Pancake. Buggy bomb. Surrounded by such a multitude, Buggy, no longer inclined to retreat, transformed into a frenzied whirlwind of strikes, desperately attempting to break free from the encirclement. Benedict observed as Buggy was under attack, choosing not to intervene for the time being. It was imperative for Buggy to endure hardship first, as it would temper his character. Kid, I believe I recognize you. Just as Benedict was watching the special forces subdue the pirates one after another, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, a revolver aimed squarely at the back of his head. Upon hearing this, Benedict slowly turned around, observing the figure before him, a man adorned with an eye patch, puffing on a cigar, wielding a flintlock pistol, and sporting a rapier at his waist. It became evident to him that this was the captain of the pirate crew. Dax exhaled a plume of smoke and let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Indeed, I am their captain, known as the Sword Demon. Your head carries a handsome bounty, Benedict. Encountering you is a fortuitous scheme. Soon, the demise of tens of thousands on this island will reverberate across the globe, declaring that the Xuanwu Navy is but a band of wolves in sheep's clothing, a band of heinous and irredeemable pirates." Upon hearing this, Benedict's eyes narrowed slightly. It was evident that this was a premeditated maneuver, one specifically aimed at him. However, his visit to procure beer and food supplies was entirely spontaneous. How could they have orchestrated such a scheme so swiftly? Was it not surprising? Dax, observing Benedict's contemplative demeanor, chuckled with satisfaction. Perhaps your intentions in founding the Xuanwu Navy were noble. Yet, in this world, there can only be one voice for the Navy. Thus, you shall inevitably be eradicated, while we shall continue to sail the seas. Ha. Upon hearing this, Benedict had come to a realization. These individuals were indeed sent by the Navy to slander and frame the Xuanwu Navy. The current marshal is Steelbone Kong, with Admirals Zifa and Sengoku by his side. There should have been another, a certain Garp, but he declined the position. However, the tactics displayed here do not align with their usual style. Could it be that the elders are orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Your methods are truly vile. Yet, with merely your 1,000-strong force, attempting to annihilate the tens of thousands on Shadow Flow Island seems a daunting task. Any one of us who survives this encounter could testify against your actions. A glimmer sparkled in Benedict's eyes as he smiled. In response, Dax let out a series of scornful laughs. You, young one, seem to possess a woeful ignorance of the fundamental truths of this world. The intelligence of the world government is all-encompassing. Wherever potential adversaries may arise, they shall undoubtedly be present. Mastering the most rudimentary narratives is their forte. As for us, we merely seek to navigate the seas with greater ease and grace. Benedict chuckled, fully aware that this would undoubtedly capture the attention of the Navy and the world government. However, he did not anticipate such a swift response. It was astonishing that they would dispatch such a morally bankrupt group to execute such actions. Yet, It was indeed only these individuals who would be willing to undertake such measures. They were audacious enough to employ any tactic. Given this, I saw no reason to show them any mercy. Benedict was still seething with anger. The schemes of the five elders, coupled with the tragic fate of the innocent civilians merely seeking a peaceful existence, had crossed his threshold of tolerance. After all, the establishment of the Xuanwu Navy was intended to combat piracy and safeguard tranquility. Show mercy? Such arrogance was truly unfathomable. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Strike and eliminate him." As Dykes uttered these words, he suddenly launched an attack, employing the 6 styles of the Navy, specifically the shave technique. This pirate was undoubtedly a member of CP0, the intelligence agency meticulously trained by the world government. Accompanying Dykes in his assault were 3 hidden members of CP0. In a remarkably brief span, they had investigated the existence of the Xuanwu Navy and mobilized the concealed CP0 operatives in the East Sea, orchestrating their clandestine schemes. This led to the harrowing scene of pirates marauding and pillaging on Shadow Flow Island. However, it appeared that these CP0 agents had grown rather complacent and indulgent in the relatively subdued East Sea. Their verbosity and lackadaisical approach were evident, and their estimation of Benedict was woefully inadequate. Despite facing 4 CP0 agents attacking with coordinated ferocity, Benedict remained remarkably composed. Indeed, these CP0 operatives possessed considerable prowess, even surpassing that of elite soldiers, yet to him, they still appeared somewhat feeble. More crucially, the style of operation exhibited by CP0 was not one characterized by excessive chatter. Thus, these agents, hidden among the notorious pirates, had succumbed to decay. Assuming their respective roles implied a loss of the self-discipline they had been instilled with during their covert training as CP0 operatives. And so, when the 4, brimming with confidence, believed they could subdue Benedict, they were met with a shocking realization. Benedict's speed surpassed theirs, and he was as proficient in the Navy 6 styles as those soldiers. The Navy 6 styles had always been a skill mastered by the Navy. Why then had the Xuanwu Navy also acquired it? Could it be that the Xuanwu Navy was indeed a secret creation of the Navy headquarters? Regardless, they had received orders from the world government. Thus, whether or not this was a clandestine force of the Navy headquarters, their current mission could not be abandoned midway. Consequently, the 4, despite their astonishment, launched an attack on Benedict. With an astonishing agility, Benedict appeared behind one of the CP0 agents and struck with precision. His hand blade landed expertly on the opponent's neck. A sharp crack echoed as the cervical vertebrae shattered instantaneously. One CP0 agent fell. Dax and the others, witnessing their companion's swift demise, were immediately struck with a profound sense of dread. Benedict's prowess once again took them by surprise. In anticipation of any unforeseen circumstances, Dykes swiftly made a decision. They had underestimated you. Drawing his rapier, Dykes conjured a flurry of sword shadows, as if countless blades flickered in the air. However, to eliminate you, I find myself compelled to breach the rules. As Dykes uttered these words, the aura surrounding him underwent a profound transformation, a presence akin to that of a Class A powerhouse. Moreover, the opponent's rapier appeared to possess its own complexities. Could it be one of the 12 blades? In a sudden move, Dykes launched a covert assault amidst the attacks from Benedict and the other 2. A multitude of sword shadows dazzled the eyes, rendering it impossible to discern the genuine from the illusory. In an instant, a single strike descended, jolting Benedict's spirit. This strike bore an uncanny quality. As he deftly employed the shaving technique to evade, several strands of hair fell to the ground. Benedict was utterly convinced that he had evaded the blade of Dykes. Yet he still sustained an injury. Dykes, observing the fallen strands of hair, cast his gaze upon the other 2 individuals and commanded, "Restrict his speed." It was evident that Dykes held a position of significant authority, as the other 2 promptly launched a vigorous barrage of attacks. In tandem, Dykes commenced his own offensive. Benedict cast a fleeting glance, yet chose to disregard it. In a sudden burst of action, his fist collided with a CP0 agent, sending him hurtling 100 meters away. Another CP0 operative attempted to seize the moment to launch a sneak attack, unaware that Benedict's speed at that instant far exceeded his expectations. With a single, forceful blow to the heart, the pressure within the chest became unbearable, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Another CP0 agent fell. "You are dead," came the voice of Dykes from behind Benedict. Simultaneously, Dykes' sword was poised at Benedict's throat. He had been searching for an opportunity, having not exerted his full strength in his earlier attempts. Now, the moment had arrived, and he seized it with fervor. With a swift thrust, what should have been an impenetrable neck, as hard as iron, was pierced. Haha. Dykes laughed heartily, witnessing his sword penetrate Benedict's neck, successfully eliminating his foe. Completing this task would elevate his standing within CP0, making him the highest authority in the East Blue. Moreover, he anticipated recognition from higher officials. You seem quite exhilarated. At that moment, Benedict's voice, rasping yet defiant, interrupted Dykes' jubilant laughter. Dyke stared in disbelief at Benedict, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could he still be alive? How could my sword have pierced his neck without a single drop of blood flowing? Moreover, he could still speak? Such a revelation was utterly unprecedented. Dead. You certainly overestimate yourself. Benedict extended his hand, seizing Dyke's rapier, retreating with an impassive expression. The rapier tore through Benedict's neck, yet no blood emerged from the wound. Even more astonishing to Dykes was the sight of Benedict's injury healing at a visibly rapid pace. How is this possible? Dykes exclaimed in horror, engulfed by a profound fear. He could not slay his opponent. What manner of ability was this? A devil fruit power? Damn it, he needed to ascertain the true extent of his adversary's strength. In a fit of rage, Dykes withdrew his sword, this time effortlessly slicing through Benedict's hand. The motion was remarkably smooth, yet equally sharp. As if the sword held by Benedict were a mere illusion of flowing water. Sword shadow unmatched, Dykes declared, launching an assault fueled by fury. In an instant, dozens of wounds appeared on Benedict's body, each several centimeters long. Were it anyone else, such injuries would surely spell death. However, fine strands of blood materialized on Benedict's form, only to heal once more. So, you're a fruit user? If I am not mistaken, you possess the power of the sword fruit. Alas, what a pity. Benedict's calm voice resonated, sending a chill surging through Dykes, reaching the very crown of his head. Benedict was an enigmatic figure, far from someone one could easily defeat. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Benedict stood before him, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Attempting to escape? It was already too late. Benedict reappeared, his foot firmly planted upon Dykes' chest. Ah, a fruit user. You are the first among those I have slain thus far. I wonder what benefits you might bestow upon me. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Benedict, Dykes sought to procure a chance at survival. Alas, Benedict offered him no such opportunity. In an instant, a formidable force erupted from his foot. Dykes' heart, under the immense pressure, was crushed and obliterated. The rapier, once gripped tightly in Dykes' hand, lost its empowering essence, transforming from a weapon of remarkable sharpness to an unremarkable blade, devoid of its radiant gleam. Concurrently, an invisible energy dissipated from Dykes' being. Meanwhile, a familiar voice echoed in Benedict's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host possesses an A-grade sword fruit. Would you like to consume one sword fruit to summon a sword fruit special soldier? The familiar tone surprised Benedict, for in his calculations, he anticipated acquiring a sword fruit or perhaps using it to obtain a reinforcement stone, or even summoning a special soldier. However, he had not expected that the sword fruit he possessed would be directly consumed to summon a special soldier. System, may I reserve this sword fruit for a specific individual? Benedict articulated the thoughts that lingered within his heart. However, much to his chagrin, the system had never responded to his inquiries since the very beginning. Thus, choices often appeared to be exceedingly limited. After a moment of silence, despite his frustration, he resolved to summon a special forces soldier. Ding! The host consumed an A-grade sword fruit and successfully summoned an A-grade special forces soldier. As the announcement resonated, a figure materialized in a corner of the battlefield. This was a young man with silvery white hair, exuding an air of nonchalance, and adorned with a wooden sword engraved with the words Lake Toya. At that moment, upon observing the fierce combat scene, his languid demeanor dissipated, and he became serious, remarking, "How troublesome." With that, he darted forward, and in a flash of sword light, 10 pirates fell to the ground, incapacitated. Benedict gazed at the silver-haired man who had emerged, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. The strength of these pirates was not particularly formidable, even with the support of firearms. However, in the absence of their captain, they resembled a disordered mob. Thus, within mere minutes, all but the concealed pirates were vanquished. This time, Benedict did not hold back. Sakata Jintoki reported to the marshal, his gaze akin to that of a dead fish, exuding a calmness tinged with indolence. Observing Sakata Jintoki, who appeared to be of a similar age, he smiled and declared, "Jintoki, from this moment forth, you shall be a rear admiral of the Xuanwu Navy." Sakata Jintoki enhanceable. Weapon, Demon Blade shattering star abilities, sword fruit user, unawakened. White Knight axe form, observation hockey, armament hockey. Combat level, A class. Potential activation, S-Class plus loyalty, 100. This was all the information regarding Xuanwu. Yet his strength and potential for growth remained formidable. Granting him the rank of Rear Admiral at this juncture was quite appropriate. Bestowing a higher rank immediately could lead to a lack of rewards for future merits. "You nearly killed me, you bastard, Benedict," roared the clown Buggy as he confronted Benedict after dispatching the pirates. Upon witnessing this, Benedict chuckled. "Well, Buggy, you seem to be doing quite well now. Truly. You are a commendable pirate, having secured your position aboard the Pirate King's ship. Your strength is indeed impressive. However, in comparison to Jintoki, you still fall short." Upon hearing this, the clown Buggy immediately cast his gaze towards Sakata Jintoki, sensing that the lethargic figure before him, with his droopy eyes, was the very Jintoki Benedict had mentioned. "So, you are Jintoki? A person like you surpasses me. I am a great pirate. I challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you shall serve as my subordinate." Buggy, ever proud, recognized that having joined the Xuanwu Navy, it was only natural for him to strive for greatness within its ranks. This would enable him to roam freely with the Navy in search of treasures, a prospect that was undeniably exhilarating. Additionally, Buggy harbored ambitions of his own. Benedict's subordinates are remarkably formidable, nearly all of them proficient in the Navy's sixth style. Such prowess is akin to an elite naval force. Moreover, if one could win over Benedict's followers and employ them for one's own purposes, it would be nothing short of splendid. Sakata Jintoki, wearing a wild expression, absent-mindedly picked his nose and, with a hint of nonchalance, remarked, "Who is this person? How annoying." This exclamation was directed at Benedict. Ignored by those around him, Buggy was instantly infuriated, his fists flying towards Sakata Jintoki with great force. However, possessing the foresight of observation haki, Sakata Jintoki effortlessly evaded all of Buggy's attacks, seemingly detached from the fray. Benedict stood nearby, suddenly finding the situation exceedingly amusing. The target of Buggy's quarrel had shifted from the red-haired figure to Sakata Jintoki, whose somewhat sinister demeanor, occasionally punctuated by explosive expressions, irresistibly captivated Buggy. A man of ambition and pride, the actions of CP0, indifferent to the lives of the citizens on Flowing Shadow Island, were solely aimed at tarnishing his reputation. Ironically, this provided him with an opportunity to construct a favorable image. In the ensuing hours, the marauding pirates who stormed Flowing Shadow Island were either slain or captured. Subsequently, these pirates gathered by the seaside, where the bloodshed from the casualties stained the shore crimson. The fervent flames consumed the corpses, their grotesque scent wafting through the air, both shocking and establishing the formidable presence of the Xuanwu Navy warriors, powerful and resolute embodiments of justice. "Greetings to the esteemed residents of this island," Benedict declared. "Fear not, for I am Admiral Benedict of the Xuanwu Navy. We are the harbingers of justice, committed to safeguarding your well-being. We shall not hesitate to raise our fist against these nefarious pirates to secure a peaceful sanctuary for all. Thus, from this day forth, the Xuanwu Navy shall station 200 elite sailors upon this island to ensure your safety." Standing atop the naval vessel, Benedict surveyed the gathered thousands of Flowing Shadow Island citizens. His proclamation was succinct, yet it sufficed. Is the Xuanwu Navy truly the one heralded in that poster that descended from the heavens? How splendid! With the Navy's presence on our little island, we need no longer fear the pirates. Are 200 personnel sufficient? Surely they are, for with the strength displayed in vanquishing these brigands, we can see just how formidable they truly are. Thus, we may rest easy knowing we are protected from pirate incursions. Leaving behind 200 individuals is of little consequence to Benedict. Each day, he recruits 500 elite soldiers, continuously augmenting the ranks of the Xuanwu Navy. In every locale inhabited by humanity, special forces are stationed, akin to the presence of police stations in towns and villages. In due course, the noble deeds of the Xuanwu Navy will gradually permeate and influence the populace of this island, leading to a growing recognition of their efforts. However, Benedict is acutely aware that this path remains fraught with challenges, for the Xuanwu Navy is daring to confront the world. Whether it be pirates, the Navy headquarters, or the world government, none will permit the Xuanwu Navy to thrive unopposed. If they had the opportunity, they would not hesitate to eradicate it in its infancy. Although Shadowflow Island has faced crises and suffered considerable losses, the emergence of the Xuanwu Navy has successfully established a positive image here, and their presence has been met with welcome rather than resistance. The age of exploration has commenced, and such pirates as those of today are commonplace. More formidable pirates are destined to arise. Therefore, Securing a dominant position in the East China Sea will not be an easy endeavor for the Xuanwu Navy. Commander, is your strategy to station troops in every area inhabited by humans? On a warship returning to the Xuanwu Navy base, Sakata Jintoki approached Benedict and inquired, to safeguard peace, we must instill a sense of security in every citizen under our jurisdiction. Benedict, who was examining a maritime chart, circled Shadowflow Island and remarked, Commander, we are short-handed. We should deploy 200 warriors to Shadowflow Island. If we are attacked by pirates, I fear we cannot withstand for long and may incur further losses. Sakata Jintoki pondered aloud. Moreover, Shadowflow Island lacks a sense of national identity, but what of those kingdoms with established civil systems? Benedict had indeed contemplated this issue. Upon hearing the words, he remarked, if they possess the capability to protect, then let them safeguard. We are the Navy, tasked with maintaining order upon the seas and combating pirates, while simultaneously ensuring the safety of every piece of land. However, if they find themselves powerless and the common folk, unable to endure their plight, seek assistance, then we should not hesitate. It is imperative that we act when the moment calls for it, for those languishing in dire circumstances. We are here to champion their cause for justice. Sakata Jintoki fell into a moment of reflection. After a brief pause, he solemnly stated, I understand. Taking a deep breath, Sakata Jintoki continued, Commander, I wish to request the formation of a 100-man squadron to embark on a patrol at sea. Benedict cast a glance at Sakata Jintoki, observing the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, and smiled, very well, but we shall have to wait until tomorrow. Today, we shall return to the base and take the opportunity to familiarize ourselves with one another. Sakata Jintoki, having received the answer he sought, broke into a smile. I wish to set sail as well. Grant me a fleet of 100 men. Outside the door, the eavesdropping buggy, upon hearing that Sakata Jintoki had been granted a fleet, felt a surge of hope and promptly stepped forward. I refuse, Benedict declared without the slightest hesitation. Why should he be afforded the opportunity of a fleet of 100 while I am not? The clown buggy immediately protested, threatening, if I am not given even a chance at a fleet of 100, I shall resign from the Navy. Benedict furrowed his brow, followed by a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Jintoki Sakata turned around, revealing a slightly sinister expression as he mockingly inquired, what could possibly be the reason? Don't you have any inkling? Damn it, wipe that infuriating expression off your face. Upon witnessing Jintoki's exaggerated demeanor, Buggy immediately felt a surge of anger. You weakling. Jintoki disregarded Buggy's fury, picking his nose as he disdainfully retorted, I challenge you to a duel. Buggy stepped up to Jintoki, roaring in indignation. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Jintoki unleashed a punch. Caught off guard, Buggy was sent flying, crashing heavily against the ship's cabin, his vision blurring. Weakling. Jintoki approached Buggy, leaning down and opening his mouth without uttering a sound. Yet, in his dazed state, Buggy somehow grasped the implication. I will kill you. Buggy, in a fragmented state, staggered towards Jintoki, ready to fight for his life. Buggy. Benedict spoke up at the opportune moment. A powerful aura enveloping Buggy. In an instant, Jintoki gazed at Benedict with sheer astonishment. This overwhelming presence instinctively prompted him to draw his sword. Meanwhile, under the weight of such formidable energy, Buggy nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Buggy, this is the chasm of strength. At some point, Benedict had retracted his aura and approached Buggy, gripping his neck as he spoke. Buggy instantly regained his composure, staring at Jintoki, who appeared unaffected, and fell into a moment of silence. To surpass Shanks and defeat him, you have much to accomplish. Buggy. Benedict's tone softened considerably as he reminded Buggy, over the next 2 months, I shall provide you with intensive training. Should you meet the requisite standards, I will grant you the opportunity to lead a 100-man crew out to sea. As long as you do not bring shame to the Black Turtle Navy, this 100-man crew shall be yours to command as you see fit. Buggy immediately perked up, his thoughts swirling in the air as he gazed at Benedict and asked, Benedict, you are not jesting with me, are you? Do you truly believe I would jest with you? Benedict replied nonchalantly, very well, it is merely intensive training. It is not as though I have not undergone it before. Buggy asserted with renewed determination. The splinter fruit is indeed intriguing. Once fully harnessed, it possesses formidable potential. Thus, Buggy was about to embark on an arduous training regimen of hellish proportions. At the Black Turtle Navy base, when Benedict returned, Kenjiro had already arrived. At that moment, Kenjiro was busy organizing the assembled special forces. How many warriors have gathered today? Benedict inquired. We have enlisted 3,117 warriors, each possessing combat prowess that rivals that of a D class, Kinjiro replied, handing a document to Benedict. Benedict cast a casual glance at the records, which detailed the names, strengths, and skills of the individuals listed. Undoubtedly, they all possessed a standard of D-level proficiency, uniformly excelling in the 6 powers of the Navy. Remarkably, there were even a few warriors who had mastered the formidable armament hockey. Upon reviewing this information, a smile graced Benedict's face. While the 3,000 colonel-level warriors could not possibly rival the current Navy headquarters, the impending influx of colonel-level fighters, numbering as high as 100,000, would certainly alter the dynamics. Marshal, although our warriors exhibit commendable strength and their numbers are steadily increasing, we find ourselves significantly lacking in financial resources needed for procuring armaments. Furthermore, we require a dedicated naval vessel and a base for the research and production of weapons. Benedict was acutely aware of the deficiencies currently plaguing the Xuanwu naval base. Furthermore, it was untenable for the Xuanwu Navy to perpetually rely on the special forces summoned by the system. The world is vast, with countless islands, and even 1 million sailors may prove insufficient. Therefore, it becomes imperative to recruit individuals from this world to bolster the Xuanwu naval base. The indoctrination base serves as one of the means to achieve this. Yet, this alone remains inadequate. The naval headquarters possesses the world government's resources and finances to facilitate various research and procurement endeavors. For the Xuanwu Navy to sustain long-term development, it must establish its own channels for generating income and acquiring diverse resources. Contemplating this, Benedict was compelled to devise a plan for a commercial empire for the Xuanwu Navy. Despite his concerns, the banquet continued unabated. Buggy, a man fond of hosting gatherings, often lost himself in the revelry after a few drinks, displaying a somewhat reckless demeanor. Moreover, his character had earned him considerable favor within the ranks of the Xuanwu Navy. Of course, these were all part of Buggy's calculated schemes, executed with intent. Benedict observed silently, yet chose to remain reticent. Kinjiro and Sakata Jintoki exhibited a tacit understanding, particularly Jintoki, whose very presence could incite Baki's ire even during a simple act of drinking. Intrigued, he pondered what state Baki would find himself in after being thoroughly dismantled. Consequently, Baki sought to show off, but soon found himself at the mercy of his own dismembered form. Frustrated, Baki could do nothing but roar in exasperation. The following day, Sakata Jintoki departed with a contingent of 500 soldiers aboard a warship. Given the adequate personnel, Benedict ultimately resolved to augment his ranks by 400. Kinjiro continued to lead his 500 men aboard the Black Tortoise warship, patrolling the East Sea in pursuit of pirates. Subsequently, Benedict selected those special forces who had awakened their haki and bestowed upon them the ranks of major and lieutenant colonel, thus forming detachments. Each detachment comprised 100 individuals. With 20 detachments established, 10 remained at the Black Tortoise naval base for ongoing training, while the other 10 roamed independently. Their objectives remained twofold: to capture pirates and to infiltrate various islands for intelligence gathering and image building. Meanwhile, Benedict employed the shadow clone technique to administer grueling training to Baki at the Black Tortoise naval base. As for Benedict himself, he journeyed to Shadow Flow Island. Despite the continuous influx of special forces to the naval base, resources were evidently insufficient. Thus, acquiring adequate funding became a pressing concern for Benedict. Since the Black Tortoise naval base aimed to overthrow the old regime of the world and sought acceptance from it, any illicit or self-destructive actions were clearly untenable, at least. They could not be overt or detectable. Thus, Shadow Flow Island emerged as one of the financial ventures for the Black Tortoise Navy. Madame Boggett, I am delighted that you are willing to sell this factory to me, Benedict said, gently grasping the hand of the middle-aged woman before him, smiling. In response, Madame Boggett, looking somewhat haggard, remarked, had it not been for the Marshal's intervention against the pirates, our Shadow Flow Island would have surely faced annihilation. Moreover, many workers have already fallen victim to the pirates, and I lack the energy to produce any more liquor. Benedict was well aware of Madame Bourgeois' circumstances, which is precisely why he sought her out to take over the brewery. Regarding the matters of the employees, I can resolve them. Furthermore, I require the crafting of a stronger brew. I possess the recipe, yet I lack a capable manager. I wonder if you might assist me in this endeavor. Of course, I am more than willing to offer a generous salary. To elevate the brewery to the foremost establishment on Shadow Isles, Madame Bourgeois must undoubtedly possess the necessary acumen. Upon hearing this, Madame Bourgeois fell into a brief silence before graciously agreeing. Excellent, Then I shall rely on your expertise, Madame Borgia. For the ensuing fortnight, Benedict devoted himself to the brewing affairs on Shadow Isles. After this period, he departed with a beaming smile, a wine gourd slung at his waist. Although the time frame was somewhat rushed, he had made considerable progress, and at this moment, his spatial pouch contained an array of bottles filled with spirits. The familiar aroma and sensation intoxicated him, yet it was a delightful indulgence. By signing this agreement and remitting a designated commission, we can escort your vessels laden with supplies to the specified island, ensuring protection from pirate incursions during the journey. Alternatively, you may opt to consign your goods to us for sale, which would also necessitate a commission fee. Should you choose to entrust us with your sales, we can assign an accountant to accompany and keep track of the transactions. Such announcements echoed throughout Shadow Isles, with 3 special forces operatives present at each location to provide on-site explanations. Consequently, the majority of brewery owners were eager to embrace this service. The expansion efforts of the Black Tortoise Navy commenced in earnest. The Black Tortoise Navy has established bases on 21 islands, tasked with safeguarding the islands from external threats. Why has such a significant development only now been reported? Major Squirrel slammed his fist on the table, seething with rage. In a mere month and a half, the Black Tortoise Navy successfully established bases on over 20 islands, each home to more than 30,000 inhabitants, deploying naval forces to maintain a presence. Although these islands represent only a fraction of the East Sea, it signifies that the Black Tortoise Navy has begun to secure its foothold in these waters. Major, there is little we can do. While the Black Tortoise Navy may not match us in weaponry, each of their soldiers possesses formidable combat prowess and is well versed in the 6 styles of the Navy. We are simply outmatched. Moreover, the efficiency of the Black Tortoise Navy is undeniably superior to ours. Bastille found himself in a state of profound helplessness, having submitted multiple reports and sought assistance repeatedly. However, the response from above was merely to wait and observe. In truth, Bastille had come to comprehend the intentions of his superiors. Over the past month and a half, numerous formidable pirates had emerged in the East Sea, each boasting a bounty exceeding 50 million. Remarkably, prior to this, not a single pirate in the East Sea had commanded such a sum. Despite the relentless efforts of the Xuanwu Navy, capturing one batch after another, the threat remained unextinguished. Upon hearing this, Rear Admiral Weasel was momentarily rendered speechless. The warriors of the Xuanwu Navy were exceptionally strong, nearly on par with the elite forces of the Navy headquarters. Just the day before, he had encountered a silver-haired youth named Sakata Jintoki, who held the rank of colonel in the Xuanwu Navy, his prowess barely inferior to his own. The implication from above was clear. They sought a means to constrain the Xuanwu Navy, ideally by eliminating it. Yet, the operational style of the Xuanwu Navy left little room for criticism. Rear Admiral, there is something I deem necessary to report to you. Bastille's voice resonated once more. What is it? Rear Admiral Weasel inquired, curiosity piqued. I believe I have caught sight of a terrifying figure from the bygone era, Bastille replied hesitantly. Who? Rear Admiral Weasel straightened his posture, his expression grave. To be referred to as a terrifying figure from the old era, one would undoubtedly possess a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Such individuals were invariably notorious, representing vast interests behind them. Among the core powers of the Rocks pirates was one named Wangji. 1,000 meters away from the Xuanwu Navy base, a pirate ship measuring 100 meters in length lay quietly at anchor. On board, over 200 armored soldiers stood resolutely with their sabers at the ready, their demeanor serious and focused. Meanwhile, a robust man clad in golden armor, sporting a beard over a meter long, approached the gangplank and accepted a spyglass from his subordinate. Gazing at the expansive and imposing Xuanwu Navy base before him, Wangji felt a twinge of astonishment. Its scale rivaled that of the Navy headquarters. Regrettably, the owner of this formidable base was merely a youth, flanked by individuals whose strongest member was only a vice admiral, followed by a silver-haired rear admiral. As for the other naval personnel, they were proficient in the Navy's 6 styles, comparable to the elite forces of the headquarters. In terms of scale and combat strength, the Xuanwu Navy base possessed the capital to venture into the Grand Line. Yet, that was where its advantages ceased. Within the Grand Line, bases of similar scale to the Xuanwu Navy were plentiful. However, when it came to foundational strength, the Navy headquarters and the world government remained supreme. What a pity, Wangji mused. Wangji calmly handed the telescope to his subordinate and, after uttering a few words, turned and returned to the cabin. Captain, they are coming. One of the pirates shouted. At this, Wangji cast his gaze towards the distance. Approximately 50 pirate ships, comprising 33 pirate crews, approached from both sides. The captains of these vessels boasted bounties exceeding 50 million, with some individuals' rewards soaring to 150 million berries, well known in the West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. Today, they had journeyed great distances for reasons unknown. Haha, is that the Xuanwu Navy base? A burly man named Yelvitsky, known as the War King and with a bounty of 180 million berries, exclaimed, brandishing a hefty iron staff weighing 1,000 G. His excitement was palpable as he beheld the approaching Xuanwu Navy. In response to their captain's words, the members of the War King crew thumped their chests, voicing their fervor. Originally part of a kingdom's guard, they had been persecuted and forced to venture into the sea, and under Yelvitsky's leadership, their exploits over the years had garnered them significant renown in the East Sea, with 6 members possessing the abilities of Zoan fruit users. As the War King crew howled with excitement, Busey, the captain of the Tsanglong pirates, squinted at the spectacle and remarked softly, "A bunch of savages." And Traley, the vice captain, wielding a curved blade, smirked, "Savages are excellent. Let them charge in first as cannon fodder." Hearing this, Busey smiled faintly before turning his gaze to the horizon, where a ship lay anchored, home to a figure of formidable repute, a presence that commanded fear and respect, emerging from a legendary pirate vessel. Like his captain, he should not be underestimated in any regard. Fortunately, their gathering here does not signify enmity among them. A few minutes later, dozens of pirate ships congregated around the Golden Tiger pirate ship, where Wang Ji stood at the mast, surveying the assembly from a commanding height. As he gazed upon the collective battle strength before him, he discerned that apart from the captain and a select few elites, the rest were utterly inconsequential. If given a choice, Wang Ji would prefer not to ally with such individuals. Alas, he had no alternative. It was either to seize the Xuanwu Navy or face annihilation himself. With this thought, he clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the horizon, his eyes flickering with a blend of wrath and murderous intent. Though fleeting, the aura of danger emanating from Wang Ji was palpable to the assembled captains, instilling a profound sense of peril within them. Undoubtedly, he was a core force from that ship, possessing power that surpassed the A grade, even reaching the S grade level of strength. He had already attained the might of a general. The captains, including Buzz, Yalusky, and Medanley, approached the Golden Tiger pirate crew with an unspoken understanding. Observing the crew members aboard the Golden Tiger, they noted their strict discipline, cold demeanor, and formidable presence, wielding long knives that exuded an air of ferocity. Exchanging glances filled with astonishment, Buzz and the others realized that the members of the Golden Tiger did not resemble typical pirates. Rather, they bore the countenance of seasoned soldiers. The aura they emanated suggested that their weakest member was at least E grade, with some already achieving D grade and C grade prowess. Particularly striking was the vice captain standing beneath the mast, clad in silver armor, wielding dual battle axes, and adorned with a silver helmet, who radiated immense pressure. Could he be the Silver Axe? While this thought lingered in their minds, none dared to inquire at that moment. Wang Ji, towering at 2 meters and 50 centimeters, exuded an imposing presence among the captains. "You all understand why you are here," he declared. "If you wish to survive, you must give your utmost to bring it down." His gaze swept over the gathered assembly before he pointed towards the Xuanwu Navy base and spoke with a grave tone. After a brief moment of contemplation following Wang Ji's candid words, Buzz and the others dispersed. Indeed, if they wished to evade death, they had no choice but to conquer the Xuanwu Navy base. Otherwise, they would face torment beyond their endurance. Benedict stood ready with the entire crew of the Xuanwu Navy. Buggy, unwilling to don the naval uniform, retained his previous attire, the only distinction being the addition of a naval cloak. Benedict conferred upon Buggy the rank of second lieutenant, granting him command over 100 men. Dozens of pirate ships approached the Xuanwu Navy base, and among them loomed the legendary Wang Ji from the Rocks Pirates. This prospect piqued Benedict's interest, even as he subjected Buggy to grueling training. Benedict possessed limited knowledge of Wang Ji. Being a core member of the Rocks Pirates, Wang Ji's strength was undoubtedly formidable. He had likely attained an A-level status, comparable to a rear admiral in the Navy, and might even rival the power of an admiral. Regrettably, opportunities for him to make a name for himself were scarce, his renown overshadowed by figures like Whitebeard. However, the very name, along with his golden armor and long beard, evoked a sense of familiarity in Benedict. Yet, this enigmatic figure, whose demise was shrouded in mystery, now commanded a fleet of pirate ships poised to assault the Xuanwu Navy base, necessitating decisive action. Suddenly, the system alerted that the pirate alliance, led by the Golden Tiger pirates, would launch an attack on the Xuanwu Navy base in half an hour. A mission was issued: defeat the pirate alliance, with rewards including a pair of destruction gauntlets, 50 enhancement stones, and 1,000 justice points. The sudden emergence of a system task brought a smile to Benedict's face, filled with anticipation. Indeed, with such a monumental occurrence, how could there be no accompanying task? However, the destruction gauntlet was rather intriguing. The destruction gauntlet, said to possess the extraordinary power to shatter the heavens with a single blow, originated from a world of high martial arts. Its attributes include enhanced strike capabilities. When wielding this gauntlet, the frequency of combo hits increases within 3 minutes, potentially triggering 3-fold, 5-fold, or even 10-fold critical damage, all while exhibiting the remarkable ability to bypass defenses. Understanding the nature of the destruction gauntlet, Benedict instinctively glanced at Kintaro. It seemed as though this gauntlet was crafted specifically for him. Meanwhile, dozens of pirate ships converged, closing in on the Xuanwu Navy, drawing the attention of various factions from the East Sea toward the Xuanwu Navy base. The presence of so many pirates from different seas in the East Sea was undoubtedly a deliberate act by someone. Recently, the East Sea Navy had grown somewhat lethargic, patrolling less frequently and showing little enthusiasm in capturing pirates. In fact, some pirates noted that when the Navy discovered them, they simply ignored them before vanishing around a corner. Such behavior fostered audacity among the pirates. Unbeknownst to many, a rumor began to circulate in the East Sea. Pirates from the 4 seas were gathering to annihilate the Xuanwu Navy, which had boasted its intent to apprehend every pirate worldwide. Consequently, as more and more pirate ships amassed, the gaze of various forces fixated on the Xuanwu Navy base. At that moment, a newsbird hovered at a distance, keeping a vigilant watch over the developments and broadcasting live updates. Were these individuals oblivious to the might of the Xuanwu Navy? Marshal, grant me 1,000 men. I shall capture them all and consign them to Azkaban to endure the agony of lost joy, Buggy exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he observed the approaching pirate vessels. After nearly a month and a half of training, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. The previous reluctance to join the Navy had long been cast aside. In fact, Buggy was now eager to extract every ounce of potential from Benedict, aspiring to become an even more formidable and terrifying entity. With newfound confidence, he believed he could easily overpower red-haired Shanks, a transformation attributed to Benedict's assistance. What a miraculous ability. Is that so? Benedict replied, a smile gracing his features. Then I leave it in your capable hands. Buggy erupted into joyous laughter. Yet, he remained inactive. Observing this scene, Sakata Jintoki slipped into a chaotic mode. His expression contorted with rage as he picked his nose and remarked, "Coward, drinking cold water." "Damn you, Jintoki. You're driving me insane," Buggy retorted. Entering a state of furious indignation, his limbs trembling with rage, ready to confront Jintoki in a fierce struggle. Benedict, upon witnessing the scene, felt a sense of helplessness. Although the strength of Baki had indeed risen, he would falter in the face of overwhelming numbers. However, was it not true that their own ranks were scant? The individuals within were informed that they were encircled, and those with sense would promptly emerge to surrender, perhaps even considering the possibility of living on as subordinates, albeit in a diminished capacity. Just as Baki and Sakata Jintoki were engaging in a war of words, a resounding voice cut through the air. This voice was loud. Yet to the warriors of the Xuanwu Navy, it was laced with profound insult. As champions of justice, how could they ever contemplate surrendering to pirates? Even less could they fathom the idea of becoming subservient to pirates, living in the degradation of servitude. Benedict's gaze was somewhat frosty. These pirates truly possessed an intriguing sense of self-assurance. "Marshal, Sakata Jintoki requests to engage in battle." With a steely expression, Sakata Jintoki fixed his eyes upon the pirate ship that had called out, a glimmer of lethal intent flickering in his gaze. Benedict glanced at Sakata Jintoki, nodded, and said, "Do not kill the person who just called out. By the way, we must preserve those pirate ships." A faint smile graced the corners of Sakata Jintoki's lips, his eyes glimmering with a cold light, before he leaped down. "Do you wish to die?" Buggy exclaimed in shock as he witnessed Sakata Jintoki jump off the 100-meter-high wall, with the sea below. It was at that moment that a sharp light flashed, and silver rays shot forth into the distance. Accompanying the silver light was none other than Sakata Jintoki himself. "How could I ever perish? Coward." With a glance that dismissed Buggy's astonished and envious gaze, Sakata Jintoki nodded in satisfaction. His objective had been achieved, and the outcome was quite favorable. Buggy was merely a foolish simpleton. Let him wallow in envy and resentment. This. How could he possibly fly in the sky? He was not like that golden lion fellow. Watching the figure standing aloft and departing like a beam of light, Buggy's mouth fell agape. In Buggy's eyes, flying in the sky was a feat reserved for those with the power of the float fruit, like Shiki or Kaido, who could transform into a blue dragon, along with others possessing mythical Zoan abilities. Yet, Sakata Jintoki was not one of those fruit users. In an instant, Buggy felt a pang of jealousy. Benedict witnessed, for the first time, Sakata Jintoki utilizing his devil fruit abilities. Although Sakata Jintoki had previously ventured out with his warship to capture pirates, he refrained from employing his sword fruit powers unless absolutely necessary. Until now, he had yet to encounter anyone formidable enough to compel him to do so. Furthermore, Benedict had not accompanied Sakata Jintoki on any missions, resulting in a lack of understanding of his capabilities. Observing Sakata Jintoki's showy demeanor, Benedict could not help but commend him with a thumbs up. Indeed, it was impressive. His flamboyance caught the attention of the warriors of the Xuanwu Navy, who gazed upon him with envy. It seemed that every man yearned to soar through the skies like a soared immortal, reveling in the grandeur of it all. Mandel, the rotund figure brandishing a loudspeaker, watched as Sakata Jintoki approached, growing larger in his sight until he stood right before him, causing Mandel's expression to shift drastically. He swung his loudspeaker towards Sakata Jintoki in a desperate attempt to strike him. However, Sakata Jintoki merely cast a nonchalant glance at Mandel, and in an instant, he vanished. A silent blade pierced Mandel's chest, blood gushing forth. Though it inflicted injury, it did not claim his life. "Your words are foul," Sakata Jintoki remarked, as he turned his back to Mandel, seemingly concerned that the filthy blood might soil his attire. Members of the Black Iron Pirates stared, momentarily stunned by the sudden assault from the silver-haired youth. "Damn brat, you've grown too arrogant," thought Mandel, as the Vice Captain Toby immediately reacted to his comrade's demise. "Sonic wave technique," Toby shouted, unleashing invisible waves of energy that erupted with a peculiar decibel. Caught off guard, Sakata Jintoki furrowed his brow. Seizing what he believed was an opportune moment, Toby drew his gun. Bang! A specially crafted bullet, 5 centimeters in length, sped towards Sakata Jintoki's head. In a flash, Sakata Jintoki unsheathed his sword, cleaving the oncoming bullet in twain. Simultaneously, a long arc of sword energy surged toward Toby. In a futile attempt to escape, Toby found himself too slow against the wrathful Sakata Jintoki. The sword energy instantaneously severed him into pieces, continuing its relentless trajectory forward. Crack! The massive pirate ship was cleaved in half by Sakata Jintoki's sword strike. "The great swordsman," lamented Wrist, the captain of the pirate ship, as he mourned the loss of his vessel. Simultaneously, there was an overwhelming astonishment at the formidable strength of Sakata Jintoki. This realization cast a shadow of gravity over the atmosphere, causing his body to expand instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, he surged to a towering height of nearly 6 meters, with enormous, razor-sharp fangs protruding from his mouth. Brandishing a colossal spiked club, he leapt down with a ferocious intent. "Die!" he bellowed, embodying the form of a porcupine thanks to his animal fruit abilities. List, quite pleased with his transformation, reveled in his formidable defensive and destructive capabilities. Utilizing these attributes, he had carved out a significant reputation in the North Sea, establishing himself as a local tyrant, with a bounty of a staggering 100 million berries. Fueled by confidence, List believed that with a single strike, he could reduce Sakata Jintoki to a mere pulp, much like the countless feeble challengers he had previously vanquished. The strength is commendable, but alas, the appearance leaves much to be desired. How disfigured you are to be out here, do your parents know? List's strike met only air as Sakata Jintoki, standing casually to his right, let out a cold chuckle. Despite his imposing size, List's speed and strength were still lacking. Infuriated by Jintoki's words, List turned in anger. "How dare you call me ugly? I am a powerful warrior." Yet again, he missed his target. Raising his hand, he conjured a whirlwind of flames, swinging his spiked club with the intent to obliterate Jintoki. However, he found that Jintoki had already repositioned himself to the opposite end of the sinking ship. As List continued to descend, his massive form exacerbated the rate of his submersion. "Damn you, little brat. Why don't you come face me one-on-one?" he shouted. "Charge!" List roared, his body covered in half-meter-long, sharp spikes. In the next moment, he curled into a ball, resembling a bowling ball hurtling forward, leaving destruction in his wake. Fool! Jintoki evaded effortlessly, landing on a floating plank, and with a swift motion, unleashed a sword strike. The sword aura sliced cleanly through, dismembering List, who was then sent hurtling into the depths of the ocean. Perhaps the sea would be his final resting place. The sword aura continued to raise forth, eventually reaching the Golden Tiger pirates. Wang Ji stood on the deck, observing the incoming energy with a dismissive grunt before casually slashing out with his own sword. The howling wind stirred waves, and the approaching sword aura seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, dissipating without a trace. Such a youthful swordsman of great caliber was indeed a rarity. Wang Ji gazed at Sakata Jintoki from afar, calmly remarking that a single strike had cleaved their 100-meter-long pirate ship in two. Even among the greatest swordsmen, he stands out as a paragon of prowess. Such remarkable strength grants him the privilege to tread upon the Grand Line, where he may even be courted by the pirates that roam its waters. Sakata Jintoki, undeterred by the daunting sight of the abyss, stood upon a floating plank. At that moment, amidst the multitude of pirate ships, he appeared remarkably diminutive. Yet, Sakata Jintoki felt no trepidation. Drawing a deep breath, he bellowed, "Foolish pirates! Are you prepared to be confined within Azkaban? Ensure your treasures are well hidden. Should I discover them, they shall be confiscated." His voice was not particularly loud, yet it resonated with those aboard the pirate vessels, including the likes of Buzz. "Arrogant," one of them retorted, "let us see how you, a solitary figure, can withstand our onslaught, even as a renowned swordsman. Fire at will, let all our might be unleashed upon him." The first mate of a pirate ship, upon hearing Sakata Jintoki's challenge, seized a firearm from his subordinate, aimed it at him, and shouted. With a deafening bang, the gun discharged, unleashing a barrage of bullets and cannonballs towards Sakata Jintoki. The cacophony of explosions filled the air as errant cannonballs fell into the sea, sending forth a multitude of splashes. In the midst of such a relentless assault, Sakata Jintoki soon vanished, akin to a solitary leaf adrift upon the ocean. At the grand gates of the Xuanwu Navy base, Buggy observed this spectacle, his emotions a mixture of sincerity and pretense, leading him to tears. Is he truly foolish to venture so far ahead, becoming a target for their fire? What a promising prospect he could have been as my subordinate. Alas, such potential wasted, destined for an early demise. Benedict observed the other party as they wiped their tears and mumbled, finding it quite amusing. It was indeed audacious of Baki to wish to recruit Sakata Jintoki as a subordinate. Although Sakata often displayed a gentle demeanor, this was only towards those he held dear. Otherwise, one might frequently witness his dry, exasperated expressions, or even encounter his bizarre and grotesque grimaces. Is he dead? Surely he must be. No one could survive such a barrage of artillery. Following the onslaught, as the sea gradually calmed, it appeared desolate and devoid of life. The surface was littered with splintered wood, rendering it impossible for anyone to stand upon. The gaze of the crowd was fixated on the water. Yet Wang Ji's attention was drawn to the nearby pirate ship. Though others were oblivious, Wang Ji, possessing the ability of observation-He, distinctly perceived how Sakata Jintoki vanished beneath the waves only to reappear beside him. It was a speed that left him in awe. Was he truly a grand swordsman? One might mistake him for a marine possessing the powers of the shining fruit. How did such trash gather together? Devalued. Sakata Jintoki stood atop the mast, looking down upon the pirates who were still reveling, under the delusion they had vanquished him with their cannon fire. This must be what it felt like to toy with mice. Wang Ji raised an eyebrow slightly. Devalued? What could that possibly mean? It was certainly not a compliment. A single individual dared to approach him. Did he not fear being slain with a single stroke? Though Sakata Jintoki was a formidable swordsman with impressive speed and seemingly possessed observation-He, Wang Ji remained unimpressed. This confidence stemmed from his own formidable strength. I have heard whispers of your reputation for quite some time. As it happens, I am eager to test just how formidable you are with that blade, and to ascertain the strength of those aboard that ship. Despite Sakata Jintoki's seemingly laid-back demeanor, his ferocity in battle remained undiminished. Without that wild spirit, he would not have emerged alive from the piles of the deceased in his youth. Wang Ji chuckled softly, pivoting his massive form and wielding his long blade. He raised it to strike. In an instant, a tempestuous wind howled, and a chilling intent surged forth. Sakata Jintoki felt the impending blade's aura. His body tensed as he gravely unsheathed his sword to counter. Boom! The clash of sword intent and saber intent generated a formidable gust of wind, causing the pirate ships to sway violently. It was at this moment that the crew aboard the surrounding vessels realized that Sakata Jintoki had quietly appeared among them, engaging in combat with Wang Ji. How did he arrive here? The audacity! He is still alive, right beneath our noses. What an affront to our dignity! As various voices echoed around, Yalusiki brandished a dark iron rod, a sinister grin creeping across his face. An intriguing adversary indeed. I can hardly contain myself. Haha. With a mere casual strike, he evoked a chilling sensation. It was then that Sakata Jintoki truly comprehended the magnitude of Wang Ji's strength. Yet, the more formidable Wang Ji appeared, the more Jintoki's interest in this challenge intensified, especially considering that Wang Ji was currently the most authoritative figure within this pirate alliance. Come again. Jintoki leaped from the mast, sword in hand. In an instant, he stood before Wang Ji, his long sword slashing through the air, accompanied by a fierce sword aura, as if to tear the very sky asunder. Boom. Just as Jintoki's sword was 2 meters away from Wang Ji, a figure abruptly materialized, blocking Jintoki's onslaught with an immense shield. The resultant force sent Jintoki spiraling through the air, landing precariously on the edge of the deck. His gaze fixed upon the imposing figure clad in silver armor, wielding a massive shield and a colossal axe. It was this armored man who had thwarted Jintoki's attack. The sight evoked memories of a legendary figure, Silver Axe, a member of the Rocks Pirates. Wang Ji's relationship with Silver Axe was notably amicable. Following the demise of Rocks, both had concealed themselves for a time. Now, united once more to form a pirate crew, it was not an impossibility, reminiscent of Big Mom, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Shiki, who too had remained hidden after Rocks' death, only to re-emerge as formidable pirate crews, some even ascending to the status of the Emperors of the Sea. Are you Silver Axe, one of the Rocks Pirates? Sakata Jintoki found himself intrigued by the identity of the armored man before him. Moreover, the speed displayed by this figure seemed incongruous with his imposing physique. Are even the hefty ones this agile? Jintoki felt a tinge of vexation. You silver-haired brat. Your abilities are commendable, yet to challenge our captain as your first move? You lack the qualification. The silver-armored man, obscured by his mask, kept his visage hidden. His attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Silver Axe, yet he did not confirm it, instead belittling Jintoki. Monkey Demon Staff. As the silver-armored man finished speaking, a voice echoed in the air. Simultaneously, another figure emerged behind Sakata Jintoki. The black iron rod in Yelvishki's grasp whirled, emanating a fiery crimson glow and searing heat. With a resounding crash, Yelvishki unleashed a powerful strike. Sakata Jintoki had no time to ponder as the armament haki swiftly enveloped him. The immense force struck, hurling him away. He collided heavily against a pirate ship several dozen meters away, creating a gaping hole. Damn it, Yelvishki, you barbarian. How dare you damage my ship? Are you looking for a fight? Entraley exclaimed, gazing at the massive breach beside him as water began to flood in. He raised his long spear, aiming it at Yelvishki, his voice booming. At that moment, Yelvishki seemed to enter a primal state, transforming into a beastly form, complete with a long tail and a coat of black and red fur. His eyelids and eyes glowed a fiery red, exuding an intense heat. This was the animal fruit, the blaze ape form, also known as the ape demon fruit. Hearing Entraley's words, Yelvishki revealed his sharp teeth and laughed heartily. Entraley, you are far too weak. With that mere gun in your hand, you cannot kill me. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige, but first, let me deal with that silver-haired brat. Yelvishki leaped with astonishing agility, bounding towards the chasm to strike Sakata Jintoki. Just then, a torrent of invisible sword energy surged forth. Yelvishki, just landing on the ship's deck, suddenly changed his expression, swinging the black iron rod. It stirred up a tempest, accompanied by intense heat, followed by an explosive burst of flames. Damn it, Yelvishki, are you trying to destroy my ship? Buzz exclaimed, infuriated at the sight. He had not even taken action yet. And here Yelvishki and Sakata Jintoki were about to set his ship ablaze. What a disgrace that would be if word got out. Buzz opened his mouth and spat at Yelvishki. The saliva transformed swiftly in midair into a green substance, forming impactful droplets. When these droplets hit the deck, they began to corrode the wood. Yelvishki frowned, realizing Buzz's strength was formidable, especially considering his corrosive fruit ability, which produced that repulsive liquid, making him a troublesome adversary. Taking advantage of the moment, Yelvishki struck a sizable chunk of wood on the ship with his iron rod, sending it plummeting into the sea. As Sakata Jintoki burst forth, Yelvishki leaped into the ocean. Though his massive frame was cumbersome, he managed an impressive long jump, aided by a hint of buoyancy. Sakata Jintoki, appearing somewhat disheveled, watched Yelvishki leap into the air and spat in frustration. Damn monkey, you are doomed. With a swift motion, he assumed a warrior's stance, wielding his blade in a powerful upward slash. Wang Ji's gaze was drawn to the spectacle. A sword aura, extending 100 meters, cleaved through the majestic ocean, hurtling towards Yelvishki with astonishing speed. In the midst of his excitement, Yelvishki sensed the impending assault from behind, but it was too late for him to pivot in midair. His elongated tail coiled around a dark iron staff, bracing against his body as he prepared for an explosive counter. With a resounding crash, Yelvishki was struck by Sakata Jintoki, propelled downwards by the force of the blow. Simultaneously, Sakata Jintoki directed sharp wooden spikes, transforming them into lethal blades that shot forth. He sprinted atop these blades with remarkable velocity, akin to a flash of lightning, closing in on Yelvishki. Lake Toya's 18 cuts. Sakata Jintoki, amidst Yelvishki's astonished gaze, wielded his sword with finesse. Each slash drew blood, eliciting cries of anguish from Yelvishki. Captain. The members of the Pirate King Brigade watched in horror and fury as their leader was mercilessly assaulted by Sakata Jintoki. Suddenly, two figures resembling dinosaur-like devil fruit users emerged. One wielded dual tridents and lunged at Sakata Jintoki's head. In midair, Sakata Jintoki maneuvered with astounding agility, his body adjusting seamlessly. Exhibiting an extraordinary reaction time and strength that defied belief, traits one would scarcely expect from a man rather than a frail woman. Dodging, defending, and counterattacking. Even against the two-pronged assault, Sakata Jintoki executed each movement with precision, evading their ambush. Moonwalk. Without the aid of the sword aura, he utilized the moonwalk technique, creating distance as he landed on a pirate ship. The onlookers aboard the vessel were momentarily dazed by Sakata Jintoki's dazzling onslaught, retreating several steps, intimidated by his overwhelming presence. The immense power displayed by Sakata Jintoki left Kinjiro, Buggy, and Benedict, who were observing, in awe. Particularly, Buggy could not help but compare himself to Jintoki. Realizing that he was in danger of being overshadowed, Buggy thought, I cannot allow that silver-haired fellow to steal my thunder. While he is preoccupied, I must take action. Commanding his clown crew, Buggy resolved to flatten these pirates and demonstrate the might of the Xuanwu Navy. With his mind set, he sprang into action. Driven by a slight insecurity about his own prowess and the need to reclaim his moment in the spotlight, two warships departed from the harbor, and Buggy leaped from a height to land on one of the ships. Benedict gazed, somewhat astonished, at the suddenly enthusiastic Buggy, who, despite his timid nature, had taken the initiative to strike. It was indeed an opportunity to assess the fruits of the clown's training over the past month. With Buggy's forces now in motion, other pirate crews followed suit. On the side of Jintoki Sakata, they found themselves unable to intervene. However, with Buggy's offensive, they too found a chance to engage. Haha. The Navy has emerged. Men, blow those two warships to smithereens. Let us vanquish the Xuanwu Navy. Accompanied by fervent cheers, the other pirate crews launched their assault on the Xuanwu Navy. Cannonballs flew perilously close, crashing and booming around them. Buggy's heart trembled slightly. But as he realized none of the projectiles had struck him, his confidence surged. Particularly pleasing to him were the special forces, who deftly intercepted the incoming cannonballs, minimizing potential damage to the warships and bolstering his satisfaction and self-assurance. With a battalion of 200 Navy soldiers at his command, he felt capable of sweeping away the pirate rabble before him. Ha ha ha, you pirates must be starving. With such poor aim, do you dare challenge us, the Xuanwu Navy? Dream on. Clown Brigade, attack. With these words, 10 men emerged from each of the two warships, forming a line, while behind them, others brought forth cannonballs the size of soccer balls. The special forces, sharp-eyed and composed, ignited the explosives, timing their throws perfectly. Each cannonball was launched hundreds of meters away in an instant. Boom. Except for a few that were intercepted, every projectile found its mark, striking the pirate vessels with precision. As the thunderous sounds erupted, the 6 foremost pirate ships were obliterated, sinking beneath the waves. Nearby pirates, witnessing this devastation, were momentarily taken aback. Yet, undeterred and seemingly fearless, they charged toward Buggy. Meanwhile, those behind seized the moment to board. In mere moments, the distance of several hundred meters shrank as they engaged in a boarding battle. Ha. Let us board and eliminate these Navy scum. A pirate captain, witnessing his ship successfully collide with Buggy's warship, swung his blade with exhilaration, laughing joyously. Whoosh. A short dagger shot forth at incredible speed from behind the captain, piercing through the heart of an unfortunate crew member. The suddenness of this attack left the captain wide-eyed in disbelief as he stared at the dagger that had just impaled one of his own. Who dares ambush me? Ha. Is this it? Pathetic. There is absolutely no challenge here. As the captain fell, someone noticed a pair of hands suspended in midair behind him, each wielding 3 sharp daggers. Was it these very hands that had launched a surprise attack on the captain? Baki, witnessing the swift outcome of his actions, felt a sense of accomplishment while simultaneously deriding his adversary as trash, and he burst into laughter. Yet, amidst his mirth, he skillfully maneuvered the daggers in his hands. Returning to the fray with renewed vigor, Baki charged forward, fist clenched, joining forces with his subordinates to assault the pirates boarding their vessel. The Special Forces, adept in the Navy's 6 styles, swiftly dispatched the newly arrived pirates, counterattacking and reclaiming their position on the enemy ship. Baki targeted the higher-ranking pirates with precision, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Meanwhile, Jintoki Sakata retaliated against 2 dinosaur-like devil fruit users attacking him. As a master swordsman, Jintoki executed 2 precise strikes, sending the assailants hurtling into the depths of the sea. Observing this, members of the Pirate King crew swiftly leapt into the water to rescue their comrades. Yoluski returned to the ship, still in the form of the Blaze Ape Demon, a state he maintained for its formidable defensive and regenerative capabilities. However, his defenses faltered against Jintoki's Lake Toya technique, failing to demonstrate the expected combat prowess. With flames enveloping his body, jagged fangs bared, Yoluski, eyes ablaze, exhaled hot breath and bellowed, "Silver-haired brat, you've hurt me." In response, Jintoki wore a deranged expression and replied, "Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Don't worry, I'll be sure to treat you gently later." Yoluski's tail coiled around a hefty black iron staff as he pounded his chest furiously, producing a resounding thud. Simultaneously, a powerful aura erupted from him, an aura befitting an A-rank powerhouse. Had he truly been incited to such fury? On the Golden Tiger pirate ship, Silver Axe observed Yoluski's current state and remarked, "He has quite a character. We might consider recruiting him later." Wang Ji, standing nearby, cast a sidelong glance at Silver Axe but said nothing. His gaze, however, drifted towards the Xuanwu Navy base, where 2 formidable presences lingered. The Xuanwu Navy, capable of standing against the main fleet and disregarding the world government, was indeed formidable. Yet, such strength was still insufficient against the main fleet, let alone the more perilous world government. How wild, Silver Axe mused. If we could capture this individual and reform him, do you believe he could be of use to us? Hearing Benedict's words, Kinjiro fell into a brief contemplation and said, "Should I take action and attempt to bring him back?" Benedict squinted slightly and chuckled, remarking that his devil fruit was quite impressive. "Then let us capture him." Kinjiro's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the formidable Yoluski. Just as Yoluski, having awakened his latent potential, prepared for a fierce battle, a chilling sense of impending doom washed over him. Instinctively, his eyes darted towards the naval base, flickering with a hint of fear. Was there an even more terrifying presence within the Xuanwu naval base? A wave of trepidation coursed through Yoluski as he cast a glance towards the Xuanwu base. The sensation was unsettling, as if he were being targeted by an unseen force from which he could not escape. Contemplating this, the flames and aura emanating from Yoluski grew increasingly unstable. "Do you dare to be distracted while fighting me?" Sakata Jintoki noticed Yoluski's unusual demeanor and swiftly unleashed a sword strike. The sword energy surged forth, compelling Yoluski to counter with his dark iron staff. Thus, a fierce clash ensued between Yoluski and Sakata Jintoki. Frankly, both warriors possessed remarkable strength. However, Jintoki had yet to fully unleash his true potential. "Captain, we have come to assist you." As Jintoki became increasingly serious, Yoluski found himself under considerable duress, when suddenly, his vice-captain and a crewmate rushed to his aid. Zachary, the vice-captain of the King of Soldiers pirate crew, was also a master swordsman, though still inferior to Jintoki, yet he possessed commendable combat prowess. Rudolph, a user of the cutting fruit within the King of Soldiers pirate crew, wielded the extraordinary ability to imbue anything he grasped with formidable cutting power, effortlessly slicing through even the toughest materials. With the assistance of these 2 capable allies, Yoluski gradually turned the tide of battle, beginning to gain the upper hand against Jintoki. I was careless." Jintoki's gaze shifted towards Rudolph, realizing that while he was being pressed by the 3 adversaries, he had been caught off guard by Rudolph's stealthy attack. Consequently, a thin, line-like wound, measuring 4 centimeters, marred Jintoki's cheek, oozing a trickle of blood that seeped from his skin. A martial artist and a devil fruit user. At that, Jintoki mused. "Careless? You certainly overestimate yourself. You are surrounded now, and no one can come to your rescue." Zachary, upon hearing Jintoki Sakata's words, felt a surge of irritation and swiftly retaliated. He acknowledged Sakata's formidable strength. However, he remained skeptical that Sakata could survive their onslaught and escape unharmed, particularly since he was currently encircled by their pirate crew. As Zachary had asserted, Jintoki was indeed ensnared within the pirate's grasp. Fueled by confidence, Jintoki approached with sword in hand, intent on striking directly at Wang Shi, oblivious to the multitude of skilled fighters surrounding his adversary. With a hearty laugh, Jintoki suddenly emanated a formidable aura, his expression transforming into one of icy indifference as he assumed the White Knight demon form. The transformation he exhibited prompted a slight arch of Benedict's brow from a distance. This pirate crew, the Warriors of the Sea, possessed some considerable prowess, having compelled Sakata into this unique state so swiftly. However, this development left the warriors with little opportunity to maneuver. As Benedict had surmised, Xuanwu and his companions sensed the shift in Jintoki's power. An overwhelming mix of shock and dread washing over them. Could he truly become even more powerful? This thought echoed ominously in their minds. Consequently, the trio joined forces once more, unleashing their full might. Yet, Jintoki was swifter still. In the blink of an eye, he dashed past them with blinding speed. Xuanwu and his companions widened their eyes, their pupils reflecting sheer terror. In an instant, they were met with deep lacerations across their bodies, blood spraying forth as they crumpled to the ground. Captain, Vice Captain, Rudolph. The other members of the Warriors of the Sea, witnessing their captain, vice captains, and Rudolph dispatched with such swiftness, were struck with horror and fury. They rallied, determined to avenge their fallen leaders. Despite the chaos, the crew displayed a commendable sense of collective honor, charging at Jintoki in unison. Observing this, Jintoki let out a cold chuckle, ready to eliminate these pirates. Just then, a figure abruptly appeared at his side. The marshal has taken a keen interest in their captain, Kinjiro's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Jintoki glanced toward the approaching pirates. Perhaps only their captain could pique the marshal's interest. For the current Xuanwu Navy, the strength of the lower-tier forces sufficed, yet the mid-tier and upper-tier powers remained inadequate. Was the enemy thus destined for labor reform? What about them? As Sakata Jintoki's words fell, an invisible force swept through in an instant. The pirates, who were still in the midst of their charge, all rolled their eyes back and collapsed onto the ship. Benedict appeared on the ship. Gazing at the feeble Uliski slumped on the deck, a smile gracing his face. Your skills are commendable. Being a pirate seems a waste of such talent. Why not join the Navy? I can offer you a chance to survive. If you succeed, I might even consider granting you the rank of major, allowing you to rise through the ranks based on merit and enjoy the accompanying benefits. Though Uliski was weak, it did not imply a deficiency in his hearing. Thus, upon hearing Benedict's words, he was momentarily taken aback. He was unfamiliar with the true nature of the Black Turtle Navy, yet he understood that he was, indeed, a pirate. However, prior to this, he had been coerced into this life, including his arrival at this very place. The individuals lurking in the shadows of this world were both enigmatic and treacherous. If he were to align himself with the Black Turtle Navy, were the agents of the world government compelling you to attack the Black Turtle Navy? Benedict's voice resonated once more, leaving Yelvitsky somewhat astonished, perplexed as to how Benedict could possess such knowledge. So, do you have some incriminating evidence in their possession? If you trust my words, perhaps you should reveal it. It can be resolved, and I shall assist you in finding a solution. However, once our agreement commences, should you exhibit any treachery, I shall ensure you descend into an abyss, enduring all the torments this world has to offer. The voice of Benedict resounded once more, leaving Yelvitsky momentarily speechless. Sakata Jintoki regarded Yelvitsky with a contemplative gaze. This individual possessed formidable strength yet still found himself under threat. One could only wonder how much more powerful the agents of the world government must be. However, such an organization ruthlessly subjugates pirates and obliterates a naval force dedicated to upholding justice and safeguarding the populace. The Xuanwu Navy, truly a grim reality. Should you refuse, the loyal souls who stand by you will share your fate, perishing in these vast waters, becoming mere stepping stones for our Xuanwu Navy to achieve worldwide renown. Kinjiro's calm gaze swept over the other members of the War King pirate crew as he spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Upon hearing this, Yelvitsky's eyes narrowed in anger as he glared at Kinjiro, feeling a surge of indignation. How despicable! Yet, he could not deny that if it were indeed the case, he had no choice but to acquiesce. I, Yelvitsky, am willing to join the Xuanwu Navy. Reluctantly, Yelvitsky chose to submit. Benedict laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with Yelvsky's choice. Even though he was aware that they would not fully submit at this moment, he still felt a sense of reluctance. However, it mattered not. Those who could emerge from the educational base were worthy of trust. Ha ha ha, I am indeed a true pirate. What does deception matter? As long as I can achieve my goal, I shall stop at nothing to eliminate you. Baki's voice echoed across the vast ocean, swiftly reverberating through the pirate ship. relentlessly striking down foes. Yet, these pirates were inferior even to special forces. Nevertheless, Baki was exhilarated by the slaughter. In contrast, the clown crew he led did not share such arrogance. Instead, they maintained a tacit understanding, launching coordinated assaults against their adversaries while responding to the commands of their leader. Clown Baki. Benedict observed the scene with a nod of satisfaction towards the special forces. However, upon hearing Bucky's words, he was rendered speechless. Who among you will teach that fellow a lesson? Benedict's voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, resonated as Sakata Jintoki slightly furrowed his brow and replied, I have no time. There's a worthy opponent over there to challenge. His gaze was fixated on Wang Ji of the Golden Tiger Pirates, excitement evident in his tone. You are no match for him, Kinjiro interjected. Leave it to me. As he spoke, Kinjiro swiftly employed the moonstep technique, advancing rapidly towards the Golden Tiger Pirates. Observing this, Sakata Jintoki, somewhat exasperated, followed suit, exclaiming, Damn it, that's my prey. In mere moments, both Sakata Jintoki and Kinjiro departed, leaving Benedict scowling at the arrogant Buggy. Let that fellow continue to flounder, he thought. Buggy, after being scolded for so long, still clung to his dreams of becoming a pirate. He lacks composure. Further training is essential. Yelvitsky cast a wary glance at Benedict, sensing some trepidation. With your subordinates in disarray, you, as the commander, must be quite upset, perhaps even furious. However, Benedict displayed no reaction, leaving Yelvitsky, who was on edge, somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Kinjiro and Sakata Jintoki's movements were keenly observed by Wang Ji and Silver Axe. A troublesome situation has arisen, Silver Axe mused, his gaze fixed on Kinjiro, tinged with a hint of mockery. Wang Ji, though contemplative, remained unfazed. With a sudden bang, a gunshot rang out, striking Kinjiro. He reacted instantly. His right hand enveloped an armament hockey, catching the incoming bullet. A bit painful, he noted, realizing the bullet was coated in hockey. This infuriated Kinjiro, who regarded Wang Ji as his prey. Pirates are indeed pirates, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Momentarily suspended in midair, Kinjiro glanced at Antrali, his expression darkening. Oh. So it was blocked. How about this shot? Antrali, taken aback that his unexpected shot had been thwarted, took aim again, now targeting Kinjiro's head. Pulling the trigger. The bullet zipped across the distance, but it found nothing but air. In that instant, Kinjiro vanished. In his place, a massive hand appeared before Antrali. North Star return palm. Captain Buzz, witnessing Kinjiro seemingly teleporting within 50 meters, observed the illusory hand and felt the overwhelming aura, his countenance shifting dramatically. Get away, Antrali, he bellowed as a green. Viscous liquid began to ooze from him, dripping onto the deck and immediately corroding it with a hissing sound. Deadly poison gun. A series of green, venomous spears, each approximately 1.5 meters in length, shot forth with alarming speed as Buzz gestured. Dozens of these lethal weapons blanketed the area, and a mere brush with them would result in poisoning, the venom being exceedingly potent. Not only would it numb the nerves and induce hallucinations, but it also possessed corrosive properties and lethal toxins that could infiltrate one's very organs. Due to such formidable capabilities, Buzz had risen to notoriety, earning a bounty exceeding 100 million berries in a remarkably short time. This level of infamy was akin to that of a supernova prior to the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. With the Northern Dipper 100 cracks kick, Kinjiro unleashed a powerful onslaught with his robust right leg, delivering a barrage of attacks that created an intense airflow. This not only repelled the incoming venomous spears but also launched a counteroffensive toward Buzz. Caught slightly off guard, Buzz was violently struck, his body shattered by the force. He had not anticipated that, under such circumstances, Kinjiro would not abandon Antley, but instead pressed the attack, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. However, in an instant, he transformed into a liquid form, melding seamlessly with the surrounding fluid, thus evading the blow. In the next moment, his body rapidly reconstituted itself, now adorned with an additional layer of dark green armor that undulated like liquid. This was the venom, coursing and flowing around him. The toxic residue from his attacks was equally perilous. On the warship of the Warrior King, Benedict observed Buzz's transformation with astonishment. Was this not reminiscent of Magellan's devil fruit? Surely it must be a counterfeit. Moreover, the devil fruit exhibited by Yoluski was also unfamiliar to him. Thus, it appeared that this world diverged somewhat from his understanding of the pirate realm, at least in the domain of devil fruits. This much was certain. As for the myriad of other pirates, there were too many to enumerate, and since they did not revolve around the protagonist, they were not prominently featured. Buzz's assault, however, could not save Antley. The northern dipper heaven-returning palm descended, striking Antley, who was connected to the ship, and he was flung into the depths of the sea, disappearing from sight. You were courting death, beseethed. Antley, after all, was his strategist and vice-captain. To witness him obliterated right before his eyes was utterly intolerable. Toxic explosion. Fist-sized globules of venom swiftly spread and, under Buzz's control, hovered in the air, launching an assault on Kenjiro. Kenjiro executed the moon step, continuously leaping through the air. The North Star 100 Cracks fist unleashed a formidable punch wave, annihilating the venomous orbs in its path, causing the toxic liquid to splatter like rain. The nearby pirates, caught off guard, screamed in agony as they succumbed to the corrosive substance, perishing shortly thereafter. In that moment, the pirates dared not approach, keeping their distance from the two combatants. Buzz's unique abilities rendered Kenjiro unable to close the gap, creating a tense stalemate. Meanwhile, witnessing Kenjiro's predicament, Sakata Jintoki was filled with exhilaration. His gaze fixed intently on the golden-armored Wang Ji. Recalling their recent clash, the hand that grasped Lake Toya made him instinctively tighten his grip. Such a formidable opponent was truly exhilarating. Wang Ji, let us engage in a one-on-one duel. With the air crackling with sword energy and his body surging forward with remarkable speed, Jintoki let out an excited roar. His enthusiastic shout echoed across the tumultuous sea, capturing the attention of even the battling pirates. However, their gazes were tinged with mockery, as none believed Jintoki could triumph over Wang Ji, especially with the presence of another silver axe. Impudent child, step aside, Wang Ji remarked indifferently upon noticing Jintoki's unyielding challenge, while Silver Axe swiftly swung his axe down. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind coalesced into a deadly blade, hurtling towards the approaching Jintoki. Jintoki executed a somersault in midair, regaining his stance and countering with a downward slash using the moonstep. A tempest of sword energy descended upon Silver Axe, who, intrigued, remarked, "You possess some skill." As he spoke, a hefty silver shield rose before him. The sword storm obliterated the force of Silver Axe's strike and collided with the shield, producing a resounding clang. Although Jintoki's attack bore considerable power, it merely left scratches on the shield's surface. Is this shield crafted from a special metal? Jintoki pondered as he observed the scene. Silver Axe, step aside. My challenge is not directed at you, he declared, fixing his gaze upon Silver Axe. In response, Silver Axe chuckled, soldier against soldier, general against general. With your current strength, you merely pique my interest. Therefore, do not overreach. Feeling belittled by Silver Axe's disdain, Jintoki's ire flared. Very well. Then let me experience your prowess firsthand. Sakata Jintoki was acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by Silver Axe, which rendered him cautious and vigilant. In his White Knight demon form, the bloodthirsty and frenzied impulses exuded an aura of unparalleled strength and confidence, bolstered by an unwavering conviction. As Jintoki's presence resonated in the air, Wang Ji's gaze shifted towards him, recalling that Jintoki had previously displayed a similar form, enhancing his power in an instant. Was this akin to a secret technique? Wang Ji murmured softly. Once Jintoki entered this state, Silver Axe leaped onto a pirate ship. Hey, silver-haired brat, come and fight me. I shall teach you the ways of life, he remarked with a grin. The pirates aboard the ship, upon hearing Silver Axe's words, were momentarily taken aback, soon expressing their discontent. Hey, are you joking? This is our pirate ship. If you want to fight, take it elsewhere. You scoundrel, their combat strength is formidable. If we engage here, our ship will be destroyed. The voices around him stirred Silver Axe's ire, prompting him to swing his axe, unleashing a powerful gust that formed a razor-sharp blade, instantly claiming several lives and slicing through the ship. Such lack of awareness will lead to your demise. I shall dismantle this ship, and you shall perish with it. His domineering demeanor quelled the pirates aboard the vessel. At that moment, Jintoki's assault commenced. His seemingly chaotic yet astonishingly rapid strikes descended like a torrential downpour. Silver Axe raised his shield, firmly grasping it with his robust left hand. As a formidable layer of armament haki enveloped the shield, enabling it to withstand the tempestuous onslaught. Frenzied slash. With a heavy gaze tinged with sharpness, he shielded himself, gauging the intensity of Jintoki's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Silver Axe swung his massive axe towards Jintoki's head. Jintoki, startled, reacted without hesitation, activating the powers of his sword fruit to evade in an instant. Silver Axe's strike missed its mark, yet he remained unfazed, his gaze swiftly scanning and pinpointing Jintoki's location. adopting a stance of stillness to await the perfect moment. Aboard the warlord pirate ship, Benedict observed the fierce battle involving Sakata Jintoki, lost in contemplation. He was uncertain of the combat prowess of Silver Axe. Even in the original narrative, it only surfaced during the Moonlight Moria arc. At that time, both Silver Axe and Wang Zhi were already deceased. The creator of One Piece did not elucidate the circumstances of their demise. Some speculate that they may have perished during the battle at God Valley, while others conjecture that they survived the conflict, subsequently hiding away until they were ultimately discovered and slain by agents of the world government. Regardless of the speculation, to be regarded as one of the pivotal forces aboard that ship, clashing fiercely with the members of the Roger Pirates, signifies a formidable strength. Moreover, the core members of the Rocks Pirates possessed terrifying capabilities, such as Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, and Kaido, all exhibiting the power of an admiral. Those who ranked just below Whitebeard, including Wang Zhi, demonstrated Vice Admiral-level strength. In hindsight, the assumptions regarding Wang Zhi and Silver Axe appear to be somewhat underestimated. The strength exhibited by Silver Axe currently stands as exceptionally formidable, even among Vice Admirals, with the potential to ascend to Admiral-level power. As for Wang Zhi, despite having only recently engaged in a brief skirmish, where he clearly maintained an advantage over Sakata Jintoki, he likely possesses strength on par with that of an admiral. "Hey, Monkey, why are you attacking the Xuanwu Navy base?" The voice of Benedict resonated aboard the ship. Yoluski, with a dark expression, turned his gaze towards Benedict. It was evident that the term monkey was directed at him. Gritting his teeth, Yoluski reminded, "My name is Yoluski." "I know, monkey." Benedict's retort darkened Yoluski's countenance further. However, the pressure exerted by Benedict was overwhelming, making denial futile. After all, his devil fruit form was that of a gorilla. A group identifying themselves as CP0 from the world government had approached them, offering a bounty of 100 million berries to dismantle the Xuanwu Navy base. Now compelled to join the Xuanwu Navy and indebted to Benedict for a life, Yoluski withheld no secrets. "Is that all?" Benedict inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Nothing more?" Yoluski was taken aback. Was that truly it? Given their current lineup, they were formidable, capable of toppling even the Navy branch in Rogue Town. The combined firepower of so many pirate crews was indeed tremendous. Yet, witnessing the Clown Buggy leading the Clown Brigade in a ruthless assault against the pirates attacking the Xuanwu Navy base, he felt a strange sense of disbelief. Who could have anticipated that this newly established Xuanwu Navy would possess such formidable strength? Not to mention the prowess of the higher-ups. Even the lower-ranking soldiers exhibited capabilities that could rival the elite of the Navy headquarters. Yoluski's spirits were low, for it seemed Benedict had resolved to persist in calling him monkey. Yet, he was a warrior, the ape demon, the captain of the warrior pirates. No one understood the turmoil within Yoluski. In such a battle, he found himself bereft of any opportunity to demonstrate his abilities. Buggy, accompanied by the Xuanwu Navy that had joined the fray, began to sweep through the pirates with relentless fervor. The clash was intense. Those who surrendered received mercy, while the rest faced death. "Buggy, once you've burned those pirate ships, you will work for me to earn it back." Benedict, upon witnessing the audacious antics of the little rascal Buggy, who had managed to obliterate a rather commendable pirate ship, could not suppress his dissatisfaction, exclaiming in discontent. The exhilaration of battle had imbued him with a sense of invincibility, prompting Buggy to regard Benedict's words with disdain, retorting, "I am a pirate of notorious repute, reveling in such violent confrontations and chaotic spectacles that serve to showcase my might and terror. You cannot hinder me. No one possesses the authority to command me." Buggy's voice boomed with arrogance, and although his brash declarations did not disrupt the ongoing skirmish, Yoluski could distinctly sense a chilling aura enveloping the surroundings. The scowling Benedict, visibly incensed, cast a gaze laden with a hint of pity upon Buggy. "Ah, so it is that little wretch? Truly grotesque. Moreover, exceedingly self-absorbed and ostentatious." Benedict's lips curled into a faint smile, and in the next moment, he vanished from the pirate ship of the Soldier King. Yoluski glanced instinctively at Buggy, and indeed, it was evident that one who could ascend to the rank of Grand Marshal of the Xuanwu Navy would undoubtedly be far from ordinary. In the blink of an eye, however, Benedict reappeared, leaping gracefully through the air to stand before Buggy. Benedict, stroking his chin, cast a mischievous glance at the diminutive Baki and said, "Baki, would you be so kind as to repeat what you just said?" Upon encountering Benedict and that familiar grin, memories of his harrowing training sessions with Jintoki Sakata flooded Baki's mind, and the exhilaration he had just felt vanished in an instant. Benedict's formidable strength could easily lead to his demise. "He," the marshal reported, somewhat excited, though his words were insincere. He was merely boasting. "I harbor no ulterior motives. My aspiration is to become a guardian of justice, upholding world peace as a member of the Navy, ensuring that pirates are severely punished, with no room for complacency. Rest assured, Marshal, I shall eradicate these pirates without mercy." Bucky's face paled slightly as he observed Benedict's playful demeanor, and he instinctively sought to ingratiate himself. To avoid enduring unbearable suffering and to grow even stronger, Bucky decisively yielded. "He, Bucky, in light of your recent remarks, it is evident that you still possess a profound obsession with becoming a pirate. Thus, I have decided to administer a severe reprimand." Upon hearing Benedict's words, Bucky instinctively let out a sigh of relief. A reprimand merely meant being called out, after all. As long as it wasn't too severe, it posed no real problem. "Therefore, your punishment is an extension of your special training by 2 months, with the difficulty escalated to a nightmarish level." Benedict's voice echoed once more, and Buck's mouth and pupils widened in disbelief. Ultimately, his eyes bulged and his teeth seemed to detach from his skull as he gazed at Benedict with an expression steeped in terror. "Damn it. I have another half-month of special training left. You promised me that when the time came, I would be allowed to lead the clown squad out to sea freely. You cannot do this." Buck shouted frantically in front of Benedict, his frustration palpable. If it were possible, he would have wished to eliminate Benedict and take his place. Alas, the formidable prowess of the Xuanwu Navy left him no choice. He was utterly captivated, yet he could not suppress his disdain for authority, his defiance manifesting in shouts of insubordination and refusal to obey commands. The voice of Benedict resonated word by word, gradually diminishing the ferocity of Buggy's roar. Ultimately, silence enveloped the scene, rendering him speechless. Turning away, he swiftly wielded the dagger in his hand, reaping the lives of the pirates with alarming efficiency. "Oh, I am losing my sanity." Unable to vent his frustrations in front of Benedict, Buggy directed his gaze towards the pirates launching an assault on the Xuanwu Navy. Benedict observed Buggy, who was nearly in a state of frenzy, a smile gracing his features. The intensive training over this period had transformed him significantly, enhancing his strength considerably. Without such improvements, it would be inconceivable for Buggy to so effortlessly reap the lives of pirates at this moment. However, Buggy's current prowess was only sufficient to deal with subpar leaders. Against foes of slightly greater strength, he would find himself in dire straits, perhaps even facing the loss of half his life. On another front, the battle between Kinjiro and Buzz had swiftly culminated in a decisive outcome. No one could afford to underestimate him, not even Wang Shi, who observed from a distance. Buzz's fruit ability was indeed peculiar and troublesome. Nevertheless, the confrontation between Kinjiro and Buzz did not involve close-quarters combat. Each punch and kick unleashed waves of formidable energy, accumulating into a powerful offensive and defensive union. Striking with unparalleled ferocity. Cough, cough, cough. Buzz emerged from a puddle of mud, struggling to regain his form. Moments ago, he had been unable to withstand Kinjiro's assault, resulting in a devastating blow that nearly obliterated him. Had it not been for his unique ability, he would have surely perished. Yet, despite this advantage, he had sustained severe injuries. His fruit ability was commendable, but regrettably, his application of it fell short of his own expectations. Particularly, his excessive reliance on the devil fruit revealed the frailty of his physical constitution. Kinjiro's calm gaze fixed upon Buzz as he spoke in a deep tone. In their recent exchange, he had not exerted even 30% of his strength. It was evident how vastly inferior Buzz was before him. "You are now under arrest." Kinjiro produced a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs from his pocket and approached Buzz. Upon hearing this, Buzz looked up at the approaching Kinjiro, astonished by how utterly diminished he felt in the face of his opponent. A surge of resentment and fury filled his heart, igniting a deep-seated hatred towards Kinjiro. "Damn the Navy, do not underestimate me. I am venom, feared by all," Buzz bellowed, suddenly launching a desperate final struggle. Seeing Buzz's obstinate defiance, Kinjiro's eyes darkened with a hint of murderous intent. He clenched his fist, preparing to strike. At that moment, Benedict unexpectedly appeared behind Buzz, delivering a swift chop. Before Buzz could fully initiate his attack, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "This is a pirate whose hands are stained with the blood of the innocent," Kinjiro remarked, gazing at Benedict. Upon hearing this, Benedict understood Kinjiro's intention. Such a wicked individual deserves to perish. I find myself intrigued by his devil fruit. Benedict responded with a smile. As far as I know, the owner of the poison fruit is a Navy officer named Magellan. However, this fellow's abilities bear a striking resemblance to his, which piques my curiosity. Kinjiro nodded in agreement, grasping the situation. The poison fruit exists only once in this world. A second cannot possibly emerge. Therefore, Buzz's powers are undoubtedly suspect. With Buzz in his grasp, Benedict's figure swiftly vanished into the vast ocean. Kinjiro's gaze then swept past other pirate vessels, landing on the imposing Wang Ji aboard the Golden Tiger pirate ship, clad in golden armor. In Kinjiro's perception, the only worthy opponent besides Benedict was Wang Ji himself. On the Golden Tiger pirate ship, Wang Ji sensed Kinjiro's scrutinizing gaze, which, despite the hundreds of meters separating them, was strikingly clear. Additionally, he was perplexed as to how Benedict could run upon the water without sinking, especially considering he was still holding onto the hefty Buzz. However, this thought was soon set aside as Kinjiro began leaping across the pirate ship, rapidly closing the distance. With a resounding thud, Kinjiro landed on the deck of the Golden Tiger pirate ship. The immense aura and power he exuded caused the ship to sway violently, sinking several inches into the water. The pirates of the Golden Lake pirate crew quickly reacted, brandishing their swords at Kinjiro. Kinjiro glanced at these pirates. Their physical condition and spirit were commendable, yet they fell short compared to the Xuanwu Navy. These were no ordinary pirates. At least, when compared to others aboard different ships, they resembled soldiers of a regiment. Nonetheless, Kinjiro held them in little regard. Should he choose to, he could dispatch them in mere moments. Among these pirates, only your strength intrigues me, worthy of my serious effort. Why not face me as an opponent? If you prefer not to see the ship reduced to rubble, you might consider battling on another pirate vessel instead. Kinjiro turned his gaze towards Wang Ji, calmly stating. Wang Ji, wielding a long knife, regarded Kinjiro while stroking his lengthy black beard, inquiring, "Is your commander a user of a devil fruit?" Wang Ji did not launch an immediate attack, instead posing a question that even Kinjiro found perplexing. Benedict, is he a user of the devil fruit? He neither inquired nor provided an answer. I do not know. However, I am no match for him, Kinjiro calmly responded. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji narrowed his eyes slightly. Despite feeling perplexed and somewhat surprised that Kinjiro might be deceiving himself, he ultimately chose to believe him. After all, the strength required to become the commander of the Xuanwu Navy could not possibly be weak. It is only with such formidable power that a person like Kinjiro would willingly serve him. If you wish to challenge our commander, you must first defeat me. As for attacking our naval base, with your lot, you are insufficient. Kinjiro, perceiving Wang Ji's intentions to challenge their commander, lightly chuckled in warning. This was also a testament to Kinjiro's confidence. Wang Ji seemed to agree with Kinjiro's words, nodding his head while gripping his long blade tightly, grinning wickedly. In that case, let me see how you intend to leave alive from beneath my greatsword. The members of the Golden Tiger pirates dispersed, clearing the area. A fierce battle spirit flickered in Kinjiro's eyes. Until now, he had not yet fully unleashed his strength. Even his probing against Benedict had merely skimmed the surface. With a swift movement, Kinjiro's figure instantly appeared beside Wang Ji, delivering a powerful punch. Though Wang Ji was not particularly adept at speed, he grasped his long sword with no fear. The blade swung, summoning a tempest that collided with Kinjiro's fist. The tremendous force and shockwave caused the massive ship to tremble, forcing the surrounding members of the Golden Tiger pirates to retreat repeatedly. Not bad in strength, but compared to Whitebeard, you are still too weak. The exchange, albeit a mere tentative strike, provided Wang Ji with a clearer understanding of Kinjiro's combat prowess. He was indeed a formidable adversary. Kinjiro wasted no words. Big Dipper 100 cracks fist. With a singular breath, he unleashed over 100 punches, each one a manifestation of overwhelming power. Every strike crashed against the wind generated by Wang Ji's sword, and with the final blow from Kinjiro, Wang Ji was sent hurtling through the air. Unexpectedly resilient, his form collided with the mast, which cracked as he steadied himself. I underestimated you. I cannot afford to take you lightly, Wang Ji murmured, gaining a renewed appreciation for Kinjiro's strength. In the following moment, Wang Ji initiated the assault. As he sprinted swiftly while dragging his long sword, his aura began to shift dramatically. The closer he drew to Kinjiro, the more intense this aura became, inducing a sense of crisis within Kinjiro. If he did not guard himself adequately, he would surely be injured. Kinjiro did not charge forth, yet his tightly clenched fists, bulging muscles, and grave expression conveyed the gravity with which he regarded the situation. Flying Dragon Slash. As Wang Ji leapt toward Kinjiro, drawing his long blade in a high arc, He prepared to deliver a downward strike from above. I strike. Kinjiro bellowed, unleashing a torrent of fists with even greater speed and power toward the descending Wang Ji. Boom. The clash of their formidable forces erupted aboard the Golden Tiger pirate ship. The air within a radius of several hundred meters around their fierce confrontation seemed to freeze in time, heavy and oppressive, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Especially at their location, the nexus of their tumultuous energies appeared to warp the very fabric of space itself. Damn it. Kinjiro actually managed to get the jump on me and engage Wang Ji. Attracted by the commotion of their battle, Sakata Jintoki's envy surged as he beheld their fierce struggle. Likewise, Jintoki was soon sent flying. That silver-haired brat dares to distract himself while fighting me. Does he not fear the meaning of death? The silver axe, undeterred, charged forth, aiming a deadly blow at the still-recovering Jintoki. Get lost. Jintoki barely evaded the strike, feeling somewhat disheveled, yet he retaliated with fervor and tenacity, engaging in a fierce battle with the silver axe. Meanwhile, the ever-ambitious Buggy, the clown, who was still busy dispatching pirate underlings, felt a pang of envy and jealousy as he sensed the intensity of the battles on either side. However, he was relieved that he had not acted impulsively against them. Indeed, it dawned on him that focusing on eliminating these minor foes better showcased his strength. One day, I too shall attain great power. As fearsome as the three emperors, Buggy silently vowed to himself, turning his attention back to the task at hand, diligently leading the Black Turtle Navy in the slaughter of pirate lackeys. The battle between Sakata Jintoki and the Silver Axe raged on with great ferocity, as Jintoki, embracing the mindset of the White Yasha, exhibited an utterly insane level of combat prowess. However, seizing the Silver Axe is not a matter to be taken lightly. Particularly, the combat styles of the two individuals are exceedingly brutal. The pirate ship beneath their feet lies in ruins, largely due to the efforts of Sakata Jintoki. Although the Sword Fruit's powers have yet to awaken, Sakata Jintoki has already mastered a considerable array of abilities. Undoubtedly, Silver Axe has proven himself as a formidable member of the Rock's pirates, exhibiting immense strength. With a shield, an axe, and a proficient use of haki, he has successfully deflected numerous attacks. Their clash consists of relentless exchanges, primarily focused on destruction and inflicting trouble and pressure upon one another, accompanied by minor injuries. In contrast to the battle between Sakata Jintoki and Silver Axe, the confrontation between Kinjiro and Wang Ji is far more ferocious. A single punch or slash can effortlessly rend the pirate ship asunder, bringing misfortune upon other pirate crews, before their vessels could even be damaged by the Xuanwu Navy. They were already ravaged by Kinjiro and his companion. Consequently, the remaining pirates, whose ships remain intact, are compelled to fearfully distance themselves from the two. Kinjiro exhaled a breath of frustration. In this brief span of time, they had engaged in no fewer than 100 exchanges, the tremendous force and destructive power invigorating him. Such high-intensity combat stirred excitement within him, even as he remained composed. Simultaneously, Kinjiro gained a clear understanding of Wang Ji's formidable strength. Recognizing him as one of the core combatants aboard that ship, he had not anticipated encountering such an individual in the East Blue. Given your age, it is not inconceivable for you to elevate your strength to that of an admiral within a decade. Yet, encountering me today is indeed your misfortune. Should you choose to follow our captain, I might spare your life. Wang Ji laughed heartily at Kinjiro before launching another fierce assault. Undeterred, Kinjiro engaged in fierce combat with Wang Ji once more. In an instant, the sea surged with increasing ferocity. Benedict gazed intently at the fierce battle unfolding between Silver Axe and Sakata Jintoki, as well as Wang Ji and Kinjiro, a slight furrow forming on his brow. The sight of the ships being ravaged by their conflict caused his expression to darken once more. For the Xuanwu Navy, the scarcity of warships was a pressing concern. This became increasingly evident with the arrival of an ever-growing number of special forces. Thus, the pirate vessels before him were truly tempting. These individuals were utterly oblivious to the hardships of managing resources and the value of sustenance. Benedict gazed at the shattered vessels, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. With a sufficient number of ships, a greater force of the Jinbu Navy could venture forth. Having established the Jinbu Navy, the objective of overthrowing the celestial dragons and restoring this distorted world to its rightful path cannot be achieved by remaining in isolation. The four seas must be traversed. The new world must be explored, and the Grand Line must be navigated. I am Buggy, the illustrious king of clowns. Flames are ablaze, fierce winds assault, and the waves crash violently against the pirate ships, rendering them precariously unstable. Yet Buggy stands triumphantly atop the towering mast, exultantly cheering. To this day, dozens of pirates have met their demise at his hands. The Navy, which clamored to annihilate the Xuanwu Navy, has been thoroughly routed in disarray. Benedict clenched his fist. It was time for certain individuals to learn a lesson. With this thought, Benedict's figure appeared beside the jester Buggy. On the mast, Buggy, filled with excitement as he envisioned himself atop the world, basking in its wealth, suddenly felt a chilling presence sweep over him from behind. Instinctively, he clasped his hands, goosebumps racing across his skin. Ah, could it be that my dreams are unattainable? Is this a warning from the heavens? Buggy muttered to himself. Yet, before long, he burst into raucous laughter once more. I am the future king of the jesters, destined to command all the pirate treasures. No one could thwart my ambitions. His jubilant laughter dispelled the ominous premonition that had lingered in his heart, ushering in a radiant glow and filling Buggy with eager anticipation for the life that lay ahead. Pirate treasures? The king of jesters, Buggy? How grand! Benedict's ominous voice echoed behind Buggy, frightening him to the core, as the light he had just embraced was swiftly engulfed by darkness. When did you appear behind me? Buggy's tongue extended in surprise, and upon noticing this, Benedict immediately reached out. However, in a desperate bid for survival, Buggy swiftly evaded him. Buggy, you have destroyed 3 ships. I have come to realize that the re-education facility is quite suitable for you. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to spend some time there. Upon hearing this, Buggy turned and fled. Are you joking? Is that place even habitable? During his training, when the night was still, he had stealthily slipped into the re-education facility. Witnessing notorious pirates undergo brainwashing, transforming into fiercely righteous Marines, Buggy was utterly astonished. He continued to infiltrate and observe, and as he watched the indoctrination methods, he felt his very soul tremble. The thought of himself after such re-education filled Buggy with dread. Thinking of leaving? Ignoring my words, you still aspire to be a pirate. Do you truly believe that entering the Xuanwu Navy is so simple? In an instant, Benedict sprang into action, seizing Buggy with a swift grip and making a hasty retreat. The direction they took led towards the indoctrination facility. Filled with terror, Buggy exclaimed, Benedict, I was wrong. Marshal, I was mistaken. Spare me, I implore you. I refuse to go. You must be a devil. Benedict paid no heed to Buggy's defiance and pleas for mercy, swiftly escorting him towards the re-education facility. The errant nature of the clownish Buggy must be rectified without delay. Meanwhile, on another front, another figure resembling Benedict appeared on the battlefield between Sakata Jintoki and Jin's axe. After such an extended clash, no resolution had been reached, and countless vessels lay in ruin. Jintoki, your abilities are beginning to raise some doubts. Benedict jested at Sakata Jintoki, who retorted with a smirk, I wouldn't want this either, but that fellow named Silver Axe is remarkably resilient. Jintoki, feeling rather helpless, acknowledged that his opponent's shield was indeed formidable, complemented by an exceptionally powerful haki that effectively absorbed most of his assaults. Consequently, after such an intense exchange, the two were left with little more than mutual injuries, barely even reaching the point of serious wounds. Benedict chuckled lightly, realizing that Sakata Jintoki and Silver Axe were evenly matched. However, this also allowed Benedict to recognize Sakata Jintoki's prowess, which was not entirely unfavorable. While the two engaged in conversation, Silver Axe, feeling overlooked, grew increasingly irate. His irritation culminated in a decisive action. Grand Admiral of the Xuanwu Navy? Do you truly underestimate me? He declared coldly, his gaze fixed on Benedict as his Silver Axe descended menacingly. Observing this, Sakata Jintoki's lips curled into a slight smirk. Attempting to ambush our commander? Such audacity is indeed remarkable. Benedict turned his head, gazing at the person who had approached him with a cold detachment in his eyes. You wish to test my abilities? Then prepare for demise. A hand reached out. Bang! A powerful shockwave erupted between the two. Silver Axe's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. Benedict, astonishingly, managed to firmly grasp his hand amidst such a swift onslaught, showing no sign of retreat. What further intrigued Silver Axe was Benedict's demeanor, which was remarkably relaxed, as if this was merely a lightweight bat floating through the air. Is this all? Wangji remarked, barely compelled to take it seriously. Is it merely you? It was simply not enough to qualify. Though Benedict's stature may not rival that of Silver Axe, the haughty demeanor he exudes profoundly provokes Silver Axe. To be belittled, to be looked down upon by a mere child. Such thoughts ignite an overwhelming fury within Silver Axe. In an instant, he unleashes a formidable wrath and unparalleled strength, fiercely contending against Benedict, ultimately breaking free from his grasp. Benedict was somewhat taken aback. Could this fellow continue to unleash his fury? Damn the little rascal, you have thoroughly provoked my ire. I shall end your life. No one shall underestimate me. As he broke free from the confines of Benedict's grasp, the silver axe fell in tandem. With a dark crimson aura enveloping it, the axe descended, accompanied by a chilling terror and an eerie coldness. Benedict's eyes sparkled with an intriguing light, his heart filled with astonishment once more. It seemed this old fellow harbored hidden strength. Sakata Jintoki, witnessing such a scene, felt a weight of gravity settle upon him. If it were true that Silver Axe had fought him with such prowess moments ago, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. Boom. Before Silver Axe's attack could land upon Benedict, he realized he was being propelled further away from him. It was not until his body pierced through a pirate ship and plunged into the ocean that he comprehended the situation. In that fleeting moment, Benedict had delivered a kick that sent him flying. The speed was so extraordinary that he had scarcely registered it, and it was terrifying in its ferocity. Crack. Though surrounded by the vast sea, Silver Axe could still hear the sound of his silver armor, which had accompanied him through countless fierce battles, now steadily fracturing. With a violent pain erupting from his abdomen, he expelled a mouthful of old blood. Unbearably fragile. The voice of Benedict echoed in his ears. As the Silver Axe emerged from the depths of the sea, gazing at the feat that appeared before him, he was utterly astonished. How could anyone stand upon the surface of the water without sinking? Even the merfolk could not achieve such a feat. How is this possible? The Silver Axe looked up, beholding Benedict, who stood before him like a giant, and could not contain his exclamation of wonder. Benedict emerged from the water, grasping the Silver Axe, and remarked with a smile, "Nothing is impossible. Just because others cannot achieve it does not mean I cannot. Therefore, you are now apprehended." With that, Benedict swiftly departed. Clutching the Silver Axe, Sakata Jintoki gazed at the retreating figure of Benedict and remarked, "Commander, how many of you are there?" "Guess?" Benedict responded with a light chuckle. Jintoki, in turn, wore a look of exasperation. One Benedict had captured Buggy, another had seized the Silver Axe, and yet another had now appeared amidst the battlefield between Wang Ji and Kinjiro. Kinjiro stared at Benedict, a look of disbelief on his face, and said somewhat helplessly, "Commander, I can handle him." Just moments ago, while he was locked in a fierce battle with Wang Ji, Benedict had arrived, effortlessly separating the two with a single hand each. "I do not doubt your strength. However, if you continue to fight, the ship I have my eyes on will be destroyed." Benedict's countenance darkened as he expressed his dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Kinjiro instinctively glanced around, only to be met with the sight of pirate corpses and the remnants of shattered vessels. Upon reflection, they had undoubtedly ruined at least 6 ships. Wang was slightly breathless. The recent intense battle with Kinjiro had taken a significant toll on his stamina. He had underestimated Kinjiro's prowess. "You are indeed the Grand Marshal of the Xuanwu Navy, Benedict," Wang declared, brandishing his longsword and fixating his gaze on Benedict. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke in a grave tone. As Benedict engaged Wang Ji in conversation, he smiled and declared, "Indeed. I am the Grand Marshal of the Xuanwu Navy. Are you considering joining us?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ji's expression darkened, and his grip on the long knife tightened with increased intensity. "I am a pirate, one of the core forces of the Rocks Pirates," he retorted. "It appears you are rather reluctant to join the Xuanwu Navy." Observing the change in Wang Ji's demeanor, Benedict's expression turned icy. Simultaneously, a terrifying conqueror's haki enveloped the surroundings, causing all but Wang Ji and formidable experts like Yelvitsky to succumb to its overwhelming pressure. Wang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed the immense power of the conqueror's haki. It was no less formidable than that of Whitebeard, and indeed, comparable to Captain Rocks or Roger. However, this conqueror's haki had yet to reach its zenith. Such power could not be cultivated through mere training. It was an innate, rare form of haki, exclusive to those of royal lineage. "I shall show no mercy to pirates, especially those audacious enough to assault the Xuanwu Navy's base. Are you prepared to face your demise at my hands?" His calm tone sent a chill down the spine of the astonished Wang Ji, akin to being targeted by Rocks himself, as if death loomed just a heartbeat away. Wang Ji understood the terror of Rocks all too well. Having served as one of his crew members, aware that he could suppress the likes of Whitebeard, Kaido, Baroque Works, and the Golden Lion. In that moment, Wang Ji felt as though he was confronting Rocks directly. Kinjiro, witnessing the aura emanating from Benedict, was equally astonished. It was the first time he had encountered such overwhelming might. Despite their previous sparring match, in which he believed he had compelled Benedict to unleash at least 80% of his power, He had not witnessed such a formidable display of conqueror's hockey. In its presence, his own armament hockey seemed pitifully weak. Humph. Wang Zhi refused to yield before Benedict, sweeping his long knife with defiance. I care not who you are. Those who stand in my way shall perish. With Wang Zhi's capitulation as the self-proclaimed leader of the hastily assembled pirate alliance, the world government's scheme met with utter failure. For the Xuanwu Navy, aside from some casualties among their special forces, the outcome was considerably favorable. They seized 6 relatively intact pirate ships, while the damaged vessels were collected for disassembly and reconstruction. Moreover, for the Xuanwu Navy, the most significant gain is the addition of Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and He. Wang Zhi, boasting combat capabilities nearing that of a general, can be considered a candidate. This revelation comes as a surprise to Benedict, yet upon reflection, the experience acquired aboard that pirate ship is beyond what Kinjiro could ever compare to. Furthermore, Wang Zhi possesses some unique combat techniques, rendering his demonstration of general-level prowess rather unremarkable. Silver Axe, with the strength of a rear admiral, was released from Azkaban due to Wang Zhi's allegiance. Upon his release, Silver Axe appeared despondent, harboring a lingering fear of Azkaban. The ghastly entities within could siphon joy from others, engulfing them in terror and negativity, making it even more dreadful than the Navy's underwater prison. He, also of rear admiral caliber, found it hard to voice any dissent with Wang Zhi's submission. The consequences of resistance were unimaginable. With the addition of these 3 formidable forces, the combat capabilities of the Xuanwu Navy's upper echelon have effectively doubled. Additionally, the failure of the Jinhu pirates, leading a coalition of over 10 pirate crews to assault the Xuanwu Navy, has spread throughout the East China Sea, even reaching distant lands in shock. After all, the entry of numerous pirate crews into the East China Sea and their alliance to attack the Xuanwu Navy is no longer a secret. In fact, during the pirate coalition's assault, various news outlets and factions broadcasted the events live, providing a clearer understanding of the Xuanwu Navy's strength. The Xuanwu Navy, proficient in the 6 forms of the Navy, is a standard for every soldier within its ranks. To put it plainly, each of them possesses combat capabilities that rival those of a lieutenant. A legion structured around the strength of lieutenants would undoubtedly be formidable, surpassing the ordinary pirates. Consequently, the outcome is that, apart from a few pirate leaders, the majority of pirates who clashed with the Xuanwu Navy were swiftly slaughtered. Even certain pirate leaders, despite possessing devil fruit powers, found themselves mercilessly overwhelmed by the many proficient in the Navy's 6 forms, and some who even wielded hockey. The evident result is that only individuals like He could inflict any harm upon the Xuanwu Navy. Yet, they were still targeted by the Navy's elite, leaving them with no opportunity to strike. Particularly, a force like Wang Zhi was restrained by Kinjiro, unable to kill or defeat him. In the end, before Benedict, he could not withstand a single blow and was utterly defeated. The implication is clear. Has he joined the Xuanwu Navy? In an instant, the Xuanwu Navy has become a topic of discussion among the powerful in the East China Sea and beyond, having suffered a defeat so thorough and unexpected. Bastian turned off the recording, his gaze still brimming with astonishment as he spoke. The alliance led by the Golden Tiger Pirates undoubtedly stands as the supreme authority in the East Sea. In terms of strength and numbers, they could carve out a formidable presence even in the Grand Line. Even the might of the Whitebeard Pirates, among others, would incur considerable costs without the involvement of Whitebeard himself. Conversely, the Xuanwu Navy has suffered negligible losses. Most crucially, it appears that the Golden Tiger Pirates and the Warrior Pirates have been subdued. Weasel fell into a contemplative silence. Mobilizing the entire combat strength of the East Sea Navy against the onslaught of the Golden Tiger-led pirate alliance would undoubtedly result in catastrophic losses. It is essential to note that Wang Zhi possesses strength close to that of an admiral. He is the highest combat force in the East Sea, serving as a vice admiral, temporarily reassigned to oversee matters due to the execution of Roger. After stabilizing the East Sea, he would be returned to headquarters. The situation now is utterly dire. Benedict's exact strength is unknown, but his ability to defeat Wang Zhi with a single blow indicates he has undoubtedly reached the level of an admiral. Kinjiro is estimated to possess admiral-level combat prowess, excelling in armament hockey and physical combat. Sakata Jintoki, based on our observations, is suspected to be a user of the sword fruit and is a master of armament hockey. A formidable swordsman, Buggy the Clown, a former crew member of the Roger Pirates, has inexplicably joined the Xuanwu Navy after the dissolution of the Roger Pirates. From the battles at that time, he is expected to have the strength of a colonel. Furthermore, according to intelligence gathered on site, Wang Zhi has escaped our control and joined the Xuanwu Navy, along with Silver Axe, He, and their pirate crew. They possess the combat strength of 3 admirals and 3 vice admirals, making them a formidable force that rivals the Yonko. The entire Xuanwu Navy know. This is an ambitious pirate organization that rivals even the Rocks pirates. A figure clad in black, wearing sunglasses and holding a document, entered and spoke to Weasel in a low voice. I propose that you must devise a strategy to ensure that this pirate crew does not continue to grow in power. Otherwise, should the higher-ups hold you accountable, you will be unable to bear the consequences. Upon the departure of the figure clad in black, his gaze swept over the Weasel and Bastiu before he turned away. Watching the retreating figure, Weasel's expression darkened. CP9. A clandestine intelligence agency operating under the aegis of the world government concealed themselves across the globe, engaging in numerous unsavory deeds. Not only that, but they also meddled in the operations of the Navy, which, bound by the constraints of the world government's influence, found itself compelled to act. The individual before them was one of the CP9 members traversing the East Sea. In fact, the recent maneuvers of the Pirate Alliance were orchestrated with their involvement. Those bastards! Bastiu exclaimed in anger after the black-clad figure had departed. It was infuriating to realize that, even with the formidable strength of the Xuanwu Navy, they had been relegated to a position where they were countered by those lacking even the power of admirals. Had it not been for their interference, how could the Xuanwu Navy have been bolstered by 3 powerful combatants? Upon hearing Bastiu's words, Weasel wore a bitter smile. Truth be told, when he learned of the impending assault on the Xuanwu Navy by the likes of the Jinhu pirate crew and other members of the Pirate Alliance, he too had felt the urge to act, contemplating whether to dispatch the Navy for a strategic ambush. However, he ultimately deemed such thoughts dishonorable and suppressed his impulse, merely consolidating their forces. Thus, he inadvertently provided the Pirate Alliance an opportunity to act with impunity. Little did he anticipate that the Xuanwu Navy would prove so formidable. Now, they had sustained minimal losses and, paradoxically, emerged even stronger. It was time to report this matter. It had escalated beyond their capacity to manage. Weasel bore the weight of immense pressure, and at this juncture, all he could do was escalate the issue to higher authorities, awaiting their directive. At the Navy headquarters, the prominent figures gathered in the largest conference room included Admiral Sengoku, who transitioned from his admiral role to chief instructor, Vice Admiral Garp, and Rear Admirals Akiji, Akainu, Kadu, and others known within the Navy. Also present were numerous rear admirals, vice admirals, and staff members who remained at the headquarters. At the head of the assembly sat Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. The congregation of all these individuals was precipitated by a singular concern, the Xuanwu Navy. The Navy headquarters had been vigilant regarding the Pirate Alliance's assault on the Xuanwu Navy. Following the actions of Kenjiro, Sakata Jintoki, and Benedict, it became imperative for them to take the situation seriously. Moreover, alarming reports had surfaced indicating that the formidable talents Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and Yaluski had been subdued by the Xuanwu Navy, thereby doubling their overall strength, which only added to the astonishment. Consequently, the world government issued directives that compelled Steelbone Kong to convene this meeting. As an advisor, Crane gestured for those present to settle down. Suddenly, a document was distributed to everyone present. As they perused the detailed intelligence within, an uneasy silence enveloped the room. Although they had some prior understanding of the Xuanwu Navy, the latest information laid before them was nothing short of astonishing. The combat capability possessed by the Xuanwu Navy now rivaled that of any naval division. Even if it fell short of the 3 emperors, it could still be considered the most formidable force beneath them. What could this mean? Why did the sailors of the Xuanwu Navy master the 6 forms of the Navy? Akainu slammed his fist onto the table, eyes wide with disbelief as he scrutinized the intelligence report, exclaiming, "How can it be that every one of the 1,000-strong Xuanwu Navy is proficient in the 6 forms of the Navy? Who can explain this situation to me?" The 6 forms of the Navy were unique techniques exclusive to the world government and the Navy headquarters. Now, it seemed as though these techniques belonged to others. At that moment, Akainu, still youthful, was well aware of the 6 forms due to his training under Zifa. Yet, even he had not fully mastered them to this day, leaving him both envious and shocked. Others in the room shared his astonishment. Indeed, how could these individuals all be adept at the 6 forms? Wasn't this a capability that belonged to our Navy? Such a number of proficient sailors was beyond what ordinary forces could compare to. Suspected to possess 2 admirals and 3 brigadier generals, the high-level combatants exhibited a general strength equivalent to that of majors. This was already elite within our Navy. The sudden emergence of the Xuanwu Navy on the seas, and their activities over the past 2 months, had primarily involved the extermination of pirates. Could this be a secret force cultivated by our headquarters? If so, I would request 100 such naval warriors. If I had a fleet like that, I would surely sweep away the pirates of the New World. It was truly unbelievable. The cacophony reverberated throughout the conference hall, while Sengoku and Zifa bore grave expressions. Their brows furrowed in concern. Zifa, are these individuals not trained by you? Sengoku inquired, glancing at Zifa. Those nearby, hearing the question, instinctively turned their gazes toward Zifa. Although Zifa held the rank of admiral, he often assumed the responsibility of training new recruits. Thus, many present were indeed students he had trained. Any sailor who graduated from Zifa's training was expected to master at least 2 of the 6 forms. Not at all. Zifa replied, his expression dark, his tone flat. After a brief pause, he continued, such a vast number, had I trained them, it would have undoubtedly been a source of pride. What a pity. Upon hearing Zephyr's refusal, the warlord of the Buddha fell into silence. If these capabilities were not honed by Master Zephyr, then who within the Navy headquarters possessed such prowess to train so many warriors in the 6 powers of the Navy? Akiji pondered aloud. No one responded to his inquiry. At present, the only individual with such abilities was undoubtedly Zephyr. As for others, they might possess only a fraction of that skill. Garp, oblivious to their conversation, remained fixated on the intelligence dossier concerning Benedict. Although he had encountered the reports from the Xuanwu Navy multiple times and had some awareness of Benedict's existence, he had even clashed with him. Though it was merely a spar, the displayed strength suggested that Benedict was already on par with a rear admiral in terms of capability. Yet now, he exhibited a power akin to that of an admiral, having effortlessly sent Wang Ji, who could unleash admiral-level strength, flying with a single punch. This was undoubtedly the might of an admiral. This young lad harbored such hidden strength. Sitting at the head of the table, Steel Bone Kong observed that everyone had reviewed and discussed the matter before he spoke. This is the purpose of the meeting. Do you have any thoughts on this issue? Steel Bone Kong's words hung in the air, but as they settled, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. What thoughts? Judged from the standpoint of justice, the Xuanwu Navy's efforts to eradicate pirates and uphold local peace is commendable. After all, following Roger's proclamation, the era of great pirates commenced, flooding the seas with countless pirates who wrought slaughter and warfare. The Xuanwu Navy, in many respects, shared a similar nature. For the Navy headquarters to deploy forces against an organization that upholds justice and protects local tranquility would undoubtedly pose a conundrum. Although hunting pirates and safeguarding regional peace aligns with justice, the innate nature of pirates is difficult to alter. Once a pirate, always a pirate. The Xuanwu Navy's recruitment of pirates for service only exposes its true nature. It is, in essence, a band of pirates cloaked in the guise of the Navy. I propose that we mobilize the Navy's forces to eradicate the Xuanwu Navy entirely, thus eliminating future threats. Akainu's gaze swept over the assembly, seeing no one else speak. A surge of indignation welled within him, fueled by his self-righteous belief in justice, which bred an aversion to the Xuanwu Navy's actions. Many cast instinctive glances towards Akainu. His fierce disdain for evil evoked reflections on the harsh realities of society. The current scale of the Xuanwu Navy is not comprised of defenseless civilians, but rather a formidable military organization. To confront such an entity would undoubtedly result in substantial losses. After all, the seas are rife with pirates, and the complexities of various factions abound. If the naval headquarters dares to mobilize a significant force to eradicate the Xuanwu Navy, then on the other side, pirate ships will inevitably launch surprise attacks on the naval headquarters, seizing the opportunity to encircle and plunder with ruthless intent. One misstep could trigger a cascade of repercussions. I propose we adopt a stance of cautious observation and wait to see how events unfold. Zephyr mused after a moment of contemplation. If feasible, we might consider establishing contact with the Xuanwu Navy. Sengoku, the Buddha, concurred in the pursuit of justice. Integrating the Xuanwu Navy into the naval headquarters could potentially dissolve some of the complications we face. Carp cast a sidelong glance at Sengoku and chuckled. Steelbone Kong then turned to Carp and inquired, Carp, do you have any thoughts on this matter? To which Carp casually replied, I have no particular thoughts. Merely find this idea rather improbable. The advisor Crane, standing nearby, voiced her agreement. It is worth a try, at the very least. We could ascertain the stance of the Xuanwu Navy. Steelbone Kong pondered for a moment and declared, let Carp handle this matter. Upon hearing this, Carp grew displeased and retorted, I'd rather remain here, enjoying my sunbae and sipping tea. This is an order you cannot refuse. Steel Bone Kong's demeanor was resolute. Leaving Carp no room for dissent, we depart now. I require satisfactory results in the shortest possible time. At the Xuanwu Navy base, Azkaban, Benedict gazed at Buzz, whose eyes were devoid of life, tormented by the Dementors. Joy and hope had vanished from him, and he instinctively touched his nose. The Dementors in reality were far more terrifying than those depicted in novels. These creatures were insatiably greedy, as though they appeared at mealtime, regularly emerging to siphon the essence from their captives. The most disheartening aspect was that the prisoners could do little to fend off these wretched beings. Yet, Benedict could hardly fault them. Their loyalty was unwavering. Buzz, how did you acquire your fruit abilities? Benedict gazed at Buzz and inquired. Buzz, with a vacant expression, turned to meet Benedict's gaze. In an instant, a transformation swept across Buzz's countenance. At times, it twisted into a grotesque snarl. At others, it manifested as sheer terror, only to be replaced by an overwhelming sense of anticipation, followed by bouts of uproarious laughter. Had he truly fractured into a multitude of personalities? Benedict gazed at Buzz, momentarily rendered speechless. Benedict stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed through the cell, and a flicker of clarity emerged in Buzz's eyes. Please, just kill me. I cannot bear to remain here, not for a single moment. This place is hell, inhabited by demons. I wish to no longer exist. Buzz resembled a terrified coward, his face a grotesque mask of tears and snot, utterly debased. This pain is unbearable. Tell me, how did you acquire your fruit abilities? During the past few days, Benedict had been preoccupied with various matters, while also seeking to extract information from Buzz. Thus, he had confined Buzz in Azkaban for several days, hoping to glean insights regarding the fruit abilities. However, what Benedict did not anticipate was that Buzz had become somewhat fragmented under the care of the Dementors. I don't know how we ended up there. During our adventure, we stumbled into a tempestuous sea, and the storm obliterated our vessel and crew. When I regained consciousness, I found myself on an island, realizing that 10 days had passed since our calamity. My body felt as if it had been altered. I was extremely uncomfortable, weighed down as if by illness. I initially dismissed it as a fever. After a night's rest, I awoke to discover that I possessed fruit abilities. That is all I know. Beyond this, I truly have no more information. Please, let me die. I cannot endure this imprisonment. Buzz, filled with terror, divulged everything in a torrent, succumbing to the pressure of Benedict's inquiry. Upon hearing Buzz's response, Benedict felt a profound dissatisfaction. He had already inquired and discovered that Magellan, the towering figure, was not currently guarding the underwater prison. Instead, he was managing a naval base in the New World, holding the rank of Rear Admiral and possessing the toxic fruit ability. Given the premise that this world cannot harbor two identical devil fruit powers, Benedict was irresistibly intrigued by the fruit ability possessed by Buzz. Could it be that, even at this juncture, someone was surreptitiously investigating the creation of artificial devil fruits? Benedict pondered for a moment, gazing at the pleading Buzz, and inquired, "Do you bear any marks of modification?" "No. I once harbored doubts about myself, but I had someone examine me, and there are no signs of surgical alterations. It is as if I suddenly possessed the powers of a fruit." Listening to Buzz's response, Benedict furrowed his brow once more. Could it be an innate ability? "What special race do you belong to?" he persistently questioned. "No, I am merely an ordinary human," Buzz replied. Taking stock of Buzz, Benedict noted that aside from his considerable height, there was truly little to distinguish him from an average human. Thus, it seemed he was not of any extraordinary lineage, nor did he possess any exceptional talents. Benedict harbored a belief that Buzz would not resort to deceit regarding these matters. Yet this conviction left him in a quandary. Without the answers he sought, Buzz became of little use to him. Thus, he faced the dilemma of whether to allow Buzz to remain in Azkaban or to transfer him to the Reformation facility. After all, Buzz possessed considerable strength. With a plethora of enhancement stones at his disposal, he could further augment his physical abilities and prowess. Lost in contemplation, Benedict stepped out of the cell. As he turned to depart, Buzz, filled with dread, urgently implored, "Kill me, kill me. I cannot bear to be confined here." Benedict paused for a moment before departing without the slightest hesitation. "Buzz, the bloodshed he orchestrated is far too great. Years ago, there was an island inhabited by tens of thousands, all of whom perished at the hands of his lethal poison and toxic gas. Such a man, even if reformed and integrated into the Black Turtle Navy, would remain a blemish upon its honor." He left Azkaban and returned to his office. "What are they all doing here?" Benedict gazed curiously at Kinjiro, Sakata Jintoki, Wang Ji, and the others seated nearby, and inquired with a playful smile, "Marshal, what do you make of this?" Wang Ji handed a newspaper to Benedict, his expression grave as he spoke. Benedict, filled with perplexity, took the newspaper and began to read. Moments later, his expression turned to one of astonishment. The notorious pirate, Shi.He the Golden Lion, had escaped from prison, becoming the first pirate in history to successfully break free from impelled down, aided by members of the flying pirate crew. However, what truly astounded Benedict was the timing of Shi.He's escape and his current condition, which deviated from his expectations. Shi.He's breakout occurred sooner than anticipated. In the original narrative, he escaped 2 years after the execution of Pirate King Roger. But now, it was merely 2 months following that fateful day. Was impelled down negligent? Or was it simply too weak? Remarkably, Shi.He emerged from impelled down unscathed, his legs intact, along with a multitude of other notorious criminals, including several legendary pirates. The sheer terror of a fully capable Shi.He is beyond imagination. Furthermore, this implies that he would not need to lie low for an extended period as depicted in the original tale before making his resurgence. In the original storyline, Shi.He commenced his campaign to conquer the pirate world from the East Blue. Thus, in the foreseeable future, the Xuanwu Navy could very well become a target of Shi.He's wrath. After all, his disdain for the Navy, exacerbated by a series of events, has reached a boiling point. Benedict spoke with a calm demeanor. What a monumental event this is. The seas must be bustling with activity now. However, it is truly impressive that the Golden Lion caused such an uproar at the Navy headquarters for Roger's sake. Even after being captured, he managed to escape safely and issued a stern warning to the Navy. Wang Ji, upon hearing this, replied with a grave expression, "The Golden Lion is indeed a troublesome individual. At times, he is even more vicious than Kaido. Yet, it cannot be denied that he possesses a remarkable temperament. However, this recent escape seems rather suspicious, as if someone aided him in his flight. It is worth noting that this is the infamous Impelled Down, renowned as the most impenetrable underwater prison." Benedict fell into a brief silence, then sighed. Acknowledging the unwelcome reality he must confront sooner than anticipated, trouble loomed on the horizon. The flying pirate crew, led by the Golden Lion, had not fractured as depicted in the original narrative. Instead, following his daring escape, retribution would soon be upon them. The East Sea would undoubtedly be his primary target. The incident of the Golden Lion's breakout had left a significant impact on Benedict, stirring a mix of trepidation and anticipation for the unfolding events. After all, he now held the esteemed title of Admiral of the Xuanwu Navy, a true embodiment of justice. Elite forces from all corners would converge, alleviating concerns for the lower-ranked officers and sailors. Thus, it became imperative for the Xuanwu Navy to bolster its high-ranking combat capabilities, for often the difference of a single individual could prove pivotal. Contemplating this, Benedict recalled the rewards he had received from his recent mission. He had acquired 50 enhancement stones for troops, along with a complete set of destruction equipment. While he could utilize the set himself, he deemed it more suitable for Kinjiro, the skilled martial artist, with his own strength. He found it unnecessary. Initially, he had received 10 enhancement stones, using 5 to elevate Kinjiro to an S-rank status after summoning him, leaving him with 35 stones. Although this seemed ample, it would prove insufficient when the time came to deploy them. After a moment of reflection, Benedict glanced at his information interface. Special Forces Summoning System Host. Benedict Age. 18 Identity. Admiral of the Xuanwu Navy Abilities. Indomitable Physique. Shadow Clone Technique. Talent Enhancement. Mastery of the 6 styles of the Navy. Level 1 Armament Hockey. Level 1 Observation Hockey. Level 3 Conqueror S Hockey. Mastery of the 8 Gates. Justice Points. 3,500 upon seeing the justice points. Benedict felt a twinge of confusion regarding their purpose. The system indicated his accumulated points from completed missions and the eradication of pirates by the Xuanwu Navy. However, within the entirety of the system interface, there was no section to utilize these justice points, and the system offered no clarification in response to his inquiries. Benedict retracted his excessive thoughts and inwardly intoned, "System, enhance the armament hockey." Ding. 10 reinforcement stones were consumed, elevating the armament hockey to level 2. A surge of energy coursed through his body, and fleeting shadows of darkness flickered across his skin. Benedict's mind stirred, and he felt his right arm enveloped in a shroud of black hockey. The force was formidable. What if he were to elevate this hockey to its pinnacle? As he sensed the surging power coursing through his arm, he murmured, "System, enhance my hockey." A chime echoed, indicating the consumption of 20 enhancement stones, elevating his Haki to level 3. The sudden surge of strength from the 30 stones he had expended ignited a fervent desire within Benedict to fight to the bitter end. However, contemplating the mere 5 enhancement stones remaining in his repository, he couldn't help but lament, it is still too few. Furthermore, he pondered the inadequacy of their upper echelon combat strength. General, have you summoned us? Sakata Jintoki and Kinjiro knocked and entered the office, approaching Benedict. Benedict gazed at the two individuals with a smile, and from a meticulously prepared box, he retrieved a pair of gauntlets imbued with extraordinary abilities, presenting them to Kinjiro. These are a pair of gloves with remarkable powers. I hope you will wield them wisely. Kinjiro accepted the gauntlets, his expression remarkably composed. In his view, gauntlets held no particular significance. A mere strip of cloth wrapped around one's hand would suffice. The notion that these gauntlets possessed any unique capabilities seemed utterly far-fetched. Were it not for the fact that the person before him was his commander, Kinjiro would not have even considered taking them. When utilized for an assault, these gauntlets could enhance the frequency of successive strikes within 3 minutes, triggering a 3-fold, 5-fold, or even 10-fold increase in critical strike power, while astonishingly bypassing defenses. This is particularly suited for you. Benedict observed the lack of response from Kinjiro and promptly offered an explanation. After all, as a marshal, it was only fitting to reward his loyal subordinates, yet the absence of a corresponding reaction left him feeling somewhat slighted. Listening to Benedict's words, Sakata Jintoki's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he regarded his fists. Kinjiro, if you are disinterested, you may bestow it upon me. Though I wield a sword, I would not hesitate to engage in a fist fight should the opportunity arise. Kinjiro cast a sidelong glance at Sakata Jintoki. His previously calm demeanor betrayed a flicker of excitement. Subsequently, under the scrutinizing gazes of Benedict and Sakata Jintoki, he donned the destruction gauntlets. As he tightened his grip upon the gauntlets, a surge of power coursed through him, igniting an insatiable desire for combat. Instinctively, Kinjiro turned to Sakata Jintoki, his eyes ablaze with fervor, declaring, Jintoki, let us spar. Sakata Jintoki raised an eyebrow, fixated intently on Kinjiro. In the next moment, he feigned ignorance, digging at his ear and exclaiming, oh dear, what was I here for again? It has suddenly slipped my mind. I must take my leave, Marshal. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already turned to depart. Whoosh. Just as Sakata Jintoki took a step forward, Kinjiro's fist surged forth. Jintoki swiftly evaded. Yet the force of Kinjiro's strike sent a gust of wind that tousled his hair. If you wish to spar, let us find another venue. This is my office, he remarked. Benedict's hand rested lightly upon Sakata Jintoki's shoulder as he smiled warmly. Jintoki initially intended to express his disinterest in sparring with this battle enthusiast. However, a slight tremor coursed through his body as he gazed at Benedict, his eyes betraying a sense of astonishment. In the next moment, a smile blossomed on Jintoki's face as he turned to Kinjiro, confidently proclaiming, if you wish to spar, then let us do so. I know a place that is perfect for unleashing our full potential. With that, Jintoki took the lead and departed. Kinjiro's gaze swept over Benedict. Sensing that something had transpired with Jintoki, and it seemed to be intertwined with Benedict's presence, Benedict observed the departing Kinjiro and Sakata Jintoki, stroking his chin, filled with anticipation for their forthcoming performance. Before long, he followed the duo to a small island not far from the Xuanwu naval base. This desolate isle was barren save for rocks, devoid of any other features. The battle between Kinjiro and Sakata Jintoki commenced swiftly. Kinjiro, wielding the devastating gauntlet of destruction, was eager to test its unique powers. Thus, his initial strike was accompanied by the fervent battle cry of Ada and a barrage of frenzied attacks. Shocked yet exhilarated, Sakata Jintoki adeptly maneuvered amidst the onslaught of fist imprints that surged towards him, embodying an earth-shattering momentum. On the deck of the warship, Benedict nodded in satisfaction as he observed the intensity of their clash. With the enhancement of his innate abilities, Sakata Jintoki's strength surged, instilling him with confidence and the potential to challenge an admiral's power within a short span. Benedict firmly believed that before the flying pirate crew, led by the Golden Lion, appeared over the Xuanwu Navy, Sakata Jintoki would ascend to become the third admiral of the Xuanwu Navy. Meanwhile, Kinjiro, with the Gauntlet of Destruction, could stand undefeated against seasoned admirals, perhaps even vanquishing them. Damn it! Who did this? Cursed pirates, should I ever lay eyes on you, I will ensure your demise in the most excruciating manner. Vastia clenched his Shark Slayer sword, veins bulging, his face flushed with fury. Before them lay a village, a scene of carnage and pillage, with lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. reeking of blood, a village that fell within his patrol area, one of 5 such villages on the island. However, as he led the Navy to eradicate any pirates that might still linger, he discovered that they had arrived too late. This island had been thoroughly slaughtered an hour prior to their arrival. With no knowledge of where the assailants had fled, pursuit was futile. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Bash's overwhelming rage had no outlet, leading him to roar in frustration. After some time, he finally calmed himself and ordered, "Everyone, mobilize and bury the dead." As the naval soldiers sprang into action, a cloud of gloom enveloped Bashu as he retrieved a transponder snail to inform the Weasel of the events that had transpired. Upon receiving the news, Weasel was equally taken aback and filled with indignation. Bang! Those wretched pirates! Do they truly believe our navy is but a mere ornament? The flying squirrel is acutely aware that the allure of the ocean's treasures is unparalleled for many. The navy may have vanquished a contingent of pirates. Yet another wave of marauders is destined to rise. This time, their consolidation of forces has rendered them the subject of ridicule among these pirates, leading to untold bloodshed. "Commander, we have made a discovery," reported an officer. "At a battlefield site, we have encountered soldiers suspected to be clad in the garb of the Xuanwu Navy." Upon investigation, it was noted that just as Bashu was relaying intelligence to the flying squirrel, a Navy sergeant rushed forward, urgently announcing the findings. Bashu and the flying squirrel, on the other end of the communication, were both taken aback by this revelation. They shared a singular thought: if this information proved accurate. "Where?" Bashu swiftly composed himself, inquiring earnestly. The sergeant, visibly anxious, replied, "Over there. According to our reconnaissance, a troop is engaged in fierce combat with the forces on the island, suspected to be rebellious Xuanwu Navy soldiers. You must deliberate carefully." The voice of the flying squirrel echoed through the transponder, grave and earnest. The sergeant, upon hearing this, stood at attention and declared, "Absolutely true." Bashu snorted coldly, commanding, "Lead the way." "Yes, Commander," responded the sergeant, hastily moving ahead to guide them. "This matter demands utmost caution and thorough investigation," the flying squirrel's voice cautioned Bashu through the transponder. "Ensure the scene is documented." "I understand." Bashu quickened his pace. Simultaneously, on the opposite end of the island, Bashu's forces had yet to scour certain areas, while Buggy led the clown pirates ashore, treasure in hand. Should they fail to unearth additional riches, he intended to lavishly procure food and drink with the gold and silver they had found. "Ha ha ha, my little ones. Put in some effort. If we find the treasure, we shall feast and revel." Buggy floated above, clutching a treasure map, his excitement palpable as he gazed upon the verdant island before him. Days prior, on a small isle, he had fortuitously acquired 2 treasure maps from a wandering poet. He had already explored one of the locations indicated on a map, which indeed yielded treasures worth an estimated 10 million berries, filling Buggy with exuberance. The pursuit of treasure, despite the teachings he had received at the Enlightenment base, remained an unwavering aspiration of his. Thus, emboldened by his initial success, he had recklessly journeyed to the second island marked on the treasure map. Buggy was firmly convinced that the second map was genuine as well. Consequently, aside from a few left behind to guard the ship, he led his crew onto the island, delving deeper into its interior. "Treasure, oh treasure, my treasure awaits. Here I come. Ha ha ha. I truly am the luckiest person. I wonder how much treasure lies within this treasure map. It is utterly exhilarating. Everyone hurry. Let us discover the treasure and procure an abundance of food and wine. We shall celebrate extravagantly for 3 days and nights." As Buggy enthusiastically muttered to himself, his voice grew considerably louder in his excitement. He, soaring ahead, remained oblivious to the fact that as he traversed through a thicket, the footsteps of the Black Tortoise Navy soldiers trailing behind him gradually slowed, while he pressed onward. The elite soldiers, summoned for this mission, possessed exceptional military prowess. Upon witnessing the disheveled and lifeless bodies of the villagers sprawled on the ground, their expressions turned grave. Meanwhile, the other soldiers, despite Buggy's exuberant demeanor, did not display any significant reaction. This was Buggy, their somewhat neurotic commander. They instinctively spread out, searching for signs in the surroundings. "Commander," a deep voice shattered Buggy's fantasies. This incited his anger, yet just as he was about to erupt in fury, he suddenly became aware of the hellish scene around him. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the sight of the brutally slain men, women, and children, alongside the dilapidated structures and pools of blood, left him in shock. What on earth was happening here? Who was responsible for this? Buggy's astonishment was palpable, tinged with a hint of terror as he posed a series of questions. A Navy sergeant glanced toward a corner where several corpses lay, clad in the uniforms of the Black Tortoise Navy. More crucially, he could distinctly sense that these individuals were indeed soldiers of the Black Tortoise Navy, prompting him to solemnly declare, "Commander, we are in trouble." "What trouble? Is it pirates?" "No matter their numbers, we will capture them," Buggy replied, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, babbling without a full comprehension of the dire circumstances. The sergeant's expression shifted slightly at his words. However, Buggy remained his superior. Just as the sergeant was about to explain, his demeanor changed once more, and he quickly assumed a defensive posture. He observed the other soldiers, their faces tense as they readied themselves for combat. "Is it you? The cursed Black Tortoise Navy. Buggy the Clown, ha. A dog cannot change its nature." "Indeed, it is you. Even after joining the Black Tortoise Navy and donning the mantle of justice, one cannot alter the essence of being a pirate. Today, the Navy of the headquarters shall avenge the innocent villagers by slaying you." Bastille, leading the soldiers from the East Sea Navy base, emerged from the surroundings, weapons drawn, swiftly encircling Buggy and his companions. At this moment, upon sighting Buggy the Clown and the soldiers of the Black Tortoise Navy, Bastille prepared for confrontation. Upon witnessing the glimmering treasures and the lifeless bodies of the Black Tortoise Navy, slain by the villagers, a resolute determination surged within. This island's inhabitants had indeed fallen victim to the merciless onslaught led by the Clown Buggy. Kill. Fire. The battle was imminent, and before Buggy could fully comprehend the situation, he narrowly escaped being cleaved in two by Bastille's blade. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he managed to split himself, evading disaster. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Black Tortoise Navy engaged fiercely with those from the Navy headquarters. "Damn it! You nearly ended my life." Buggy, having evaded peril, regained his composure and brandished his dagger, entangled in combat with Bastille. "Curse Bastille! Curse Navy! Though I once roamed the seas as a pirate, I am now a member of the Black Tortoise Navy. How could I stoop to such acts? This infuriates me. When next we meet, I shall ensure your demise." Aboard the military vessel of the Black Tortoise Navy, Buggy found himself in a rather disheveled state. His encounter with Bastille had proven disastrous. A wound on his back, inflicted by Bastille's blade, now necessitated bandaging. Each expletive he uttered tugged at his nerves, compelling him to grimace in pain. How excruciating. Furthermore, due to the sheer number of Bastille's men, many armed with firearms, Buggy's crew suffered considerable losses. These individuals were once his trusted subordinates, nurtured as elite forces, and the current casualties weighed heavily on Buggy's heart. Thus, upon departing the island, he vented his frustrations vocally during the journey. The clash with Bastille could only be described as mutually destructive, ultimately forcing both parties to withdraw and create distance from one another. In the office of the Marshal, Benedict stood by the window, gazing at the newspaper with a somber expression. At that moment, across the East Sea, papers were being dispatched, one of which found its way into Benedict's hands. The pirate's true nature was laid bare. The Xuanwu Navy had ruthlessly slaughtered the villagers of Luluo Island. This was a particularly striking report, accompanied by vivid images of a fierce battle between the Xuanwu Navy led by Buggy and the Navy commanded by Bastille. The article vehemently denounced the hypocrisy of the Xuanwu Navy, explicitly branding their base as a pirate crew disguised in sheep's clothing, gathering the most brutal of pirates in a bid for dominance over the East Sea. Furthermore, Buggy was depicted as a war criminal, guilty of every conceivable atrocity, burning, killing, and pillaging. "Buggy, how are you feeling at this moment?" At that instant, observing the irate Buggy as he passed by, Benedict swiftly appeared before him, towering over him as he spoke. The chilling and grim tone of Benedict's voice sent a shiver down Buggy's spine, rendering him visibly shaken and humble. No. It's just that it hurts." Buggy stammered, his anxiety causing him to lose his train of thought. Witnessing Buggy in such a state, particularly with the bandages wrapped around him, nearly soaked in blood, infuriated Benedict. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch. Caught off guard, Buggy was sent flying. "Buggy, you have traveled far and wide with Roger. Surely you possess some battle experience by now. You ought to have developed a keen sense for assessing others. After all, I have trained you for nearly 2 months, and your skills have multiplied in strength compared to before. And now? How disgraceful it is that you cannot even contend with the likes of Bastille. The most humiliating part is that you were easily outmaneuvered by a mere 2 treasures. In a place bustling with people, on an inhabited island, if there were treasures to be found, they would have been excavated long ago. There would be no room left for you." Benedict was truly infuriated. Following the incident on Flowing Island, a Special Forces soldier recounted the events that transpired to him in detail. After a series of analyses, Benedict discerned that the way the wandering poet inadvertently revealed the treasure map to Buggy was utterly devoid of sophistication. Yet, Buggy, with his peculiar obsession, became infatuated with the treasure map to an alarming degree. Not only did he purchase the map, but he also embarked on a quest to find it. Consequently, this fool, Buggy, unwittingly stepped into a trap that had long been set by others. Thus, the multitude of newspapers swirling in the East Sea came into existence. Benedict, devoid of any semblance of courtesy, unleashed his wrath upon Buggy, employing techniques reminiscent of hellish training. Buggy's cries of agony echoed as Xuanwu and Kinjiro arrived, maintaining a profound silence. It seemed we were ensnared in a considerable predicament. Wang Ji, accompanied by Silver Axe, also arrived. Observing the battered Buggy, he unfolded a newspaper in his hands and remarked, "Buggy, the Xuanwu Navy, the slaughtered villagers, and Bastille avenging them, these elements together, under the watchful eye of the world government, show no leniency towards the corruption of the Xuanwu Navy." Xuanwu glanced at Wang Ji and remarked, "He is but a fool, so easily ensnared in a trap. This little brat is still too weak. Had he possessed sufficient strength, the outcome would have been extermination and obliteration." Silver Axe stated with indifference. Kinjiro cast a glance at Silver Axe, raising his hand to catch the injured Buggy, who now appeared even worse for wear, his eye sockets darkened, face swollen, and several lumps adorning his head, a rather pitiable sight. Benedict vented his frustrations before turning to leave, stating, "Let us convene." Kinjiro grasped Baki and led the way, followed closely by Xuanwu, Wang Ji, Jin Axe, and the hastily arriving Yelvitsky. "Speak, how shall we resolve this?" Benedict calmly addressed the assembly. Xuanwu, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Marshal, I have inquired, and it transpires that today, on other islands, several soldiers have mysteriously vanished. The total number of the missing amounts to 36, with individuals disappearing from each island. Furthermore, according to reports from covertly investigating soldiers, these warriors indeed initiated attacks on the villagers." A momentary silence enveloped the conference room. "This is the handiwork of CP9 from the world government," Jin Axe interjected. "I recall one individual possessing formidable hypnotic abilities, capable of ensnaring others for his own purposes." CP9? Benedict mused, momentarily lost in thought before nodding in acknowledgement. Such scapegoating is a favored tactic of those within the world government. In contrast, the Navy headquarters appears somewhat cleaner and more principled, albeit only among certain individuals. CP9 is a clandestine intelligence agency secretly nurtured by the world government, possessing significant strength and formidable covert methods. However, given their actions, they are likely still surveilling us in secret. Thus, they remain in the East Sea. If we can capture them, I possess a means to extract their operational intentions." Followed by a globally broadcasted trial. Yelvitsky understood he must contribute to the discourse and demonstrate his worth. Benedict turned to Yelcg and inquired, "Do you have any solutions?" Yelcg replied with a smile, "During my travels, I encountered a remarkable event. One of my subordinates, by mere chance, consumed a devil fruit that grants the ability to enter the dreams of others, seize their memories, and project them. However, in the midst of battle, it is nearly impossible for anyone to be asleep, which has rendered this ability unutilized." Benedict, upon hearing this, immediately became intrigued. He remarked that while such abilities may not be applicable elsewhere, they would indeed prove useful in Azkaban, the reformatory base. The notion of entering dreams and seizing the memories of others through the devil fruit was something Benedict had never encountered before. Nonetheless, when employed judiciously, such methods could be exceedingly practical. At this juncture, Benedict solemnly instructed, "Convey to the base administrators across the islands to maintain discipline among their troops. As long as there is no threat to life, they should refrain from engaging with the local villagers. The naval patrol must remain vigilant and continue their efforts against the pirates. However, should any faction or individual dare to launch an attack that endangers lives, there shall be no need for restraint. Exert full force to eliminate." This was uttered 5 days after the report of the massacre of the villagers of Liu Island. Benedict, in disguise, arrived at the relatively developed island of Taxis. Its advancement meant a melting pot of various social strata, which inevitably allowed for the presence of corruption and vice to take root. For several consecutive days, the manpower deployed to unearth information regarding the identity of CP9 yielded no results, leaving them unaware of the latter's concealed whereabouts. Instead, the discontent among the villagers of the East Sea towards the Xuanwu Navy intensified. This growing animosity was fueled by incidents akin to the Lulu Island affair, which occurred twice, with Xuanwu Navy soldiers ruthlessly slaughtering villagers. The harrowing footage of these events had circulated throughout the East Sea, making the grim reality undeniable and fostering profound hatred. However, amidst this turmoil, several Xuanwu Navy soldiers inexplicably vanished. Although there were instances of swift detection and fierce confrontations with CP9 operatives, none were apprehended. The situation transcended the mere presence of CP9. Above them lay CP8, CP7, CP0, and other members of 9 hierarchical levels, each descending number signifying greater power and danger. While the ordinary capabilities of CP9 were commendable, they paled in comparison to the numerous specialized soldiers adept in the Marine 6 styles. Regrettably, the absence of sufficient evidence rendered any attempts to salvage their reputation futile. Consequently, Benedict was compelled to personally visit Taxis Island, where, guided by a map, he entered a somewhat antiquated tavern. The portly proprietor, sporting a handlebar mustache, regarded Benedict with a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes before calmly inquiring, "Well, would you like to drink? I'll have some white liquor." Benedict cast a glance over the liquor cabinet and remarked with a hint of indifference, "Baijiu, currently one of the principal economic sources for the Xuanwu Navy, has garnered immense popularity in the East China Sea, celebrated for its potency and exhilarating qualities. However, in light of the recent massacre incident on Liuliu Island, even the finest spirits have become somewhat difficult to sell." Before long, a glass of baijiu was placed before Benedict, and the portly proprietor with a handlebar mustache was about to turn to leave. "I wish to acquire a piece of information." Benedict spoke with a calm demeanor. The portly boss, adorned with a mustache, expressed a hint of surprise at his words but remained composed as he replied, "This is a place for revelry. If you seek information, you might consider the Blackwater Pavilion. The information there is unreliable. However, if it pertains to your family, it would be worth my investment." Benedict took a small sip of whiskey, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the portly man with a handlebar mustache. In the world of One Piece, merely possessing strength is insufficient to emerge victorious. One must also possess formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities. The greater the prowess and intelligence, the more pronounced the relative advantage, enabling one to be the first to discern the shifting tides of the world and make informed judgments, while also acquiring vital information about adversaries, thus enhancing the probability of success. This is a crucial area where the Xuanwu Navy currently falls short, and it is where Benedict must exert his efforts. In the contemporary landscape, when it comes to organizational intelligence, it is the secret intelligence agency of the world government that reigns supreme, wielding control over significant entities such as CP9 and CP0, which are spread across the globe. Following closely is Big Mom's intelligence network, the World Economic News Agency, and the Revolutionary Army's intelligence apparatus. In addition to these, several individual factions also possess commendable intelligence organizations. For instance, the retired Shaki, who runs a bar on Sabaody Archipelago, commands a capable intelligence network. The bar before them serves as one of the intelligence outposts for the World Economic News Agency. Upon hearing Benedict's words, the mustachioed proprietor approached him slowly and stated flatly, "What intelligence? Where is CP9 hiding, the one responsible for the massacre of villagers on Flowing Island?" Benedict replied with a knowing smile, articulating each word deliberately. The expression on the portly proprietor's face shifted abruptly after hearing Benedict's inquiry. However, he quickly regained his composure. During the recent uproar, it was evident to the uninformed that it was the Xuanwu Navy behind the chaos. Yet those who traded in intelligence were acutely aware of the truth. "Wait a moment," the proprietor exclaimed before departing. Moments later, he returned and gestured to Benedict, saying, "This way." Benedict rose to his feet and followed the corpulent proprietor with a handlebar mustache as he meandered into the basement. Within the secret chamber, a figure clad in a black robe awaited their arrival. Clutching a palm-sized box, he fixed his gaze upon Benedict and spoke in a grave tone. 10 million belly. Benedict gazed at the other person, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Are you certain you have deliberated thoroughly? 10 million berries for a single piece of information is certainly not a trifling sum, even if it pertains to CP9. The Grand Admiral of the Black Tortoise Navy surely can muster at least that amount, can he not?" Upon hearing Benedict's words, the cloaked figure removed his hood, smiling as he regarded Benedict. Morgans, one of the leaders of the dark world of pirates, a user of the bird fruit, model, albatross, and the president of the World Economic News Agency. Benedict gazed at the individual before him and remarked with a smile, "I never anticipated encountering you here, President Morgans." To be candid, Benedict was genuinely surprised. A person of such stature would not easily venture to the diminutive East Sea. The New World or the Grand Line would be far more conducive to his pursuit of wealth. I find myself intrigued by the might of the Xuanwu Navy. When you proclaimed the establishment of the Xuanwu Navy to the world, I understood that the inevitable clash between the Xuanwu Navy and the world government would be anything but negligible. Incidents such as the Pirate Alliance's assault on the Xuanwu Navy's base and the massacre of villagers on Lulu Island are merely manifestations of the world government's oppressive tactics against the Xuanwu Navy. And until the Xuanwu Navy is utterly vanquished, these will certainly not constitute their final measures. I am now exceedingly curious. Should I provide you with evidence? What actions would you take? I believe you would furnish me with a remarkably compelling news story. From the ensuing events, I stand to gain substantial profit. Morgans, evidently intrigued by both the Xuanwu Navy and Benedict himself, recognized the potential of the Xuanwu Navy as a sensational topic. Ultimately, everything revolves around profit. The creation of engaging narratives and the maintenance of perennial trending topics are essential for any reputable economic news agency. Provide me with the information. And if all is in order, 10 million berries will be transferred through your channels. Benedict extended his hand, requesting the evidence. Morgans, undeterred by the possibility of Benedict's deceit, tossed the box into his possession. Benedict opened the box, revealing a transponder snail within. You are quite fortunate. My interest in the Black Turtle Navy led me to the East Sea, where I fortuitously witnessed their operations. Consequently, I recorded the entire scene. As Morgan spoke, Benedict activated the transponder snail, and the grim truth regarding the slaughter of the villagers on Flowing Island was laid bare before him. East Sea Naval Base. Benedict witnessed the manipulated warriors of the Xuanwu Navy and the CP-9 mercilessly slaughtering villagers. After eliminating the Xuanwu Navy soldiers, he swiftly returned to the East Sea Navy base. A notification chimed. A random mission had been triggered, instructing the host to apprehend the true culprits behind the massacre on Lulu Island within 3 days and execute them publicly at the Xuanwu Navy base. The reward for this mission included 5 military enhancement stones and 10 special troop trainers. Upon hearing the familiar voice in his mind and reviewing the attributes of the special troop trainer, a ripple of emotion stirred within Benedict. In the next moment, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Morgans observed the current expression in Sakata Jintoki's gaze. Excitement dancing in his eyes, a new sensational story was about to unfold. At the East Sea Navy Division base, a report came through. The Xuanwu Navy warships had arrived. Soldiers rushed into the office of Squirrel, and simultaneously, alarms blared throughout the base. In an instant, every soldier within the naval base fell into formation, readying themselves for battle. It must be said that Squirrel's capabilities were commendable. Temporarily assigned to suppress the incessant influx of pirates in the East Sea, Squirrel diligently attended to his duties. Had it not been for the appearance of the Xuanwu Navy, he would likely have been reassigned to the naval headquarters or dispatched to the New World, or even the Grand Line. As Squirrel was engrossed in paperwork, the soldier's report and the blaring alarms darkened his expression. Grabbing his naval coat, he hastened outside. Upon reaching the watchtower, he gazed at the 10 approaching Xuanwu warships, his countenance turning grim. Bashu, wielding his shark cutter, approached swiftly, his eyes fixed on the Xuanwu Navy, and spoke in a deep tone. Are they truly desperate enough to act this way? Squirrel did not respond to Bashu but instead focused his binoculars on Benedict aboard the Xuanwu. Alongside Kindro, Sakata Jintoki, and Yoluski, their expressions grave. It was undeniable that the Xuanwu Navy soldiers aboard those 10 warships, skilled in the Navy's 6 styles, posed a formidable challenge that even the strongest in their base could not withstand. Bashu took the binoculars, catching sight of Benedict and the others. His grip on the shark cutter trembled slightly, almost slipping from his grasp. Are they intent on annihilating us and claiming dominance over the East Sea? Bashu instinctively remarked. His complexion pale. Squirrel glanced at his old comrade Bashu and replied solemnly, perhaps a conversation is in order. While we may not be able to win, if a fight is inevitable, they will not back down. Losing face is one thing, but to flee without a fight or capitulate is to forfeit all dignity. Above the clouds, Morgans had a transponder snail fixed atop his head, capturing the standoff between the two forces. He pulled out a pen and notebook, scribbling furiously. Not only did he wish to document the event, but he also aimed to embellish it for the upcoming newspaper release. A story of sufficient explosive potential awaited. One that would surely captivate the audience. Let them fight. Let it unfold in its entirety, he thought. Let the vast ocean become a cacophony of chaos. The dignity of the world government and the Navy is trampled beneath the feet of pirates as an ever-growing horde of marauders floods the seas. bringing with them dread and darkness. Ha! The Weasel was somewhat perplexed by Benedict's intentions. With the might of 10 warships and live broadcasts, what message was he trying to convey? Was he declaring to the world that the Xuanwu Navy surpassed the strength of their own? The Weasel was baffled. On various islands, the onlookers, gazing at the spectacle displayed on the giant screens, echoed his confusion. Were these pirates? No, this was the newly established Xuanwu Navy, notorious for its brutal massacres of several island communities. What Xuanwu Navy? They were clearly a band of ruthless pirates. This location was a naval base. Was the Xuanwu Navy arriving to surrender? Surely not. Surrender was the last thing on their minds, as they seemed poised to engage in battle with the Navy. The Xuanwu Navy possessed such formidable power that the destruction of this naval base appeared imminent. Across different islands, diverse individuals held varying opinions. Some believed in the righteousness of the Xuanwu Navy, yet the majority viewed them as nothing more than merciless pirates, steeped in malevolence. Arriving at the gates of the Navy, the Weasel looked down from his elevated position at Benedict aboard the warship, his expression wary as he gravely inquired, "Benedict, what is the meaning of this? Are you seeking to incite war?" Incite war? Benedict's form flickered in the air, and in an instant, he stood beside the Weasel, disdain evident in his voice. Benedict's sudden appearance beside me elicited a surge of tension within the squirrel, prompting him to instinctively distance himself while gripping the hilt of his sword, prepared for battle. "It is not we who seek to instigate war, but rather you. My sole purpose for coming here is to demand the surrender of those responsible for orchestrating the massacre of the villagers of Lulu Island." Benedict turned to face the Dormouse, his voice cold as ice. "What? The Black Turtle Navy is demanding the Eastern Sea Navy to answer for the massacre of the villagers of Slaughter Flow Island? How utterly absurd. The commander of the Black Turtle Navy is laughable. His own men slaughtered those villagers, yet he dares to cast blame on the Eastern Sea Navy." In an instant, countless citizens, harboring no fondness for the Black Turtle Navy, erupted with outrage. Shameless. In their current mindset, the Black Turtle Navy resembled nothing more than a band of pirates. The existence of the Eastern Sea Navy represented justice, a truth ingrained in their beliefs. Perhaps in the past, they had felt a sense of curiosity towards the Black Turtle Navy, even considering them just. However, the world government would never allow the Black Turtle Navy to flourish, as it posed a threat to their own standing. Thus, the insidious whispers circulating in the shadows served as the perfect means of defamation. The Dormouse, a vice admiral, upon hearing Benedict's words and recalling the ongoing live broadcast, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. A significant crisis loomed. If he did not refute this, the reputation of the Eastern Sea Navy would be tarnished, and he too would be left in disgrace. Nonsense. Before indisputable evidence, you scoundrels, who have committed heinous crimes, show no remorse and dare to slander us. Do you really think us easy to bully? He scoffed. No matter how powerful you may be, we shall fight to the bitter end for justice and must eliminate you. Though his counterattack appeared somewhat feeble, the Dormouse's intent was crystal clear. His deliberate roar was meant to ensure that everyone comprehended his message. In truth, he also wondered if there was some misunderstanding at play. After all, based on his first-hand observation of the Black Turtle Navy's previous actions, they had indeed been upholding the very essence of justice, and in certain endeavors, had even won the hearts of the people. Yet now, one must ponder, whose shadows lurk behind this turmoil? Benedict cast a glance at the flying squirrel, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the poised Eastern Sea Navy, and he chuckled softly. "General Squirrel, I have faith in your character and your style of governance, and I trust that your subordinates would not engage in such actions. However, there are some who are indifferent to your life or death, and even more so to the lives of ordinary citizens. As long as they can achieve their objectives, they will resort to any means necessary, even if it entails the slaughter of thousands on an entire island." A knot formed in the depths of Squirrel's heart. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that Benedict was targeting those from CP9. Yet, he was unaware of their whereabouts, rendering him unable to deliver them. And even if he could not admit to it. Framing and slandering, he exclaimed, "If you intend to seize this opportunity to incite war, then we shall fight to the bitter end." Drawing his sword, Squirrel swiftly entered a state of readiness. "A wise man knows when to yield," he continued. "General Squirrel, I urge you to seriously contemplate surrendering the culprits. This is the most prudent course to avert conflict. However, should you persist in your obstinacy and protect those murderers, do not blame us for our lack of civility." Benedict, observing the unwavering obstinacy of the flying squirrel, let out a cold laugh. "Without sufficient evidence, I would not have come here. However, since I am here, I must obtain the results I desire. You have 1 minute to contemplate. Will you surrender the murderer? Or will you fight to the death? 1 minute to consider? Is there truly anything to ponder? To deliberate would imply that the murderer is indeed concealed within the Eastern Sea Naval Base. The massacre of villagers on Luluo Island was perpetrated by the Eastern Sea Navy? At the naval headquarters, in the marshal's office, upon receiving the news and immediately broadcasting the projection, the naval marshal, Steel Bone Kong, along with Admiral Sengoku, Black Arm Zephyr, and Chief of Staff Crane, were intently observing the unfolding scene. Upon hearing Benedict's words, their expressions turned notably somber. The massacre on Luluo Island was an atrocious incident, and such occurrences were not isolated. Naturally, the naval headquarters had received reports from the Flying Squirrel and was aware that this matter implicated the Xuanwu Navy. Given their intelligence, they were acutely aware of the rapid dissemination of the news and the ensuing rumors, understanding well what had transpired and who had participated. Yet, even with this knowledge, a sense of unease lingered within them. Could those individuals truly be hiding within the Eastern Sea Naval Base? Was it possible that they were indeed responsible for this incident? But how could the Xuanwu Navy, who had perished during the massacre on Luluo Island, be explained? As Sengoku and the others contemplated these thoughts, an answer began to take shape in their minds. For several months, the Xuanwu Navy had been diligently pursuing justice, showing no less resolve in their efforts against the pirates than the Eastern Sea Navy. Consequently, the number of pirate factions venturing out from the Eastern Sea had noticeably diminished, creating a stark contrast compared to other seas. The Xuanwu Navy had played a significant role in this decline. Would such a force commit the heinous act of slaughtering defenseless villagers? In their view, it was inconceivable. Yet, the evidence lay bare before them, revealing the malevolent intentions of the Xuanwu Navy and the nature of pirates. Where was Carp now? Steel Bone Kong, maintaining a calm demeanor as he gazed at the projection, stated, "Contact him and instruct him to swiftly arrive at the Eastern Sea Naval Base." Aware of the severity of the situation, Sengoku hastily retrieved the transponder snail and established contact with Carp. "Damn it, Sengoku, didn't I tell you? I'm on vacation. Do not contact me." The telephone insect manifested the visage of Garp, who simultaneously unleashed a roar of discontent directed at Sengoku. At this moment, Garp reclined upon a warship, basking in the sun's warm embrace. Upon his arrival in the East Blue, he first visited Windmill Island to reconnect with some old friends. However, the recent massacre of villagers on Flowing Stream Island compelled him to reconsider his intentions of probing Benedict's stance at the Xuanwu Navy base, leading him to temporarily abandon that course of action. Garp, a man of keen intellect and insight, swiftly discerned the true motives behind the incident. Thus, he opted not to involve himself or engage with Benedict at this juncture. Sengoku's call further elucidated the latter's intentions, prompting Garp to express his ire before promptly terminating the conversation. Sengoku, glancing at the now disconnected telephone insect, scowled in frustration. Yet, he possessed a profound understanding of his old comrade. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku dialed again. Garp, lounging in a recliner, sipping iced lemon tea, answered the incessant ringing with palpable annoyance. "I was asleep. Goodbye." Sengoku, his expression darkened with anger, retorted, "Garp, should you dare to hang up, your supply of sunbae will vanish." Sunbae, a cherished delight for both Garp and Sengoku, was predominantly hoarded by Sengoku, yet Garp always managed to unearth his hidden stash, indulging in a feast. This tactic proved effective. "What is it?" "I am aware, yet it does not guarantee my compliance," Garp explained with resignation. "The massacre on Flowing Stream Island has occurred. To probe now would be inviting trouble. Now, immediately, hasten to the East Blue Navy base for support. The Xuanwu Navy is assaulting the East Blue Navy base." Sengoku roared, having lost patience for further pleasantries. A minute is fleeting, and within that scant time, the Weasel had already refused and denied involvement, setting off the conflict. Indeed, just moments ago, the Weasel had launched an unhesitating attack. "We are the champions of justice, guardians of these waters, slayers of pirates, and maintainers of peace. The warriors of the East Blue Navy would never commit acts of villager slaughter. There are no perpetrators as you presume. If there are any, they would undoubtedly be the culprits we have apprehended, and these criminals are merely you, who, cloaked in the guise of peace, engage in ruthless slaughter while masquerading as protectors." The Weasel charged forth in a series of relentless assaults, rallying with fervor. As the Weasel initiated the onslaught, Bastille led the East Blue Navy, shouting their battle cries and commencing artillery fire. In an instant, the sounds of gunfire erupted, and the clash between the East Blue Navy and the Xuanwu Navy ignited in full force. Benedict deftly evaded the weasel's assault, seizing the opportunity to unleash his right foot. Imbued with the power of armament hockey, propelling the weasel into the air with a powerful kick. Boom. The weasel crashed violently to the ground, appearing somewhat disheveled, with traces of blood at the corner of its mouth. In that moment, the weasel realized the stark disparity between itself and Benedict. Indeed, the chasm between the strength of a vice admiral and that of a fleet admiral was profoundly evident. Damn it, we are the righteous force. With a low growl, the weasel executed the 6 styles of the Navy, employing the shave technique to appear behind Benedict. The weasel had never relinquished its sense of justice, and was filled with indignation towards the heinous acts of the Xuanwu Navy. One sword style, flying foxfire stream. Confronting Benedict, the weasel dared not exhibit any carelessness. With its very first move, it unleashed nearly all its power. As the blade descended, the sword energy instantaneously transformed into flames, resembling a fiery fox, descending upon Benedict's back. Benedict's hand was enveloped in armament hockey as he delivered a powerful punch, effortlessly deflecting all of Weasel's attacks. "Step aside," he declared. "You are no match for me. I have no time to squander here with you." Benedict delivered another powerful punch, sending the squirrel soaring once more. "Admiral!" Bastu exclaimed, rushing forward with concern as he watched the squirrel crash into the rubble. With an indifferent punch from Benedict, Bastille was sent flying, nearly losing consciousness. The flying squirrel, emerging from the ruins, happened to witness this scene, and his expression shifted dramatically. The immense disparity left him feeling a sense of helplessness. Yet, at that moment, retreat was not an option for him. He charged forward once more, exclaiming, "Get lost." The voice of Benedict resonated, and in that fleeting moment, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's hockey enveloped the entire East Sea Navy base with precision. Bastille was instantly rendered dazed. The weasel's expression turned to one of sheer horror, his face paling. Had it not been for his sword propping him up, he would have surely collapsed into unconsciousness. The other soldiers of the East Sea Navy succumbed to the same fate, losing consciousness in an instant. The battle appeared to reach an abrupt conclusion. Without sufficient strength, it was utterly impossible to endure. How could one hope to capture someone in the presence of the skilled warriors of the Xuanwu Navy, masters of the 6 forms of the Navy, without adequate power? The ordinary soldiers of the East Sea Navy fell to the ground, unconscious. And even the slightly more capable majors could not withstand Benedict's overwhelming hockey. Thus, many could be easily excluded from the fray. These weaklings were no match for the elite special forces trained in the Navy's techniques. The once thunderous battlefield fell silent. The warriors of the Xuanwu Navy showed no mercy toward the already incapacitated East Sea Navy, binding them all. Witnessing this scene, Sakata Jintoki couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying nature of conqueror's hockey. These insignificant ants would naturally not fear or care. However, to deal with them all would take time and result in significant bloodshed. Sakata Jintoki ordered the Xuanwu Navy soldiers to confiscate the weapons of the East Sea Navy, subsequently producing ropes or tearing up clothing to bind them entirely. Why not take this opportunity to eliminate them all? For the Xuanwu Navy to grow stronger. A clash with the East Sea Navy was inevitable, and the world government would not let them off easily. Yaluski exited his devil fruit transformation, gazing quizzically at Sakata Jintoki. To Yaluski, with the world government already intervening, there was no need for restraint. In response, Sakata Jintoki chuckled lightly, stating, "These individuals are easily subdued. Moreover, as the Xuanwu Navy, the champions of justice, we shall treat our captives with honor. Unless they have committed grievous sins, we shall not resort to cruelty." Yaluski paused, slightly taken aback by Sakata Jintoki's words, then nodded in silent agreement. On the other side, Benedict clasped his hands in a distinctive gesture, and in an instant, hundreds of Benedicts manifested upon the battlefield. The weasel, observing the sudden emergence of so many Benedicts, seemed to recall something and exclaimed in fury, "Benedict, do you dare?" Upon hearing this, Benedict turned to look at the dormouse and calmly stated, "I am not one of you. I would rather serve as a pawn for the celestial dragons." Fully aware of their criminality, yet still turning a blind eye to the injustice inflicted upon defenseless civilians. "Rest assured, I shall not take the lives of these unconscious Navy personnel. However, there are some who must meet their end." The dormouse's countenance darkened at these words. Despite the reluctance in his heart, he recognized that the current Navy engaged in numerous acts that contradicted justice, in their quest to conceal the truth. They had resorted to ruthless measures to obliterate everything in their path. Nevertheless, there were certain matters, certain truths that could not be uttered. "We are the Navy, the embodiment of justice." The dormouse grit his teeth, knowing that was all he could muster in response to Benedict. Upon hearing this, Benedict chuckled lightly and then remarked, "Very well, your lips are forever adorned with justice, yet the deeds you perform in secrecy should not presume that everyone else is a fool. We are not blind. Hence, I am here." As Benedict's words fell, his doppelganger swiftly sprang into action, dispersing at an astonishing speed. The unconscious soldiers were turned over. Yet many sailors merely cast a glance before dismissing the scene. "What on earth do you intend to do?" The weasel gritted his teeth. Advancing with heavy steps and brandishing his sword, Benedict extended his finger, mimicking a gun. In an instant, he thrust it forward multiple times. The flying squirrel's expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively attempted to evade. However, his thighs were swiftly pierced. With a resounding thud, the flying squirrel, gravely wounded in his legs, collapsed to the ground amid his charge, blood gushing forth. "My patience is finite. If you wish to avoid my wrath, which could lead to your demise and the obliteration of this naval base beneath the waves, it would be prudent for you to lie still and remain quiet." Benedict's words instilled a sense of unwillingness in the weasel. His massive fist struck the ground, venting his dissatisfaction. Yet, in a mere moment, a Navy sergeant, who should have been unconscious, launched a swift attack as Benedict's clone approached. Had he not concealed his intentions? Benedict's clone extended a hand, blocking the incoming punch, and in an instant, seized the sergeant, slamming him heavily to the ground. This sudden skirmish drew the weasel's attention, captivating everyone present. As Benedict's foot descended upon the sergeant, he executed a shave, vanishing from sight, followed by a moonwalk, attempting to flee the scene rapidly. "Where do you think you're going?" Jintoki Sakata, with his foot on a flying sword, instantaneously appeared before the Navy sergeant, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing down. "Go." Jintoki's right index finger abruptly pointed at the sergeant, and in that split second, 10 sword auras swiftly descended. The sergeant's expression shifted once more as he employed the iron block technique from the Navy's 6 styles. However, he soon overestimated his own abilities. Benedict's sword auras effortlessly pierced through his defenses, accompanied by a scream of agony. As this individual was captured, battles erupted in multiple locations within the East Sea.He base. Yet, they were swiftly subdued by Benedict's clone. "With your capabilities, are you not part of CP9? Nevertheless, it matters not. Whether the reputation of the Xuanwu Navy can be salvaged relies on your revelation of the truth to the world." There were 10 in total, a portion of the culprits behind the massacre of villagers on Flowing Island. Though merely a fraction, it sufficed. Xuanwu Navy warriors advanced, both gazing at one individual. The weasel's expression was one of utter dismay. These wretched beings had truly concealed themselves within the East Sea.He base. The weasel was certain that their hands were far from clean. Now in the grasp of the Xuanwu Navy, regardless of their involvement in the Flowing Island massacre, the Xuanwu Navy would undoubtedly handle the situation appropriately, bringing shame and trouble to both the East Sea Navy and the Navy headquarters. Do not adopt that pitiful expression of deep grievance. The culprits have been identified. With that, Benedict turned his gaze to the live-streaming transponder snail and spoke solemnly, "To the citizens of the East Sea. To those who have perished at the hands of these wicked individuals, I am Benedict, the commander of the Xuanwu Navy. 3 days hence, at the Xuanwu Navy base, we shall broadcast live to the entire world, unveiling the truth behind the Flowing Island massacre, and we will execute these heinous murderers." After Benedict finished speaking, he promptly departed with his entourage. No, the weasel, despite his injuries, struggled to stand, propping himself up with his sword as he shouted in defiance. Whoosh! A blade of sword energy grazed his cheek. "Given the Marshal's relative favor towards you, consider this your final warning. Should you dare to take a single step forward, a death pierced by 1,000 swords awaits you." Sakata Jintoki halted, countless blades of energy swirling around him, his voice low and menacing. The weasel, witnessing this, displayed a look of sheer terror, frozen in place. "Jintoki, let us go." Benedict glanced back, smiling at Sakata Jintoki. "Yes, Marshal." Sakata Jintoki retracted his devil fruit abilities, clasped his hands atop his head, and followed behind Benedict and the others as they departed. The weasel slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by the vast disparity in power, utterly incapable of resistance. In the end, he could only watch as Benedict left with the members of the world government's secret intelligence agency. Morgan observed the conclusion of events, his gaze fixed on Benedict trampling the East Sea.Navy base and the weasel beneath his feet, erupting into ecstatic laughter. With wings unfurled, he soared into the distance, eyeing the Xuanwu naval base returning home. His interest in the impending execution set to occur in 3 days was rekindled. During this 3-day interval, he had ample opportunity to generate sensationalism and reap substantial profits. As the live broadcast concluded and no further information emerged, the viewers, having witnessed the stream and overheard the dialogue, fell into a state of silence, confusion, and uncertainty. Was the true culprit behind the massacre of villagers on Flowing Island indeed the East Sea Navy? Was it all a self-scripted performance by the East Sea Navy? Otherwise, who were the individuals captured by Benedict? What did the Weasel's final utterance of no signify? What revelations would the public execution at the naval base 3 days hence unveil? Amidst this haze of uncertainty, doubts began to creep in regarding the East Sea Navy. Could the guardians of the East Sea truly commit such atrocious acts? In truth, some had begun to believe Benedict's assertions. Is the East Sea Navy truly untainted? No faction is entirely devoid of darkness and injustice. Behind closed doors, numerous mid-level officials within the East Sea Navy have engaged in actions far more sinister and abhorrent, even deserving of greater contempt. Thus, when these individuals learned of the Flowing Island massacre and the East Sea Navy's self-aggrandizing declarations while denouncing the Xuanwu Navy, they could only respond with derisive smiles. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Marshal Steelbone Kong and his colleagues sat in solemn silence within their office. Those who had been captured were undoubtedly members of the world government's intelligence agency, CP, regardless of whether they were responsible for this incident. Their other unspeakable actions remained a potential source of trouble should they be exposed. But now, the reputation of their navy is undoubtedly facing a setback. Whether this is true or not, it is merely the doing of the world government and has no bearing on our navy. However, we absolutely cannot allow baseless rumors to tarnish our naval forces. Admiral Zephyr spoke calmly. He possesses his own standards of justice, and he is quite dissatisfied with some methods employed within the Navy. Nonetheless, in his position, he must voice certain concerns. Let us send someone to negotiate. If we do not take action, they will demand that we do. Sengoku expressed with a sense of resignation. Just as Sengoku finished speaking, the sound of a transponder snail echoed. The silent Steelbone Kong retrieved the transponder snail from his pocket. Upon witnessing this, Steelbone Kong quietly excused himself. A moment later, he returned, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before settling on Sengoku. In a low voice, he declared, "The 5 elders have issued a command to send someone to negotiate with the Black Tortoise Navy to retrieve the captured individuals. If that fails, we must find a way to eliminate them." Upon hearing Steelbone Kong's words, Sengoku and the others remained calm. Such actions were not surprising. They were quite routine. Let Carp go directly. Steelbone Kong paused momentarily before speaking. With the situation having escalated to this point, the East Sea Navy was undoubtedly in a passive state. At this juncture, either CP members must perish, allowing their secrets to die with them, or we must retrieve the individuals unharmed before the Black Tortoise Navy makes their announcement. Maintain constant surveillance on the Black Tortoise Navy and be prepared to act if necessary. Dismissed. After a moment of silence, Steelbone Kong issued his command and turned to leave under the gazes of the assembled officers. Zephyr, Sengoku, and Crane exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. As expected, at the East Sea Navy base, Carp's dog-headed battleship arrived at a swift pace, yet it was ultimately too late. The battle had concluded, and the personnel had been taken by Benedict. This marked the first formal confrontation between the East Sea Navy and the Black Tortoise Navy, with the latter returning in victorious celebration while the former suffered a loss of dignity. Vice Admiral Carp, the Weasel, seated in a wheelchair with his legs still bound, looked at the arriving Carp with a sense of shame, momentarily at a loss for words. Carp placed a hand on the Weasel's shoulder, his expression grave as he said, "I have come to understand the circumstances. This is not your fault. The vast disparity in strength left us at their mercy." The Weasel clenched his fists, his face betraying his frustration, ultimately sighing in resignation. Indeed, the overwhelming difference in power rendered resistance futile. "Have all the rats hidden within the naval base been captured?" Carp inquired. Rats? Momentarily taken aback, the flying squirrel soon discerned whom Carp was referring to. He harbored a considerable disdain for the members of the world government's clandestine intelligence agency. Always lurking in the shadows, scheming against everyone, they posed a constant threat, ready to strike from behind at any moment. It seemed that the situation had been resolved. Benedict appeared to be well informed about the personnel within our base. Moreover, from his tone, it was evident that he possessed substantial evidence implicating these individuals as the perpetrators of the massacre of villagers on Flowing Island. Carp nodded and remarked, "It is indeed fortunate that these individuals have been dealt with. Otherwise, their covert machinations within the military would inevitably tarnish the Navy's reputation." Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel felt compelled to voice a rebuttal, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Admiral Carp, in 3 days, should the truth be unveiled. After a moment's hesitation, the flying squirrel articulated his lingering doubts. The East Blue Navy has stood tall for centuries. Its intrinsic prestige and might will not be utterly sullied by this incident. Do not fret over such matters. No one is entirely blameless, Carp reassured him, prompting the flying squirrel to lower his head in resignation. Suddenly, the sound of the snail phone echoed. Carp retrieved it from his pocket, recognizing it was Sengoku, and answered without further thought. Sengoku inquired, "Carp, where are you now?" "At the East Blue Navy base," Carp replied. Sengoku continued in a calm tone. "The 5 elders have issued orders for you to visit the Xuanwu Navy base to negotiate with Benedict. You are to either hand over the CP members or find a way to eliminate them to thwart their actions in 3 days." Carp furrowed his brow in response, his irritation evident as he retorted, "Why must I be the one to handle this? Was it not agreed that I was merely to gauge Benedict's sentiments towards the Navy headquarters? That little brat possesses formidable strength and has gathered a commendable array of combatants around him. Are you sending me to my doom?" While Carp was reluctant to make the journey merely for a conversation, he could begrudgingly comply. However, demanding the surrender of individuals was an entirely different matter, one that could not be resolved with mere fists. After a brief silence, Sengoku finally responded, "The world government representatives will arrive in the East Blue tomorrow afternoon to meet with you." Upon hearing this, Carp scoffed. "Since the world government representatives will be here, they should handle the negotiations themselves. Do not involve me in this. I have no time to accompany them to their demise. If possible, I would prefer to deal with them before they reach the Xuanwu Navy base." In Sengoku's office at Navy headquarters, he grasped the snail phone tightly, his hand trembling with barely restrained fury, the device on the verge of shattering. Sengoku was infuriated by his old comrade's obstinacy. "Carp, this matter is non-negotiable." In a fit of anger, Sengoku roared at the snail phone. On the other end, Carp swiftly moved the device away. Once Sengoku had finished his tirade, Carp cautiously returned to the conversation, saying, "Sengoku, you are still a general, not the commander-in-chief. Do not burden yourself so. Honestly, is it so difficult for me to take a break and relax? You've already granted yourself a month off. What more do you desire?" Sengoku retorted in dissatisfaction. Carp, clearing his ears, replied helplessly, all right, it's only been a month. Besides, was I on holiday? I was on my way to the East Sea. Only caught in a storm." Hearing Carp's voice through the snail phone, Sengoku's expression darkened as he abruptly ended the call. "The pressure is immense," he lamented. "Morgans is a man of action, and his speed is remarkable." That very day, newsbirds across the globe were disseminating newspapers. The headlines read, "The Xuanwu Navy crushes the East Sea Navy. The East Sea Navy slaughters the villagers of Yolu Island, framing the Xuanwu Navy. In 3 days, the Xuanwu Navy will unveil the truth, punish the culprits, and restore its reputation." Xuanwu Navy Commander Benedict, wielder of the 3-color hockey, possesses extraordinary martial skills, though it remains uncertain whether he possesses a devil fruit ability. With each newspaper that emerged, these sensational topics captured the public's attention once more, leading various factions to refocus on the Xuanwu Navy and Commander Benedict. On Cake Island, the domain of Big Mom, Charlotte Perispero entered, holding a newspaper. Noticing Big Mom indulging in cake, he approached with a smile, saying, "Mother, there is a piece of news that I believe will greatly interest you." Curious, Charlotte Daifuku inquired, "What news could possibly bring such joy to Mother?" "It concerns the East Sea Navy and the Xuanwu Navy," Perispero replied, handing a newspaper to Daifuku. Intrigued, Daifuku leaned in. Having heard of the Xuanwu Navy before, as pirates, it was only natural for them to pay close attention to the emergence of a new force like the Xuanwu Navy. Given the inherent opposition between pirates and the Navy, Big Mom, having heard this, became equally intrigued and urged, "Do tell." With a smile, Charlotte Perispero recounted the details from the newspaper. Upon hearing this, Big Mom erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "A dog bites another dog, all fur and no bite. The massacre of the lowly on Yolu Island is merely a dirty tactic of the world government. There is no need to concern ourselves with it." In the words of the matriarch, there was an unmistakable air of disdain. The East Sea Navy appeared woefully inadequate in the presence of the Big Mom pirates. To have the East Sea Navy underfoot merely indicated that the Xuanwu Navy possessed the qualifications to establish a foothold in the Grand Line. Yet they remained feeble in the face of the Big Mom pirates. "Mother, the Xuanwu Navy is no ordinary force. The current commander, Admiral Benedict, wields power on par with that of a fleet admiral. Furthermore, he is flanked by two formidable subordinates, Kinjiro, known as Beidou, and Wang Ji, formerly of the Rocks Pirates, both possessing the strength of admirals. Among the mid-ranking officers, there is the former member of the Rocks Pirates, Silver Axe, and the self-proclaimed Sword Immortal, Sakata Jintoki, who, after being captured, allied himself with the Xuanwu Navy's pirate king, Yelvitsuki. What is even more astonishing is that the soldiers of the Xuanwu Navy are all well-versed in the 6 styles of the Navy. With such formidable capabilities, the Xuanwu Navy is no longer a force that ordinary powers can contend with. I even suspect that, under such circumstances, the Xuanwu Navy may be capable of challenging the 3 emperors in the Marine headquarters. Charlotte Katakuri, the strongest son of Big Mom and the foremost sweet commander, possesses the unique special Paramecia devil fruit ability known as the Machi fruit. He commands an absolute position within the Big Mom pirates, second only to Big Mom herself. The information he divulged left the onlookers, who had previously regarded the Xuanwu Navy with scorn, utterly astounded. "Brother, you cannot be serious," Charlotte Oven exclaimed incredulously. To possess 3 admirals and 3 vice-admirals, alongside subordinates skilled in the 6 styles of the Navy, the strength of the Xuanwu Navy is truly terrifying. Charlotte Daifuku echoed this disbelief. By the way, aside from Mother, Whitebeard, and Kaido, aren't the rest of the Rocks Pirates either dead or captured? How have Wang Ji and Silver Axe appeared, now part of the Xuanwu Navy? Charlotte Opera queried, puzzled. So, is the Xuanwu Navy a navy or a pirate crew? A cacophony of voices reverberated through the vast chamber. Big Mom's mood turned increasingly irritable as she crushed the cake in her hand, uttering in displeasure, "Silence." Instantly, the room fell into a hushed stillness. "Katakuri, I want more information regarding the Xuanwu Navy," Big Mom commanded, her gaze fixed on Katakuri. "Yes, Mother," Katakuri responded promptly. Meanwhile, within the Whitebeard pirates, the immortal Marco handed a newspaper to Whitebeard, stating, "Old man, this Xuanwu Navy is intriguing. In an effort to restore their tarnished reputation, they have launched an assault on the East Sea Navy base, capturing individuals from the world government. In 2 days, they will publicly execute them at their base and expose the vile nature of the world government." Hearing this, Whitebeard took the newspaper, studied it intently for a moment, then sipped his drink and erupted into a hearty laugh, nonchalantly asking, "Children, are the drinks for the banquet prepared?" A chorus of cheers erupted from the Whitebeard pirates, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming feast. As for the matter of the Xuanwu Navy, although it was shocking, it did not dampen their spirits, and thus it was disregarded. In the East Sea, on a floating island hidden above the sparse clouds, the Golden Lion, suspended in mid-air, clutched the newspaper, laughing uproariously, "Ha ha ha. The East Sea Navy is utterly feeble, easily trampled by an unknown force." Below him, Indigo, the Golden Lion's first mate and ship's doctor, chuckled in response, "Admiral, since the East Sea is so weak, let us commence our conquest from there, dominating the East Sea and subsequently extending our reach to other waters." Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion pondered momentarily before bursting into another fit of laughter. "Ha ha ha. An excellent notion. Thus, we shall begin our reign from the East Sea. As for the Xuanwu Navy, we will obliterate them, marking the resurgence of our flying sky pirates and the dawn of a new legend." Indigo contemplated briefly and replied, "Admiral, the annihilation of the Xuanwu Navy is imperative, yet our current research has reached a critical juncture. Therefore, we must exercise patience and await a while longer." "For how long?" inquired the Golden Lion with grandiose confidence. "1 month. I assure you, Admiral, you will be satisfied," Indigo declared with unwavering conviction. "Very well, then. 1 month from now, we shall destroy the Xuanwu Navy and sweep through the East Sea," proclaimed the Golden Lion, waving his hand with unparalleled bravado. Alone, he had stormed into the Marine headquarters at Marineford, wreaking havoc among the Navy, engaging in fierce battles with Garp and Sengoku, and demolishing a significant portion of Marineford. Despite ultimately being exhausted and imprisoned in Level 6 of Impel Down, yet he boldly broke out of the prison renowned for its impenetrable defenses. This audacious act stemmed from his disbelief that someone as formidable as Roger, whom he regarded as both a lifelong adversary and companion, could be quietly captured by the Navy. He endeavored to ascertain the veracity of this situation, while also hoping to rescue Roger from the clutches of the Navy headquarters. Tragically, by the time he wreaked havoc upon the Navy headquarters, Roger had already been secretly relocated to Lode Town in the East Blue. Upon his escape from Impel Down, Roger had already met his grim fate. However, the words spoken by Roger in his final moments ignited an exhilarating thrill within the Golden Lion. The tumultuous seas were nothing short of magnificent. At that moment, he began to grasp the essence of Roger's intentions. Thus, the Golden Lion refused to remain in obscurity. The formidable flying pirate crew was a force capable of rivaling the Roger pirates. How could he settle for lurking in the shadows? Capturing a clandestine informant of the world government from a Navy base in the East Blue and publicly executing such an agent was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the Navy headquarters and the world government. Astonishingly, the orchestrator of this upheaval was none other than the newly established Black Turtle Navy. Such explosive news was irresistibly captivating, drawing countless gazes. However, this was of little consequence to Benedict, who was engrossed in a rather intriguing film. This was a real recollection, extracted from the memories of a prisoner, a tapestry woven with sins. The nightmare fruit user, Ethel Kennedy, could invade the dreams of others when they entered a slumber, plundering their memories, fabricating false recollections, and scrutinizing their pasts. Although Ethel Kennedy had not played a significant role in the Warrior King pirates, his abilities were magnified exponentially within the reformatory base of Azkaban. Therefore, Benedict appointed Ethel Kennedy as one of the administrators of Azkaban. Typically, once inmates were confined, the Dementors would patrol and administer punishment, rendering administrators unnecessary. Yet, in Benedict's view, Ethel Kennedy's talents were exceptionally suited for intelligence gathering. Scoundrels beneath contempt. These individuals are truly despicable. After watching all the recorded projections, Xuanwu was filled with unrestrained fury towards the members of the CP9, the secret intelligence agency of the world government. These people exhibited utter inhumanity, engaging in human trafficking, trampling on the dignity of others, recklessly taking lives, and gathering various intelligence for sale. Their heinous deeds scattered throughout the East Blue. Marshal, grant me a battalion of 500 men. I shall annihilate them. The Joker Bucky pounded the table, his face flushed with rage as he exclaimed, how utterly despicable. To think they would spare not even such an adorable child. It infuriates me, the wretched traffickers and the accursed Navy complicit in such heinous acts. Kinjiro, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Yelpsi remained silent, their expressions grave and contemplative. They possess profound insight into the actions of the Navy and the clandestine intelligence agency of the world government, CP9. Such matters, once they escalate and endure, will inevitably surface. Regardless of the organization involved, even the Xuanwu Navy is not exempt. The world government and the Navy headquarters have existed for countless years, their roots steeped in decay from the very beginning. Now that we are aware and evidence is at hand, it is time to take action. Benedict was deeply incensed by the heinous crimes committed by CP9. With the Jester Buggy volunteering for the task, Benedict did not impede his initiative. As Benedict nodded in agreement, Sakata Jintoki, Kinjiro, Wang Ji, Infu, and Yelsiki rose in unison, proceeding toward the exit, donning their military attire, emblazoned with the word justice. They felt an inherent duty to uphold righteousness. Moments later, at the port of the Xuanwu Naval Base, Sakata Jintoki, Kinjiro, and their comrades gathered their respective crews and boarded their ships. Benedict observed the scene before him and smiled contentedly. As members of the Navy, they had numerous responsibilities. But above all, they needed to possess a heart of justice. Outside the Xuanwu Naval Base, a dog-headed warship was slowly approaching, blocking the path of Sakata Jintoki and his companions as the harbor gate opened. Standing atop the warship, Carp gazed at the tin warship setting sail, his eyes falling upon Kinjiro, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Benedict, and the clown buggy. In an instant, Carp's expression soured. Meanwhile, Bogart and other naval members immediately readied themselves for combat. Although they had believed no battle would ensue during their journey, merely coming to negotiate, the sight of the formidable warships and their powerful occupants made them tense. It was essential to recognize that none among these individuals were weak. The naval hero, Carp. Wang Ji was acutely aware of Carp's prowess. He had witnessed Carp smite countless times. Even against the universally recognized strongest man, Rocks, Carp's fist had never faltered. Particularly now. Carp had reached the zenith of his combat capability. No, it seemed that this man's fist had no period of decline. Wang Ji and Kinjiro were solemn expressions. Though no blows had been exchanged, the oppressive aura emanating from Carp, who possessed the strength of a general, was palpable to them. Ah! To be welcomed with such grandeur for my arrival, I am truly honored, Carp exclaimed, hands on his hips, chest puffed out, and laughter booming. The atmosphere shifted slightly, easing the tension. Wang Ji glanced at Kinjiro, who nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward to address Carp. Vice Admiral Carp, this is the Xuanwu Naval Base. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? It appeared that a confrontation was unlikely, and they were not inclined to engage Carp in battle at this moment. After his hearty laughter, Carp replied loudly, Oh, it's nothing significant. I'm merely here to share a drink with your little admiral. Little admiral? Such a term would have provoked a swift lesson from others, but in the presence of Carp, perhaps it was best to refrain. Sakata Jintoki calmly interjected. It is Admiral Benedict. Ha ha ha, Benedict. Yes, that little rascal. I'm quite familiar with him. We sparred before. Truly an impressive little fellow. Carp chuckled heartily. Sakata Jintoki and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. The naval hero Carp had sparred with their admiral? When had this occurred? What had been the outcome? Victory or defeat? The marshal of our own is rather peculiar. Old man, I never anticipated that the 5 elders would send you here. Benedict's figure dashed across the ocean, leaping several times until he reached the warship where Kinjiro stood. He cast a glance at Carp, who was not far away, and felt a twinge of surprise. Upon hearing Benedict's words, Carp waved his fist in discontent, exclaiming, "You little rascal, I am only 49 years old. I am far from being old enough to be called an old man. Is it truly wise to jump straight into a fight? After all, I am the naval hero Carp." He had joined forces with Sengoku to topple rocks from his pedestal and pursued Roger relentlessly, even defeating the terrifying figures of Kaido and Shiki the Golden Lion. Instinctively, Wang Ji and the others were filled with doubt regarding Benedict's challenge to Carp. Upon hearing their exchange, Carp's interest was piqued, and he laughed heartily. Is that so? I, too, feel that I have not had my fill. Shall we find another place to engage in battle? Let us do it here. With that, Benedict instructed his men to head in a particular direction, towards an uninhabited island 10 miles away from the Xuanwu Naval Base. Benedict and Carp set foot on the island, while Wang Ji, Kinjiro, and others remained aboard the vessel, hesitant to approach the shore. The clash of admirals had transformed the surrounding area into a battleground rife with destruction. Should they also venture onto the island? They would become entangled in the chaos, thereby hindering their own capabilities for combat. Could the marshal truly emerge victorious? Sakata Jintoki found himself harboring lingering doubts regarding Benedict's prowess, for the pressure exerted by Carp was undeniably formidable. Let's call it even, Wang Ji remarked calmly. The outcome, regardless of who triumphed, would bode ill for the other party, as explained by Silver Axe. Upon hearing this, Sakata Jintoki fell into contemplation. Silver Axe further noted, however, the confrontation between the marshal and Carp promises to be exhilarating, offering us valuable lessons to glean. On the island, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Benedict gazed at Carp before him and chuckled. I must say, has the world government deemed it necessary to send a naval hero such as yourself to regard me with such esteem? Carp, arms crossed over his chest, responded with hearty laughter. I initially intended to observe the stance of your newly established Xuanwu Navy towards us. However, I never anticipated that so many unforeseen events would transpire on my journey here. It has truly become a tangled web of complications, which is quite exasperating. If it were within my power, I would have preferred to remain absent. After all, from what I have witnessed, the Xuanwu Navy indeed embodies the essence of a righteous force. At this juncture, Carp helplessly spread his hands. He was reluctant to be present, for the Xuanwu Navy genuinely strives to eliminate the scourge of piracy, capturing and vanquishing those who threaten local peace, aligning perfectly with his own ideals of justice. As for the massacre of villagers at Liulio Island, that is indeed a troubling matter. The fists of a naval hero are not easily met with opposition. Nevertheless, having arrived, there is no turning back so easily. Upon hearing this, Benedict let out a slight sigh. Then he rallied his spirits, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth in an instant. In a heartbeat, a tempest surged, stirring the clouds above the island. This sudden outburst left Carp astonished, and he soon adopted a demeanor of seriousness tinged with gravity. Meanwhile, Bogart, Wang Ji, Kinjiro, and the others aboard the warship were filled with trepidation. The sheer magnitude of this terrifying presence was far beyond that of an ordinary admiral. This formidable aura could only be possessed by the likes of Carp, Sengoku, and Admiral Zifa, Bogart whispered in awe. On the island, Carp clenched his fists, unleashing an unparalleled might. Displaying a row of formidable steel teeth, he glanced at Benedict and remarked, "Youngster, are you prepared to receive my loving fist? Save it for yourself." Before Benedict could finish his words, he had already launched the first attack. Carp swiftly swung his fist, and the two collided, unleashing a powerful gust of air. Heh, your strength has increased, hasn't it, lad? But even so, it's still far from enough. With that, Carp raised his hand, preparing for another strike with his left. Benedict exhibited no signs of retreat. Instead, he launched a counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, The two engaged in a relentless exchange of fists and kicks, each collision resonating with a thunderous roar. Their forms darted amidst the cacophony, moving with remarkable swiftness. In mere moments, the island, spanning several hundred meters, had suffered significant devastation, with substantial amounts of seawater flooding in, drastically reducing the available ground to stand upon. The powerful currents not only propelled the seawater but also pushed the warship further away. With limited solid ground, Benedict and Carp instinctively ascended into the air, employing moonwalk techniques to engage in a fierce aerial duel. 3 minutes later, their battle escalated with the use of armament hockey, intensifying the ferocity of their confrontation. Amidst the clash between Benedict and Carp, one could vaguely discern black lightning flickering momentarily at the focal point of their encounter. The overwhelming force was impossible to overlook, evoking awe and admiration. Humph. The old man hardly shows any consideration for the younger ones. If you strike my face again, I shall not hold back. Benedict was somewhat exasperated. That rascal Cap, with every strike, seemed to target his face, leaving him to wonder if it was intentional, as if Cap aimed to take him down for good. If you have the skill, come at me, Cap retorted, swinging his fists and continuing his assault on Benedict's visage. This infuriates me, he exclaimed. The essence of fist energy. With a resounding thud, Cap felt a sharp pain in his cheek as a tooth was knocked out, causing his face to twitch in agony. You little brat, do you even know what it means to respect your elders and cherish the young? How dare you knock out my tooth? Benedict and Carp engaged in an increasingly ferocious battle, devoid of any semblance of a sparring match. It was a fierce contest where neither seemed willing to relent until the other was utterly defeated. At this moment, Wang Ji and his companions watched in astonishment as the intensity of Benedict and Carp's combat persisted into the night. The island beneath them was nearly submerged in the ocean. Yet both combatants retained an impressive reserve of energy. How exhilarating. Indeed, I feel the weight of age upon me. My stamina pales in comparison to that of the youth. At the Xuanwu Navy base, after a prolonged skirmish, Carp emerged with merely a few lost teeth and some facial swelling, otherwise unscathed. Thus, at the ongoing feast, he indulged heartily, unfazed by the earlier conflict. The old man had finished both his fight and his meal. It was time for him to depart. Benedict, having fully recovered from the injuries inflicted by Carp, had regained his composure. Carp, sipping a cup of white liquor, felt a pleasant intoxication wash over him. Upon hearing Benedict's words, he became considerably more alert. He then fixed his gaze upon Benedict and inquired, Benedict, tell me honestly, what is your true purpose behind the establishment of the Xuanwu Navy? At this juncture, Carp's attention shifted to Wang Ji, Kinjiro, Sakata Jintoki, Silver Axe, and Yelfsky, as he intently remarked, with the combat prowess of you individuals, beneath the 4 emperors, no one could challenge your might. Do not speak to me of upholding justice. That cannot possibly be your genuine intent. What is the true objective behind the formation of the Xuanwu Navy? Carp's probing question piqued the curiosity of Kinjiro and the others, who, despite having their suspicions, were eager to discover how Benedict would respond. Bogart too was intrigued, for this was the answer that the world government and the Navy headquarters longed to uncover. It held significant implications for how they would regard the Xuanwu Navy. Is it a difficult question to answer? Or do you align with the claims of others? Carp's gaze fell upon Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Yelfsky as he posited, are you merely pirates, cloaking your sinister intentions behind a facade of hypocritical justice? In that moment, Yelfsky and Silver Axe directed their disapproving looks toward Carp, their eyes reflecting their displeasure. Having joined the Xuanwu Navy, their allegiance stemmed not only from fear of Benedict's power, but also from an endorsement of his ideals, which they were willing to uphold and strive towards. They would not take kindly to being labeled mere pirates. Thus, Bogart found himself compelled to set aside his delectable meal, readying himself for a potential confrontation. Justice. At this moment, Benedict replied with just 2 words, then fell silent. A subtle and tense relationship experienced a slight easing. Is that all? Carp inquired, somewhat perplexed. The response was far too simplistic. In fact, Carp felt as if Benedict were jesting. Had he not just heard what he had said? Such a casual dismissal seemed rather frivolous, didn't it? Indeed, it was that simple. Benedict nodded and then turned to Carp, asking, Old man, do you believe this world is just? In his understanding of the world, Carp's life was legendary yet stifled, filled with helplessness, which compelled him to face any situation with a hearty laugh. Firstly, Carp's strength was at its zenith, rivaling that of Whitebeard and Roger. Even as he aged, his formidable combat prowess remained formidable, particularly in his current prime. Secondly, Karp harbored discontent towards the world government. Otherwise, after the alliance with Roger to defeat Rox at God Valley, he would not have declined the promotion to admiral. To him, such a promotion signified becoming a direct subordinate of the celestial dragons, tasked with protecting them and cleaning up their messes. What was that? A lackey for the celestial dragons? Such a role was one he would never accept. Thus, Karp was a man of fierce character and straightforward demeanor, yet he cared deeply for his subordinates. However, this fellow, despite holding the rank of vice admiral, appeared utterly lackadaisical, often indulging in tea and snacks, exuding an air of idleness. Nonetheless, Benedict was entirely convinced that this was merely a fade. Celebrated as a hero, he was, in truth, a visionary, possessing both intelligence and bravery, adept at accurately grasping any predicament and responding with precision. Benedict faintly recalls that in the original world, in the initial setting, Garp was not yet a member of the Navy, let alone a naval hero, but rather a genuine pirate. In fact, it was Garp who had audaciously seized Luffy's rubber fruit. Whether in the original conception or the subsequent iterations, Garp's notion of justice was imbued with warmth and emotion. As depicted in the early drafts, he classified pirates into two categories: righteous thieves and villainous brigands. Clearly, during this period, Garp's understanding of justice was deeply felt. He is a character of foresight and profound wisdom. Thus, Benedict is keen to discern the response that lies ahead from Garp. If that were all, it would hardly persuade me. Garp set down his goblet, lowered his gaze, and spoke with a calm demeanor. If you cannot persuade me. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew hushed, and Kinjiro and Wang Ji, among others, became vigilant. Should Garp choose to launch a sudden attack, they would undoubtedly respond fiercely, despite Garp's overwhelming strength surpassing that of the admirals. I have answered your question. Now, it is your turn to respond to mine, old man. Benedict displayed no signs of the tension associated with combat as he gazed at Garp, a smile playing on his lips. This world has become utterly distorted, has it not? Civilizations lost to the abyss, an unrelenting tide of pirates flooding the seas. At the pinnacle of this world, where human lives are treated as mere trifles, stand the pitiably low-intellect celestial dragons. Deceived by false beliefs, misled by knowledge, and beset by malicious strikes, technology, which could evolve rapidly, instead languishes in excruciating slowness. What is concealed beneath all this? Is it a fear of what might be uncovered? Or perhaps a dread that the 99% of this world, living in relative comfort, diminishes their own status and sense of importance? The architects and executors of all this are none other than the world government and the Navy. Old man, may I return your words to you, exactly as you just uttered them, regarding the Navy to which you pledge your loyalty and service? Benedict spoke at a measured pace, ensuring that all present could hear him clearly. Gradually, Garp fell silent in response to Benedict's words. Meanwhile, Bogart suddenly trembled and, with fervor, declared, "We are the Navy, the defenders of justice, not pirates." Bogart's outburst caught Garp's attention, who had been enveloped in silence. "The distinction between Navy and pirates is not for us to assert," remarked Sakata Jintoki with a wry smile as he observed Bogart. "He who wins the hearts of the people holds the world. If the common folk recognize you, you are the Navy, otherwise, you are a pirate." Currently, although the Navy headquarters is tasked with upholding justice, this duty is fulfilled by only a select few. Nonsense. Bogart retorted angrily, "We strive for the justice in our hearts to safeguard the peace of this world. Across the globe, we engage in unyielding battles with pirates, and countless comrades have fallen in the pursuit of justice. We are true warriors, imbued with righteousness." Bogart, whose true identity is the commander of the Marine Corps, has chosen to remain by Garp's side for various reasons, and according to prior world information, he seemingly possesses the strength of an admiral. However, he declined the request from Admiral Sengoku to be promoted to the rank of admiral. A figure strong enough to warrant such a request from Fleet Admiral Sengoku is undoubtedly a person of notable achievements, having faced numerous life and death situations alongside comrades who have also fallen in battle. Bogart. Garp rose, placing a hand on Bogart's shoulder, calling out calmly. As Bogart regained his composure, he felt a tinge of shame and replied, "I apologize." "Oh, ha, ha, ha." Garp chuckled, patting Bogart's shoulder. "You are truly sentimental. Now then, after a hearty meal, we should be on our way." With that, Garp laughed heartily and took his leave. Bogart, slightly taken aback, said nothing and followed suit. Benedict observed the departing Garp, contemplative, and then called out, "Old man, should you ever grow weary of those people, you are most welcome to join the Xuanwu Navy." Upon hearing this, Karp paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter, yet he offered no response to Benedict. Upon witnessing this, Benedict chuckled and remarked, "If you plan to work until retirement and seek a tranquil environment to amuse your grandchildren, the Xuanwu Navy would gladly welcome you." This time, Karp responded, "Youngster, focus on safeguarding the Xuanwu Navy and steadfastly uphold your notion of justice for now. You have yet to grasp the formidable adversary that the Xuanwu Navy is about to confront." As the banquet concluded, Karp departed aboard the Doghead warship with Bogart. Soon after, Kinjiro and the others, having indulged in their fill, also took their leave. However, unlike before, they departed with their warship. Due to Karp's unexpected arrival, they had prudently postponed their actions during the day. Now, they were eager to commence their endeavors. A day's delay could very well result in lives lost, dignity tarnished, and individuals trafficked to distant lands. Benedict did not impede their actions. As the Grand Admiral of the Xuanwu Navy, driven by a sense of justice, he could not allow those wretched and deranged individuals to roam free. The following day, the first to return was Sakata Jintoki, having slain dozens and captured many more, along with recorded footage that would serve as compelling evidence. The second to arrive was Kinjiro, who returned with a warship and the commander of the base, a major who had colluded with pirates to engage in human trafficking for a decade. The glittering treasures and the ledgers documenting these transactions were the grim price paid with the lives of countless young men and women. The third to return was Wang Ji, leading his Golden Tiger Brigade, having nearly annihilated a concealed pirate hideout, which also housed corrupt elements from a certain naval division. Silver Axe and Buggy returned together. Although initially operating separately, one pursuing a human trafficker's convoy and the other hunting down pirates, they fortuitously converged on the same island, a secret stronghold for pirates and a hub for human trafficking. Thus, upon their return, they not only brought back a wealth of treasures, but also captured pirates and individuals destined for sale. By noon, the events of the previous night had already spread throughout the East Sea. Benedict conveyed a message to Morgans, and the two appeared to have established a tacit collaboration. Morgan seemed prepared to withstand the pressures from the world government regarding the events of the previous night, which were swirling around the globe. The ensuing discussions and inevitable disputes were unavoidable. The transgressions committed by the East Sea Navy stirred both the populace and pirates to engage in discussions and mockery. While it was said that the Xuanwu Navy was akin to the pirates of the East Sea Navy, it seemed they themselves bore a closer resemblance to pirates. The litany of crimes they committed left countless families shattered, their lives irrevocably destroyed, an indelible stain upon their existence. Notably, these offenses could be traced back a decade or even longer. Xuanwu Navy? East Sea Navy? Navy? Pirates? They were, in essence, two sides of the same coin. And one could hardly discern who truly embodied the essence of piracy. At the East Sea Navy base, several newspapers lay spread across the desk of the squirrel. Similar publications were also placed before Karp. His clenched fists and heavy breath suggested that the squirrel was on the brink of a furious outburst. The revelation that the East Sea Navy harbored such a multitude of rogues was akin to corroding the very roots of the East Sea. More crucially, this was not information they had uncovered themselves. It was the Xuanwu Navy that had exposed this corruption, apprehending the culprits in the act. The slap in the face was nothing short of severe. Such disgrace. Karp crumpled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin, expressing his dissatisfaction. Both Bogart and Bastion mirrored his displeasure. Were these the soldiers under their command? Was this the Navy that donned the cloak of justice? Proclaiming their commitment to protect the citizenry, combat piracy, and uphold righteousness? Major Squirrel, it was time for some introspection. They could not afford to lose the trust of the people in the East Sea, lest they become the very pirates they sought to combat. These rogues had to be eradicated completely. As long as the decaying roots remained, the rot would persist. After delivering his words, Karp turned to leave. Staying here would not resolve anything. It was only aggravating. Major Karp, Squirrel called out as Karp was about to exit the office. What was the attitude of the Xuanwu Navy during your visit last night? This matter no longer concerns you, Karp replied curtly, not pausing as he departed. Bastia stood in momentary shock before turning to Squirrel and inquiring, "Sir, what does Major Karp mean?" Squirrel fell into a brief silence before responding, "Prepare the soldiers for battle." Bastia gasped in realization, quickly processing the implications. The absence of a return signified a failure in negotiation. A failed negotiation inevitably meant that higher-ups would demand their troops be dispatched to retrieve them. Faced with the prospect of genuine combat and the vast disparity in power, were they truly being sent to their demise? Bastia helplessly remarked, "Is there truly no alternative? The matter at hand is likely genuine. Otherwise, The Xuanwu Navy would not have acted swiftly last night, capturing numerous pirates and dismantling the clandestine hideouts of both pirates and human traffickers. The destruction of naval outposts and the plundering of vital documents and treasures would not have occurred. The East Sea Navy has stood firm for many years, possessing its own intelligence channels. Upon learning of the incident, they promptly initiated an investigation to ascertain the details. Indeed, the reputation of the Xuanwu Navy has ascended, while ours in the East Sea Navy will be tarnished. Regret began to seep into my thoughts. The squirrel, clutching his forehead and leaning back, spoke weakly. Hearing this, Vastra gazed at him, perplexed. What was there to regret at this juncture? Why had he accepted this mission in the first place? Why had the Xuanwu Navy established itself in the East Sea? Why were those wretched CP-9 operatives concealed within the East Sea Navy base? Vastra found himself momentarily stunned by the barrage of questions from the squirrel. So many whys? Could these be blamed? Was there room for regret? Perhaps it could simply be attributed to their ill fortune, he mused. With a serious expression, he replied, Squirrel, we still have a chance. The squirrel furrowed his brow, turning to Vastra in inquiry. What opportunity? To seize individuals? With the might of the Xuanwu Navy, even with Vice Admiral Carr present, breaching their defenses is a futile endeavor. We would only meet our demise. Leaning closer to the squirrel, Vastra hesitated before articulating his thoughts. After contemplating Vastra's idea, the squirrel fell into silence. After a considerable pause, he looked at Vastra and asked, What is your level of certainty? Previously, I had a 30% chance. Now, I estimate it at 70%, Vastra replied solemnly. The squirrel hesitated momentarily, then with renewed determination stated, Then let us proceed with your plan. Some actions must be taken. If we do not act, others will force our hand. Rather than being compelled, it is better to take initiative. What does this signify? The squirrel pondered, reflecting on his own introspection. Is this merely a case of mending the fold after the sheep have strayed? Is this decision driven by the squirrel's resolve, or is it Carp's directive? Benedict gazed at the newspaper, resting his chin on his hand, incredulous at the actions of the Eastern Sea Navy. Yet, what significance do such actions hold? The rotting roots are not so easily eradicated. With the eruption of numerous incidents in the Eastern Sea, the Navy has been exposed to a plethora of sordid and despicable events, inciting fury among the people. The hearts of the Eastern Sea populace have undoubtedly shifted. Neither the Xuanwu Navy nor the Eastern Sea Navy can be deemed virtuous. Amidst a cacophony of skepticism, the Eastern Sea Navy swiftly took action, employing a tempestuous onslaught. They launched a rapid assault on the majority of their strongholds. Wherever issues arose, they wielded their authority with ruthless decisiveness, even executing judgments before the villagers, culminating in executions by gunfire. This series of maneuvers yielded some results. At the very least, they salvaged a fragment of their reputation, albeit momentarily reinforcing their plummeting status. Tomorrow morning marks the time for sentencing. Benedict's gaze drifted towards the window, where the setting sun cast a crimson hue over the harbor. The beauty of the twilight was breathtaking, captivating the eye. Yet, the impending darkness of the night loomed heavily. A knock echoed at the door, and Sakata Jintoki entered. Benedict turned to look at Sakata Jintoki and remarked with a smile, It seems our target has arrived. Sakata Jintoki responded with a light laugh. One team is approaching from the direction of Azkaban, preparing to land. Another has already completed their landing from the direction of the Reformation base, presumably to thwart our reinforcements. There is yet another team advancing through the main gate, flying a pirate flag. Intelligence reports indicate they have not appeared on the open sea, suggesting they were hastily assembled. However, the aura emanating from those individuals bears a striking resemblance to agents of the world government's covert intelligence agency. Tomorrow is the day of unveiling the truth. Coinciding with the live broadcast, the world government, along with the Navy headquarters, is intent on preventing certain secrets from being exposed to the public, making tonight their final opportunity to act. Thus, Sakata Jintoki, a man endowed with the sword fruit and known for his penchant for the art of sword flying, has become one of the night watchmen. Upon hearing this, Benedict nodded slightly, grasped the cloak hanging nearby, and remarked with a smile, Let us set forth. Let us see what manner of individuals the world government has dispatched to assassinate a former comrade. At the main entrance of the Xuanwu Naval Base, Yelvitsky and his contingent had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. Marshal, Yelvitsky greeted the arriving Benedict with a serious salute, and then added, 3 pirate ships, estimated to carry around 600 individuals. Judging by their demeanor, they are comparable to the captured CP-9 members. Benedict listened, chuckling softly as he remarked, A CP-9 squad of 600 members? The world government has truly invested heavily. as clandestine operatives of the world government, although their numbers may appear vast. Each member has survived rigorous training and combat, emerging from the ranks of hundreds or thousands. Their prowess is formidable, their mental fortitude unwavering, and their loyalty unyielding. However, to gather such a multitude and simultaneously expose the identities of 600 individuals merely to eliminate a captured CP7 member? It seems like a futile endeavor. What do you think? Should we capture them or eliminate them? Benedict mused, gazing at the throngs of cloaked figures aboard the 3 ships. Let us eliminate them. Came the response from Xuanwu as an ethereal sword energy materialized beside him, fixating on the pirate vessels. They're all assassins, keeping them alive serves no purpose. While they may refrain from speaking, once they slumber, they will have no choice but to divulge their secrets. In contrast, Xuanwu expressed a differing opinion. The nightmarish fruit of Eiffel Kennedy shows no mercy against sleeping foes. Regardless of the secrets one possesses, they will be extracted. What if only a singular obsession remains after extricating the excess memories? Xuanwu scoffed lightly, stating flatly, surely, they wouldn't repeat the same error. Moreover, these individuals are far from ordinary. They cannot be compared to lesser beings. His gaze sharpened, reflecting a growing intensity. Benedict cast a sidelong glance at Xuanwu. In such a brief span of time, it appeared that this fellow's observation hockey had made substantial progress. As Xuanwu had remarked, the prowess of these hundreds of individuals was far from ordinary. Particularly, some among them possessed strengths rivaling that of rear admirals and vice admirals. To deploy such formidable forces merely to eliminate a captured CP7 member speaks volumes about the world government's regard for the situation. Does it indicate a profound seriousness or a complete disregard? This current operation seems to convey to the Xuanwu Navy that the might wielded by the world government can effortlessly summon overwhelming power, capable of erasing the Xuanwu Navy from existence. Is the intention to obliterate this island and erase the truth overnight? Xuanwu said flatly. Xuanwu appeared to grasp something, his gaze drifting further afield. Shadows emerged slowly from the darkness. 1 ship, 3 ships, 5 ships, an entire fleet of 15 formidable naval vessels. The Demon Extermination Order? Xuanwu exclaimed in horror. This order, sanctioned by the world government, empowers the Navy headquarters to execute indiscriminate, devastating attacks on designated areas, aimed at eradicating any threats to the world government's dominion. Although it is ostensibly the Navy headquarters that orchestrates this order, requiring the final command from the fleet admiral, this remains merely a fateful. Whenever necessary, the world government can bypass the Navy headquarters entirely to issue the Demon Extermination Order, ensuring swift execution. Few are aware of the frequency with which this order has been activated. Yet, each time it has been unleashed, the ensuing destruction instills profound terror in those who are privy to the knowledge. Coincidentally, Xuanwu's former kingdom had once suffered the wrath of the Demon Extermination Order due to a singular incident. On that occasion, 99% of the capital's inhabitants perished, while the few survivors managed to escape by sheer chance. It was only later that they learned the world government had employed the Demon Extermination Order against them, swiftly subjugating the kingdom to which they had once pledged allegiance. What filled them with sorrow and despair was the realization that many remained oblivious to the world government's clandestine machinations. Under the propaganda of the puppet government, there emerged a facade of friendliness towards the world government. It was after this that he was expelled, leaving that kingdom behind to become a pirate and establish the warlord pirate crew. Presently, the world government perceives the Xuanwu Navy as a burgeoning threat to their dominion. Those who cannot be utilized by them are deemed enemies, all posing a danger to their rule and must be extinguished in their infancy. Outside the Xuanwu Navy base, 15 naval vessels stood in formation, poised and prepared. Beyond these 15 ships lay another vessel, lurking 5 nautical miles away in the shadows. This ship, though manned by only a few, housed individuals of remarkable strength. Among them was a solitary figure, leaning against the mast, gazing into the distant horizon, clutching a golden transponder snail. In the dim light, it was evident that this was no ordinary communication device. The time has come, a woman's voice resonated, followed by the sound of footsteps. A pair of shapely calves, clad in black stockings, emerged from the darkness. She was a voluptuous woman with nearly perfect features, her golden hair glimmering. Her voice served as a reminder to the imposing man leaning against the mast. What a pity, the burly man remarked, a sinister smile spreading across his face in the faint light, his words laced with amusement and disdain. At the entrance of the Xuanwu Navy base, the proclamation resounded, slaughter order. Indeed, it was no ordinary investment of resources. Benedict recalled Cap's words and, at present, he found himself beginning to comprehend their significance. The world government had, from the very outset, aimed to obliterate the Xuanwu Navy from existence. The incident at Liuliu Island, wherein the villagers were mercilessly slaughtered, marked the commencement of the world government's intent to employ the demon-slaying order. Indeed, it is as I suspected, he mused, one must not underestimate the world government. Benedict murmured, his gaze upon the 15 naval warships deepening with intensity. Let the sword take flight for a moment, he suddenly declared, turning to Sakata Jintoki. Instantly, Sakata Jintoki responded with a smile, of course, and with a swift motion, drew his sword. Gasps of astonishment erupted around them as the members of the Xuanwu Navy sensed the formidable sword aura surrounding them. However, what left them even more astounded was the multitude of Benedicts appearing before their eyes. The technique of multiple shadow clones. The Demon Slaughter Order. Although the Xuanwu Navy boasted numerous warships to confront their adversary, their base was still vulnerable to assault and destruction. Indeed, battles must be fought on the enemy's territory. Thus, any damage inflicted upon oneself would not be lamented. Hundreds of Benedicts precisely aligned with the sword aura, with a wild glint in his eyes. Sakata Jintoki brandished his sword and shouted, "Commander, are you ready? We're about to take flight. Unleash 1,000 swords." While it was impossible to summon 10,000 swords, it was effortlessly achievable to transform small objects into hundreds of sword auras. In an instant, Benedict's clone soared forth with the sword energy. The secret agents aboard the 3 pirate ships watched in utter astonishment as countless Benedicts flew past them. Why were there so many identical naval commanders? How could they all soar through the skies with such swiftness? Why had no one attacked them? These 3 questions echoed in their minds, laden with confusion. But soon, someone realized that the clones were heading towards several warships miles behind them. Damn it, notify them immediately and prepare defenses. The Xuanwu Navy has launched a surprise attack. They must activate the Demon Slaughter Order at once. It was evident that these individuals were aware of the operation. Their presence was, indeed, a final sweep of the remaining survivors following the Demon Slaughter Order, especially targeting formidable warriors like Wang Ji. Simultaneously, they were convinced that Wang Ji and his allies would be unable to withstand their combined assault after the execution of the order. At that moment, a golden transponder snail was dialed. A silver transponder snail in another's hand was connected, and a man's voice resonated. Demon Slaughter Order, initiate. Upon receiving the command, the man solemnly declared, all warships, prepare to launch in 5 seconds. With the order given, the 15 warships readied themselves for immediate action. 5, 4, 3, 2. The countdown reached 1, and a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted. The booming of cannons was accompanied by the noise of warships being struck by heavy objects, causing vibrations and tilting movements. The multitude of arrows was unleashed. Yet a slight deviation occurred, failing to encompass all 15 warships. Consequently, the firepower of some vessels was unleashed. However, the avatar of Benedict surged forth onto the descending warships, unleashing a barrage of sword energy that soared several nautical miles before striking the ships, resonating with a metallic clang. We gratefully accept the warships you have provided. The soldiers executing the demon-slaying order, although part of a specialized unit with commendable combat prowess, primarily demanded precise control and artillery strikes. Nonetheless, such strength paled in comparison to Benedict's avatar. Swiftly descending, the avatar of Benedict swung its fists, efficiently claiming lives while maneuvering with remarkable agility. Each role was distinctly defined. Yet collectively they exhibited formidable combat capabilities. Within mere moments, the 15 warships lost the ability to continue the demon-slaying order. Meanwhile, at the Xuanwu Naval Base, Sakata Jintoki and He led their ships into fierce combat against the covert operatives aboard 3 pirate vessels. On another front, in the vicinity of Azkaban, with the initiation of the demon-slaying order, nearly 100 CP6 members who had been lurking and biding their time launched their assault. At this juncture, Kinjiro, accompanied by special forces, also enacted a swift response. Another contingent, approaching the indoctrination base, collided head-on with Wang Ji's Golden Tiger Brigade. In an instant, the entirety of the Xuanwu Naval Base erupted into chaos and conflict. Benedict ascended to the highest lookout tower of the Xuanwu Naval Base, utilizing his observation haki to gain a comprehensive understanding of the ongoing battle at the base. One must not underestimate the resolve of the world government. They have mobilized such formidable manpower and resources to enter the East Sea, yet our intelligence failed to detect it. It seems that our intelligence channels require further fortification. However, despite the commendable determination you exhibit, You still underestimate the might of my Xuanwu Navy. Benedict gazed at the battle unfolding before him, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Indeed, for the newly established Xuanwu Navy, the current response was commendable. However, should a full-scale war ensue, directly confronting the world government, the present capabilities of the Xuanwu Navy would undoubtedly prove inadequate. Particularly, the might exhibited by the world government was merely the tip of the iceberg. Among the warships dispatched to execute the demon-slaying order, aside from a few formidable individuals capable of engaging Benedict's avatars, nearly all were swiftly dealt with in a matter of moments. Thus, this demon-slaying order served as both the inception and conclusion of an endeavor that failed to fulfill its intended purpose. Consequently, this order inflicted only minor damage upon the Xuanwu Navy, along with some personnel casualties. However, this was sufficient, as the world government still possessed 15 warships as compensation. It appears some troublesome individuals have managed to draw near, evading my observation hockey and coming close to my side. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for the warships you have graciously provided. I shall accept them without hesitation. If possible, I would also like to extend an invitation for you to join me for tea at Azkaban. Surely, that would not pose a problem? Benedict raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze sweeping across several locations before he chuckled. Discovered, I see. From the shadows, several figures gradually emerged. Creator of the Xuanwu pirates. A threat to the dominion of the world government, Benedict. You are under arrest. You are under arrest. The simple words were uttered with such righteous fervor. Benedict could not help but laugh. With merely these individuals, does the world government intend to apprehend him? A commendable slogan, he mused. With your capabilities, are you truly CP0? The elite members of the world government's most clandestine intelligence agency. Benedict gazed at the three men before him and inquired. The tall one with a mustache was designated as Block 1. The chubby man with braids was referred to as Block 2. The bald man with a scarred face was known as Block 3. They were all clad in identical black suits, exuding an air of coldness and disdainful superiority. They regarded Benedict with utter contempt, seemingly convinced that capturing him would be a trivial endeavor. Very well, if they were reluctant to speak, so be it. I possess methods to extract the truth from them. However, before that, their arrogant demeanor, with eyes raised and noses held high, requires a thorough correction. As Benedict spoke, he initiated the attack. The expressions of the three instantly turned serious as they entered a focused state. Block 1 clenched his fists, unwavering as he confronted the advancing Benedict. With his hockey-enveloped fists, he unleashed a powerful strike. Simultaneously, Block 2 and Block 3 swiftly and harmoniously closed in on Benedict, unleashing their lethal techniques. Crack! A crisp sound resonated from Block 1's fist. In just one strike, the disparity was unmistakable. Block 1's expression shifted dramatically. However, witnessing his teammates' approach, he resolved to hold off Benedict despite the searing pain, launching another blow aimed at Benedict's face. Benedict exhibited no fear whatsoever, completely disregarding the impending assault from Square 2 and Square 3 behind him. With a similar vigor, he retaliated, launching a punch towards another of Benedict's fists. The resounding impact echoed as Square 1's fists, despite being coated in hockey, were utterly crushed by Benedict's might. At present, Benedict's hockey had reached a formidable third level, while the hockey of the adversary before him barely registered at a mere first level. The vast disparity in power and formidable defense had already predetermined the outcome. Pain was inevitable. However, witnessing his comrades unleash their lethal strikes, Benedict could not suppress a sinister grin. For them, fulfilling the mission justified the sacrifice of a teammate. The only question remained: who would ultimately be the sacrificial pawn? Bang! A malevolent and triumphant smirk spread across the faces of Square 2 and Square 3. This admiral of the Xuanwu Navy was rather foolish, easily falling into their trap. Even if their attack failed to eliminate Benedict, it would surely inflict severe damage. Yet, in the next moment, a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, and the sensation of their assault connecting with Benedict suddenly transformed into an ethereal lightness, as if their blows had merely grazed a balloon. Is he dead? What is happening? Why had he suddenly vanished? Square 2 and Square 3 exchanged bewildered glances at the now missing Benedict. Square 1, his hands rendered useless, hung limply at his sides, his expression shifting to one of grave concern as he swiftly scanned the surroundings. However, upon doing so, he was utterly stunned. There were countless Benedicts. Remarkable strength indeed. But alas, they were in for a troublesome ordeal. An array of voices echoed in unison around them, leaving them utterly bewildered as to which was the true Benedict. Square 1, Square 2, and Square 3 were rendered completely speechless. If a single Benedict possessed such terrifying combat prowess, what hope did they have against a multitude of them? Now then, are you prepared to be thoroughly pummeled? As countless Benedicts spoke in unison, they surged forward. Enveloped by fear, Square 2, fueled by a sense of defiance, retaliated with a roar. You bastards, do not dare to overpower us with numbers. How dare you underestimate us? 6 Styles Ultimate, 6 King Pikes. The two squares roared in unison, unleashing their most formidable techniques. The sheer power of their strikes emanated in intensity nearing the caliber of a full-force assault from a high-ranking general. Leading the charge were a dozen or so manifestations of Benedict, each possessing combat prowess that rivaled that of an ordinary mid-level general. Yet, at that moment, they were utterly obliterated. Soon after, they were subjected to a relentless beating. Accompanied by the sound of anguished cries that resonated for a full minute, countless Benedicts dissipated, leaving the 3 CP0 agents battered and unrecognizable. Is this all you've got? How dare you infiltrate and attempt assassination? It is not that I look down upon you. It is merely that your strength falls woefully short of qualification. The true form of Benedict emerged, gazing disdainfully at the 2 individuals who had succumbed to unconsciousness before him. The battle had erupted swiftly, yet it concluded just as rapidly. Hundreds of CP9 members aboard 3 pirate ships suffered heavy casualties in their confrontation with the special forces, with the remainder largely rendered unconscious. In the process, 3 pirate vessels were also seized. Commodore, said Sakata Jintoki, shouldering his sword as he regarded the fallen trio with a smirk, it appears there are still those foolish enough to attempt a surprise attack on you. How pitiable. The prowess of Benedict is indeed formidable. Even the combined efforts of Kinjiro and Wang Ji in the present day have failed to fully gauge his capabilities. Particularly perplexing is the technique that allows him to manifest numerous replicas of himself, which remains an enigma. Although they are not his true form, their combat potential remains astonishing. Upon hearing this, Benedict smiled faintly and remarked, these individuals are CP0, privy to even greater secrets, far more confidential. Let us escort them to Azkaban, where I trust Eiffel Kennedy will take special care of them, allowing them to thoroughly enjoy the soothing presence of the Dementors. The battles across various locations gradually ceased. Wang Ji, Kinjiro, Silver Axe, and the Jokerbaki, among others, concluded their skirmishes while escorting the captured invaders. However, among them, the situation of the Jokerbaki was rather dire. He had sustained injuries, 6 knife wounds in total, one of which had nearly claimed his life. After a brief tumult, tranquility returned. The following day, as the sun rose, the live broadcast equipment was already in place, revealing the grim truth of the massacre of the villagers on Rulu Island, along with other heinous events. In an instant, the gaze of the world once again turned towards the Xuanwu Navy. Traditionally, it was the Navy headquarters that executed pirates publicly. Now, members of the world government CP, alongside the East Sea.He, found themselves subjected to public execution by others. The justice of the Xuanwu Navy is untarnished and must not be sullied. Should anyone dare to interfere, we shall undoubtedly retaliate with utmost severity. Slander, defamation, and framing are merely the actions of the feeble. If it were possible, I would sincerely wish for you to emerge boldly and engage us in a fair confrontation. Alas, it is regrettable that you have become accustomed to your rodent-like behaviors, which is truly shameful. So, to the world government, the architect of all this, and the Navy, who maintain this so-called justice like mere watchdogs, are you prepared to confront the truth? Benedict stood elevated, facing the telecommunication device, his projection gracing screens across the East Sea, his voice resonating throughout the world. Alongside him were the rows of CP9, CP7, Navy personnel, and pirates, all controlled and kneeling in fear, pleading for forgiveness as the echoes of their tormented cries filled the air. Their supplications, however, were rendered ironically hollow as the revelations of their transgressions became public knowledge. At the East Sea Navy base, the expressions of Weasel, Carp, and Bastille darkened as they gazed at the large screen, an air of helplessness enveloping them. The previous night's operation had evidently failed. Vice Admiral Carp, are you truly at ease for not participating in the mission yesterday? Weasel spoke quietly, unable to bear the sight of those condemned to execution. Carp replied nonchalantly, I have no habit of collaborating with those scoundrels. If these individuals perish, it is well deserved. Amidst laughter, they shamelessly toyed with the fates of the young, the women, and the innocent, treating them like livestock bound for slaughter, suspended for brutal beatings, and mercilessly butchered into pieces to feed crocodiles. For the sake of power and profit, they maliciously slandered others, obscuring the truth, and brazenly manipulated the destinies of foreign nations. They spread vile rumors, tarnishing national heroes to undermine the justice upheld by others, the burgeoning urban economies, and the promising technologies aimed at benefiting humanity. In their relentless pursuit of goals, they resorted to heinous acts, concealing the truth while casting themselves as saviors. Such grotesque facades were laid bare by the Xuanwu Navy, unflinchingly exposed to the world. Those with even a modicum of justice in their hearts found themselves filled with aversion and rage towards the world government and the Navy headquarters. Their once steadfast beliefs crumbled, and their resolve to resist grew ever stronger. The high-ranking officers at Navy headquarters were somber expressions, at a loss for how to refute the accusations. Explanation? They could offer explanations, or even employ such tactics to obscure the truth and counter the defamation by the Xuanwu Navy. Yet, some truths are inescapable, some realities unchangeable. The morale of the people had been shattered, and the decaying notion of justice had been forcefully illuminated by Benedict's actions. Remarkable indeed, yet such audacity bore great risks. The formidable power of the world government and Navy headquarters was not something they could withstand. Amidst the throng, one observes the harrowing scenes projected before them, rife with agony and despair. Monkey D, Dragon, taken aback by the actions of Benedict, feels a twinge of regret. Even he, having recruited numerous allies, would not dare to stand so brazenly against the Navy. To overthrow the dominion of the world government, mere audacity is insufficient. The Whitebeard pirate's father. I find myself intrigued by this general of the Black Turtle Navy. What audacity to confront the world government and the Navy headquarters directly. Alas, he is of the Navy, and we are pirates. Otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to meet him, to host a banquet, and indulge in copious revelry. Pineapple-headed Marco, perusing the newspaper detailing the Black Turtle Navy's astonishing maneuvers, cannot help but exclaim in admiration. Diamond Jozu echoes his sentiments with a chuckle, remarking on the remarkable figure who dares to defy the world government and the Navy headquarters, founding the Black Turtle Navy to pursue justice without an ounce of leniency towards our ilk. It suddenly occurs to me that there is indeed one who seems to be undertaking similar endeavors. Sachi, running his fingers through his hair, chuckles, "It's Dragon. That fellow visited father not long ago. However, he must tread carefully, for he is a formidable rogue." Whitebeard sets the newspaper down, lost in contemplative silence. Sachi and the others, sensing the moment, refrain from interrupting and engage in their own conversations. Lately, father has exhibited some peculiarities, seemingly taking a keen interest in the affairs of the Black Turtle Navy. On Cake Island, Charlotte Katakuri, holding a projection snail, broadcasts the revelations of the Black Turtle Navy. Over an hour later, Big Mom crushes the snail, disdainfully declaring, to oppose the world government, they are still too inexperienced. She continues to monitor the Black Turtle Navy, contemplating stoking the flames if necessary. After a brief pause, she adds, should it lead to significant losses for the world government, I would not hesitate to assist the Black Turtle Navy in gaining the upper hand. Charlotte Katakuri, upon hearing this, calmly responds before turning away. As Big Mom's second son, he possesses immense intellect, strategy, and strength, making him the most valued among her children. Thus, many matters fall to him for arrangement. On a certain island at the periphery of Wano country, the beast pirates are currently engaged in conquering Wano, clashing with its samurai daily, intent on establishing this place as their stronghold. Governor, the Black Turtle Navy has undertaken a truly remarkable feat, showing no regard for the world government or Navy headquarters. It is utterly exhilarating to behold. Jean presented a newspaper to Kaido, erupting into exuberant laughter. After a swift glance, Kaido's face broke into a smile, followed by a hearty guffaw. He harbored no regard for the world government or the Navy. He would not yield to anyone. As long as there was a challenge, he would engage in battle until his demise. Yet, thus far, no one had succeeded in achieving that. Nevertheless, his disdain for the world government and the Navy headquarters remained palpable, as they had inflicted upon him a profound humiliation. Therefore, witnessing the world government and the Navy headquarters being so thoroughly discredited by the Xuanwu Navy brought him immense delight. At the Xuanwu Navy base, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received 5 soldier enhancement stones, 10 special forces trainers, and 1,000 justice points. As the truths were laid bare before all, restoring the reputation of the Xuanwu Navy base and clearing its name, the rewards for the completed task were duly granted. The soldier enhancement stones were deposited into the spatial warehouse, while the special forces trainers reported in from the training base. Benedict promptly returned to examine the 10 special forces trainers. Their robust physiques and appearances bore a striking resemblance to the summoned elite soldiers. However, each of these 10 individuals possessed combat capabilities that rivaled those of a major general. Furthermore, they were well versed in the Navy's 6 styles and excelled in training others to master these techniques in the shortest time possible. Indeed, their abilities were reflected in their attributes, boasting the remarkable skill to transform recruits into adept practitioners of the Navy's 6 styles within a mere 60 days. The Xuanwu Navy was destined for continuous growth, expanding into other maritime regions, necessitating a substantial number of naval warriors. With the daily summons facilitated by the system, it remained uncertain whether future demands could be adequately met. Thus, the presence of these special forces trainers became essential. Treated like precious assets, they were directly integrated into the ranks of instructors, enjoying the rank of colonel along with the benefits befitting a major general. Benedict subsequently departed, leaving the execution of the criminals to Kinjiro and his team. The identity of CP0 was somewhat unique, harboring numerous secrets. Consequently, Benedict did not hasten their execution. Since being incarcerated in Azkaban, Ethel Kennedy had been diligently working. Now, he found himself intrigued by the secrets that CP0 might possess, as acquiring such knowledge could prove advantageous. In Azkaban, upon seeing Benedict's arrival, Ethel Kennedy promptly approached him, stating, "Marshal, the resolve of these 3 CP0 members is unwavering. Even when I attempt to infiltrate their dreams to extract memories, they awaken rapidly. Have you obtained any useful intelligence?" Benedict inquired, curiosity piqued. "The results are minimal," Ethel Kennedy replied somewhat helplessly. "However," he added, "I did manage to uncover a fragment of useful information from one individual. It appears to pertain to events that transpired a century ago, related to a place called O'Hara." Upon hearing this, Benedict was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected the events of the past. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, O'Hara was annihilated by the extermination order, leading to the escape of an 8-year-old Robin. That same year, Ace was born, and the Golden Lion made his escape. At this point, Shanks was merely 17 years old. Such information flickered through his mind, and Benedict felt a sense of understanding wash over him. O'Hara, renowned in the West Sea as a sanctuary for archaeologists, was the birthplace of Nico Robin. It boasted the highest number of scholars in the world and the most extensive library, the Tree of Knowledge. However, the world government, determined to conceal the truth from 8 centuries prior and prevent its exposure, had issued the extermination order upon discovering that these scholars possessed the ability to decipher historical texts, especially as they sought the historical documents. Now, at this critical juncture, the scholars of O'Hara were perilously edging closer to danger. Ding! A mission was triggered to save O'Hara and ensure that the damage to the collections of the Tree of Knowledge does not exceed 30%. The deadline for the mission is 1 month, with rewards including 20 reinforcement stones, 1 golden chest, and 1,000 justice points. Would the host like to accept this mission? Upon hearing this, Benedict's brow furrowed slightly. Completing the task within a month seemed rather pressing. The journey from the Eastern Sea to the Western Sea, particularly to O'Hara, was indeed a long and arduous one. Given the current standing of the Xuanwu Navy, they would undoubtedly encounter numerous obstacles. Particularly challenging would be the evacuation of the scholars from O'Hara while ensuring that no more than 30% of their invaluable tomes were harmed. It was evident that the impediments faced would be substantial. However, accomplishing the task within a month was not entirely out of the question. After all, the 20 special soldier enhancement stones, especially the rewards from the golden chest, were indeed worthy of anticipation. "I accept the mission," Benedict stated after a moment of contemplation. Ding! Due to the host's intervention, O'Hara's fate had been altered. The world government was poised to expedite measures, intending to launch a demon-slaying order against O'Hara within a month. The host was urged to complete the mission before the order commenced. Failure would result in the immediate deprivation of one of the host's abilities. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Benedict's expression darkened. He realized the task would not be straightforward, yet he had not anticipated it to be this sinister. The world government's malice was one thing, but the system's treachery was another. "I need all available information on O'Hara. I must ascertain the extent of their preparations," Benedict commanded with a grave tone directed at Alfred Kennedy. Alfred Kennedy responded promptly, "Yes, Marshal, I shall ensure the mission is accomplished." Days later, Benedict's office. "Do you wish for me to provide you with specialized training?" Benedict gazed in astonishment at the clown buggy, wondering if the sun had risen from the west. Previously, he had been too fearful to embrace his specialized training. Had he been struck down, awakened by some stimulus? Just a few nights prior, The world government had infiltrated the Xuanwu naval base, attempting to eliminate the captured CP-7 and dispatched a more advanced CP-6 to carry out their assassination mission. Buggy and his clown crew encountered a squad of 20 CP-6 members. In that battle, Buggy faced one of the CP-6 operatives and suffered a near-total defeat. Had it not been for the timely support of the special forces, he might have met his demise that very night. Indeed, I must undergo rigorous training. I must grow stronger, Buggy declared, clenching his fists with a sense of reluctant determination. Simultaneously, he harbored great anticipation that Benedict would bestow upon him the strength he had received during their last training session. He cherished that exhilarating sensation of effortless empowerment. Though he abhorred the arduous process of adapting to such power, Benedict stroked his chin, scrutinizing Buggy. To be candid, in the original world, the name of the great Buggy resonated profoundly among pirate enthusiasts. However, one thing is undeniably certain. Buggy's strength is, in fact, quite feeble. His application of the split fruit showcases a conspicuous lack of combat prowess. Even now, after a boost in power, if he were to face 100 opponents alone, Buggy would undoubtedly face utter defeat. Let us engage in rigorous training, he declared. I shall strive diligently. I am determined to become stronger. Buggy gazed at Benedict, his eyes brimming with anticipation. I refuse, Benedict replied coolly. Why? Buggy, taken aback by the rejection, eagerly inquired. Marshal, I genuinely wish to grow stronger. I will not shy away from this challenge, the clown continued to plead. Benedict cast a fleeting glance at Buggy, stroking his chin as he remarked, I truly find myself pressed for time at the moment. He had pressing duties to attend to, requiring him to journey to the West Sea, leaving him no opportunity to train Buggy here. I yearn to grow stronger, Buggy insisted, unwavering in his resolve. Benedict immediately thought of the Special Forces trainers and said, If you wish to grow stronger, make your way to the training base and first master the Navy. Moreover, you ought to thoroughly study your split fruit. The techniques you have developed thus far are rather lackluster. Upon hearing this, Buggy was momentarily taken aback. He then replied with displeasure, I won't go. Why not? Benedict inquired with curiosity. I am currently a major, the clown responded nonchalantly. The instructors at the training base are colonels. Benedict calmly replied, They are more than capable of training you. With your current abilities, anyone there could easily overpower you. Buggy, upon hearing this, erupted in anger, roaring before Benedict, Those guys? They think they can take me on? That's a joke. I can effortlessly knock them down in droves. Is that so? Then let us see what you are truly capable of, Benedict said with a smile as he seized Buggy and swiftly departed the office. The training base lay to the northeast of the island, situated in a relatively flat area, making it an ideal location for training. After approximately 5 minutes of rapid travel, Benedict unceremoniously tossed Buggy into a training ground. Bring in an instructor, let them handle this clown. Benedict, weary of idle chatter, commanded an instructor to take action. Although cast aside by Benedict, Buggy gracefully descended to the ground. Yet, the moment he landed, Buggy boldly called out to Benedict, Marshal, if I defeat them, will you personally train me? Buggy brimmed with confidence, for he was familiar with the instructors here and had previously engaged with them, even attempting to recruit members from the Joker squad to bolster his own strength. He figured they would go easy on him, conceding defeat without much resistance. As for the reward, it merely involved hosting a few lavish banquets, allowing them to indulge to their heart's content. Them? How many do you intend to face? Jintoki Sakata observed Buggy with amusement, a smile gracing his lips. 10. I will single-handedly defeat 10 instructors, and you shall personally assist in my training, Buggy proclaimed. Raising his hands triumphantly, taking them down will be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Benedict, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced, stating, Very well. Let it be 10. If you triumph, I shall personally instruct you. Should you falter, you shall remain here until you have mastered the Naval 6 techniques before departing. A pact is made. The jester Buggy chuckled with pride, and subsequently began to select 10 instructors for his impending contest. Deus, you 10, step forward. The voice of Benedict resonated, and Buck, who was still contemplating who would take the stage, momentarily paused. Who is Deus? As 10 figures clad in instructor uniforms emerged, Buck's countenance instantly transformed. I do not recognize them. Furthermore, what an imposing aura they possess. When did our training base acquire these 10 formidable individuals? Let us begin. The voice of Benedict resonated within the training base. A command was issued to Des and the 10 elite Special Forces trainers, who swiftly launched an assault on the hapless Joker, Buggy. Upon witnessing the approaching 10 figures, Buggy, gripped by terror, hastily took flight, while exclaiming, "No, I never agreed to duel with them." The bravado he had previously boasted now seemed a distant memory, overshadowed by his current plight. Ascending into the sky proved futile. As Des, proficient in the Navy's 6 styles, soared upward and delivered a decisive kick, sending Buggy plummeting back to the ground. Alongside Des, the other 9 trainers followed suit, each landing a blow that sent Buggy flying as if he were a mere ball. Consequently, he found himself unable to control his disintegrating form. 3 minutes later, Buggy's body, once shattered into pieces, was eventually gathered and reassembled, resulting in the nullification of his fruit abilities. Thus, he transformed into a rather rotund figure, a swollen caricature of himself. "Train diligently here," they instructed. "Keep a close watch on this fellow. Do not grant him a single opportunity to slack off." Benedict departed without a backward glance after leaving a remark. Upon returning to the marshal's office, he summoned Wang Ji, Kinjiro, and Silver Axe to join him. "I must make a journey to the West Sea. Jintoki, accompany me, while Kinjiro, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe, you shall remain stationed at headquarters." Benedict's gaze ultimately settled on Sakata Jintoki as he spoke. "To the West Sea?" Sakata Jintoki inquired with a hint of surprise. "Is there something amiss?" Benedict's gaze swept over Wang Ji and his companions, his expression earnest as he declared, "To save historical civilization." Save historical civilization? Wang Ji and the others were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, such was the situation. In the West Sea, there lies a modest island known as Luoxiao Island. It earned its name from the stunning sunset that cast a beautiful glow across the harbor and the island itself. After departing from the Xuanwu Naval Base, Benedict and Sakata Jintoki, aboard 3 ships disguised as merchant vessels, effortlessly vanquished numerous pirates attempting to plunder them during their 10-day journey and finally arrived at Luoxia Island. They now sought to replenish their provisions of food and fresh water from this isle. "Oh, the beer here is quite delightful," Sakata Jintoki exclaimed after downing a frosty mug of bubbly beer in one swift motion. To ensure a safe and relaxed arrival in the West Sea, Benedict and Sakata Jintoki had donned simple disguises, allowing them to go unrecognized and alleviating their concerns. "Indeed, it is quite good," Benedict remarked, echoing the sentiment, and added, "However, I find that Baijio is even more exhilarating." The proprietor, who was busy polishing glasses, chuckled at Benedict's comment and replied, "Baijio is a very potent liquor. Truly the drink a man ought to savor. Yet, it is quite expensive. It is said to have recently gained notoriety due to the Xuanwu Navy's efforts. It is a remarkable invention, and many pirates have developed a fondness for it. Unfortunately, one can only easily find Baijio in the East Sea. Here, it is rarely encountered. It is highly sought after, with a single bottle fetching as much as 50,000 berries on the black market." As Benedict listened to his employer's words, he felt a sense of satisfaction mingled with a tinge of regret. The production of liquor could not yet be scaled up significantly due to the constraints of grain supply. The turmoil of war and piracy had rendered this world anything but tranquil, making it impossible for the common folk to live in peace and prosperity. Pirates could strike at any moment, plundering or obliterating their crops, even taking the lives of their family and friends. Under such circumstances, grain became of paramount importance, particularly for the brewing of liquor, which required substantial quantities. Thus, achieving larger-scale production had become a formidable challenge in a short span of time. Furthermore, the world government regarded the Xuanwu Navy as a thorn in their side. It was hardly likely they would allow the Navy's liquor to flourish. "Boss, your taste is impeccable," Sakata Jintoki remarked, giving a thumbs up to his employer, a smile gracing his lips. "Do you have any liquor here? I would love to have a drink." The boss swallowed hard, filled with anticipation as he observed Jintoki's demeanor, eliciting a chuckle from him. Ding, ding, ding. The doorbell chimed as a woman clad in a black cloak entered. "I'll have a glass of whiskey, extra ice." Her voice was crisp yet bore a hint of fatigue. Benedict instinctively cast a glance at the woman seated in the corner, her head bowed, fingers resting on the hunting rifle at her waist, exuding a hint of tension. At that moment, apart from the two of them, she was the sole patron remaining in the tavern. "Your whiskey on the rocks. Please enjoy," the proprietor declared, placing the drink before her before returning to his task of polishing glasses. The woman grasped the glass and drank deeply. As she lifted her head, the hood fell away, revealing a striking visage to all present. Her silvery hair, a testament to her time spent outdoors, framed a sun-kissed complexion. Even in profile, her resolute gaze was unmistakable. She was indeed a beautiful woman. Jintoki Sakata scrutinized her features and figure, particularly intrigued by her silver locks. Upon recognizing her, Benedict quickly realized who she was, Nico Alvia. the archaeologist from O'Hara. Now, she should be 6 years old, the mother of Nico Robin. As a mother, Nico Alvia was certainly not an exemplary one. However, in terms of historical significance, she was a remarkable figure. Regrettably, in the original narrative, she met her demise, leaving Nico Robin bereft of her only family. Upon hearing Jintoki's words, Nico Alvia's gaze shifted toward him, now tinged with a measure of wariness. Benedict gazed into the eyes of the other party, a benevolent smile gracing his face. "Hello, may we get acquainted?" Sakata Jintoki approached Nicole Alvia, his cheeks slightly flushed as he spoke. Nicole Alvia was somewhat taken aback by Sakata Jintoki's gesture. However, she was acutely aware of her current predicament. Thus, she merely responded by paying her bill and turning to leave. Sakata Jintoki felt a twinge of embarrassment at Nicole Alvia's actions. "Are women nowadays so proud?" he remarked awkwardly. "She is a married woman who looks down upon a pretty boy like you," Benedict chuckled in response. "How do you know she is married?" Sakata Jintoki retorted, unwilling to concede. "You will find out shortly," Benedict said, a knowing smile dancing upon his lips. Upon witnessing Benedict's expression, Sakata Jintoki began to suspect the veracity of his words. "Quickly, catch her. Don't let her escape." Just then, amidst his confusion, gunfire and chaotic shouts erupted. Nicole Alvia, having exited the tavern, felt a stroke of misfortune. With her head bowed, she walked discreetly along the street, unaware that she had been spotted by the pursuing navy. "What is happening?" Sakata Jintoki observed the fleeting figure of Nicole Alvia with surprise. As he spoke, he noticed the navy, armed and in hot pursuit. "As I suspected," Benedict mused, recalling the hints provided by the system. In the original narrative, Nicole Alvia and some scholars from O'Hara were indeed under scrutiny and faced capture. But the timeline had never been this accelerated. It was premature. Moreover, only 20 days remained before the task's countdown. Within these 20 days, a purge order could be issued against O'Hara at any moment. "Nicole Alvia, you are under arrest." Nicole Alvia sprinted through the narrow alleyways. Despite her experience as an ordinary person, she felt woefully inadequate against the Navy this time. A major, with a cigarette in his mouth and a katana in hand, executed the moonwalk technique from the Navy's S6 styles, soaring through the air to block her escape route. Nicole Alvia's expression changed drastically, particularly as her rear was also obstructed by the pursuing Navy. Biting her lip hard, she pulled out her shotgun and charged at the major, firing repeatedly. Alas, her attacks were deftly evaded, and the major closed in on her. "Oh my, what a valiant resistance," he remarked as he approached her from behind, delivering a sweeping kick with immense force, showing no mercy towards Nicole Alvia. While he spoke of arrest, it was evident that his strength aimed to annihilate her. "Get lost." A shadow suddenly burst through the wall, its massive fist descending upon the major with a low growl. The unexpected assault sent the major flying, leaving him momentarily dazed. Blood gushed forth as he regained his senses, staring at the colossal figure before him. "Saul," Olivia exclaimed in surprise as she turned to the imposing man who had unexpectedly appeared to save her. Saul glanced back at Olivia and urged, "Stay close to me and make your escape. Continue running through the woods. There is a ship waiting for you." With that, Saul charged at the startled Navy personnel. Standing at 8 or 9 meters tall, his towering stature was a hallmark of the giant race. Although the narrow alley somewhat hindered his movements, he was, after all, a vice admiral in the Navy, a formidable force not to be underestimated by mere ants. Within moments, Saul had decimated the advancing Navy troops, leaving them in utter disarray. As for the major, he fell victim to Saul's might, unable to withstand even a single exchange. Saul swiftly caught up with Olivia, effortlessly lifting her up as they navigated through the woods towards the great ship awaiting their departure. Possessing his own sense of justice, Saul had repeatedly engaged in the pursuit of scholars probing into history, witnessing firsthand the ruthless extermination of unarmed historians by the Navy. This had instilled a deep skepticism in him regarding the Navy's actions, particularly after capturing Olivia and receiving a secret directive from Sengoku to participate in the annihilation of O'Hara. Saul, now aware of the grim reality, did not hesitate to betray the Navy and set Olivia free. Throughout their escape, he had been entangled with the Navy, striving to protect Olivia in the shadows as they sought to return to O'Hara. Thus, it was only moments ago that Saul had managed to intervene just in time to rescue the perilously endangered Olivia. Traitor, Hagward D. Saul. Indeed, those of the D lineage are never to be trusted. Today, you shall face execution. Just as Saul and Olivia burst from the woods, racing towards the distant ship, several figures suddenly emerged to launch an attack on Saul. The assailants seemed to have identified Saul's vulnerabilities, with one attacking Olivia while another seized the opportunity to ambush Saul. Saul was struck, and not just once, but repeatedly in the same vulnerable spot. After fending off one attacker, he staggered back, half kneeling on the ground. At that moment, both Olivia and Saul finally discerned the identity of their assailants. Saul, with great difficulty, uttered, "Members of the World Government's Secret Intelligence Agency, CP5?" He was injured, severely so. The continuous battles along the way had rendered his old wounds incapable of full recovery. Now, with both new and old injuries manifesting simultaneously, he appeared exceedingly frail. Sauron. Olivia landed, her heart aching at the sight of the formidable and powerful Sauron, now gasping and drenched in blood. Filled with a sense of regret for inadvertently dragging him into her calamity, one of the CP5 members disregarded Sauron's words, instead lamenting that their recent ambush had failed to kill him. Truly, the giants possess an extraordinary resilience. Another sneered, "So what? The one we aim to kill must perish." A cold and composed figure spoke, "Let us act swiftly, lest the night drags on with troublesome dreams." The 6 CP5 members ceased their idle chatter and quickly launched an assault on Sauron. Sauron understood all too well the formidable strength of these CP5 agents, secretly cultivated by the world government. If he did not fight with all his might, he would perish, unable to escort Olivia to safety, ultimately facing capture and a torturous demise. "You filthy beings shall not harm her," Sauron growled, raising his fists as he engaged in a fierce battle with the 6 CP5 agents. Olivia, wielding her hunting rifle, could offer no assistance. The CP5 would rather eliminate the powerful Sauron first before attending to her. Her hands trembled around the rifle, her resolute gaze fixed on Sauron, who was increasingly wounded and helpless. Tears fell uncontrollably, yet there was no room for her to linger in sorrow. Therefore, she cherished the time and opportunity that Sauron had fought for and made a determined dash towards the great ship. However, upon her arrival, she was taken aback. For there, on the ship, sat a man whose gaze was intently fixed upon her. Olivia recognized the aura of these individuals. It was identical to those attacking Sauron. There were indeed CP5 aboard the ship. Nicole Olivia, a fish that slipped through the net, a sinner attempting to disrupt world stability, you are under arrest. However, before that, we shall allow you to witness the destruction of O'Hara. A CP5 agent, clad in a black suit and meticulously grooming his nails, approached Olivia, kicked her rifle away, and with his long fingers, grasped her cheek. A mere glance from him instilled an overwhelming sense of fear within her. This man had taken the lives of scholars, including those from her previous ship, which had been annihilated by the very forces he commanded. In that moment, Olivia was paralyzed by terror. "Are you afraid?" he taunted. "Fear is good. No matter who you are, you should bow before our might." The captain of the CP5 team, Dis, exhibited an overabundance of confidence, laced with a hint of exhilaration and satisfaction in his words. "Submissive to your power? Such audacity!" A voice suddenly erupted, causing Dis's expression to shift dramatically. Without hesitation, he retaliated, launching a punch towards the source of the sound behind him. Sakata Jintoki stood in the shadows, coldly responding to the oncoming blow with a swift and decisive motion. The sound of a snap echoed, accompanied by Dis's anguished scream as one of his arms was severed, plummeting to the deck below. "My hand!" he exclaimed, filled with rage and terror at the loss of his left arm. To be a member of CP5, his strength was undeniably formidable, well-versed in the Marines' 6 forms and adept in the use of Haki. With his right fist enveloped in Haki, he aimed a blow at Jintoki's head. However, Dis gravely underestimated his opponent. Before his attack could connect, Dis's head was already severed, blood spraying forth in a gruesome display. Olivia, startled by the brutal scene, felt her nerves tighten further. Witnessing the severed head and the ensuing carnage left her utterly horrified. "Hello, I am Sakata Jintoki." He introduced himself, sheathing his sword as he turned to Olivia. "I just heard that garbage from the world government say you hail from O'Hara." He offered her a clean handkerchief, yet blood splattered across Olivia's face, her expression a mix of terror and disbelief. Jintoki's gesture was met with her shock, and he quickly realized the awkwardness of the situation. "Oh no, my methods are too bloody. I frightened her," he thought, anxiety creeping in. "What if this woman now holds a terrible impression of me? I need to rectify this, and quickly." The atmosphere around them grew tense and silent. To Olivia, Jintoki appeared more dangerous than CP5 itself, particularly due to his merciless tactics, igniting her fear. Having just escaped from one perilous situation, she faced the prospect of falling into another. She resolved not to accompany this man, determined to avoid capture. Jintoki, meanwhile, wore a somewhat sadistic grin, his psyche teetering on the brink of collapse due to the woman's presence. "Oh dear, what on earth are you doing?" he mused. "Jintoki, your subordinate has failed miserably. These CP5 agents actually require my intervention to resolve this." Benedict's figure appeared upon the grand vessel, observing the scene before him with a hint of mockery directed at Sakata Jintoki. Upon hearing Benedict's words, Jintoki rushed to his side as if he had found a savior. "Boss, you can't be serious," he exclaimed. "I have been diligently maintaining my good-natured persona. By saying such things, you leave me utterly humiliated." Jintoki's tone, though tinged with an unintentional harshness, lacked malice. Indeed, he seemed somewhat flustered. Benedict found amusement in the situation at hand, yet the matter before him was of considerable significance. Nicole Olivia, a scholar from O'Hara and mother to Nico Robin, expressed her pleasure in making his acquaintance. "I am Grand Admiral Benedict of the Black Tortoise Navy. It is unfortunate that our meeting occurs under such circumstances. However, it is not entirely surprising to encounter you here, for we have come specifically in search of you and the esteemed O'Hara behind you. I am aware of your current predicament, and thus, we are here to offer our aid in your rescue." Benedict disregarded Sakata Jintoki and approached Nicole Olivia, who wore an expression of wariness. He promptly revealed his identity and intentions. Nicole Olivia, however, remained skeptical of Benedict's claims, her demeanor still guarded. At that moment, Sakata Jintoki rejoined Benedict, inquiring, "Boss, does she truly have a daughter? Is she her biological child?" "It doesn't seem so." Benedict listened to Sakata Jintoki's words, his lips twitching involuntarily. This silver demon. After a brief moment of astonishment, Nico Olvia's gaze shifted towards Sakata Jintoki, now tinged with a hint of coldness, wariness, and disdain. Was he a womanizer? Did he share peculiar tastes akin to those perverts? Unbeknownst to Sakata Jintoki, Nico Olvia's disdain for him ran deep. Had he been aware, it would surely have shattered him. Sakata Jintoki scrutinized Nico Olvia for a considerable time, feeling utterly humiliated and morose as he lamented, after finally developing feelings for a woman. She turns out to be a mother. How unjust fate is. His actions were somewhat reshaping Benedict's perception of him. Olvia, too, found herself at a loss for words at Sakata Jintoki's behavior. Was he truly a fool? Bang, bang, bang. Salo approached with heavy footsteps, forcefully pushing himself onto the ship, then adeptly boarding. Breathing heavily, he collapsed onto the deck, casting a glance at the unmasked Benedict, bursting into a raucous laugh. "The Grand Admiral of the Xuanwu Navy, Benedict." He then turned to Sakata Jintoki, saying, "The great swordsman, Silver Demon. To see you both here. I cannot discern whether it's a stroke of good fortune or misfortune for us. Hey, giant, who are you calling Silver Demon?" Upon contemplating the pun inherent in the title, Sakata Jintoki grew increasingly exasperated. He had no idea how the martial world had come to refer to him as Silver Demon. Recently, whenever someone mentioned him, they would utter those two words. "Your luck isn't too bad. At least our arrival has saved you," Benedict remarked, smiling at Salo. Salo, still laughing heartily, rose to his feet and towered over Benedict, preparing for battle as he solemnly inquired, "Are you here to capture Olvia like those Navy men?" "Salo, you are a soldier with a heart of justice. Would you be interested in joining our Xuanwu Navy?" Rather than answering Salo's question, Benedict boldly extended an invitation, asserting, "The justice of the Xuanwu Navy is not sullied like that of the Navy headquarters, willing to act as the lapdogs of the celestial dragons without discernment." Salo paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter again, collapsing onto the deck, completely shedding his earlier intensity. Yet, he refrained from responding to Benedict's invitation. After a brief period, Olvia regained her composure but remained vigilant, unwilling to easily trust Benedict and Sakata Jintoki. "What brings you from the East Blue to the West Blue?" Olivia gazed intently at Benedict and remarked earnestly, "The current Xuanwu Navy is under the watchful eyes of pirates, the Navy headquarters, and the world government. As the commander of the Xuanwu Navy, do you not fear being besieged by them, and that they might seize this opportunity to utterly annihilate the Xuanwu Navy?" Olivia could not forget that when Sakata Jintoki first encountered her, he had mentioned O'Hara. Just moments ago, Benedict had also stated that their intentions were directed towards O'Hara. Presently, Olivia harbored profound hopes for O'Hara, which had become a sanctuary in the hearts of scholars. Thus, she was not easily swayed by Benedict's words. "My purpose is quite simple, to save history. Simultaneously, I aim to rescue the scholars who can salvage it. Therefore, I am here to assist you. The Xuanwu Navy stands ready, prepared to escort you and all the books away from O'Hara and towards the East Sea." Now, I require your assistance in persuading those individuals. Benedict gazed sincerely at Alvia, smiling as he spoke. This is my intention, and it reflects my genuine sincerity. For a moment, Alvia fell silent. Salo, too, remained quiet. Benedict could sense that Alvia's heart was stirring. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Sorrow and remarked, "Time is of the essence. The opportunity for contemplation is fleeting. Surely, you must recognize this, Sorrow. The Demon Extermination Order possesses a destructive power capable of effortlessly erasing O'Hara from the world map." Sorrow's expression shifted dramatically, his large fists instinctively clenching together. He was uncertain why Benedict was aware of the impending Demon Extermination Order from the Navy headquarters, yet the reality remained undeniable. He too yearned to thwart the order and save the scholars of O'Hara. "Alvia, trust him. The Black Turtle Navy is a unique force, distinct from the navies of the bygone era. They embody a sense of justice that we recognize." Sorrow spoke up, choosing to place his faith in Benedict. Perhaps this was a decision born out of desperation, for after all, his personal strength alone was insufficient to rescue O'Hara. The emergence of the Black Turtle Navy and Benedict's words ignited a flicker of hope within him. Upon hearing this, Alvia gradually found her own answers. Yet, in that moment, as a woman and a mother, she could not suppress her emotions. Under the immense weight of pressure, she broke down in tears. Benedict gazed at the weeping Olivia, uncertain of how to console her. After all, the burdens she bore were truly immense. He turned, revving the grand vessel, preparing to accelerate towards O'Hara. However, his resolve faltered as he spotted the distant naval warship approaching, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Trouble was indeed at hand, arriving with alarming swiftness. "Silver time. You take Olivia and disembark, make a detour and depart." Benedict calmly arranged his affairs, then turned to Salo and inquired, "Can we still set sail?" Salo, too, caught sight of the distant navy. Though they had once been comrades, they were now adversaries. "No problem," came the steady and weighty voice, still emanating a profound sense of confidence. Benedict nodded and smiled, saying, "Let us enjoy the performance." An hour prior, on the opposite side of Loxia Island, the Black Tortoise Navy, disguised as a merchant convoy, exhibited a semblance of lethargy despite their concealed identities. However, due to the imperative to capture Alvia, members of CP-5 also appeared on the island. By chance, they stumbled upon the disguised Black Tortoise Navy and, after a secretive observation, made their assessment and promptly reported the information. Moments later, other CP-5 operatives hidden on Loxia Island began to harbor suspicions regarding the disguised Sakata Jintoki. The information was relayed through several layers, ultimately reaching the elders. Consequently, Steelbone Kong of the Marine Headquarters received a call. It was reported that on Loxia Island in the East Sea, the Black Tortoise Navy had been potentially discovered, along with individuals suspected to be the disguised Benedict and Sakata Jintoki. Additionally, the reclusive Alvia had also made an appearance on Loxia Island. After hanging up the phone, Steelbone Kong immediately summoned Carp, Sengoku, and Tsuru. Carp, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of astonishment. The West Sea was not the territory of the Black Tortoise Navy. It was hard to believe that Benedict would be vacationing there. Despite his skepticism, he understood the gravity of the situation concerning the Black Tortoise Navy and would not let it slip away easily, as it pertained to another matter. The O'Hara plan must be executed swiftly. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Steelbone Kong's gaze turned to Sengoku, his expression heavy with significance. Sengoku understood the implication and nodded solemnly. The truth that O'Hara sought to unveil was something the celestial dragons wished to keep hidden from the world. O'Hara was not entirely in the wrong. Yet, the authority of the celestial dragons was being challenged, and under pressure, the righteous Marines found themselves in a bind. Carp glanced at Sengoku, choosing to remain silent and not intervene. What forces could be mobilized nearest to Loxia Island? Steelbone Kong asked once more. Sengoku's gaze shifted to Tsuru. As a strategist, Tsuru was most knowledgeable about the mobilization of various troops, their advance directions, and their objectives. After a moment of contemplation, Tsuru responded, "Admiral Zifa and his fleet are nearby. Furthermore, Akainu, Kazan, and Kazaru are en route due to the O'Hara incident and should arrive by tomorrow, barring any unforeseen circumstances." Steelbone Kong pondered briefly before making a decisive command. "Order Zifa to proceed to Loxia Island immediately and engage the Black Tortoise Navy with full force. Capturing Benedict is imperative. Additionally, instruct Akainu and Kazan to continue with their planned actions, while Kazaru is to provide immediate support to Admiral Zifa." The naval operation was executed with remarkable speed. Upon receiving the orders, Zephyr promptly led his men to Loxia Island, resulting in the current scene. Zephyr commanded 5 warships to encircle the colossal cargo ship where Benedict was located, confronting him with unwavering resolve. Benedict stood atop the mast without a hint of concealment, gazing with a measure of astonishment at Zephyr, who was 100 meters away. The arrival of the Navy was not unexpected. However, the presence of Zephyr, an admiral, at this location was indeed surprising. Zephyr regarded the nearby Benedict with a serious expression, unable to fathom that the individual rumored to have appeared on Sunset Island was truly Benedict. Benedict, what brings you here, and what is your intention? Zephyr acknowledged the actions of the Black Turtle Navy, at least for the moment, as he had not witnessed any malevolent deeds on their part. Nevertheless, he harbored discontent regarding the Black Turtle Navy's recruitment of pirates into their ranks. Having lost family members to pirates, Zephyr held a deep-seated bias against them in his eyes. Once a thief, always a thief. How could those accustomed to the wild, reckless life of piracy, plundering, and destruction ever become law-abiding citizens? Thus, he felt dissatisfaction towards the Black Turtle Navy, viewing them merely as wolves in sheep's clothing. Consequently, he did not refuse the orders from above. Saul stood quietly to the side, prepared to maneuver the cargo ship away at any moment. He was uncertain of Benedict's strength, but rumors suggested that he was at least of admiral caliber. However, against Zephyr, along with the other commanders aboard the vessels, how could mere numbers suffice? Yet, to buy time, even at the cost of his life, as long as he could ensure Olivia's safe departure back to O'Hara and persuade the scholars there to leave, it would all be worth it. What is your intention? I have no ulterior motives. I have merely come for a simple holiday. Benedict's response was met with skepticism. As the Grand Admiral of the Xuanwu Navy, how could he possibly travel without a substantial entourage befitting his esteemed position? Yet, here he was, accompanied by merely 2 individuals, one of whom was gravely injured. Should he falter in this precarious situation, it could very well lead to the collapse of the entire organization. Yet, as a member of the Navy, with a spirit of pride and a heart for justice, why would he surround us with such a formidable force without a clear purpose? We are the righteous army, the Xuanwu Navy, dedicated to maintaining regional peace and combating piracy. Your actions, however, seem to align you with the celestial dragons, undermining the threat to their rule and challenging the dignity of the Navy. Is this what you consider justice? Regarding Zephyr, Benedict felt a twinge of temptation. Perhaps he could recruit him to strengthen the Xuanwu Navy. However, knowing Zephyr's past and his unyielding obsession with pirates, Benedict was uncertain of the outcome. His words were merely an attempt to gauge Zephyr's stance towards the Xuanwu Navy. Zephyr, with a grim expression, fixed his gaze on Benedict and coldly replied, "No matter how you disguise yourselves, you are but a band of pirates." Pirates? Benedict smiled then slightly upon hearing Zephyr's retort, his tone tinged with regret as he inquired, "Is this truly how you perceive the Xuanwu Navy?" Zephyr furrowed his brow slightly before responding calmly, "Pirates are the root of the current turmoil in this world. They are the perpetrators of peace's destruction, wild and untamable. I do not believe the Xuanwu Navy possesses the capability to reform a malevolent pirate crew. Thus, all this so-called justice is merely a facade of your hypocrisy." With Zephyr's repeated affirmations, Benedict found clarity within himself. Even though Zephyr was not yet engulfed in the despair and fury of his future self, his deep-seated obsession with pirates remained unchanged. Faced with the absence of the answers he sought, Benedict resolved to act decisively. Benedict gazed at Zephyr and calmly remarked, "I do not have much time to squander with you here." Upon hearing Benedict's words, Zephyr's expression turned cold as he commanded his aide, "Fire." The aide, upon receiving the order, sprang into action and conveyed the command. In the next moment, all cannons were promptly aimed at the merchant vessel where Benedict stood. When one has the capability to deliver a devastating long-range strike upon the enemy, engaging in close combat should be avoided at all costs. This principle was one of Zephyr's core beliefs during operations against pirates. With only a single ship at his disposal, and considering Benedict's formidable strength and somewhat unique status, capturing him was not an option. The only course of action suitable was his complete annihilation. Benedict's eyes narrowed slightly, and the moment they opened again, an overwhelming pressure radiated instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, Zephyr's expression transformed dramatically. The Conqueror's Haki erupted. Bang! Bang! The naval soldiers who were poised to operate the cannons and bombard Benedict collapsed under the force of the Conqueror's Haki. Only a handful could withstand its impact for but a fleeting moment. Although Savalro was outside the range of Benedict's Conqueror's Haki, he nonetheless felt its effects to some extent. This only bolstered his confidence in Benedict's formidable strength. Admiral Zephyr, "You are exceedingly impolite," Benedict remarked. "Such a battle is devoid of purpose. If we are to fight, let it be between the two of us, for that would be far more entertaining." Zephyr sensed the arrogance and hubris woven into Benedict's words, which only deepened his hostility towards him. Did he regard them with such contempt? However, the ensuing actions of Benedict left Zephyr utterly astonished and speechless. The technique of multiple shadow clones was unleashed. With an abundance of chakra, Benedict effortlessly conjured hundreds of clones, each standing either upon the cargo ship or upon the vast sea, and every one possessed formidable combat prowess. In that instant, everyone was rendered utterly dumbfounded. Benedict would not be deterred by their astonishment from taking action. To flaunt one's prowess is not merely a display of bravado, it is to assert dominance through tangible deeds, crushing one's adversaries underfoot. With sheer strength, I alone am sufficient to bring them all down. With a sweeping gesture, Benedict laughed heartily. At that moment, he exuded an air of command, as if he were a master orchestrating the tides of fate. Could this be the power of the devil fruit? How is that possible? Are not those who wield such powers fearful of the sea? Why then are there so many Benedicts? Are they all mere illusions? Is this a mirage? Who among them is the true essence? As he beheld hundreds of Benedicts traversing the ocean with ease, unaffected by the waves, the distance of 100 meters vanished in an instant, evoking both awe and a tinge of fear. Zepha's expression turned grave as he faced the oncoming Benedicts. His fists enveloped in formidable haki, he immediately launched an assault. "Zepha, you truly do not comprehend the Xuanwu Navy. I am profoundly disappointed by your response." The Benedict clone that collided with Zepha was swiftly vanquished, dissipating into a wisp of smoke after uttering merely 2 sentences. In the presence of such a powerful admiral, a one-on-one confrontation with a shadow clone was utterly insufficient. However, for the other naval officers, it was a trivial task. The hundreds of Benedict clones were merely an easy target for them to overwhelm. In a brief moment, Zepha had dispatched over 100 of the attacking Benedict duplicates. But as he prepared to catch his breath, the ensuing scene left him seething with rage, blood rising in his throat. Benedict had completely subdued the incapacitated navy, cramming them aboard a warship. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 vessels, under the control of shadow clones, had discreetly detached from their formation. Had the warships been commandeered? "Benedict, do you dare?" Zephyr exclaimed in exasperation as he cast an incredulous glance at Benedict. Upon hearing this, Benedict chuckled lightly, remarking, "It is a tremendous act of mercy that I have not slain them. Were it not for the necessity of accommodating these individuals, I would have commandeered that warship as well. Nevertheless, I remain profoundly grateful for your generous gift, dear Admiral Zephyr." Zephyr, incensed, retorted, "At what point did I ever imply that I would bestow upon you a warship? What do you mean by claiming that sparing their lives is the utmost display of benevolence? Such words are a grave affront to a soldier's honor." In a fit of rage, he struck out, and within moments, the manifestations of Benedict aboard Zephyr's vessel were utterly vanquished, dissolving into mere dust. Benedict was hardly surprised by this development. After all, his opponent was the formidable Zepha in his prime, a challenge that could not be resolved by mere shadow clones. "Benedict, prepare to meet your doom." Zepha unleashed the moonwalk technique from the Marine 6 styles, traversing the sea to land upon the grand ship where Benedict stood, poised for an epic confrontation. Once he vanquished the true Benedict, the myriad clones that seemed to have been conjured would inevitably dissipate, and the warship would remain undisturbed. Benedict would not indulge Zephyr. With a swift motion, he delivered a rapid kick aimed directly at Zephyr's face. The speed was so remarkable that Zephyr could only raise his fists in defense, his arms enveloped in the formidable armor of Haki, successfully blocking Benedict's powerful strike. "My ship is quite precious, you know. It cannot withstand your reckless antics." Benedict launched himself into the air, skillfully employing the moonwalk to catch up with Zephyr. The aerial combat was quite commendable, sparing the ship from destruction. Zephyr executed a graceful flip in midair, stabilizing his form with the moonwalk, and without hesitation, he counterattacked as Benedict approached. With a powerful strike, he intercepted Benedict's incoming fist, growling fiercely, "You scoundrel." The collision of fists and feet resonated with tremendous force, each blow infused with a terrifying might. Standing upon the cargo ship, Saul observed the swift exchanges between the 2 combatants in the void above, his eyes wide with astonishment. As a vice-admiral, he understood the formidable strength of an admiral, which was undeniably fearsome. Particularly with a powerhouse like Zephyr, the intensity was palpable. Yet, Benedict continued to engage Zephyr in a fierce back and forth, exhibiting no signs of struggle. After countless rounds of intense combat, Benedict narrowly evaded Zephyr's relentless punches, creating some distance while slightly gasping for breath. He fixed his gaze on Zephyr and spoke. Zephyr, I am aware of your past. Your wife and daughter suffered retribution from pirates due to your justice. Therefore, do you deem all pirates as wicked and deserving of death? At this moment, having clashed with Zephyr, Benedict could not suppress his admiration for talent, seeking to avert the tragic events of 2 decades hence, and once again probing Zephyr's convictions. Zephyr clenched his fists, staring intently at Benedict. As a user of a devil fruit, Benedict displayed an astonishing level of martial prowess that exceeded Zephyr's expectations. In this era, individuals who acquire a devil fruit often become overly reliant on its powers, neglecting their own innate abilities, which are fundamentally paramount. Despite his admiration for Benedict's strength, the pain of his own past surged within Zephyr, causing his veins to throb. Some pirates are indeed deserving of death, particularly those who murdered your wife and daughter. Such villains warrant no mercy. However, not all pirates are evildoers. Not every pirate is lured by greed to become a villain. Among them are those who are compelled by circumstance. Some merely yearn for the sea, while others seek freedom. They possess loyalty, uphold principles, and have noble intentions. Should such pirates also meet a grim fate? Benedict gazed intently at Zephyr, keenly observing the nuances of his expression, eager to discern the thoughts that might occupy Zephyr's mind in such a state. The unassuageable pain and fervent hatred towards pirates rendered Zephyr's heart anything but tranquil in the face of Benedict's inquiries. Only through a tempest of rage and the annihilation of all pirates could he hope to articulate the fury that consumed him. You simply do not comprehend. The ambition of pirates is insatiable. They are the very root of evil. All pirates are wicked and must face the judgment of justice. From the moment they embraced piracy, they embraced malevolence. No matter how one endeavors to conceal their inner anguish or attempts to effect change while detesting evil, there comes a day when, if one's heart has succumbed to madness, they shall find themselves ensnared in a spiral of insanity. Benedict remained uncertain whether Zephyr had succumbed to a state of madness at that moment. Yet, Zephyr had undeniably grown stronger. His armed hockey, delivering punches that landed with palpable force, reflected his prowess as one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters. In fact, Benedict sensed that Zephyr's strikes at this juncture were scarcely inferior to those of Garp. Boom. In a moment of carelessness, Benedict was struck hard in the abdomen by a powerful blow. The immense force coursed through his body, leaving him gasping in pain. Zephyr, relentless, offered no respite, seizing the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks. Saul observed the scene with growing urgency, feeling compelled to intervene. However, lacking the ability to suspend himself in midair, he found himself powerless, forced to watch as Benedict was sent hurtling into the depths of the sea. The overwhelming force left Benedict somewhat dazed. As if his very organs were on the verge of being shattered, the pain was excruciating. Simultaneously, the clones of Benedict aboard the warships began to dissipate into smoke, their existence entwined with the fate of their master. Hovering in the air, Zephyr took a moment to catch his breath, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. His plan had proven effective and successful. Nevertheless, Zephyr did not allow himself to relax. Benedict's formidable prowess cannot be easily vanquished. At this moment, however, he was plunged into the depths of the ocean. Based on my nascent understanding of Benedict's unique abilities, it appears that the sea imposes no limitations upon him. This led Zephyr to ponder. Could it be that Benedict is not a user of a devil fruit? He leaped gracefully through the air, landing upon a warship. Maintaining the moonwalk technique for an extended period, coupled with enduring intense combat, would exhaust even him, a master of the 6 powers of the Navy, despite his abundant stamina. In a fleeting moment, Benedict emerged from the ocean as though it were solid ground. Observing him effortlessly support himself upon the water's surface, Zephyr's expression grew increasingly grave. Surely, even a merman would not find such ease in this endeavor? No, even those who dwell in the underwater realm cannot achieve such a feat of standing upon the surface. Truly, he is one of the most formidable admirals in the history of the Navy. The combat prowess he has just displayed compels me to take him seriously. Benedict wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, gazing into the distance at Zephyr, a hint of excitement gracing his features. The 8 gates of Duinjia, open, open. The rest gate, open. The birth gate, open. The injury gate, open. The dew gate, open. The view gate, open. Towards the peacock, with each gate that was unveiled, the overwhelming pressure and momentum emanating from Benedict intensified. The sea, too, transformed in response to the formidable power he displayed as the winds howled and the waters surged, rocking the grand vessel as if it were ensnared in the throes of a tempest. Zephyr, witnessing such might from Benedict, felt a sense of discomfort wash over him. This was a capability that Benedict had never showcased before the world, and it was absent from the intelligence reports. Confronted with such formidable force, Zephyr was compelled to unleash his full strength. Emitting a low growl, he ceased to conceal his abilities, erupting with an even more terrifying power. Although his momentum could not rival Benedict's, he resolutely initiated an attack. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Zephyr's fist grew increasingly rapid and ferocious. Yet, Benedict remained expressionless, effortlessly evading Zephyr's blows. Despite their terrifying nature, they failed to injure Benedict in the slightest. Conversely, Benedict's fists unleashed a tremendous speed. Each strike generated fierce friction with the air, producing heat that transformed into blazing fire punches, akin to meteors plummeting from the heavens. Fearsome indeed. The stark contrast in their capabilities left Zephyr anxious, his heart racing with growing trepidation. How could this be possible? The opponent was merely in his 20s, possessing the strength of a general, which was already terrifying enough. Yet, he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Zephyr, you are simply too slow. The voice of Benedict resonated, instilling an immediate sense of unease in Zephyr. Even the immense force he summoned appeared to quiver in fear, unable to unleash its full potential. That peculiar sensation flitted through his mind, but Benedict had already vanished from his sight. Before Zephyr could seek out Benedict's figure, the latter's assault had already commenced. Suddenly appearing at his side, a fist enveloped in hockey struck with terrifying pressure, landing heavily against his abdomen. With but a single blow, Zephyr found himself spitting blood. The retribution Benedict now exacted upon him was even more fearsome than before. With each punch and kick, Zephyr was akin to a mere ball being kicked about, utterly defenseless. Abruptly, as Benedict delivered a crushing kick that sent Zephyr soaring into the air, he followed up with a powerful punch aimed at Zephyr's back. The force of the punch, embodying the essence of strength, was unleashed upon Zephyr without reservation. Boom! Accompanied by a dreadful force and a formidable shockwave. Zephyr was instantly propelled into the depths of the ocean. As he sank further into the sea, the tumultuous waters were torn asunder by the sheer might of the attack. In the abyss below, Zephyr was rendered unconscious by Benedict's overwhelming onslaught. His eyes rolled back, blood spilling from his mouth. He was powerless to resist. Allowing his body to descend further, his complexion growing increasingly pale, Benedict descended upon the surface of the sea, his keen senses swiftly sweeping across the surroundings. In the next moment, he effortlessly captured the unconscious Zephyr. Splitting into 2 phantoms, he plunged into the water, and before long, he emerged bearing the unconscious Zephyr. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Just then, a voice echoed, and a beam of light coalesced into a figure. Kizaru? Benedict was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer, but he quickly regained his composure. In the original narrative, it seemed that Kizaru had been involved in the execution of the Buster Call on O'Hara. Thus, his presence in the West Blue was not entirely surprising. Arriving at the speed of light, he must have received orders and hastened to provide support. Truly remarkable, indeed. So many adversaries have been dealt with, even Admiral Zephyr among them. Kizaru spoke lightly, his expression oddly cheerful, yet his inner vigilance towards Benedict was profoundly serious. Are you here to find me, Kizaru? Benedict's figure suddenly appeared in the sky, positioned even higher than Kizaru. He found the Admiral's nonchalant demeanor somewhat intriguing. Certainly, he harbored no fondness for looking up to others. It was essential to stand taller than Kizaru. Don't be so tense. I'm merely passing through, Kizaru shrugged, half-jokingly remarking. Upon hearing this, Benedict naturally found it hard to believe. Yet he feigned indifference as he replied, Is that so? Since you are merely passing through, I shall not concern myself with you any further. As he turned to leave, he cast a significant glance at Kizaru and remarked with a smile, By the way, I feel compelled to remind you to exercise caution while slacking off. It is quite easy to raise suspicions about one's identity. As for this unconscious fellow, I shall take him to a place for recuperation. Rest assured, I have no intention of ending his life. The time for the Black Turtle Navy to engage in full-scale conflict with your navy has yet to arrive. As for those individuals, I shall leave them in your capable hands. Benedict departed with his men and warships. Kizaru gazed at the individuals aboard one of the vessels and then at the receding fleet, pondering in silence before finally remarking in jest, What a terrifying individual indeed. What did you say? Upon your arrival, Zephyr and Benedict had already engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in Zephyr being thoroughly incapacitated. Did Benedict possess Conqueror's Haki? He stunned the soldiers, but refrained from killing them. And what of Admiral Zephyr? Was he taken by Benedict? At the Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office, the transponder snail rang, and Kizaru's image appeared. Sengoku immediately recalled the events at Red Rock Island and answered the call without hesitation. However, the information relayed by Kizaru left Sengoku utterly astounded. He was well aware of Zephyr's formidable strength, having been a close friend, yet such a stalwart had been vanquished by Benedict, who appeared unfazed by the encounter. With such prowess, Benedict likely rivaled any of the three emperors. Sengoku's head throbbed with the weight of the implications. Without further ado, Sengoku summoned Garp and Tsuru, leading them to Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong's office, where he recounted the intelligence he had received. "This young man has become remarkably powerful," Garp exclaimed in astonishment. Having previously crossed blades with Benedict, he was aware that Benedict had not fought with all his might and had concealed a formidable hand. Yet, Garp never anticipated that Benedict would incapacitate an admiral-level Zephyr and abduct him. Sengoku's expression turned grave as he stated, "Benedict's strength has surpassed our expectations. I propose we regard him as a force akin to the three emperors." Steelbone Kong's countenance was somewhat strained. Their operation had failed, resulting in the capture of Admiral Zephyr. Should Benedict take any further action, it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for the Navy. "Garp, is there any way to contact Benedict? I need to speak with him personally," Steelbone Kong pondered before fixing his gaze on Garp. "I have no means to reach him," Garp replied, his face darkening as he declined without hesitation. "What does this imply? Are you questioning my credibility?" Tsuru sensed a shift in the atmosphere as Steelbone Kong spoke, observing Garp's expression with a hint of exasperation. She then redirected the conversation. "We must prioritize the matters concerning the Xuanwu Navy, but we also need to resolve Admiral Zephyr's situation. If Benedict intends to exploit this incident to threaten us, it will certainly become a grave predicament. Therefore, we must devise a strategy to rescue Admiral Zephyr." In the midst of deep contemplation, Sengoku recognized the undeniable significance of Zephyr, an esteemed figurehead of the Navy, a vice admiral, and a cherished comrade with whom they had fought side by side since their youth. Steelbone Kong found himself momentarily lost in thought. It was imperative that Zephyr be rescued. However, the true intentions behind Benedict's arrival in the West Blue remained shrouded in mystery. What was the purpose of abducting Zephyr? Was it a mere threat to them? To O'Hara? As this line of thought crystallized, Steelbone Kong devised a plan. He would contact Kizaru and journey to O'Hara to confront Benedict. Sengoku, Tsuru, and Garp, upon hearing this, expressed no dissent. Benedict and Alvia have made contact, offering their assistance, clearly motivated by matters concerning O'Hara. Although the connection between the Marine Corps and O'Hara remains unclear, they must not dwell on such thoughts any longer. The world government will never allow O'Hara, which has touched their forbidden nerve, to persist. As night descended, Sakata Jintoki successfully brought Alvia and the Marine Corps to the island. Upon arrival, Alvia wasted no time and hurriedly led her companions towards the Tree of Knowledge, the heart of O'Hara. This Tree of Knowledge, in essence, is a library constructed within an enormous tree, overseen by the esteemed archaeologist, Professor Crocodile, a figure renowned in the field. His distinctive green fan-like hairstyle and beard serve as his hallmark. He is the authority of O'Hara and the most respected individual among them. Under the cloak of night, Alvia, escorted by Sakata Jintoki, pushed open the door and entered the library. At that moment, a multitude of scholars had gathered there, engrossed in various texts and examining numerous materials. Each individual harbored their own objectives and tasks, deeply immersed in contemplation. Consequently, no one immediately registered the entrance of Alvia and Sakata Jintoki. Seeing the familiar and long-missed scene before her, Alvia felt a surge of warmth. "Everyone, I have returned," she announced, gazing at the gathered crowd. In a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the library. All eyes instinctively turned toward Alvia. "Alvia, my heavens, you have finally returned," exclaimed a voice. "Poor child, wandering outside. How could it compare to the warmth of home?" With Alvia's return, Robin, that dear child, must be overjoyed. One by one, familiar neighbors approached Alvia, surrounding her with heartfelt exclamations. As Alvia heard her daughter's name, Robin, mentioned, her body involuntarily trembled. She yearned for her daughter, whom she had not seen for many years. Yet, as an archaeologist, the pursuit of historical truth was the essence of her existence. The clash between familial bonds and historical truths can indeed create profound inner conflict. "Alvia, my child, you have finally come back." Professor Crocodile hurriedly approached, and the crowd parted to make way for him. Upon seeing the esteemed professor, Alvia quickly exclaimed, "Professor Crocodile, we must leave here at once. The world government intends to obliterate O'Hara entirely. Everyone will perish." Olivia's words instantly hushed the previously boisterous library. However, standing beside her, Sakata Jintoki was taken aback by the scholars' calm demeanor, as if they were already aware of the situation. Indeed, Galoba's ensuing remarks confirmed his suspicions. "We all know," he declared. "Strange figures have been seen in O'Hara, and the dragon has vanished without a trace. Other scholars conducting archaeological work outside have either been captured or killed at that moment. We understood that someone was targeting us." Galoba appeared remarkably untroubled, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke with ease. "Then why not leave this place?" Olivia asked, slightly taken aback and filled with confusion. "The world government intends to destroy this location. Everyone will perish." Galoba, the elderly curator, chuckled softly and replied, "It is futile. Lacking formidable military power, we cannot escape the relentless world government intent on annihilating us. We shall die, but I believe there will always be someone to unveil the truth of history," he lamented. "What we regret most is that all the books here will vanish along with us. That may not necessarily be the case." At that moment, Sakata Jintoki, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, asserting his presence to those who had disregarded him. His words successfully captured the attention of everyone present, prompting them to distance themselves from him while remaining vigilant. This was a stranger, and most unfamiliar faces appearing in O'Hara harbored ulterior motives. "Who are you?" Galoba fixated on Sakata Jintoki, inquiring. "He is my friend," Olivia quickly interjected. Galoba glanced at Olivia, patting his shoulder before turning back to Sakata Jintoki and asking, "What is your purpose in approaching Olivia and coming to O'Hara?" Sakata Jintoki remained unperturbed by Galoba's inquiry. On the contrary, he maintained his composure and smiled as he introduced himself. "I am Rear Admiral of the Xuanwu Navy, known as Sword Saint, Sakata Jintoki. I have come to O'Hara because our marshal learned that the world government is destroying O'Hara to obscure the hidden century of history. Thus, we have secretly arrived in the East Sea, hoping to safely transport all of you and the books here to our territory. There, we can guarantee your safety in conducting research. Furthermore, if you wish, we can even provide Xuanwu Navy soldiers to protect you." The words spoken by Sakata Jintoki were relayed to him by Benedict, primarily as a precaution, should Benedict be detained by agents of the world government. Sakata Jintoki would be able to proceed according to plan. Although Galoba immersed himself in archaeological studies, it did not imply ignorance regarding the marine core of the Black Tortoise. The establishment of the Black Tortoise Navy, along with the promotional pamphlet that seemingly descended from the heavens, was preserved within the library. Moreover, recent events concerning the Black Tortoise Navy had spread across the seas, particularly the incident at Flowing Island. The actions taken by the Black Tortoise Navy still vividly etched in memory. Old curator Galoba felt a pang of excitement, yet moments later, he spoke with regret. "There is no time left. Not long ago, the world government issued us an ultimatum to abandon and destroy our records. I refused," he continued, casting a glance towards Olivia, adding, "I fear that the forces of the Navy have likely encircled O'Hara by now." Upon hearing this, Olivia turned pale, and the others wore somber expressions. They sought the truth and unearthed history, yet in doing so, they had encroached upon the interests of the world government. They were unwilling to obliterate the records painstakingly gathered over generations. "What of it?" Sakata Jintoki retorted with a scornful laugh. "No matter how many come, I will slay them all. Whoever they may be cannot deter us." Jintoki fixed his serious gaze upon old curator Galoba and stated, "Now, I require an answer from you. If we can ensure your safety and that of these books, would you be willing to relocate?" Olivia too wished for everyone to leave this place swiftly, for only by surviving could they continue their pursuit of truth and unveil it to the world. "Uncle Galoba," Olivia pleaded almost desperately. Old curator Galoba fell silent for a moment, then looked at everyone and made a decision. "Esteemed colleagues, previously we believed all hope was lost, hence we surrendered. However, now an opportunity presents itself before us. This opportunity does not guarantee safety. Therefore, I ask you all to vote on whether you trust the Black Tortoise Navy and are willing to leave this place." Olivia understood the implication of old curator Galoba's words and quickly added, "Everyone, we are scholars, seekers of truth. We desire the historical truth, unmasked by the world government esticete. Thus, we must strive together to continue living, at least until the day the truth is revealed. In certain contexts and atmospheres, straightforward words can evoke varied responses. As it stands, not all scholars among them wish for demise, nor do they all desire to relinquish the invaluable data painstakingly gathered over time. Consequently, some raised their hands, and soon, an increasing number followed suit. Observing this scene, the venerable curator Galoba wore an expression of complex emotions, yet he swiftly donned a forced smile and proclaimed, "Let us all take action. Our time is limited. Please reunite with your families and gather your belongings. I ask of you to remain and organize the books here. Sakata Jintoki, witnessing this, cheerfully remarked, we can assist with transporting the books to the grand vessel. The process will be remarkably swift. Of course, the old curator may also assign individuals to guide us. After a moment of contemplation, Galoba consented. Jintoki then glanced outside the library and nodded. Before long, a multitude of over 100 disciplined warriors from the Xuanwu Navy had assembled outside, awaiting orders. The sight of such orderliness astonished Galoba and his companions. Yet it filled them with satisfaction. The ensuing tasks became significantly simpler. Galoba remained at the library, alongside several elder individuals, directing the Xuanwu Navy soldiers and swiftly packing various books and materials for transfer to the concealed merchant ship. Jintoki entrusted the arrangements to his subordinates while he and Alvia proceeded to a house's exterior, standing outside and gazing at the faint light within. Alvia felt a surge of anxiety as well as a whirlwind of emotions. Jintoki stood beside her, observing Alvia's exquisite visage, noting her expression, a blend of joy, regret, and heartache, which stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Was he truly here to see his daughter? A melodious chime rang out, as Alvia, unable to suppress her urge, pushed open the door, inadvertently triggering the hanging bell inside. Inside the house, Nico Robin heard the bells peal, joyfully closed her book, and rushed outside, calling, Grandpa Galoba. Is that you? As the door swung open, a petite figure dashed out. Upon seeing the beaming, diminutive silhouette, Alvia could no longer contain her emotions and embraced Nico Robin, weeping profusely. Robin, my daughter. Initially, Robin was somewhat bewildered. However, as the familiar voice echoed in her ears, images of her mother began to flood her mind. In that moment, Robin could no longer restrain the longing of her youthful heart for her mother. Mom, I miss you so much. Wah, Mom. This meat pie is so delicious. The flavor of your cooking is simply exquisite. Mother, I want this, echoed the joyous laughter of Nico Robin and her mother, Alvia. Within the modest confines of their humble abode, the melodious voice of Nico Robin enveloped Alvia's heart, providing her with a profound sense of solace and warmth. Sakata Jintoki, initially an outsider, had resolved to remain uninvolved. However, he found it difficult to decline Alvia's invitation. Consequently, he engaged in playful antics with Nico Robin, relishing the delectable feast prepared by Alvia. Yet, such blissful moments were fleeting. Following the meal, Alvia began to gather their belongings alongside Nico Robin. Mother, are you leaving again? Nico Robin inquired softly, her gaze cast upon the packed luggage, a hint of sadness in her voice. Taken aback for a moment, Alvia swiftly grasped her daughter's sentiments. She embraced Nico Robin, gently kissing her forehead. Observing the glimmer of disappointment in her daughter's eyes, she tenderly reassured her, Indeed, I will be leaving. But I shall always be by your side, Robin. Upon hearing this, Nico Robin's spirit soared, and she joyfully wrapped her arms around Alvia's neck, exclaiming, That's wonderful. I can be with Mother forever. Outside, Sakata Jintoki, resting in the cool breeze, smiled as he overheard the heartfelt exchange between the mother and daughter. Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment, understanding that Alvia was now a mother, with a daughter as delightful as Nico, he did not overlook Alvia's protective instincts. That night was fraught with complexity and unease for all the inhabitants of O'Hara. They shared laughter and companionship over dinner. Yet their faces bore traces of trepidation as they packed their belongings. Uncertain of the perilous journey that lay ahead, they recognized that remaining would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Thus, if they wished to survive, they had no alternative but to leave. As the sun rose, the residents of the island began to transport their packed belongings to the port, preparing to board the ships. Additionally, 3 massive cargo vessels were laden with the hastily packed scholarly works, labor of love from the O'Hara scholars. The likes of Crocodile and several scholars opted to remain aboard another cargo ship, unwilling to abandon their families. Meanwhile, as the evacuation of O'Hara commenced, the forces of the Navy headquarters and the world government appeared on the horizon, swiftly approaching. Simultaneously, Benedict piloted a warship into O'Hara, accompanied by an individual whose hands and feet he had freed, rendering them powerless. On the opposite side of O'Hara, Benedict's doppelganger was coordinating with the warship and cargo ship helmed by Saul, converging with Sakata Jintoki and his companions. 20 warships led by either rear admirals or brigadier generals were on the move. Such a formidable force would find it exceedingly effortless to obliterate O'Hara. Benedict gazed at the distant warships and smiled at Zephyr, who stood beside him. Zephyr's expression was one of indifference, lost in thought, exuding an air of profound tranquility. Benedict remained indifferent, for Zephyr had been rendered too parched to muster a retort. Clearly, they were a group of scholars devoid of any means to fight back, engaged solely in the pursuit of the world's history, seeking a singular truth of the past. Yet, as members of the Navy, under the guise of justice, you perpetuate a doctrine that inflicts harm upon innocent civilians. Now, you even seek to obliterate O'Hara. How does your conduct differ from the heinous massacre at Flevence? Ultimately, the most hypocritical of all is you. General Zephyr, I ask you, do you not feel the weight of your own hypocrisy? Is the justice you uphold not a fateful? You proclaim a desire to eradicate wicked pirates, yet behind the scenes, you wield your sword against defenseless civilians. You label us as pirates? In truth, the world government, as well as the Navy to which you are loyal, resemble pirates far more closely, do they not? Salt has been rubbed into the wound. From the moment Zephyr regained consciousness, Benedict has not ceased his verbal onslaught, reiterating such sentiments time and again, not without reason, but simply to make Zephyr aware of which naval organization bears a closer resemblance to pirates. Spandane observed the approaching warship with a mix of confusion and curiosity. From whence did this vessel come, and why did it block their path? It was a ship seized by Benedict. Borsalino rose from his recline, gazing at the distant warship, quickly grasping the situation. The expressions of Sakazuki and Kazan hardened upon hearing Borsalino's words. The news of Zephyr's defeat and capture by Benedict had been shrouded in secrecy. Thus only those in the upper echelons were privy to it. Benedict, Sakazuki declared coldly, peering through his telescope at Benedict standing on the deck. It was evident that he had come for O'Hara. Borsalino commented on the scene, suggesting that this was an attempt to use General Zephyr as leverage against them, to thwart the demon hunt order. This was glaringly apparent. Sakazuki glared fiercely at Benedict, solemnly stating, "We must not allow his nefarious scheme to succeed. I propose we immediately invoke the demon hunt order and eliminate Benedict." Sakazuki's voice was raised, prompting Borsalino and Kazan to direct their gazes towards him, their expressions tinged with disapproval. Sakazuki, in his quest to slay Benedict, seemed willing to disregard Zephyr's fate. "Admiral Sakazuki, please be mindful of your words," Kazan interjected, emitting an icy aura as he spoke. In response to Kazan's warning, Sakazuki radiated heat, asserting, "A man capable of defeating General Zephyr, the Admiral of the Xuanwu Navy, is formidable, rivaling the three emperors. Should Benedict fall, it would effectively diminish the Xuanwu Navy's might and severely weaken them. The remaining forces would pose little threat." A splendid idea indeed. Spandine suddenly appeared, excitedly brandishing the golden den mushi, proclaiming with pride, "Benedict must perish, and the Black Turtle Navy must be obliterated. O'Hara cannot continue to exist. Regardless of who you are, no one can survive under the bombardment of the demon-slaying order. Swapping Admiral Zephyr for Benedict is entirely justified. He deserves his fate." Spandine's unabashed words echoed as he reveled in the thrill of the impending orders, completely oblivious to the murderous glances directed at him by Borsalino and Kazan. After all, Zephyr was not only their mentor but also a vice-admiral of the Navy. Brew. At that moment, a voice broke the tension, silencing the crowd. It emanated from the den mushi cradled in Borsalino's arms, capturing everyone's attention. It was the unique den mushi of Borsalino. As the familiar sound resonated, Zephyr's image materialized. Borsalino, taken aback by the scene, shifted his gaze towards the warship where Benedict resided. A negotiation was about to commence, he calmly remarked. Upon connecting the den mushi, Benedict's voice was heard, which came as no surprise. "Shall we strike a bargain?" he proposed. However, Borsalino, with his hands raised and a relaxed demeanor, replied, "I lack the authority to engage in any negotiations with you, Grand Marshal Benedict." Benedict chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on Kazan and Sakazuki through the transponder snail. He remarked, "Excluding the Admiral, among the Vice-Admirals, your prowess is certainly not to be underestimated. To say you are the foremost among three would not be an exaggeration. I believe Vice-Admiral Sakazuki and Vice-Admiral Kazan would wholeheartedly concur, wouldn't you?" Upon hearing Benedict's words, Sakazuki, aware that this was merely an attempt at provocation, let out a soft huff. Kazan, however, remained silent, and his silence spoke volumes of agreement. "Thus, it appears that you are the highest commander here. Shall we proceed with our transaction?" Spandane, clearly displeased by Benedict's words, retorted, "I am the supreme commander of this fleet. I am Spandane. I serve the Gorosei, representing the world government. The Navy is merely the sharp edge of our governmental sword. There will be no transaction, nor is any permitted. Spandon's voice thundered across the warship. The surrounding Navy personnel, upon hearing Spandon's declaration, exchanged glances filled with disdain. However, Kazan and the others refrained from taking action. As soldiers, they dared not act against their orders. Ultimately, the Navy's growth relied heavily on the substantial support from the world government. Besides, they were merely soldiers. Faced with Spandon's scornful humiliation, they could only endure in silence. Care to repeat that? Sakazuki, filled with indignation, did not spare Spandane, swiftly seizing him by the throat. Devoid of any means of resistance, Sakazuki's sense of justice would not permit him to be belittled and insulted. Thus, without having been tempered by the harshness of society, the hot-headed Sakazuki imparted a lesson to Spandane. Release me. I am the highest commander here. Are you intending to betray the world government? Sakazuki, Spandane gasped, his face reddening and discomfort evident. Yet, even in such a predicament, he showed no signs of remorse, vehemently rebuking Sakazuki. Betrayal? I am a Navy man. As a servant of the world government, you lack the authority to interfere with our actions. After expressing his profound disdain, he was cast aside, nearly losing consciousness. Ah. It seems I have witnessed something extraordinary, Benedict mused, seated on the deck, transponder snail in hand, his gaze drifting toward the silent Zephyr. He smiled and added, of course. Should you choose not to engage in a transaction, you may opt to open fire. I believe, in keeping with the world government's modus operandi, when an individual becomes sufficiently perilous, one may indeed sacrifice allies in a ruthless pursuit of victory, even if that ally is Admiral Zephyr. If my memory serves me correctly, many of you are students of Admiral Zephyr, are you not? In order to eliminate me, they intend to eradicate my mentor as well, thereby preventing any future threats. Did you all just entertain such thoughts? On the warship, the bodies of Sakazuki and his companions trembled slightly. Although this proposal came from Sakazuki, the fact that Benedict has deduced it left him startled. More importantly, Benedict spoke no falsehood. They are all disciples of Zephyr. Marshal Benedict certainly possesses a knack for jest. We are, after all, the righteous Navy. As for the transaction, what exactly do you desire? Paulusolino was quite reluctant to involve himself in this matter, even more so to engage in direct dialogue with Benedict. However, Sakazuki and Kazan maintained their silence at that moment, which left him in a rather helpless position. Kill me. Soon, the response came through the transponder snail. Yet, it was not Benedict who spoke, but Zephyr. Upon hearing this, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Paulusolino were once again jolted, somewhat incredulous. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely unfathomable. Their mentor harbored an unwavering disdain for pirates. Does he truly wish for death? General Zephyr, how ruthless indeed. While professing to execute just acts and proclaiming themselves as the righteous Navy, they simultaneously seek to slaughter defenseless civilians. Is there not profound inner turmoil? Is there not an inherent contradiction? How naive of you to wish for an end by death. Do you feel no remorse at all? Kazan, Sakazuki, Paulusolino, do you not feel a shred of guilt? What wrongs have they committed? They are merely a group of scholars, studying history and archaeology. Whom have they slain? What heinous crimes have they committed that would warrant your unyielding resolve to invoke the slaughter order? Benedict's voice reverberated through the telephone bug aboard the warship. Kazan, Sakazuki, Paulusolino, and several other vice admirals fell into an involuntary silence. But why? Were they merely powerless? Or did they truly deserve their fates? Confusion and silence did not offer them immediate clarity. The transaction regarding Benedict will not afford them an excess of wasted time. Should you retreat 10 nautical miles, I assure you, esteemed Admiral Zephyr, that you shall return safely and unharmed. However, should you insist on initiating the demon extermination order, then Zephyr shall perish, and so shall you. Do not doubt my capabilities. Benedict's voice resonated, neither hurried nor slow, permeated by an aura of chilling severity. This was no jest. In an instant, Paulusolino and the others fell silent once more. Some even clenched their fists. I concur. At that moment, the ghost spider emerged, clutching a transponder snail. He had been lurking in a corner, successfully contacting Admiral Sengoku, and had been listening to their dialogue all along. Sengoku's heart was engulfed in turmoil. On one hand, there was the imperative to obliterate O'Hara as mandated by his superiors, while on the other, he was torn by the presence of Admiral Zifa, the Navy's fateful, and his old comrades. Ultimately, burdened by personal motives and tremendous pressure, Sengoku made his choice. Kazan and Paulusolino heard Sengoku's voice and, like the others, visibly exhaled in relief. In stark contrast, Sakazuki remained silent, his expression grim. uttering not a word nor offering any objection. I refuse. Spanden's voice thundered with resolute disdain. I command, in the capacity of a world government commissioner, to immediately initiate the demon hunt order. The faces of Kuzan and Palusolino paled. While Sengoku on the other end of the transponder snail bellowed in fury, Spandane, as an admiral, I forbid the use of the demon hunt order. Boom. Boom. The relentless barrage of cannon fire continued, with hundreds, even thousands of shells raining down upon O'Hara, and some even targeting the warship where Benedict stood. The projectiles struck the island, unleashing a cacophony of explosive roars. In mere moments, a cloud of dust billowed, and countless buildings crumbled, accompanied by a rapid inferno that ignited. The residents of O'Hara, fleeing in panic from the sudden assault, were paralyzed by fear, hastening their escape in a frenzied manner. The oppressive weight of impending destruction loomed over everyone's hearts. Jintoki Sakata soared through the air, riding the currents of sword energy, casting a watchful gaze upon the bombarded O'Hara. And further beyond, at the warship engulfed by flames, his countenance darkening. Saul, where is our commander? Jintoki called out to Saul, who was assisting others in their escape. He is drawing the Navy's attention to buy us time to escape, Saul replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Jintoki's gaze fell upon the warship. Now cloaked in devastation and rendered unrecognizable, and his expression turned grave. Damn it, everyone must board immediately, and you, together with the marine of the Xuanwu, must swiftly evacuate. As the words fell, Sakata Jintoki propelled himself into the distance, riding the sword's aura, soaring towards the incoming cannonball. Sabo, observing Jintoki's actions, grasped the urgency of the moment. However, evacuating the residents of O'Hara along with the books was of paramount importance, and he could only grit his teeth and hasten to get everyone aboard the ship. In the naval fleet, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino stared in disbelief at the obliterated warships, their expressions a portrait of turmoil. Damn it, Sakazuki exclaimed, his fury boiling over as he seized Spandam, unleashing a torrent of scorching magma towards him. Hissing sounds filled the air as a chilling presence emerged, countering Sakazuki's assault with a frigid barrier. Spandam shrieked in terror, Kazan, what is the meaning of this? Sakazuki glared at Kazan, his dissatisfaction palpable. Though it pains me. If you kill him, you will not escape unscathed either, Kazan replied, his eyes ablaze with fury directed at Spandam, yet retaining his composure to thwart Sakazuki's aggression. Ow! This is unbearable. I will lodge a complaint with the Gorosei. Damn it, I will ensure you are imprisoned and impelled down and subjected to torment. Spandam failed to perceive Kazan's good intentions. Infuriated by Sakazuki's actions, he unleashed a barrage of curses, intent on retaliating against Sakazuki. Sensing the escalation, Kazan swiftly withdrew, deactivating his devil fruit powers and calmly stated, "You are not a celestial dragon. Killing you would only lead to my demotion at worst." A flicker of malice ignited in Sakazuki's eyes as he launched another strike, accompanied by Spandam's agonizing wails, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. At this juncture, words were futile. Kazan's intervention did restore some semblance of reason to Sakazuki. Meanwhile, Sengoku pounded the table in frustration, the force of his blows shattering the surface. His face a canvas of rage, despair, and helplessness, a solitary tear tracing a path down his cheek. Steelbone, Tsuru, Carp, and other vice admirals gathered at the Navy headquarters, witnessing Sengoku's disheartened state. Carp, oblivious to the cause of Sengoku's distress, approached with a hearty laugh, clapping Sengoku on the shoulder, causing him to tremble slightly. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, what is wrong? Did that little girl get you all riled up? Or is there some prickly situation that has you at a loss? He chuckled. How embarrassing for a fleet admiral to be brought to tears over such matters. Utterly disgraceful. Carp continued, his jesting tone unbridled, while Tsuru furrowed her brow, stepping forward to inquire, is this related to Zephyr? In an instant, the entire office fell into a profound silence. Carp's expression froze, and he slowly turned his head to gaze at Sengoku. Among the recent events, the only individual capable of inciting Sengoku's wrath, to Carp's knowledge, was Zephyr. Steelbone calm, with a grave demeanor, inquired in a low voice, has the conversation failed? Sengoku gradually composed himself and recounted the recent occurrences. Damn Spandine, who gave him the authority? I shall kill him. Upon hearing this, Carp, unable to contain his fury, clenched his fists and stormed out. The numerous vice admirals and rear admirals, upon learning that Spandine had disregarded Sengoku's orders and initiated the Demon Slayer decree, alongside Benedict and Zephyr, felt an intense rage as well. However, they were all under immense pressure to restrain Karp at that moment. To the world government, Spandine was a hero, having eradicated the formidable threat posed by Admiral Benedict, extinguishing it in its infancy. Yet, for the Navy, he represented the loss of their mentor, their superior, and a figure of profound sorrow. What do you intend to do? Step aside. I will kill that bastard, Karp shouted, his anger boiling over as he was restrained. The office building erupted into chaos. Silence. Karp. Steelbone Kong intervened, delivering a heavy punch to Karp's face. Though Steelbone Kong was also perturbed, he understood the gravity of the situation. If Karp were to kill Spandine, the world government might disregard Karp's status as a naval hero and retaliate. Furthermore, the Navy headquarters could not afford to lose any high-ranking combatants at this juncture. A navy diminished by the absence of an admiral would lose its formidable presence upon the seas. The Whitebeard pirates, the Kaido pirates, the Big Mom pirates, and the elusive Flying Sky pirates would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the ocean. The once mighty Xuanwu Navy would find itself at a disadvantage and in dire straits. Karp gradually calmed down, his expression tinged with melancholy. Zephyr was, after all, his old comrade. I will handle this matter, he stated. Steelbone Kong cast a cold glance at Karp before shifting his focus to Sengoku. Keep a close watch on the O'Hara incident, despite the pain in his heart. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Steelbone Kong said nothing further and turned to leave. As the fleet admiral, he also had to seek an explanation from the five elders. The ringing of the transponder snail drew everyone's attention. Even Steelbone Kong paused in his tracks. Sengoku answered the call. It was the ghost spider on the line. This is Sengoku. Buddha Sengoku took a deep breath to calm his mind, preventing any disturbance to his judgment, and spoke. The great general, Ze-He, is not yet deceased, echoed the voice of the ghost spider. With a resounding thud, Karp forcefully struck the wall, creating a gaping hole, and swiftly approached Sengoku, evading the snail phone. Exclaiming, Ghost Spider, are you certain that old fellow Ze-He is still alive? Truly remarkable. In response, Vice Admiral Karp confirmed, indeed, General Ze-He remains among the living. However, Benedict is also alive and has commenced a violent rampage. Akainu, Kazan, and Borsellino have joined forces, yet they find themselves at a disadvantage and are requesting assistance. Please request. The snail phone was abruptly disconnected. Sengoku, Karp, and the others stood in stunned silence. Move swiftly. The personnel from the strategy and communications team sprang into action, reaching out to the nearest forces for immediate support. Steelbone Kong was the first to react, promptly raising his voice to resonate throughout the entire naval headquarters. O'Hara. Benedict was genuinely unprepared for the Navy to truly enact the demon extermination order. Even Zephyr was taken aback. Would these individuals go so far as to eliminate Benedict, even if he was their revered mentor? As the shells rained down upon the warship, Zephyr's gaze was filled with a sense of helplessness. In the face of such bombardment, he found himself powerless. Indeed, Zephyr, these are truly your diligent students. How pitiable. However, their streak of good fortune had come to an end. Rising from the depths of the ocean, gripping Zephyr, Benedict's gaze turned lethal as he regarded the fleet. Previously, he had sought to avert a larger-scale conflict, using Zephyr as leverage to compel the warships to retreat 10 nautical miles. Now, such caution was utterly unnecessary. With the technique of multiple shadow clones, in an instant, hundreds of Benedicts stood upon the surface of the sea, charging towards the warships. Zephyr, you are free now. But not just yet. One of the shadow clones grasped Zephyr and surged towards the shores of O'Hara. Upon hearing the clone's words, Zephyr exhibited little reaction in his eyes. What does freedom matter if the artillery mercilessly obliterates O'Hara? Would he be left there to fend for himself? With a resounding crack, the shadow clone reattached Zephyr's limbs. Confused, Zephyr struggled to comprehend Benedict's intentions. With his limbs restored, he regained his strength and felt confident that he could easily handle the clone before him. Yet, he did not act immediately. His gaze drifted towards the sea, fixating on the fleet. At that moment, the shadow clone of Benedict adeptly evaded bullets, boarding the warship and launching an assault on the Navy personnel aboard. Even though they were merely ordinary sailors, they were elite forces trained by Zephyr himself. Yet, he could only watch as these students fell one by one at Benedict's hands. You could intervene, the clone taunted, braving the relentless gunfire or waiting until the bombardment ceased before offering assistance. Upon hearing this, Zephyr took a step forward, prepared to employ the Navy's 6 styles, risking the artillery fire to support Kazan and the others. Just as he was about to move, several sword strikes suddenly descended, blocking his path. Sakata Jintoki had arrived. Appearing abruptly behind Zephyr, the blade of his dewy lake pressed against Zephyr's back, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he solemnly declared, "Dare to take another step, and you shall meet your demise." Zephyr halted, retracting his aura, yet he remained restrained. Watching his students perish one after another at Benedict's hands was a torment he could scarcely endure. Benedict's shadow clone observed the emerging Xuanwu, slightly furrowing his brow, and inquired, "Have they all retreated?" "They are in the process of withdrawal. The Demon Slayer order has affected some individuals, but in a little while we shall be able to set sail," Xuanwu replied, casting a glance at Zephyr. "Do not mind him. Even if he arrives, I am unperturbed," Benedict calmly stated. "Your mission is to ensure their safe return to the East Sea." Xuanwu, gazing at the distant battle, expressed his lingering concern, saying, "But the three admirals working in concert will not allow me to escape." Benedict reiterated, aware that Jintoki's resolve was firm. Jintoki then cautioned Zephyr, "If anything were to happen to our marshal, rest assured, we will rally the full might of the Black Turtle Navy to utterly dismantle your navy's dominion. The current navy is utterly rotten." With that, Xuanwu swiftly turned away. The world government's resolve to eradicate O'Hara would never permit these individuals to depart unscathed. It remained uncertain how many forces would ambush them along the way, thus he too must return to the fleet. With the combat prowess of the Black Turtle Navy soldiers, bolstered by Saul's strength and coupled with his own words, they possessed sufficient might. Yet, no matter how formidable an individual's strength may be, there are moments of helplessness against bombardments, especially when subjected to relentless assaults day and night. After Xuanwu's departure, Zephyr resolutely stood upon the shore. Benedict, alongside his shadow clones, launched an assault with remarkable swiftness. In but a fleeting moment, countless adversaries succumbed to unconsciousness under the overwhelming might of his conqueror's haki. The remaining foes, including colonels, brigadier generals, and lieutenant generals, found themselves in disarray amid the relentless onslaught of the shadow clones. Before Benedict stood the future titans of the sea, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, all of whom bore grim expressions. In the very early exchanges, Akainu was met with a devastating blow to the face from Benedict, nearly losing a tooth and being sent crashing onto another vessel. Aokiji immediately transitioned into his elemental form and charged at Benedict. Yet, Benedict, undeterred by the nature of the attack, retaliated with a punch that compelled Aokiji to unleash his ultimate technique, Ice Age. In an instant, the vast ocean within a radius of several miles became encased in ice. The thick layer of ice provided a solid battleground for their fierce confrontation. With a stable footing, Akainu surged forward once more. Kizaru, employing his fruit abilities, fought with cunning agility, launching surprise attacks that were exceedingly penetrating. Nevertheless, Benedict effortlessly evaded each assault. "I've got you now," Benedict declared, extending his arm, enveloped in haki, and seizing Kizaru's lengthy leg with a cold smirk. With a powerful grip, he slammed Kizaru against the icy surface, once, twice, thrice. The thick ice shattered under Benedict's might, creating fissures with each impact. Just as he prepared to deliver a fourth blow, Akainu and Aokiji intervened, granting Kizaru the opportunity to escape from Benedict's grasp by reverting to his elemental form. "Akainu, are you merely toying around? Your punches lack vigor." After deftly evading consecutive attacks, Benedict boldly engaged two opponents, exchanging blows with remarkable agility. He could not suppress a few sardonic remarks directed at Sakazuki, who had recently experienced a significant humiliation. "Birds of a feather," he quipped. Seizing the opportunity presented by Benedict's taunt, Kazan wasted no time and suddenly appeared behind him, launching an assault. An icy bird, imbued with an intensely frigid aura, shot forth from Kazan's hand, striking Benedict in an instant. With a sharp crack, frost swiftly enveloped Benedict's entire body, encasing him in a solid block of ice. As he was frozen, Benedict plummeted rapidly toward the ground below. Sakazuki's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he, fueled by rage, unleashed a thunderous command, "Great Fire." In tandem, the beleaguered Borsalino, having just endured a brutal beating from Benedict, refused to let this opportunity slip away, unleashing a barrage of light projectiles that rained down mercilessly. They all understood that such a formidable existence as Benedict could not be vanquished merely by being encased in ice. A decisive blow was imperative. The immense offensive capabilities of the three admirals shattered the frozen surface of the sea, stirring tumultuous waves that rose dramatically. Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino stood solemnly aboard the battleship, their gazes fixed upon the turbulent waters, desperately searching for any sign of Benedict. They were determined to bring an end to him here and now. Benedict, their mentor, had faced perilous trials that nearly cost him his life. The demon-slaying order had been abruptly halted due to his intervention. At this moment, aside from the three of them, only a few other admirals, such as Ghost Spider, remained conscious. What a predicament! Initially intent on delivering a lethal blow, their encounter had transformed into an overwhelming desire to subdue him. Yet, they inadvertently fell into his trap. This time Benedict emerged from the tumultuous sea, and even as he stood upon the water, it felt as though he walked upon solid ground. Just as Benedict began to grumble, the already battered Borsalino, without uttering a word, launched an assault against him. Countless orbs of light surged forth, sharpening the expression on Benedict's face. Utilizing his observation hockey, the Navy's 6 styles, and the continually activated 8 gates of Duinjia, Benedict's speed surged tenfold. Open the life gate. Open the rest gate. Open the life gate. Open the injury gate. Lotus of the Inner. With 4 gates opened in succession, the aura radiating from Benedict caused Zephyr, who stood at the beach's edge, to change countenance dramatically. Such formidable power meant that even in a full frontal confrontation, a moment's negligence could leave him unconscious. Merely relying on Sakazuki and the others was utterly insufficient for him. Benedict, you scoundrel, cease at once. Zephyr dared not hesitate, unleashing all his might. In the instant he charged forward, he directly collided with Benedict's clone, which dissipated into a cloud of smoke. It seemed that Zephyr, compared to their previous battle, had grown even stronger. This enhancement was due to the fact that Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino were among his most gifted students. Although they still relied heavily on their devil fruit abilities, their formidable combat prowess could not be overlooked. With Benedict's level of strength, his most prized students would face dire consequences. Bang! As Benedict's attack approached, Borsalino transformed into a beam of light, narrowly scattering to safety. Benedict did not relent after his strike missed. Rather, he pressed on with his assault. For on this side stood Kazan, who instantly transformed into ice, vanishing into elemental form. Simultaneously, in that fleeting moment, he unleashed the power of his fruit, an ice time capsule. A small object, no larger than a thumb, erupted in an instant, freezing the entire warship in its wake. However, Benedict was not encased in ice as a result. Bang! Sakazuki found himself in a stroke of misfortune. His reflexes were swift enough, yet Benedict suddenly launched a precise kick, sending him hurtling away. Hiding proved futile. It was better to confront the challenge head-on. Such a defeat would not be too disgraceful. Benedict seized Sakazuki by the throat and swiftly descended upon the warship. With a resounding thud, Sakazuki was firmly pressed against the vessel, causing it to tremble violently, emitting creaking sounds and revealing numerous fissures. Two-pronged spear. Kazan timely intervened, as sharp-eye spears lunged toward Benedict. Yet, Benedict's speed was unparalleled. With a powerful kick to Sakazuki's back, he freed his hands and effortlessly grasped and shattered the incoming ice spears. Kazan, it seems you two have yet to endure the harsh lessons of society. Benedict set his sights on Kazan, whose expression darkened as he swiftly transformed into an elemental form to retreat. Following their recent skirmish, Kazan was acutely aware that, given their current strengths, engaging Benedict in close combat would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, ranged attacks became his chosen method of assault. Sharing a similar sentiment was Borsalino, who proved to be even more cunning. Should he fail in close-quarter engagement, he would immediately retreat to a safer distance. Benedict. Admiral Zephyr finally arrived, unleashing a terrifying punch aimed directly at Benedict. Benedict, with a countenance that betrayed no hint of carelessness, retaliated with a swift strike. Boom. The immense force once again rent asunder the icebound surface, sending the warship reeling from the sheer might of the impact. Was it not preferable to simply observe from the sidelines? Benedict and Zephyr exchanged a powerful blow, followed by a flurry of strikes. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth, while Sakazuki and his companions materialized, observing the intense battle, yet finding no opportunity to intervene. Damn it! Sakazuki spat out a mouthful of blood, his fists clenched, magma surging forth, brimming with resentment. What formidable men they are! Borsalino's expression was equally grim, devoid of his usual languor and cleanliness, appearing utterly disheveled. Truly, they are still too weak, murmured Kazan softly. As future admirals, their current ages are merely 28 and 29. Achieving the rank of rear admiral at such a young age is indeed remarkable. This indicates that their rate of growth has been sufficiently rapid, and they are greatly valued. Previously, regardless of their inner thoughts, there remained a semblance of pride. But now, it is a far harsher experience than the beatings endured during their time as Zephyr's students. Bang! Benedict's fist struck Zephyr's abdomen with tremendous force. Unyielding, Zephyr retaliated, delivering a blow that left his cheek bruised. Benedict, in a state of exasperation, exclaimed, "You should strike without targeting the face. Zephyr, are you also deserving of a reprimand? Jingman, open. Face the peacock." Benedict's strength has once again surged, causing Zephyr's expression to shift dramatically. Damn. How much power does this fellow still conceal? Bang. Zephyr's hands were raised defensively, yet the fist enveloped in haki bore an overwhelming force, propelling Zephyr's figure like a cannonball into the depths of the sea. General Zephyr, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Paul Usolino were taken aback. However, at that moment, they found themselves unable to leap into the ocean. Ghost Spider, quickly descend to rescue General Zephyr. Kazan called out to the severely injured Ghost Spider nearby. Without hesitation, Ghost Spider plunged into the sea, swimming towards the direction where Zephyr had fallen. Benedict stood at sea level, observing the scene before him, yet he did not intervene. For the sake of your Navy's remaining utility, I shall spare you today. However, should you wish to pursue me further, then come forth. But be prepared for death when we meet again. Benedict cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon the trio of Sakasaki, uttering a single remark before turning away. The three remained silent for a considerable time, watching as Benedict disappeared into the vast expanse of the sea, refraining from taking any action. They were simply unable to confront him. On the Red Earth continent, in the holy land of Mariewa, after handing over matters to Sengoku, Steelbone Kong promptly arrived at this location. Some matters cannot be adequately addressed merely through the communication of a den mushi. The rapid ascendance of the Xuanwu Navy and its current influence must not be allowed to persist unchallenged. One of the five elders, clad in a black suit, with white, curly hair and a scarred visage, responded calmly to Steelbone Kong's inquiry. If the death of Admiral Zifa could definitively eliminate Benedict and severely weaken the Xuanwu Navy, it would indeed be a highly significant event. Spandon's actions presented no issues. Upon receiving the five elders' response, Steelbone Kong's expression soured. Nevertheless, he had anticipated this outcome on his journey here. However, Zifa was not yet deceased, which was a silver lining. The bald elder, adorned with a crescent-shaped mustache and a distinctive mark upon his face, chuckled lightly. Steelbone Kong, upon hearing this, felt a slight twitch in his cheek. Admittedly, Zifa remained alive, but under the bombardment, it was hardly assured that his condition was anything short of excruciating. Furthermore, Benedict was currently in a frenzied state, oblivious to the multitude of lives that had already perished at his hands. In any case, the Navy had lost face, and the losses would undoubtedly be considerable. Steelbone Kong then declared that the matter should be put to rest. Kong, the proposal you submitted previously has been approved. You are to be promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the entire army, with Sengoku's position to follow, becoming Fleet Admiral. One of the five elders, polishing a katana and wearing glasses, remarked. Steelbone Kong, upon hearing this, contemplated for a moment and replied, I indeed had such intentions, but I wish to temporarily postpone this matter. The elder, halting his actions, inquired curiously why. The turmoil of the seas has intensified, making the situation considerably more perilous. Steelbone Kong stated calmly. The Beast Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, the Xuanwu Navy, and the aerial pirates that have surfaced in the East China Sea, along with the dangerous pirates that have since fled, leave the Navy severely lacking in top-tier combat strength. Should they unite against us, we would be utterly incapable of fending them off. Upon hearing Steelbone Kong's words, the five elders fell into a contemplative silence. Gold Lion Shiki was the first pirate to escape from the underwater prison. What exacerbates their dissatisfaction is that the Golden Lion remains virtually unscathed while a multitude of troublesome and dangerous individuals have been released. The current seas, with the Golden Lion among them, signify the era of the four emperors. In this moment, the five elders cannot help but harbor a torrent of expletives directed at the pirate king, Roger. He is akin to a colossal and foul-smelling stick stirring the muck, rendering these waters even more chaotic. Very well, let us set this matter aside for now. The pursuit of elite combat power can be explored in the depths of the ocean, and we shall devise our own strategies here. In response to the five elders, Steelbone Kong nodded slightly before turning to depart. Once the door closed, only the five of the elders remained in the vast room. The unfolding events have surpassed our expectations. The development of the Xuanwu Navy has been remarkably swift, boasting the strength of 3 admirals, which is formidable. Notably, Marshal Benedict of the Xuanwu Navy possesses the power to effortlessly defeat Zephyr. The current Xuanwu Navy stands as a force that rivals the four emperors. The curly-haired, scarred elder raised his teacup, taking a small sip before calmly stating, "It is indeed time to position high-ranking officials within the Navy." Seizing this opportunity to allow those individuals to step into the spotlight, the other four elders fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. Ultimately, it was the elder wielding a katana who spoke in a measured tone. "There is no rush. The journey from the East Blue to the West Blue is not one they can undertake so easily. Certain individuals may be exposed, or some pirate crews could be entangled. The Navy and pirates are inherently adversarial. Even an ant can slay an elephant. Since they have arrived, they should not entertain thoughts of an easy return. Furthermore, the East Blue must mobilize, and the Flying Sky Pirates should be lured out as well." The other four elders, upon hearing this, reflected briefly before quickly reaching consensus. In the East Blue, there was no need for the five elders to elaborate, as Sengoku had already made arrangements. However, their operational objectives differed slightly. The Weasel, serving as the chief overseer of the East Blue Navy base, was at the helm of these plans. Upon receiving the orders from Admiral Sengoku, immediate arrangements were made. The objective was to proceed to Reverse Mountain to intercept the returning Xuanwu Navy and to obliterate the vessels transporting the condemned citizens of O'Hara along with their myriad books. To be candid, the Weasel was quite taken aback upon receiving this directive. He had been completely unaware of Benedict's journey to the West Sea. Nor did he possess any knowledge of the world government's intentions to annihilate O'Hara. However, these details were not paramount. What truly mattered was that Benedict had single-handedly vanquished the fleet capable of deploying the demon-slaying order, including the formidable Admiral Zifa. Nevertheless, the orders issued by Admiral Sengoku were not to be disregarded, and thus, the alarm bells of the East Sea Naval Base rang incessantly as troops swiftly mobilized. If the goal was to thwart Benedict, then they must exert their utmost efforts. Failure would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic blow to the East Sea Navy. Except for the forces left behind, all others had gathered. Bastille regarded the approaching Rear Admiral Weasel with a serious expression. Weasel nodded and then advised Bastille, "This battle is fraught with peril. I recommend you remain at the base to guard against a potential stealth attack from the Xuanwu Navy." In response, Bastille earnestly declared, "I fear not. However, I am willing to lay down my life to protect the naval base." Weasel patted Bastille's shoulder, his demeanor grave as he boarded the ship. He, too, was prepared to give everything for this mission. As for life and death, he would leave it to fate. "Set sail," Weasel commanded, waving his battle cloak. The sound of the horn echoed as the warships departed the harbor, heading towards Reverse Mountain. Weasel cast a glance back at the East Sea Naval Base before retreating into the ship's cabin to strategize for the impending battle. "Rear Admiral Weasel, look over there. To the southwest. It's the Xuanwu Navy's fleet." At that moment, a soldier responsible for reconnaissance shouted upon spotting something unusual in the distance. Weasel quickly turned to face that direction, his expression shifting dramatically. 10 warships, each equipped with elite forces, were approaching. Moreover, leading them was Kinjiro, a figure of admiral caliber. Merely Kinjiro alone could easily suppress the top forces of the East Sea Naval Base. After a moment of contemplation, Weasel grasped the situation. The Xuanwu Navy had undoubtedly been anticipating their arrival. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated. One could envision that while Benedict led a contingent to raid the East Sea, thwarting the demon-slaying order and rescuing the condemned citizens of O'Hara, another force was dispatched to provide support near Reverse Mountain, with Kinjiro's contingent tasked with intercepting the East Sea Naval Base. Every detail had been arranged perfectly. "All soldiers, prepare for battle." The Flying Squirrel promptly issued commands, fully aware that should the Xuanwu Navy take action, they would find themselves incapable of countering Benedict's return to the East China Sea after the ensuing battle. From the outset, the East China Sea Navy would remain unable to intervene. Outside the East China Sea Naval Base, the Flying Squirrel gazed intently at Kinjiro, his expression unusually grave, a reflection of the significant disparity in strength. "Vice Admiral Squirrel, please return to your naval base," Kinjiro stated calmly, his demeanor imbued with confidence. The Flying Squirrel's countenance shifted at these words, feeling the sting of humiliation. How audacious! Having just left the naval base, he found himself cornered at his doorstep. Being told to retreat, such an affront was intolerable. "What do you mean, Kinjiro? Are you deliberately provoking war?" Despite knowing Kinjiro's actions were aimed squarely at them, he feigned bravado in his inquiry. In such circumstances, he could not instigate conflict, at least not in the East Sea. Yet, with the naval headquarters already having engaged Benedict, the animosity between them had irrevocably solidified, leaving him in a state of internal conflict. In the Flying Squirrel's view, the actions of the Xuanwu Navy were both righteous and nefarious. Their existence posed a threat not only to the naval headquarters but also to the dominion of the world government. However, considering the current combat prowess of the East China Sea Navy, could they truly afford to be reckless, deliberately provoking war? That accusation should be directed at you. You dispatched vast forces to slaughter the defenseless scholars of O'Hara and launched a significant assault on our marshal. What, pray tell, is the purpose of your navy? You should be well aware of who has instigated this conflict. I now issue a serious warning to your East China Sea Navy. Within 10 minutes, alter your course and return to your base. Otherwise, I shall lead the Xuanwu Navy in a full-scale assault, utterly decimating the East China Sea Navy. The Xuanwu Navy will take complete control of the East Sea, which shall henceforth echo solely with the voice of one navy. Kinjiro's calm tone was laced with derision towards the naval headquarters and disdain for the East China Sea Navy. This infuriated the Flying Squirrel and the East China Sea naval personnel. Such wolfish ambition. The Xuanwu Navy clearly aimed to dominate the East Sea, completely expelling the East China Sea Navy. It was a source of profound embarrassment. In the West Sea, after departing the artillery-battered O'Hara, Sakata Jintoki and Saul hastened their fleet towards Reverse Mountain. There were only two routes to return to the East China Sea. The more direct path led through Reverse Mountain, while the alternative involved circumnavigating the globe, a far more time-consuming endeavor that was manifestly impractical. Currently, the only viable route back to the East China Sea lay through Reverse Mountain. The journey ahead was long and upon the vast ocean. Some quaked at the name and might of the Xuanwu Navy. However, there are some individuals who remain unconvinced and launch an assault on the Xuanwu Navy's warships. For these people, Sakata Jintoki finds himself somewhat exasperated. Their individual combat prowess is lacking, yet, disconcertingly, they prefer to maintain their distance, bombarding from afar. If it were merely one or two pirate ships, it might be manageable, but these ruffians appear in groups of 5 or 6, which is quite bothersome. Consequently, cargo ships transporting books and the citizens of O'Hara, as well as warships, have suffered varying degrees of damage. Sakata Jintoki is not in the best of states at the moment. It has been 5 days now, and although they are nearing Reverse Mountain, the relentless harassment day and night has deprived him of proper rest. Presently, he bears dark circles under his eyes, and his complexion is rather grim. Those damned pirates. One day I shall pulverize you and cast you into Azkaban, allowing you to truly experience the loss of joy, imprisoned in despair. Jintoki yawns and complains helplessly. During this time, he has dispatched and destroyed numerous pirates, yet the audacity of the pirates from the West Sea is unbearable, showing no respect for the Xuanwu Navy and seizing every opportunity to strike. Report to Major General Jintoki, a fleet suspected to be the Beast Pirates has been sighted. Leaning against the deck, preparing to doze off, Sakata Jintoki immediately stood up upon hearing his subordinate's words. The Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Although the current Xuanwu Navy may be able to contend with them to some extent, they would inevitably suffer significant losses, especially with Kaido, known as one of the 3 emperors. If he has also arrived, their only option would be to flee. However, why would one of the emperors of the Grand Line appear in the West Sea? Moreover, it seems he is heading directly towards them. With this thought, Jintoki promptly ordered everyone to be on high alert and arranged the combat warships at the forefront. The Beast Pirates, as one of the prominent figures, Queen, holding intelligence in hand, gazed at the warships occupied by Sakata Jintoki and company, grinning as he spoke. Governor, according to the transmitted information, they are merely the Xuanwu Navy. Why must you personally come here? To eliminate them, I alone am sufficient. As one of the 3 major figures of the Beast Pirates, Queen, known as the Plague, is a devil fruit user of the dragon fruit, an ancient type, in its brontosaurus form, with a bounty of 1.32 billion berries and formidable strength. Under the 3 emperors, he is also referred to as the Vice-Emperor. Kaido, the Beast, is called the strongest creature, possessing unimaginable defensive capabilities and vitality, and is incredibly powerful. Also a user of the fish fruit, a mythical Zoan type in its azure dragon form. Upon hearing this, Kaido stared expressionlessly at the Xuanwu Navy. After a brief moment, he left with a look of disappointment. I leave these people to your handling. Upon hearing the words, Quinn displayed a look of perplexity. However, the prospect of managing the destruction of the Xuanwu Navy fleet filled him with exhilaration. Let them thoroughly experience the weapons I have newly developed. Utilizing these against the Navy is indeed thrilling. Quinn produced several vials of liquid from his pocket and, with an expression of uncontained excitement, loaded them into a specially modified rocket launcher, exclaiming, "Prepare for battle, my comrades!" The pirates of the Beast Pirates, brandishing their weapons, erupted into jubilant cheers. Sakata Jintoki, witnessing the jubilant Beast Pirates, recognized that combat was now unavoidable. "Major Jintoki," a voice came through the transponder snail. "We are in trouble." It was Sauron, reaching out to Sakata Jintoki. "Indeed, trouble is at hand. Prepare for battle." Sakata Jintoki responded, and soon the clash erupted. Boom, boom. The combat erupted. Faced with a barrage of incoming cannonballs, the soldiers, imbued with haki, including Sakata Jintoki, retaliated, kicking the cannonballs away. In an instant, the Xuanwu Navy found themselves suppressed by the firepower of the Beast Pirates. Sauron had already deflected numerous cannonballs, yet his expression betrayed no excitement. Instead, he grimaced and said, "Major Jintoki, their firepower is overwhelming. They are even employing chemical weapons. We must retreat immediately, or we will face significant casualties." Hearing this, Sakata Jintoki observed several soldiers, who, due to the exploding toxic gas, were gradually losing their strength, with some even succumbing to the blasts, their faces stricken with horror. Angrily, he commanded, "Retreat." "Ha ha. The Xuanwu Navy is nothing but a bunch of cowards who know only how to flee." Quinn laughed heartily as he witnessed the Xuanwu Navy turn tail and run after just a few rounds of their artillery. He reveled in the thrill of overpowering the weak, especially when the adversary was the Navy. Kaido, on the other hand, returned to the cabin to indulge and drink, deeming a fleet without an admiral unworthy of his involvement. This operation was initiated due to knowledge of Benedict's appearance in the West Sea, which prompted him to bring Quinn along and lead a fleet there in haste. Meanwhile, Jack and Jean were invading Wano country, having established an alliance with the current shogun, Orochi. It would not be long before Wano became the stronghold of Kaido's Beast Pirates. "Major, over 500 soldiers, along with some scholars and children, have been poisoned. We must find a doctor for treatment, or their lives will be in jeopardy." At this moment, the fleet led by Sakata Jintoki was in a state of retreat, yet simultaneously engaged in a flurry of activity. Soldiers, scholars, and children afflicted by poison were gathered together, receiving rudimentary treatment. However, the chemical weapons unleashed by Queen were laced with potent toxins, inflicting severe damage upon the body, issues far beyond the capabilities of the ship's doctor to remedy. Contemplating this, Jintoki's expression darkened. "I have encountered them before. This is one of the 3 prominent figures of the Beast Pirates, known for Queen's sinister tactics. Surely, they must possess the antidote aboard their vessel." Saul, feeling a sense of urgency, particularly since Olivia was also poisoned, hesitated for a moment before speaking to Jintoki. Upon hearing this, Jintoki's countenance shifted slightly, and he fell into silence. "Saul, you take the others and depart first. Find a way to circumvent them and head to Reverse Mountain. Our reinforcements are there. I will stay behind to hold them off and secure the antidote." Jintoki made his decision, boarding a relatively intact warship. Saul wished to assist, yet in terms of combat prowess, it was only he and Jintoki who could face the challenge. None could foresee what awaited them ahead, and Saul reluctantly accepted Jintoki's command, still cautioning him, "If it becomes too perilous, ensure you return alive." At Saul's words, Jintoki gave a thumbs up, grinning as he replied, "I am the Sword Saint. They are far too inexperienced to kill me." The speed of the warship under Jintoki's command slowed, gradually widening the distance between them and Saul's group. Queen, observing the lone warship left to obstruct their path, revealed a sinister grin, commanding, "Destroy it." His intent was to annihilate the fleet, not merely a single ship, thus he was unwilling to squander time on the warriors eager for death. Countless cannonballs rained down, and standing upon the deck, Jintoki wielded his sword, the Tiya, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. "Fire all arrows." Unrestrained, Jintoki showed no mercy. Channeling the power of his devil fruit, he unleashed a single, mighty strike toward the incoming cannonballs. The formidable and razor-sharp sword energy erupted with immense force, swiftly propelling forward. Simultaneously, at the very instant Jintoki made his move, innumerable sword energies soared through the air. Like an impenetrable net, the incoming cannonballs were almost entirely sliced apart. Indeed, the slash Jintoki executed was extraordinarily sharp, maintaining its momentum as it cleaved through a pirate ship. With a resounding tear, the massive pirate vessel, along with its crew, was severed in two by a single stroke. This sudden turn of events left the members of the Beast Pirates utterly astonished. A grand swordsman. They realized they were up against a formidable swordsman. The cacophony of sounds rose and fell, frantic and laced with terror. The imposing presence of the Beast Pirates was, at this moment, subdued. Quinn's expression darkened momentarily, only to be replaced by a glimmer of excitement. Although he had been publicly humiliated and lost a ship, the revelation of a master swordsman among their foes ignited a thrill within him. Such a formidable swordsman warranted his personal intervention, as he yearned to crush him alongside the warship. Just as Quinn indulged in his fervent imaginings, a series of anguished cries erupted nearby, leaving him perplexed. Turning to investigate, he beheld a silver-haired youth mercilessly slaughtering his subordinates, wielding a blade. Could this be the master swordsman? With this thought, Quinn disregarded any notion of the adversary being on his own ship, propelling his massive frame toward Sakata Jintoki. With a few leaps, he landed, causing the pirate ship to sway violently, nearly toppling the vigilant crew. Quinn arrived at the vessel where Sakata Jintoki stood and bellowed, "You little brat, are you courting death?" As he spoke, his fist, shrouded in the aura of haki, descended with devastating force towards Sakata Jintoki. Sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Quinn, Jintoki evaded swiftly. Boom. Although Quinn's fist did not strike the deck, the sheer force unleashed created a substantial dent in the hard surface. In the pirate world, the timber used to construct ships was extraordinary. Ordinary strength could not shatter it. "Hiding will do you no good, little boy. You might as well submit and let me crush you," Quinn proclaimed, unfazed by Jintoki's ability to evade his blow. After all, a master swordsman would not lack strength. Perched atop the mast, Sakata Jintoki looked down at the hefty Quinn with a slight smirk, his voice dripping with charm. "Crush me? You fat fool. It seems you're tired of living. Do you dare believe I won't take your life?" At Jintoki's words, the faces of the beast's pirates turned pale. Observing Quinn's nearly frenzied demeanor only heightened their panic. "Quick, we must flee this place. Heaven forbid, the captain despises such remarks. That man is doomed. I refuse to accompany him to the grave." One by one, the pirates abandoned the ship, distancing themselves from Quinn. At that moment, Quinn's countenance grew darker still, veins bulging. His colossal fists clenched tightly as he glared at Sakata Jintoki, declaring, "You brat, your demise is assured. I will shatter every bone in your body." In response, Jintoki let out a cold laugh, retorting, "Fat fool, anyone can talk tough. If you have the guts, come and crush me." Quinn, in a fit of rage, unleashed a thunderous roar, his body undergoing a remarkable transformation. He grew larger and more robust, his visage morphing into that of a spiked, toothy brontosaurus. His hands transformed into powerful dragon claws, and a formidable tail sprouted, capable of wreaking havoc. This half-dragon, brontosaurus form was Quinn's adaptation for combat at sea. Inspired by Kaido's hybrid transformation, the necessity for such a form arose from the limitations of the pirate ship, which could not accommodate Quinn's full form, while the sea would diminish his strength. As Quinn towered over Sakata Jintoki, he let out an enraged roar, his massive claws descending with an earth-shattering force. "I'll crush you," he bellowed at the silver-haired youth. With a swift motion, Sakata Jintoki unleashed a sword strike, the blade's energy slicing through the air, its formidable aura withstanding the impact of Quinn's punch. Quinn glared down at the diminutive Jintoki, intensifying the force of his attack. With a resounding crash, Quinn's punch obliterated a corner of the pirate ship, seawater beginning to flood in. After enduring the blow, Jintoki sensed a shift in Quinn's power. He recognized that a direct confrontation would not favor him. Thus, he swiftly repositioned himself, appearing behind Quinn. Lake Toya's 18 blades. Jintoki executed a wild flurry of strikes, the swift arcs of his sword generating fierce gusts of wind. The ship, already battered by Quinn's onslaught, now creaked ominously under Jintoki's assault, threatening to splinter into pieces. After his barrage, Jintoki intended to distance himself from Quinn. However, at that moment, a colossal tail swept towards him, Quinn's half-dragon tail, slicing through the air with menacing speed. Jintoki twisted in midair to evade the tail's strike, but unexpectedly, it curved sharply, striking him in the lower back. Bang! Jintoki was flung away, crashing through the deck and landing in the ship's hold. Dragon Fist. Quinn paid no heed to whether this pirate vessel was his own. He was consumed by rage over Jintoki's ambush. Although he summoned his haki for defense and was confident in his recovery abilities, he still bore numerous wounds that pained him greatly. Thus, in his fury, Quinn brought his massive fist crashing down towards Jintoki's position. Raging Dance. Despite Jintoki's resentment towards Quinn for targeting his lower back and the agony he felt, he faced the terrifying might of Quinn's punch with utmost seriousness, preparing to retaliate. Boom. Two formidable forces erupted within the ship's hold, completely shattering the pirate vessel that was on the verge of collapse. The ferocious energy tore through the ship, sending numerous objects flying and injuring many pirates in the process. With a splash, the seawater surged as Sakata Jintoki appeared atop the mast of another pirate ship. The recent collision had nearly represented Jintoki's full might, yet he had barely managed to withstand Queen's punch, leaving him gravely injured. Major Jintoki. The marine soldiers of the Xuanwu Navy, engaged in fierce combat with the pirates, watched in alarm as Jintoki coughed up blood and swayed dangerously, nearly losing his balance. While Jintoki battled Queen, the Xuanwu Navy soldiers, bearing the brunt of the assault, maneuvered their warship, preparing to collide with the beast pirates. They launched a counterattack using the Navy's 6 styles. However, not all pirate ships were held back by the Xuanwu Navy, for pirate vessels still navigated around the battlefield, pursuing the Navy fleet. Jintoki wiped the corner of his mouth and gazed at Queen on the other warship, feeling a pang of frustration. Indeed, as one of the 3 prominent figures of the beast pirates, Queen possessed strength akin to that of an admiral, proving that he was not to be underestimated. I am still too weak, Jintoki mused. Haha, you little brat, I am a major figure. With your current abilities, you are still far too inexperienced. Just submit and be crushed, Queen taunted as he charged forward, leaping towards the pirate ship where Jintoki stood, causing the other pirates to flee in terror. Jintoki gripped his sword tightly and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already suspended in midair, surrounded by countless sword energies flying about. Since close combat was unfeasible, he decided to shift to ranged attacks. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Countless sword energies surged forth, accompanied by cries of agony as the pirates of the beast pirates fell victim to the onslaught. Unable to contend with Queen, Jintoki chose to abandon his pursuit of him and instead focused on eliminating other members of the pirate crew. The Xuanwu Navy, proficient in the Navy's 6 styles, unleashed a relentless assault once aboard the ship, and with Jintoki's assistance, the rate at which pirates fell increased dramatically. Queen's expression darkened upon witnessing this scene. Although he often disregarded the lives of his subordinates, some even serving as subjects for his experimental chemical weapons, there were times when circumstances warranted a different approach. For instance, with his men being slaughtered, who would control the large ship? Who would attend to him? As a prominent figure, how would he be perceived by Governor Kaido? You have thoroughly enraged me, silver-haired brat. Speed is not Quin's forte. However, at this moment, he must summon all his strength to eliminate Sakata Jintoki. Faced with the rampaging Quinn, Sakata Jintoki does not dare to underestimate his opponent. He refrains from engaging the pirates directly, instead continuously unleashing sword energy to maintain distance and execute ranged attacks. Quinn's massive form leaps across pirate ships as he pursues Sakata Jintoki, instilling terror among the pirates who are both frightened and on edge, having to remain vigilant against Quinn's sudden and sweeping assaults while battling the formidable warriors of the Black Tortoise Navy. Oh, cursed the wretched brat. Dare to engage me in close combat for 500 rounds. Watch how I smash you to pieces. Though Quinn is filled with rage, strength, and formidable defenses, as well as the capacity to endure pain, he finds himself utterly exasperated against the slippery Sakata Jintoki, who evades him like a mosquito. His roars echo in frustration. Yet he has no outlet for his fury. Unable to transform into his complete form, his situation would only worsen. Being so large, he is merely a target. Should he leap to attack, he risks plunging into the sea, a peril akin to a senile old man hanging himself, courting death. You fat fool, come down from the heavens and battle me for 500 rounds. Let us see if I can't take you down. Sakata Jintoki scoffs, seizing his advantage and granting Quinn no opportunity whatsoever. Even if he cannot inflict severe wounds, and despite Quinn's robust defenses and remarkable recovery abilities, he intends to bleed him out, strike by strike. However, unbeknownst to Sakata Jintoki, Kaido has transformed into a blue dragon, his expression dark and imposing as he gazes down upon him from above. This insufferable insect dares to kill so many of his men right before his eyes, further toying with Quinn as if he were a mere rodent. This is truly a grievous affront. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Lightning crackles, accompanied by a colossal black spiked club descending from the sky. In midair, Sakata Jintoki finds himself utterly powerless against the onslaught, sent flying with a speed more ferocious than that which he experienced when struck by Quinn. As he crashes into the sea, it is akin to a multitude of explosives detonating beneath the waves, sending forth a tremendous spray of water. The soldiers of the Black Tortoise Navy witness Sakata Jintoki plunging into the ocean. Without hesitation, he plunged into the sea, determined to rescue Sakata Jintoki. who was on the verge of becoming a drowned rat. Kaido's sudden intervention was unexpected for Quinn. However, upon reflection, Quinn felt a wave of shame wash over him. After all, he was a vice admiral, yet here he was, being toyed with by a mere child who was not even an admiral, thus bringing disgrace upon the beast pirates. There were reasons for Kaido's actions. Quinn's embarrassment was one of them, and the loss of more of his subordinates had also irked Kaido. Yet, underlying it all was a sense of jealousy. For a mere member of the Marine Corps possessed such an abundance of elite subordinates proficient in the 6 powers of the Navy. Kaido was an ambitious man, intent on forging a true beast pirates crew, comprised entirely of devil fruit users endowed with unparalleled strength. He firmly believed that under such power, no one could stand in their way, making world domination a mere trifle. Vice Admiral Jintoki. Vice Admiral Jintoki, please awaken. Sakata Jintoki had been rescued by a colonel of the Marine Corps, lying flat on a battered plank. This colonel was well aware of Kaido's terror, and thus, even upon leaving the water's surface, dared not approach too closely. Instead, he sought refuge on a pirate ship. A powerful blow to his chest caused Sakata Jintoki to expel the seawater that had filled his lungs. Upon regaining consciousness, Jintoki's expression was dark and foreboding, with excruciating pain radiating throughout his body. The pain inflicted by Kaido's casual strike surpassed any he had endured in the past. How far have we come? Jintoki asked, blood trickling from his forehead and his visage pale. We have held off their main forces, the colonel replied. Upon hearing this, Jintoki's face betrayed a look of resignation. It was truly unfortunate that the terrifying Kaido was here as well. Jintoki felt helpless, aware of his own inadequacies. Brothers, continue to buy time. Vice Admiral Jintoki, as a sword fruit user, you can leave first and catch up with the others. Jintoki shared a good rapport with his subordinates, frequently referring to them as brothers. However, despite what the colonel suggested, as a vice admiral, he could not abandon his post. That's nonsense. Are you trying to get me killed? I am your superior. How could I possibly flee in the face of battle? Listen to me. I will cover for you. The influence of seawater on the devil fruit is profound, rendering him unable to wield its powers temporarily. Fortunately, beyond his mastery of the devil fruit, he is also well-versed in the Marine 6 styles and is a formidable swordsman, boasting remarkable physical prowess. With a deep breath, he mustered his strength and rose to his feet. Little brat, do you think I can't find you hiding here? Kaido, transformed into his dragon form, hovered in the air, his enormous dragon eyes looking down upon Sakata Jintoki as he spoke. In response, Jintoki let out a cold snort, leaping from the wooden planks onto the pirate ship, seeking a more advantageous position for battle. However, upon landing, he beheld his subordinates being mercilessly slaughtered by Queen, their screams echoing through the air, causing his eyes to redden with a fierce intent to kill. This was Queen's revenge against him. Unable to find pleasure in his own suffering, he vented his wrath upon the warriors of the Xuanwu Navy. After capturing one of the Xuanwu Navy soldiers, he resorted to brutal trampling, pounding, tearing, and even kneading them like dough. Ha ha, this is it. This is the feeling. I'll crush each one of you. I'll shatter your bones. Do you see it? Ha ha. He reveled in the torment of the Xuanwu Navy soldiers, laughing maniacally at Jintoki. Ah, you seek death. With his eyes burning crimson, Jintoki, consumed by rage, transformed into his Shiroisha form. This particular transformation was unique, as the bloodthirsty aura and momentum erupted from him. His hair grew rapidly, extending half a meter. The Lake Toya in his hands began to emanate a blood-red glow, exuding a bone-chilling aura that caused souls to tremble. The surrounding pirates, overwhelmed by his presence, displayed expressions of terror, as if they had been suddenly thrust into the depths of hell. The world turned upside down. Jintoki's state momentarily stunned Queen, but that feeling was quickly dispelled by his formidable physique and demeanor, his gaze upon Jintoki cold and indifferent. A mere display of aura could not inflict harm upon him. Come now, let me relish in crushing you. I will treat you just as I have treated them. As the words lingered in the air, Quinn charged towards Sakata Jintoki. With each stride, the ferocity emanating from Quinn intensified, a wildness that seemed to arise from the very depths of a beast's soul, endowing him with a more formidable combat prowess. The pirate ship rocked violently under Quinn's momentum, shattering any obstacles in his path. Kill. Sakata Jintoki uttered with a cold snort, his speed transforming into a fleeting flash of crimson light. In the void above, Kaido, witnessing the instant movement of Jintoki, narrowed his enormous eyes. This speed, this aura. Bang. In a mere heartbeat, Jintoki and Quinn were embroiled in a furious clash. Astonishingly, in that fleeting moment, Jintoki's combat strength surged yet again. Whoosh. Quinn's massive form bore the marks of Jintoki's strikes, blood splattering forth as pain contorted Quinn's visage. Yet this only ignited a deeper bloodlust within him. Within mere minutes, their battle had laid waste to 2 pirate ships. The remaining vessels, including Kaido's, distanced themselves to evade the devastation wrought by the 2 combatants. Damn you. Brat, what have you done? Why can't my wounds heal? The more ferociously they fought, the more blood he lost. And Quinn began to feel a flicker of panic as his injuries refused to mend. Undeniably powerful, his defense and recuperative abilities were formidable. Yet if the wounds did not close, he would eventually bleed dry. Kill. However, Jintoki was not in a position to provide answers. His singular focus was the demise of Quinn. With no regard for the pain inflicted by Jintoki's blade piercing his body, Quinn swiftly retaliated, seizing Jintoki in his grasp. You little bastard, I'll crush you. Quinn's grip tightened, his expression contorting into a grotesque snarl. Though ensnared, Jintoki fought valiantly against the agony threatening to shatter him. The remaining soldiers of the Xuanwu Navy, witnessing their vice admiral being so ruthlessly tormented by Quinn, felt their hearts ignite with fury. Their camaraderie with Jintoki had fostered a deep affection for him, and now, seeing him in peril for their sake, they could not bear the thought of allowing him to perish. A meager 20 or so Xuanwu Navy warriors, regardless of their grievous wounds or the multitude of pirates obstructing their path, charged fearlessly towards Quinn, intent on rescuing their vice admiral. Charge! We must save Vice Admiral Jintoki. Kill! We will not let you harm him. General Jintoki, hold on. We are on our way. As more of his subordinates fell in an attempt to thwart the assault of the 20-odd Xuanwu Navy soldiers, Kaido, suspended in the void above, remained indifferent. He envied the combat prowess of the Xuanwu sailors, yet was deeply dissatisfied with the weakness of his own men. To vanquish them, it would take hundreds to pay the price. Ha ha ha. Do you hear that? Oh, you cannot hear, nor can you see. But it matters not. They're all dead. No one can save you. Quinn firmly grasped Sakata Jintoki, and upon witnessing the resistance of the Xuanwu soldiers, he redoubled his efforts to extricate Jintoki. He had granted them a chance, a testament to Quinn's confidence. Indeed, after enduring casualties, his subordinates had provided Quinn with an affirmative answer. Now, not only did he seek to shatter Jintoki's physical form, but he also aimed to dismantle his psychological defenses. Cough, cough. Commander, it seems I can no longer accompany you in conquering this world. The excruciating pain and the sickening sound of cracking bones made it clear to Sakata Jintoki that he could not return. Yet, to perish in such a manner filled him with profound resentment. Die, you fat fool. If you wish to kill me, dream on. All swords unleashed. With his last vestiges of strength, Sakata Jintoki summoned the full might of his devil fruit powers. In an instant, an array of wooden splinters, blades, hammers, and various weapons surged forth under the command of Jintoki's sword fruit. Each object transformed into a razor-sharp blade in the blink of an eye. Regardless of its original form, whether wood or hammer, each had undergone a metamorphosis and attained enhancement. Awakening of the devil fruit? Kaido was utterly astonished by the spectacle. A master swordsman, now awakened to the powers of the devil fruit, Jintoki's strength, if he survived, would see a tremendous elevation, potentially rivaling any admiral. In that moment, Kaido was overwhelmed with envy and resentment. Why was such a talent not among his beast pirates? Quinn, feeling the onslaught of weapons and the force that could rend all asunder, was visibly shaken. Bastard! Quinn could sense that should he fail to withstand this strike, he would be gravely injured. Thus, he roared in fury, his body morphing instantaneously, growing larger, his defenses and strength intensifying, albeit at the cost of reduced speed. Yet, this was the only method Quinn could conceive to counter this hellish attack. Thunderous 8 trigrams. In that fleeting moment, Kaido struck. With an immense force, he unleashed a devastating blow, sending the majority of Sakata Jintoki's attacks flying away or shattering upon impact. A fraction of the assault found its mark on Quinn. Yet even so, it nearly buried him, eliciting a chilling scream of agony from his lips. Bastard! I will crush you. Quinn, unable to contain his fury, directed a powerful punch towards the fallen Sakata Jintoki. With that strike, the pirate ship would be obliterated, and Jintoki would be reduced to mere fragments. Just as Quinn's fist was about to descend upon Jintoki, a spiked club intercepted his attack with resolute force. Governor! Quinn, momentarily dazed by Kaido's intervention, was filled with confusion. Kaido offered no explanation for Quinn's bewilderment. Instead, he descended onto the ravaged pirate ship, fixating his gaze upon Sakata Jintoki. In a deep, resonant voice, He remarked, "Kid, I admire your abilities. Join us, and I can offer you a prominent position." At that moment, Sakata Jintoki was nearly devoid of consciousness, lacking the strength to respond or resist Kaido's intentions. Naturally, he was powerless against whatever Kaido planned to do. Queen, well aware of Kaido's tendencies towards those with considerable strength and potential, understood that even if one had opposed him moments prior, an offer to join the Beast Pirates could erase past grievances. However, the notion of inviting a boy who had humiliated him to become one of the prominent figures of the crew was deeply unsettling for Queen. Yet, Kaido's will was not something he could defy. Thus, Queen found himself secretly hoping for Jintoki's refusal, allowing him the opportunity to eliminate Jintoki instead. Kaido's expression grew darker, the aura emanating from him increasingly perilous, while Sakata Jintoki's breath became heavy and labored, as though death were imminent. Observing this, a sinister look crossed Queen's face as he raised his foot and declared, seeking death, "You shall perish, kid. The prominent position will never belong to you." At that very moment, Kaido's demeanor shifted dramatically. In an instant, the colossal Queen was propelled away by an astonishing surge of power. His massive form crashed into the ocean, creating tumultuous waves while the battered pirate ship was submerged beneath the waters. The pirates still struggling in the sea were also swept into the depths, their fates uncertain. In the air above, Kaido paid no heed to the cries of his subordinates. His gaze remained fixated on a singular point. Amidst the raging sea, a figure stood unwavering, unaffected by the tumultuous waters. Benedict. Kaido's voice boomed like the roaring sea, deafening in its intensity. It was a manifestation of excitement upon seeing Benedict, coupled with a serious demeanor. "I have finally awaited your arrival." Kaido's voice resonated once more, while Benedict, with a grim expression, lifted his gaze to meet Kaido's. "Beast Pirates. Kaido, your demise is imminent." Benedict's voice was chillingly cold, imbued with an unmistakable aura of lethal intent that was impossible to conceal. The injuries sustained by Sakata Jintoki were horrifying, truly a sight to behold. At that moment, Sakata Jintoki lay cradled in Benedict's arms, akin to a soft serpent. His bones were nearly shattered, and his breath was faint, teetering on the brink of death. The Xuanwu Navy, lacking a robust medical system, found itself utterly incapable of treating Sakata Jintoki's grievous wounds. Thus, Benedict could only pin his hopes on the system. Would the system possess a means to heal Sakata Jintoki? Ding. The countdown to death. 1 hour. Should the host defeat Kaido within this hour, thereby accomplishing the feat of vanquishing one of the 4 emperors, the Justice Maul would be unlocked. By expending 5,000 justice points, one could redeem a single Senzu. Would the host accept this task? Upon hearing this, Benedict's expression darkened. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, is an entity of unparalleled strength in this world. Meanwhile, Sakata Jintoki finds himself in a precarious situation, leaving him little time to ponder the gravity of his predicament. Defeating such a formidable foe is far from a simple endeavor. "Benedict, let us engage in battle." As the tempest swirled and thunder crackled, Kaido transformed into his dragon form, his silhouette flickering amidst the stormy clouds, while his voice reverberated across the ocean. Benedict lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes upon Kaido, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickering within them, and declared, "As you wish." Benedict, with remarkable swiftness, raced across the ocean, sending sprays of seawater cascading high and stirring up tumultuous waves in his wake. Not far off, 5 warships were hastening towards the scene. Kaido, witnessing this unfolding spectacle, felt no trepidation regarding the support from the Xuanwu Navy. The battle he sought was not one in which just anyone could partake. "Commodore." Wang Ji addressed the approaching Benedict, his voice grave. "The scholars from O'Hara are safe. They were supposed to be stationed near Reverse Mountain, prepared for our arrival. However, with the successive incursions of pirates attacking them, both Wang Ji and Silver Axe recognized that circumstances had shifted. They promptly attempted to reach out to Sakata Jintoki, but alas, contact was futile. As for Benedict, he carried no transponder snail on him at that moment. Thus, in a precautionary measure, they convened briefly and decided to lead their forces here. Just recently, they had successfully repelled the Beast Pirates fleet. Without Kaido and Queen, the enemy's fleet appeared insignificant before Wang Ji, a formidable warrior with the true strength of a general. "Keep an eye on him," Benedict instructed, placing Sakata Jintoki gently on the deck. "Wait for my return." With that, he turned and vanished into the distance. Kaido perish. When Benedict reappeared, he was already visible on the distant sea, his figure gracefully leaping towards the ethereal Kaido with the elegance of a moonwalk. Kaido, observing the approaching Benedict, raised his hand and swung his spiked club, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, "Thunderous 8 trigrams." Benedict's figure flickered swiftly, evading Kaido's descending strike. Utilizing the Wolf Fang mace as a point of leverage, he propelled himself into rapid motion once more. Kaido's immense dragon eyes swept toward him, his form twisting in the void as he endeavored to dislodge Benedict from his perch. In that fleeting moment, Kaido discerned Benedict's intentions. His colossal physique, while formidable, also implied numerous vulnerabilities that left him unable to defend against all counterattacks. Is Benedict being attacked due to his weakness? Get out of my way. Seeing that Benedict remained unfazed, Kaido, now on his back, swiftly transformed his form. In an instant, Kaido, in his dragon form, reverted to his original state, and his figure continued to plummet towards the sea. Upon witnessing this, Benedict's lips curled into a cold smile, a sign of his successful scheming. The 6 techniques, maximum wheel. 6 King's Spear. Benedict, poised with an air of dominance, steadied his form as the haki enveloped his arms, delivering a forceful strike towards Kaido's exposed back. Having shed his dragon form, Kaido, wielding his spiked club, and with his back turned to the heavens, inadvertently granted Benedict an opportunity. Yet, Kaido sensed the impending threat of Benedict's assault, and his countenance darkened in response. Thunderbagwa. Kaido swung his club with remarkable physical prowess. Even in the midst of his descent, he managed to pivot forcefully, aiming a retaliatory blow at the ambushing Benedict. The clash of their formidable energies resonated through the air, plunging the surrounding realm into a blinding darkness. Boom. The reciprocal force caused Kaido's form to plummet rapidly. Benedict was unexpectedly hurled upwards, flung away by the sheer force of the collision. In such a clash, neither party emerged unscathed, and Kaido, with his formidable defenses, remained uninjured. This fact was not lost on Benedict. 8 gates of Duanjiao, open. Open the first gate. Open the rest gate. Open the viewing gate. As he plummeted rapidly, Benedict immediately executed the 8 gates of Duanjia in midair. With 6 gates opened in succession, the aura emanating from Benedict left Kaido, who was descending, utterly astonished. With a thunderous roar, just as he was about to plunge into the water, he transformed into his dragon form. His colossal body stirred up monstrous waves in the ocean before soaring skyward once more. Heat wave. Like molten lava. The flames possessed an exceedingly high temperature and tremendous destructive power, capable of effortlessly vaporizing a mountain. These flames surged towards the descending Benedict. As the inferno threatened to engulf him, in an instant, Benedict's figure left behind an afterimage in the air, causing the fiery assault to miss its mark. Open the astonishing gate. Kaido heard Benedict's voice resonate in his ears, and an overwhelming sense of crisis washed over him, prompting him to revert from his dragon form. At the same time, he realized Benedict was now perilously close. The aura radiating from Benedict was astonishingly intense, striking fear into Kaido, who was unable to transform into his half-dragon state. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, Benedict's abnormality left Kaido in a state of shock. Cracks had appeared across Benedict's body, reminiscent of a shattered earth. Was this a technique that drained his life force? Towards the peacock, as doubts flickered through Kaido's mind. Benedict's assault came crashing down in an instant. There was no escape. Each fist contained an unfathomable force, inducing a sensation as if his body might explode. Countless fists, accompanied by flames, descended upon him like a torrential rain of petals. In an instant, Kaido appeared to transform into a fiery sphere, plummeting into the depths of the ocean. Yet, Benedict's relentless assault persisted unabated. With formidable force, he struck the vast expanse of the sea, creating a gaping chasm exceeding 100 meters in diameter, which soon spiraled into a terrifying vortex. Within this whirlpool, Benedict ceaselessly swung his fists, driving Kaido deeper into the ocean's abyss, relentlessly hammering away at him. Above the vortex, steam billowed forth from the intense energy release, enveloping the area in a thick mist in mere moments. Witnessing this spectacle from the warship, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and others stood in stunned silence. Particularly, Silver Axe instinctively swallowed hard, as he could distinctly perceive the tumultuous waters of the sea. The tremors felt were not the result of mere human collision, but rather the very quaking of the earth itself. The Marshal has pinned Kaido to the ocean floor and is pounding him into submission? Silver Axe remarked involuntarily. Wang Ji's expression was one of sheer astonishment, mingled with exhilaration. Such power echoed the legendary might of their former captain, Rox. The terror that Rox instilled was beyond their capacity to resist. This scene evoked memories of the past, when Kaido had once challenged Rox and was similarly overwhelmed, pressed down into the depths of the sea. At that time, Kaido had yet to become a devil fruit user. Yet his strength was formidable, rivaling that of his foes. Now, with the powers of the devil fruit, he had become even more formidable. Yet he was still being mercilessly crushed by Benedict beneath the ocean's surface. A resounding boom erupted, reminiscent of a Dongfeng missile detonating in the ocean's depths, sending torrents of seawater cascading into the air, as if a deluge had been unleashed. Benedict seemed to have suffered a tremendous shock, arching his body as he soared into the sky. Wang Ji and the others, taken aback by this sudden spectacle, were momentarily stunned. Upon witnessing their commander being hurled away, they inwardly acknowledged the truth. Kaido's formidable might was not so easily vanquished. As Benedict relentlessly pummeled Kaido, seemingly on the verge of rendering him unconscious, he was taken aback when the latter, as if activated by some hidden mechanism, unleashed a formidable surge of strength. In an astonishingly swift motion, Kaido delivered a powerful blow that sent him flying. Bang! Benedict plummeted into the ocean from a great height, akin to a colossal stone, producing a resounding roar as he descended. Surely, the Marshal will be unharmed? Silver Axe mused, observing Benedict's plunge into the sea. A minute elapsed. Yet there was no sign of Benedict surfacing, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Wang Ji furrowed his brow slightly, sharing in the concern. They were well aware that Benedict possessed the ability to stand freely upon the water's surface. Thus, even after such a fall, as long as he remained conscious, he should be able to emerge from the turbulent waves. Another minute passed, and amidst the surging waters, Benedict's hand broke through the surface, followed shortly by his emergence. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, his presence exuded a formidable aura that had not diminished significantly. Remarkably, his previously cracked body had now returned to its former state. Benedict cast a glance at his hands, marveling inwardly at the prowess of his immortal physique. Even after opening 7 gates, he could restore himself to his original state. One could only wonder if opening the 8th gate would yield the same miraculous recovery. Despite his musings, Benedict remained acutely aware of the task at hand. He must vanquish Kaido and unlock the Justice Maul. Aboard the warship, Wang Ji and Silver Axe breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Benedict rise unscathed. It was at that moment they turned their gaze back to the ocean. Several minutes had passed since Kaido had been smashed into the depths. Why had there been no sign of movement? Kaido, a user of the devil fruit, was surely a novice swimmer. Silver Axe, struck by a sudden thought, exclaimed with excitement, could he have drowned? Wang Ji shot a sidelong glance at Silver Axe, sensing a hint of folly in his words. With a resigned sigh, he felt compelled to enlighten his old companion on a harsh reality. Kaido was a freak of nature. Even devoid of his devil fruit abilities, his physical prowess was extraordinary. He had attempted suicide countless times, whether plummeting from heights of 100,000 meters or enduring 81 days submerged in the ocean, yet he had not perished. Therefore, one should not compare Kaido to an ordinary devil fruit user. The sheer tenacity of his life force would leave one utterly astounded. Silver Axe, momentarily dumbfounded, gasped, so? He is still alive? At that very instant, a massive shadow loomed beneath the waves. Before Wang Ji and the others could react, the colossal figure surged forth, the ocean erupting like a tsunami. Wang Ji, taken aback, summoned all his strength. With a sweeping strike, he cleaved through the encroaching waves. Though he managed to safeguard his warship, it was still rocked violently by the tumultuous waters, while other ships were overwhelmed by the onslaught. In the void above, Kaido, transformed into his dragon form, seized the unconscious queen and soared away. As he departed, he could not refrain from issuing a dire warning to Benedict. Benedict, I shall return to seek you out. As Kaido departed, the system's voice resonated, granting Benedict a sigh of relief. The task assigned by the system was to vanquish the 4 emperors to accomplish the achievement task, thus unlocking the Justice Maul. Initially, he believed he needed to defeat Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, and the elusive Shiki the Golden Lion to gain access to the Justice Maul. However, within the span of an hour, it was utterly implausible to conquer the true 4 emperors. Therefore, the only feasible option was to defeat Kaido, one of the emperors. Yet, even this feat within an hour was no simple task. Once the battle commenced, Benedict soon realized the fortuitous nature of his circumstances. He was unafraid of the ocean and could traverse its depths with unrestrained freedom. In contrast, while Kaido could transform into a dragon form and soar above the sea, he was incapable of walking upon it with the same liberty, nor could he unleash his full combat prowess. This presented Benedict with his opportunity. He subdued Kaido beneath the ocean's surface, relentlessly pummeling and eroding Kaido's strength through the water. Thus, the moment of his victory over Kaido arrived. Of course, Much of it stemmed from Kaido being caught off guard and panicking due to his inability to unleash his full potential. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the Defeat the Four Emperors achievement task, the Justice Mall is now open. Ding. Would you like to spend 5,000 justice points to exchange for a mystic bean? Benedict, his face a mask of silence, hurried back to the warship and uttered, exchange. A chime resonated, announcing, congratulations, host. You have expended 5,000 points of justice and successfully exchanged for a celestial bean, now stored in the system's repository. Please verify. Marshal. Major General Silvertime spoke with a furrowed brow, his concern evident. The ship's doctor has just examined Sakata Jintoki and concluded that his bones are shattered beyond repair. Sakata Jintoki, renowned for his formidable strength, had earned the respect of both Wang Ji and Silver Axe, despite his occasionally eccentric demeanor. They held a deep fondness for this spirited young man. His vibrant energy often led to bouts of laughter during their interactions. Yet, this very embodiment of vivacity now found himself in a dire predicament, teetering on the precipice of death, with no hope for salvation. Benedict remained silent, offering no response. Instead, he approached Sakata Jintoki and retrieved an exquisite small box from his pocket. This was a gift from the system, designed to conveniently store the celestial beans. Taking out a celestial bean, Benedict, under the watchful gaze of Wang Ji, In Fu, and the ship's doctor, placed it into Sakata Jintoki's mouth. Wang Ji, In Fu, and the others nearby looked on in confusion. At that moment, Sakata Jintoki lacked the strength even to open his mouth, let alone swallow the celestial bean that had been inserted. After Benedict inserted the mystical beans, he stood quietly by, observing in silence. A minute passed without the beans being chewed, and they gradually dissolved, unleashing their effects. The sound of cracking echoed continuously from Sakata Jintoki's body. This unexpected noise left Wang Ji and the others in astonishment, their eyes widening as they turned to gaze at Sakata Jintoki. They beheld his previously collapsed chest now supported once more, his feeble limbs transforming into robust ones, and the myriad wounds and scars upon his body swiftly disappearing. In merely a few breaths, Sakata Jintoki returned to his former self, his complexion radiant. It was at this moment that he opened his eyes and, amid the stares of the crowd, sat upright. Eh? Have you all died too? He stretched lazily, looking at the nearby Benedict, Wang Ji, and Jinya with a jovial smile. Wang Ji and Jinya, with grim expressions, found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, they were soon captivated by this miraculous scene, their mouths agape in disbelief. What had just been consumed that could revive a person on the brink of death, endowing them with extraordinary vitality? It was nothing short of a miracle. Concurrently, their curiosity and intrigue regarding the mystical beans in Benedict's possession grew immensely. However, such an extraordinary item rendered them hesitant to inquire further. Ha ha ha, don't be scared. It's just death. At worst, in 18 years, you'll be a fine man again, Sakata Jintoki remarked, unfazed by Wang Ji and the others' peculiar reactions. Instead, he playfully patted the thighs of Wang Ji and Jinya, erupting into a fit of maniacal laughter. Yet, in the next moment, he exclaimed, damn it. That fat bastard is infuriating. If it weren't for Kaido's sneak attack, I could have carved every piece of his flesh and cooked it. His expressions oscillated between rage, madness, and tears, creating a captivating spectacle. Wang Ji and Jinya exchanged glances, recognizing the absurdity of the situation, and soon burst into hearty laughter. Benedict gazed upon the rejuvenated Jintoki Sakata, a smile gracing his face. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Benedict struck Jintoki on the head, causing him to cry out in pain, tears escaping uncontrollably. Jintoki, having returned from the brink of death, resolved to diligently enhance his strength, aspiring that in the next encounter, he would finally vanquish him. Benedict departed with a smile after uttering a brief remark. Sakata Jintoki, taken aback by Benedict's words, seemed to be lost in thought. Suddenly, he directed his gaze towards Wang Ji and Silver Axe, inquiring, "Are you both alive?" Upon hearing this, Silver Axe erupted into hearty laughter, and with a swift motion, he sent Sakata Jintoki flying with a powerful slap. The impact of Jintoki colliding with the ship's cabin echoed through the air, to which Silver Axe gleefully taunted, "Does it hurt? Are you dead? If not, I'll gladly deliver a few more slaps." At that moment, Sakata Jintoki was still in disbelief. He was alive. Yet, why had all his wounds miraculously healed? Ha ha ha, I'm not dead. Damn it, next time I will surely vanquish that fatso. Outside the cabin, Benedict. Upon hearing the laughter of Sakata Jintoki, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe felt his smile deepen. This operation had encountered numerous unexpected events, resulting in significant casualties among the warriors. Particularly, those tasked with covering Sakata Jintoki had all perished. Even Sakata Jintoki himself would have met his demise had it not been for his timely arrival. The beast's pirates will soon find that I will settle this score with you. Benedict clenched his fists, his gaze filled with lethal intent as he solemnly declared the need to recover the bodies of the fallen warriors from the Black Turtle Navy. Simultaneously, he ordered the execution or capture of the remaining pirates from the beast pirates who had fallen overboard. Following this, Wang Ji led the warship to merge with the vessels guarding O'Hara, hastening their return to the East Sea. Faced with the imposing fleet, the pirates who had been instructed to strike against the Black Turtle Navy hesitated, none daring to take action. This allowed Benedict and his comrades to relish a brief respite before successfully returning to the East Sea. News of their exploits spread like wildfire throughout the pirate world, encompassing a myriad of reports that provoked ire and embarrassment from the world government and the Navy headquarters, instilling dread among pirates and shock in the civilian populace who had placed their trust in the Navy. The first report unveiled the Navy headquarters' fateful of justice, accusing them of bombarding O'Hara and slaughtering innocents. This atrocity was attributed to a joint operation between the world government and the Navy headquarters, which saw a fleet converge upon O'Hara, massacring scholarly civilians. However, they were subsequently thwarted by the Black Turtle Navy, which defeated Admiral Zephyr and his demon suppression fleet, successfully rescuing the civilians who had been caught in the crossfire. As images and videos of this event circulated, they stirred tumultuous waves across the seas, particularly among the civilian population. While the first report instilled fear and horror among the masses, the subsequent second report sent shockwaves through all factions. Kaido of the Beast has been severely wounded by the Black Turtle Navy and has fled in disgrace. This news left figures such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Shiki, all emperors of the sea, utterly astounded. It was at this juncture that a begrudging acknowledgement of the rapidly ascending Black Turtle Navy began to take root among them, albeit limited to that sentiment alone. Despite their might, the Black Turtle Navy still lacked depth in terms of legacy. Beyond these two reports, the third revelation further shamed the Navy headquarters. The East Sea Navy was suppressed by the Black Turtle Navy at their base, refraining from venturing out for a full 10 days. This was due to the East Sea Navy's attempt to assemble at Reverse Mountain to ambush the Black Turtle Navy's commander and the civilians of O'Hara, only to be forced back to their base after a confrontation with Kinjiro and the East Sea Navy, leaving them too intimidated to emerge again. Following the publication of this event, the East Sea Navy's reputation plummeted among the populace, while the Black Turtle Navy stood as protectors of the vulnerable civilians. The East Sea Navy sought to attack them. Thus, the question lingered: who truly represented justice, and who were the pirates? Every heart possesses a scale that can discern good from evil. In this tumultuous time, there exists a multitude of voices denouncing the East Sea Navy, the naval headquarters, and the world government. Some dare to voice their dissent openly, only to be silenced, captured, or even killed. Such oppressive measures only serve to intensify their resentment and spirit of resistance. The East Sea Naval Base, a specially designated and constructed site, is also referred to as the Martyrs' Cemetery. The bodies of fallen soldiers are retrieved whenever possible, registered, cremated, and subsequently interred nearby, with gravestones erected in their honor. Following the death of the brave warrior from the Black Tortoise Navy, Sakata Jintoki, a significant portion of the remains has been recovered, while the rest have been claimed by the sea, lost to the depths. Nonetheless, every individual is accounted for, their names etched upon the gravestones. This serves as a tribute to the deceased soldiers, a remembrance, and a solemn reminder for the living soldiers to uphold their mission. Old Curator Galoba, Alvia, Nico Robin, and other scholars, clad in black attire adorned with white corsages, offered their final blessings to the valiant warriors who had rescued them. As the crowd dispersed, Sakata Jintoki lingered, reluctant to depart, his spirits dampened. In the fierce battle against the beast pirates, in an effort to safeguard the scholars of O'Hara, his crew had been nearly annihilated. These were comrades with whom he had shared meals, drinks, and festivities, now almost all fallen in that tragic skirmish. Brother Jintoki, a voice softly called, breaking the silence as he leaned against the gravestone. Opening his eyes, he beheld Nico Robin standing before him, a smile gracing his face as he acknowledged her presence. "Oh, it's Nico Robin. Thank you, Brother Jintoki," she replied, hesitating briefly before bowing to the gravestone. "Thank you for saving me, for saving us all." In that moment, white flowers began to bloom upon each gravestone, a poignant sight that astonished Jintoki. realizing the little girl before him was indeed a devil fruit user. He felt a surge of unexpected warmth. Despite her youth, she was one of his own and certainly worthy of nurturing. With this understanding, a sense of relief washed over him. With her head bowed, tears streamed down Nico Robin's cheeks, her quiet sobs echoing in the air. Jintoki, moved by her sorrow, approached and gently stroked her hair, smiling as he said, "Do not weep. They were soldiers of the Navy who perished in the fight against pirates. Guardians of the people and champions of justice. They must not see you cry. Do you understand? Now, for them and for herself, she must strive to live earnestly." Nico Robin received comfort from Sakata Jintoki, wiping her tears, resolutely refusing to succumb to sorrow, and instantly donning a smile. "Brother Jintoki, I will not cry. I am learning from Grandpa Gold, Roger, and have acquired a wealth of knowledge. Soon, I will take my examination and become an archaeologist." With determination, Nico Robin raised her fist and earnestly declared to Sakata Jintoki, "I will prove it to you, Brother Jintoki, and to everyone." Jintoki, buoyed by Robin's presence, found his spirits lifted. Subsequently, he was seen playfully teasing Nico Robin as they departed from the Martyrs' Cemetery. The grand conference room of the Black Tortoise Navy awaited them. Benedict occupied the position of marshal, flanked on either side by Kinjiro and Wang Ji. Below them sat Silver Axe, Yelsiki, and the Jester Bucky. While further afield were the layers of selections, the naval colonels and lieutenant colonels stationed at headquarters. Benedict convened them here not only to hear the latest reports and address pressing matters, but also to announce something significant to everyone. After Benedict addressed the majority of the matters at hand, he fixed a grave gaze upon the assembly. Rising to his feet, he solemnly proclaimed, "Here, I make a momentous announcement concerning the fate of the Xuanwu Navy. We must intensify our training and remain perpetually prepared for combat. In 10 days, a formidable battle looms ahead. I hope the Xuanwu Navy can withstand the onslaught and triumph over our adversaries. Furthermore, I wish for each of you to return to this place alive." The senior members, including Kinjiro, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Yelsiji, and the Clown Bucky, were left utterly astonished. What sort of conflict could possibly dictate the destiny of the Xuanwu Navy? Given the current combat prowess of the Xuanwu Navy, surely they could contend even with the 4 emperors. Who, beneath the 4 emperors, would dare to challenge them? Could it be that the 4 emperors intend to engage in battle with them? Yet, do they not fear being undermined by the other 4 emperors? Each one covets the territory of the other, eager to expand their own influence. Would they truly allow such an opportunity to slip by? 2 days prior, Benedict, accompanied by his troops and the scholars of O'Hara, completed his mission after traversing the Upside-Down Mountain. With the conclusion of this endeavor, a new task emerged. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the Save O'Hara mission, earning 20 enhancement stones for troops, 1 golden treasure chest, and 1,000 justice points. Ding! The system has detected that the host possesses a golden treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Benedict did not ponder for long and commanded, "Open." Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the divine skill, 3,000 thunderous movements. Upon hearing this, Benedict was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with immense joy shortly thereafter. The 3,000 thunderclaps technique, after accumulating power, delivers the impact of 3,000 punches in a single strike. Cooldown period, 24 hours. Truly a divine skill. Despite its limitation to once per day, it remains extraordinarily formidable. The power of a single punch, amplified to the effect of 3,000, should surely be sufficient to obliterate Kaido, wouldn't it? Ding! A new crisis is imminent. The host is advised to prepare for battle in 12 days. Successfully overcoming this crisis will yield substantial rewards. Upon hearing this, Benedict was momentarily taken aback, then fell into a contemplative silence. Over the past few days, apart from dealing with the fallen soldiers, his thoughts had been consumed with the identity of the impending adversary facing the Xuanwu Navy. As news spread, the enraged Navy headquarters and the world government were poised to launch a devastating strike against the Xuanwu Navy. Or perhaps, having suffered a humiliating defeat, they were disregarding their plans in Wano to rally forces to obliterate the Xuanwu Navy. Could it be that the Big Mom pirates had allied with the Beast pirates? Or might the long-vanished Flying Sky pirates announce a grand resurgence, targeting the Xuanwu Navy? If any of these factions were indeed involved, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the still-nascent Xuanwu Navy. Benedict was uncertain which of these powers would mobilize. Thus, he discreetly sought intelligence, yet regrettably, the black market's information had become increasingly unreliable. The silence was unnerving, and Benedict found himself devoid of the insights he sought. Eventually, he re-established contact with Morgans. But there too, he gleaned no useful information. This left Benedict uncertain about the true nature of the threat. Regardless, for the Xuanwu Navy, it was a matter of grave concern. Given that the system had issued a mission, it could not possibly be a jest. Thus, convening a high-level meeting to bolster military strength, enhance training, and maintain vigilant preparedness was undeniably imperative. As the meeting adjourned, Wang Ji and Kinjiro made their way to Benedict's office. "Marshal, is the world government preparing to strike against us?" Wang Ji inquired first. In his view, the Xuanwu Navy's recent actions had incurred significant losses and disgrace, and given the nature of the celestial dragons, they would undoubtedly retaliate. "I do not know," Benedict replied calmly. Wang Ji was momentarily taken aback and hesitantly suggested, "Could it be the beast pirates? It seems to be a choice between the world government and the beast pirates, two factions that the Xuanwu Navy has gravely offended." "Perhaps," Benedict responded with equal calmness. Wang Ji was momentarily at a loss for words. Kinjiro, deep in thought, then asked, "Marshal, if we deploy informants throughout the East Sea, would we not uncover the truth?" "We have already arranged for deployments at various entry points into the East Sea," Benedict remarked as he examined the map of the East Sea, marking potential locations. "If they were to approach from these areas, we would have advanced knowledge." However, he paused, a hint of resignation in his voice. "If they were to come from the sky, it would pose a significant challenge." "The flying sky pirates?" Wang Ji and Kinjiro exclaimed in unison, instantly realizing the implications. Benedict nodded and remarked, "Regardless of which faction approaches, I have no desire to make the Xuanwu naval base a battlefield." Wang Ji, upon hearing this, nodded silently in agreement. The Golden Lion is indeed a tyrannical madman, with a remarkably unconventional mindset. His methods of greeting are equally exasperating. For instance, the dozens of pirate ships plummeting from a height of 10,000 meters, or the floating islands that defy gravity. Each of these scenarios, descending from the skies coupled with aerial projectiles, is profoundly terrifying. Just picturing such a scene sent a shiver down Wang Ji's spine. Benedict gazed intently at Wang Ji and Kinjiro, his voice grave. "This matter is of utmost importance. We must remain vigilant." Wang Ji and Kinjiro acknowledged his words and departed. Standing by the window, observing the current state of the Xuanwu Navy, Benedict fell into a contemplative silence. The advantages of the Xuanwu Navy were scant, aside from the systematic emergence of 500 special forces daily from around the world, who gravitated towards the Xuanwu Navy base based on their individual convictions. Other resources paled in comparison to those of any of the four emperors, the Xuanwu Navy, or the world government. Financially, the Xuanwu Navy lacked a taxation system. Thus, their revenue stemmed from eradicating pirates and seizing their treasures, escort missions, or selling spirits, all of which constituted their economic lifeline. Achieving financial independence capable of sustaining the Xuanwu Navy's operations was paramount. Moreover, the Xuanwu Navy did not possess a complete, independent shipyard or armament factory of its own. The current naval vessels were primarily acquired through force, and even the weapons were largely seized, with the remainder procured from the black market. This reality underscored the necessity for greater financial backing. Everything hinges on monetary support. The Xuanwu Navy, as a force of justice, could not extort exorbitant celestial gold like the celestial dragons, nor would it desire to. Presently, the East Sea has grown more tranquil due to the deterrence exerted by the Xuanwu Navy, leading to an increase in maritime trade, which has, in turn, augmented their revenue. Yet, such gains are merely a drop in the bucket. Benedict is experiencing a slight headache. He is in urgent need of an astute individual with a keen financial acumen to assist the Xuanwu Navy in optimizing their resources and reducing expenditures. What a predicament! If only I could simply seize precious gold. Benedict returned to his seat and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Gold?" Benedict suddenly sat up, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. If one were to consider where gold is most abundant, the first entity that comes to mind would undoubtedly be the world government. The second would be the land of gold, and the third, the golden devil fruit. The first option is unattainable, at least for now. However, the latter two are entirely feasible for consideration and action. With this thought, Benedict's spirits lifted somewhat. At least the land of gold still holds promise. Feeling more optimistic, Benedict decided to check his attributes. They remained unchanged, save for one detail. His justice points had dwindled to a mere 2,300. These points were accrued from tasks he had completed, as well as rewards from the Xuanwu Navy for their relentless efforts in capturing and dismantling pirate crews. If one were to estimate that a single pirate crew yields 100 justice points, the Xuanwu Navy has successfully eradicated over 40 pirate crews since its inception. At this moment, Benedict recalled that since the Justice Mall had been activated, he had yet to explore it thoroughly. He wondered what treasures it might hold. The Justice Mall. A system feature unlocked upon completing achievement tasks to rescue Cottage and Toki presented a simplistic interface reminiscent of a traveling merchant in a video game. However, the wares offered were anything but trivial. Blueprints for constructions required a minimum of 2,000 justice points, and upon purchase, one could manifest buildings out of thin air, complete with corresponding NPC characters. Benedict's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing the blueprint for a beginner shipyard, which boasted commendable shipbuilding skills, capable of crafting vessels accommodating 50 individuals, either military ships or merchant vessels, staffed by 10 novice shipwrights. The intermediate shipyard, possessing superior shipbuilding craftsmanship, could create formidable vessels for 200 individuals, manned by 10 intermediate shipwrights and 30 novice shipwrights. The advanced shipyard, with its top-tier shipbuilding techniques, could construct ships for 500 individuals, equipped with 10 advanced shipwrights, 15 intermediate shipwrights, and 30 novice shipwrights. Notably, ships built at the advanced shipyard could be outfitted with Shinjo missiles. Upon reading the description of the shipyard blueprints, all of Benedict's attention was drawn to the advanced warships. The prospect of a Shinjo missile, one single projectile capable of devastating an entire island, was indeed staggering. Indeed, the islands of the pirate world are far from insignificant. Many of these islands rival entire nations in size. However, with such formidable weaponry as the Shinjo missile, whether it be 10 or 20, even Marineford would not be spared from devastation. With such immense firepower, who could possibly contend with the Xuanwu Navy? The blueprints for a primary shipyard require 2,000 justice points, while those for a medium shipyard demand 5,000 justice points. And the blueprints for a superior shipyard astonishingly amount to 50,000 justice points. Goodness, system, are you attempting to extort me? The medium shipyard blueprints are merely 5,000 justice points, yet you have the audacity to multiply the cost of the superior blueprints tenfold? Benedict was nearly driven to the brink of despair upon discovering that acquiring the blueprints for a high-level shipyard required a staggering 50,000 justice points. To amass such an amount, he would need to vanquish an insurmountable number of pirate crews. What frustrated him the most was the realization that the Shinjo missiles had to be purchased or manufactured separately. The production of Shinjo missiles necessitated possession of a high-level weapons manufacturing facility, for which the blueprints also demanded 50,000 justice points. This figure did not even account for the materials and time required for production. Should he choose not to construct a high-level weapons manufacturing facility, a single Shinjo missile would still cost 5,000 justice points. Thus, acquiring 10 Shinjo missiles would amount to an equivalent expenditure of 50,000 justice points, a sum sufficient to establish a high-level weapons manufacturing facility instead. His dream fleet was destined to fade within the next 5 years. The Xuanwu Empire could not invest all its justice points solely into weapon manufacturing. In response to Benedict's lamentations, the system remained perpetually silent, seemingly indifferent to offering any explanations. Reluctantly, he redirected his focus towards the intermediate shipyard, which required 5,000 justice points. Fortunately, with determination, he could still accomplish this goal within a short time frame. The primary gourmet restaurant, manned by novice chefs, could produce delectable dishes, making it a commendable culinary venture, requiring 5 novice chefs. The intermediate gourmet restaurant, staffed by skilled chefs proficient in various cuisines, boasted advanced culinary techniques, and the dishes created therein possessed certain restorative properties, allowing individuals to rapidly regain their strength and vitality, a true delight, requiring 3 intermediate chefs and 5 novice chefs. The advanced gourmet restaurant, featuring master chefs with unparalleled culinary skills, produced dishes that not only healed but also had the potential to unlock personal potential when the user achieved a state of harmony between body and mind, rendering it a veritable paradise for culinary enthusiasts, needing 2 advanced chefs, 3 intermediate chefs, and 10 novice chefs. The blueprint for the primary gourmet restaurant costs 100 justice points, the intermediate gourmet restaurant blueprint, 3,000 justice points, and the advanced gourmet restaurant blueprint, 5,000 justice points. At most, the expenditure would not exceed 5,000 justice points, a modest price indeed. Benedict could not help but swallow hard, as the emergence of the gourmet restaurant filled him with uncontainable joy, even prompting him to indulge heartily. For the denizens of this world, particularly the pirates, nothing is more cherished than the unabashed indulgence in food, drink, and revelry. Fine wines and exquisite dishes represent their greatest pleasures, second only to the might of arms and the allure of gold. Is it not reasonable to strive to capture them while simultaneously seeking to profit from their bounty? Moreover, with the proliferation of gourmet establishments, could an intelligence network not also be established? This would be akin to hitting 3 targets with a single arrow. Surely, it is not excessive. Alongside shipyards and culinary havens, there exist blueprints for weapon manufacturing facilities, military bases, educational institutions, and even designs for Azkaban. These elements could forge a military stronghold rivaling that of the formidable Xuanwu Navy. In addition to blueprints, there are rare items available, such as a magic bean for 5,000 justice points, skills redeemable for 1,000 justice points, and a troop enhancement stone for 500 justice points. Even more astonishing, one could exchange 50,000 justice points for an S-rank Special Forces summoning stone, or even 100,000 points for a summoning stone capable of calling forth S-rank Special Forces with specific attributes. The dazzling array of goods left Benedict utterly mesmerized. Yet, all these treasures require justice points for acquisition. There is so much he desires, but it demands a considerable amount of justice points. Benedict gazed at his meager 2,300 justice points, clutching his chest, overwhelmed by a wave of discomfort and pain. The allure was immense, and so too was the cost. The system, a wretched merchant, was utterly unworthy of being called human. No, it was intolerable to present such temptation, allowing it to be seen but not attained. Action was imperative. He must capture pirates and undertake tasks. He was determined to amass justice points. Benedict murmured softly and then stepped outside the office, addressing the high-ranking generals of the Black Turtle Navy with fervor. Everyone, spring into action. I command you to scour the entirety of the East Sea. Capture every pirate, whether they traverse the seas or lurk upon the land. You have 7 days. Seize as many as you can. I intend to dismantle this web of spies that pervades the area. Wang Ji, Kinjiro, Silver Axe, and the other arrivals were momentarily taken aback by Benedict's proclamation. However, upon hearing the mention of spies, they recognized its significance and promptly set to work. Commander, I too wish to join the fray, exclaimed the ever-ambitious Buggy the Clown, who had been undergoing rigorous training and had yet to be deployed. Throughout the past month, he had been honing his skills in the Marine 6 styles. In truth, he had mastered them, yet he still felt feeble, perpetually on the receiving end of blows. Confined within the training base without the liberty to venture outside. Had it not been for the numerous fallen warriors and the subsequent memorials followed by a meeting, he would not have found himself in this moment. Thus, Buggy cherished this rare opportunity to venture forth with enthusiasm. Benedict gazed at the clown, Baki, whose pitiable and expectant eyes implored him. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced, granted. Ha ha ha. I am finally liberated. Upon receiving Benedict's consent, Clown Baki erupted with joy and dashed away. Gather, Clown Squad. I shall sweep the East Sea. What were they all doing? Emerging from the office, Squirrel observed the group huddled together, laughing and chatting, neglecting their training, and failing to venture out to confront pirates, leaving him visibly perturbed. Bashu, who trailed closely behind, felt awkward and stammered. The East Sea is nearly overrun by the soldiers of the Xuanwu Navy. Presently, there are hardly any pirates daring to show their faces on the ocean. Upon hearing this, Squirrel's expression darkened considerably. What exactly is going on? He inquired hesitantly. During this time, Squirrel had been thoroughly disheartened. After his encounter with Kinjiro, he had been swiftly defeated, even to the point where a single punch from the latter had obliterated a naval vessel, resulting in numerous casualties. This stark disparity heralded the inevitability of their impending defeat. Fortunately, Kinjiro had not sought to annihilate them completely. His sole demand was to prevent them from leaving the East Sea Navy base. Squirrel understood the reasoning behind this. Yet he had never before endured such humiliation. Furthermore, he had been chastised by headquarters. In that moment, he longed to return to the Navy's headquarters. But now, that was impossible. Admiral Steelbone Kong insisted that he remain stationed at the East Sea Navy base to maintain order. When he received this news, Squirrel felt an overwhelming urge to slap Steelbone Kong and exclaim, "You insufferable fool! You go too far." Unable to contend with the Xuanwu Navy, was it not reasonable to seek assistance from a vice admiral? Perhaps they could summon Vice Admiral Garp to their aid. However, the outcome was predictable. Garp declined, stating that Sengoku needed to secure the Grand Line, He was preoccupied with training naval soldiers, and other vice-admirals were engaged in battles in the New World. In short, no one was willing to come. This infuriated Squirrel to the point where he felt like smashing his transponder snail. Did they believe that being a Navy officer allowed them to indulge in frivolities? Having their weaknesses exposed, they still chose to amuse themselves? Gather them all and impose weighted training. They shall not set sail until they are trained into respectable soldiers. The flying squirrel, with a grim expression, spoke coldly. Bashtu's countenance changed subtly, and he fell silent. In recent times, the reputation of the Eastern Sea Navy has plummeted drastically. In stark contrast, the Xuanwu Navy thrives with fervor and zeal. The increasing number of captured pirates signifies the obliteration of numerous pirate crews. Depending on their strength, each pirate crew can yield between 100 to 300 points of justice. Over the course of a week, a sweeping campaign across the Eastern Sea resulted in the destruction of 53 pirate crews, successfully contributing 750 points of justice to Benedict. This endeavor also assisted Benedict in completing an achievement task, granting an additional 1,000 points of justice. The title of Vanguard Legion, successfully defeating 100 pirate crews, earns a prestigious honorific. Consequently, Benedict amassed a total of 10,050 points of justice. How shall one utilize these 10,000 points? Shall he establish a gourmet restaurant? Attract investment? Create a shipyard? Constructing ships also requires funds, does it not? A weapons manufacturing facility? That too demands financial resources. Very well, let us focus on attracting investment then. Benedict, engaged in both writing and drawing, ultimately realized that, given the current cash flow of the Xuanwu Navy, even if a factory were constructed, there would not be sufficient funds for the production of weapons or warships. The root of the issue lay in the lack of financial resources. It thus appeared imperative to establish a gastronomic paradise. Contemplating this, Benedict's gaze turned reflective. The most effective means of creating a culinary haven under his control would be to develop an island into a veritable paradise on Earth. Therefore, the establishment of fine wines, grand banquets, hot springs, accommodations, a comprehensive marketplace for convenient procurement, and various entertainment venues became essential. The Golden City of Tezol? After a period of planning, Benedict suddenly recalled this opulent locale. The Golden City, crafted from the golden fruit by Tezol, was a favored destination for nobles, celestial dragons, and pirates alike, a place where fortunes could be squandered with ease, generating billions of berries daily. However, the culinary paradise envisioned by the Xuanwu Navy would adhere to decorum, distinguishing itself from the chaotic and decayed atmosphere of the Golden City. With this in mind, Benedict quickly resumed his planning, even selecting the island that would serve as the centerpiece, a landmass situated 10 nautical miles from the Xuanwu Navy base, encompassing 100,000 acres, adorned with an abundance of trees, elevated above sea level, and blessed with a temperate climate, rarely beset by storms. This island was strategically positioned along several busy shipping routes and in proximity to various nations, rendering it an ideal location for the establishment of a gastronomic sanctuary. To effectively promote this venture and maintain its presence as an intelligence organization, it would be necessary to construct dining establishments across various islands in different nations. Thus, affordable, entry-level restaurants would be particularly suitable. Kingdom of Goya, Orange Town, Cocoa Village, Windmill Village, and Log Town, these locales could certainly be earmarked as significant sites for the construction of basic dining establishments. Moreover, where else could be considered? Westrod Village, with its presumably substantial foot traffic, would be another prime candidate. Once these culinary establishments were erected, auxiliary bases would also need to be developed. Consequently, it would be essential to deploy a sufficient number of special forces. Wang Ji and Kinjiro approached Benedict to discuss several topics. However, upon witnessing Benedict's sketches and notes on crafting a culinary empire, they eagerly joined in the endeavor. Thus, a comprehensive plan swiftly took shape. Marshal, with these dining establishments stationed across various islands, and the ambition to create a gastronomic paradise, do we possess enough skilled chefs? Kinjiro inquired, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the plan. Rest assured, our chefs will be in position shortly. There is no cause for concern, came the confident assurance. Benedict spoke with unwavering confidence. Wang Ji and Kinjiro exchanged glances, unable to comprehend the situation. A chef is not a pirate. They are plentiful and, moreover, quite skilled. According to the plan, the number of chefs required to execute the layout in its entirety is immense. Bang! The office door was rudely flung open, and Silver Axe hurriedly entered. Marshal, it's bad news. The Flying Sky Pirates have appeared in the East Sea, and just moments ago, they launched an attack on the East Sea Naval Base. The base was struck by a colossal island, resulting in significant casualties and widespread devastation. Furthermore, Golden Lion has just declared to the world that he will lead the Flying Sky Pirates to completely annihilate the Xuanwu Navy within a day. Silver Axe entered with a din-din mushy, quickly connecting it to relay the message. Before long, footage emerged, revealing Golden Lion controlling the island to strike the East Sea Naval Base, along with his menacing proclamation. Ha, Kaido, you are truly pathetic. To be defeated by a mere child is a disgrace to the four emperors. Xuanwu Navy, Benedict, are you prepared? Tomorrow, I shall lead the Flying Sky Pirates to trample your navy before the eyes of the world, proving that we are the most formidable pirate crew in existence. Listening to Golden Lion Shiki's words, Wang Ji and Kinjiro wore grave expressions. This legendary pirate is said to be on par with Roger. He was only captured during the combined efforts of Sengoku and Garp, who exhausted his strength to finally apprehend him. Such a legendary figure, leading a formidable force, poses a significant threat to the Xuanwu Navy. Ding. As the crisis of the Xuanwu Navy approached, the system announced, if the host successfully defends against the invasion of the Flying Sky Pirates and repels Golden Lion Shiki, rewards will include 1 Special Forces Summoning Stone, 50 Unit Enhancement Stones, 10 Apocalypse Instructors, 1 Golden Treasure Chest, and 50,000 Justice Points. Benedict recognized that Golden Lion's assault would not be easily overcome. Bang. Damn it. Why can't he just disappear forever? Why must he continue to reappear before the world? Golden Lion Shiki, I will annihilate you. The indignant Sengoku found himself on the brink of despair, the table before him collapsing into disarray. Observing this, figures such as Akiji and Garp were not particularly surprised. The once patient strategist had been worn thin by a relentless stream of bad news. As the presumptive next fleet admiral, he had already engaged with numerous critical matters. Moreover, the Weasel was one of his most trusted subordinates and companions. The East Blue had been an area of significant responsibility for him during this time. Its importance to the Navy headquarters was now on par with that of the Grand Line. A single misstep could force the Navy headquarters to withdraw entirely from the East Blue. Currently, the infamous Shiki the Golden Lion had obliterated a massive island, destroying the East Blue naval base. The combat capabilities of the East Blue were utterly insufficient to withstand such overwhelming devastation. Consequently, the Weasel was gravely injured, and the East Blue Navy suffered catastrophic losses. What infuriated and distressed them further was Shiki's brazen live broadcast of the destruction, heralding his return at the cost of completely annihilating the East Blue naval base. He now proclaimed to the world that he would utterly destroy the Xuanwu Navy the following day. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the globe. However, for certain individuals and factions, this was met with eager anticipation. The prowess of the Flying Sky Pirates and that of Shiki the Golden Lion were beyond reproach. The destruction of the East Blue naval base served as a means of intimidation, while the devastation was an irreversible reality. I express my profound sorrow and regret for the fallen warriors. Yet, this is our fate. In the face of pirates, those who fearlessly engage in battle, even to the point of death, fall with honor. Steelbone Kong's gaze shifted back from the weary Sengoku, his tone calm as he spoke. His words transformed the heavy atmosphere in the room, infusing it with a sense of regret and sorrow. However, what he said next prompted deep contemplation and anticipation among the attendees. Sengoku, we must not allow the deaths of our soldiers to overshadow the gravity of our strategy. The might of the Xuanwu Navy is indeed astonishing. Yet, we now face the Golden Lion Pirates, a legendary crew rivaling that of Rogers, poised to launch a full-scale assault on the Xuanwu Navy. This may very well present us with an opportunity. With his left hand resting on the chair, supporting his chin, he articulated his thoughts with precision, his right index finger gently tapping the surface. The calm, albeit slightly icy demeanor he exuded stirred a flicker of unrest within Akiji. The corners of Borsellino's mouth turned up ever so slightly, a relaxed expression tinged with a hint of mockery. Although it may seem somewhat absurd, the essence of the situation is unmistakable. Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, expressed profound agreement with the words of Steelbone Kong. In terms of strategic objectives, sacrificing a base to eliminate a rival that threatens dominance is a cost that is entirely bearable. However, a single day's time is insufficient for our military forces to arrive. Sengoku, after calming his thoughts, contemplated the forces that could be mobilized in the East Sea, ultimately concluding, Steelbone Kong, in a moment of reflection, remarked, "When the clam and the crane contend, the fisherman benefits. We need not dispatch formidable experts. Concentrated artillery fire would suffice to deliver a fatal blow." Upon hearing this, Sengoku nodded gravely. The others present, including Karp and Akiji, remained silent, withholding their thoughts, aware that expressing any dissent would be futile. This sentiment was not solely that of the Navy headquarters, but echoed the sentiments of the world government. No entity desires the eradication of the Xuanwu Navy more than the world government itself. A single watchdog suffices. Too many would risk backlash. In Wano country, a tipsy Kaido, upon hearing the words of the Golden Lion, felt a surge of anger. "You bastard, I will obliterate you." A furious roar erupted from the cave. Standing nearby, Jin's expression changed. He considered intervening but quickly recoiled in trepidation. Then, with a swish, the drunken Kaido transformed into a dragon and soared into the air. Jin, realizing Kaido's intent, hastily exclaimed, "Governor, it's too far. You won't make it in time. Let us observe. The Xuanwu Navy is a formidable force, and the Golden Lion seeks to carve them down to secure his dominion over the East Sea. I assure you, the Golden Lion will suffer significant losses." Kaido, heedless of Jin's counsel, drunkenly flew away, occasionally exhaling bursts of heat and summoning thunder, stirring up storms. On board the Whitebeard pirate's ship, Jozu, a user of the diamond fruit, inquired of Whitebeard, "Father, should we intervene? If the Golden Lion makes a move, the Xuanwu Navy is likely to face dire consequences." Marco, overhearing Jozu's words, chuckled and replied, "Are you suggesting we aid the Navy? Don't be ridiculous. We are pirates." He continued with a teasing tone, "Isn't that rather dull? Besides, the Golden Lion is one of Father's few friends." Jozu casually explained, "A simple greeting and a chat wouldn't he hurt? After all, the Golden Lion would surely appreciate a response from Father." Hearing this, Marco and the other captains exchanged mischievous smiles. A response? There is no need for speculation. They would never ally with the Golden Lion. The so-called greeting was merely a tactic to exert pressure on him. Just days ago, the legendary Golden Lion Shiki sent a message, encapsulated in a single phrase, "Whitebeard, let us dominate the world together." The intent behind those words was unmistakable. Therefore, when the Golden Lion attacked the East Sea Naval Base and subsequently boasted of annihilating the Xuanwu Navy, none were surprised. "No need for that," Whitebeard stated calmly. "Although we have yet to engage with the Xuanwu Navy, based on their current actions and the strength they have displayed, they are not so easily subdued. If that old man wishes to preserve his resources, he will know when to halt." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco and the others paused, contemplating the possibility. Many among them had been raised by Whitebeard, treated as sons, and had spent considerable time by his side, frequently encountering the Golden Lion, even clashing with the flying pirate crew. If the Golden Lion were indeed to risk everything, it was plausible he would choose to retreat rather than engage in a futile struggle. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, their attention fixed on the appearance of Golden Lion Shiki and his audacious claim to obliterate the Xuanwu Navy. The Xuanwu Navy itself was fully armed and prepared for battle. Marshal, Buggy and Sakata Jintoki entered the office, their expressions somber. Buggy, in particular, was no stranger to the legendary pirate Shiki. He was a formidable entity, and even during Roger's time, had they not been caught in a sudden storm, they might have lost to the flying pirate crew led by Shiki. Now, this long-schemed legendary pirate crew had not only emerged in the East Sea, destroying the East Sea Naval Base, but was also threatening to annihilate the Xuanwu Navy. Upon receiving the news, Buggy's first instinct was to flee from the Xuanwu Navy. However, after careful consideration, he found himself hesitating. Thus, despite his grave demeanor, Buggy was somewhat distracted. Benedict nodded at Buggy and Sakata Jintoki. He then addressed Wang Ji and the others, stating, "Tomorrow will pose a tremendous challenge for us. Given the nature of the Golden Lion, it is entirely possible that he may launch a surprise attack on us tonight. Therefore, we must remain fully vigilant." At this juncture, Benedict's gaze shifted towards Sakata Jintoki and Buggy as he expressed, "If possible, I hope the battlefield is not at our Xuanwu Navy base." Buggy felt somewhat uneasy under Benedict's scrutiny. Among the group, her strength was rather negligible. What could she possibly contribute? Wang Ji and Kinjiro immediately grasped Benedict's intentions upon hearing his words. If the Xuanwu Navy base were to be the battlefield, regardless of the outcome, the base would inevitably be destroyed. For Benedict, the prospect of reconstructing the Xuanwu Navy base was simply beyond his means. "Buggy, to what extent have you developed your fruit abilities?" Benedict inquired, his gaze fixed on Buggy. I have been diligently learning the Navy's 6 styles and have mastered Busashoku-Haki. Buggy replied, somewhat baffled. Throughout this period, after enduring numerous beatings, he had indeed grown stronger and taller, mastering the Navy's 6 styles and awakening Busashoku-Haki. Though such abilities could not be sustained for long. Given the short span of time, Buggy felt immense satisfaction with his progress. In fact, he was exceedingly confident that when he next encountered Shanks, he would be more than capable of defeating him. Now, you asked me about the development of my fruit abilities? Marshal, are you certain I have the time to develop them? The split fruit is an incredibly formidable ability. If you can master more powers, perhaps even awaken them. Combined with your current physical prowess, you could easily subdue a vice admiral. Should we survive this crisis, further effort will be required. Benedict gazed intently at Buggy, who, upon hearing those words, was swiftly engulfed by vivid illusions of trampling great generals, striking down the 4 emperors, and possessing boundless treasures. In that moment, he could hardly contain his drool. Buggy was uncertain of his survival, yet he still acquiesced. Benedict paid no further attention to the absent-minded Buggy. Instead, directing his gaze towards Sakata Jintoki and inquired, awakened? Through the information panel, Benedict had just learned that Sakata Jintoki had indeed awakened. The strength of the now awakened Jintoki was nearing the pinnacle of a vice admiral's combat power. However, in anticipation of potential troubles ahead, this alone would not suffice. Jintoki nodded and replied, I have awakened. He was uncertain how Benedict had come to know this, but given their camaraderie, there was no need for concealment. Wang Ji and Kinjiro, upon hearing this, turned their attention to Benedict, their expressions tinged with anticipation. Neither of them possessed the powers of a devil fruit user. Yet they were well aware that those who had awakened such abilities were exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, although Jintoki had awakened, he did not yet pose a lethal threat to them. Since you have awakened, I shall present you with a fortuitous opportunity, Benedict remarked. Hearing these words, the clown Buggy immediately reacted, his eyes filled with envy. Wang Ji had also received Benedict's attention, which was the reason he could genuinely possess the strength of an admiral. Thus he comprehended Benedict's intent. Benedict extended his hand. Resting it lightly upon Sakata Jintoki's shoulder, a faint glimmer flickering momentarily. Talent enhancement. Ding. The skill Lake Toy 18 Blades has been successfully enhanced. Ding. The ability Sword Fruit User, Awakened Sword Domain has been successfully enhanced. Ding. The skill White Yiksha Form, Dance has been successfully enhanced. Ding. The skill 1000 Swords Unleashed has been successfully enhanced. This is Benedict's innate ability, capable of amplifying one's potential and strengthening abilities. As Benedict silently chanted within his mind, Sakata Jintoki felt a stirring power within him, akin to a snowball, continuously growing in magnitude. With a roar, a formidable aura erupted from Sakata Jintoki. The overwhelming pressure altered the expressions of Wang Ji and Kinjiro, as they felt a presence that matched their own, a level of admiralty. Concurrently, the information panel accessible to Benedict displayed changes regarding Sakata Jintoki. Sakata Jintoki Enhanceable. Weapon, Demon Blade Shattered Star. Skills, Lake Toya 18 Blades, Enhanced, 1000 Swords Unleashed, Enhanced. Sword Fruit User, Awakened Sword Domain, Enhanced, White Yiksha Form, Dance, Enhanced, Observation Haki Level 2, Armament Haki Level 1. Combat Power Level, S Rank, Admiral Level. Potential Activation, SS Rank. Loyalty, 100. The originally Level 1 Observation Haki has been elevated to Level 2 through this process, while his previously Vice Admiral level strength has ascended to Admiral level. Sakata Jintoki opened his eyes from his moment of meditation and gazed at Benedict, promptly saluting with utmost sincerity as he expressed, "Thank you, Marshal." Although Sakata Jintoki was confident that he would soon attain Admiral status, he acknowledged that the time was not yet ripe. Benedict bestows his power not through the act of hastening growth, but rather through a process of enhancement and guidance, augmenting him with a potential enriched by profound depth. Benedict nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting towards Silver Axe. Silver Axe, you are no longer young, and the battles of the past have left you with numerous hidden injuries. You have but one opportunity, ultimately. The extent to which you can unleash your potential depends on you. I understand, Silver Axe replied earnestly. Having gleaned insights from Wang Ji, he had long harbored admiration. Now, having earned Benedict's recognition, driven by the demands of combat, he eagerly anticipated the heights of his own growth. Benedict ceased his idle chatter and extended his hand. After a fleeting shimmer, the aura emanating from the Silver Axe began to ascend rapidly. Ding! Skill Lines / successfully enhanced. Ding. Skill void / successfully enhanced. Wang Ji observed his old comrade, sensing the energy radiating from him, a smile gracing his face, imbued with anticipation. However, moments later, as the rising energy plateaued, a sense of regret washed over Wang Ji. Silver axe enhanceable. Weapon, shield, axe. Skills, shield strike, lion slash, enhanced, grand whirlwind, void slash, enhanced, armament hockey level 2. Observation hockey level 1. Combat power level, A class, vice admiral level. Potential activation, A class. Loyalty, 80. The silver axe opened its eyes, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at not having attained the rank of admiral. Yet, at that moment, there was little he could do but accept it. At the very least, he could sense a significant enhancement in his strength. Taking a deep breath, Silver Axe saluted and said, "Thank you, Marshal." Benedict nodded, casting a glance at Wang Ji, and said, "Each individual is granted but a single opportunity. Whether one becomes more formidable rests solely upon oneself." Wang Ji nodded in acknowledgement, recalling Benedict's earlier words when he had employed this notion upon him. "Do you require my assistance?" Benedict inquired, turning his gaze towards Kinjiro. "No need, among the generals. None can vanquish me," Kinjiro replied with unshakable confidence. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji turned his attention towards Kinjiro. Unrivaled among peers? The two exchanged a glance, their eyes ablaze with fervent combativeness. Upon witnessing this, Benedict smiled and remarked, "Go prepare to prevent a nighttime assault by the flying pirate crew." Beneath the cloak of night, on a small island situated a full 10 nautical miles from the Xuanwu Navy, there stood a peak, one of the highest points in the East China Sea. In the biting wind, Sakata Jintoki quietly polished his long sword, his gaze imbued with a fierce intensity. His observation haki, further enhanced by Benedict's renewed endowment, had grown considerably stronger. Sakata Jintoki could distinctly perceive that the range of his observation haki had expanded, allowing him to see far beyond the ordinary. The foresight of the future, even if only for a fleeting second, proved to be sufficient. "Commander, your suspicions were correct. The Golden Lion Shiki is indeed a cunning old fox." Jintoki narrowed his eyes and drew his sword, pointing it towards the east, his sword intent lingering as if capable of splitting the heavens. A surge of energy began to radiate from him, extending into the distance. To the east, before the dawn had yet to break, a colossal shadow was seen swiftly traversing the horizon. Even from the highest vantage in the East China Sea, Sakata Jintoki, relying on his observation haki, gazed in astonishment. The flying pirate crew had made their appearance. However, in comparison to the flying pirate crew, the massive islands were even more astonishing. Without any preparations during the night, the Xuanwu Navy base would inevitably be submerged by the enormous islands, leaving no trace behind. In fact, they would be utterly unable to escape the Xuanwu Navy base alive. The insidiousness of Golden Lion Shiki showed that he cared little for his reputation. Or rather, what Golden Lion sought was merely a simple and effortless victory that could yield sufficient prestige. The East China Navy base was not equipped to bear such a burden. Having already defeated the Marine Admiral and the Yonko Kaido, under the demon-slaying order, the Xuanwu Navy had demonstrated its capability to endure this weight. The flying pirate crew, led by Golden Lion Shiki, soared from his throne. With a penetrating gaze, Shiki surveyed the distance. As a great swordsman, he could distinctly sense the powerful sword intent. Was this the swordsman from the Xuanwu Navy? In Shiki's view, the only swordsman of note in the Xuanwu Navy was the white-haired boy. The formidable observation haki rapidly spread outward, and soon, Golden Lion Shiki discerned the presence of Sakata Jintoki. Jintoki, in turn, detected Shiki's approach and declared, "I will not allow these islands to encroach upon the skies of the Xuanwu Navy, Golden Lion Shiki." With that, Jintoki unleashed his long-prepared assault in his white Yiksha form, his formidable aura once again surging to new heights. Dance of Chaos. As he silently recited the incantation in his heart, Sakata Jintoki swung his longsword, and a tremendous wave of sword energy surged forth, his form darting through the air like a flash of lightning amidst the swirling energy. Jintoki's speed was remarkable. To the senses of Shiki the Golden Lion, his assaults resembled a chaotic dance of demons, relentlessly targeting the 4 colossal islands under his control. Crack! Crack! Shiki had no time to maneuver the massive islands to evade the onslaught. Their size rendered them immobile. Each of these islands, capable of engulfing the Xuanwu Navy base, was cleaved into pieces by the formidable sword energy unleashed by Jintoki. Yet, from Jintoki's perspective, although he had shattered their integrity, the islands remained undestroyed. Haha. Shiki the Golden Lion emerged, casting a disdainful glance at Sakata Jintoki. Kid, your swordsmanship is quite commendable. However, you underestimate me gravely. I am a user of the float fruit. Anything I touch will levitate, even if you reduce them to countless fragments. As long as I do not touch them again to nullify my ability, they will continue to float. He admired Jintoki's prowess at such a young age, recalling that even he had only attained the strength of a great swordsman after countless battles, achieving mastery in his 40s. Your name is Sakata Jintoki, is it not? Join my flying pirate crew. We are the foremost pirate crew in the world. I see immense potential in you. Follow me, and you shall acquire boundless wealth, status, and power. Together, let us rule the seas. His captivating words and boisterous tone would undoubtedly entice an ordinary person, for Shiki the Golden Lion was a legendary figure, and his crew was of legendary status, rivaling the Roger Pirates as a top-tier force. The world's foremost pirate crew? Had this been before, I might have been swayed. However, your actions have posed a significant threat to the Xuanwu Navy. Most crucially, you should not be here in the East Blue, challenging the Xuanwu Navy, for you shall face a most grievous defeat. Sakata Jintoki maintained a sharp aura, unfaltering in the face of Shiki's temptations, even issuing warnings and threats in return. Upon hearing this, Shiki's expression darkened. Kid, I see potential in you, which is why I extend this invitation. But my patience is exceedingly limited. Those who cannot serve my purpose must perish. Lighting a cigar, he inhaled deeply and exhaled, speaking in a grave tone. You talk too much. Whether you live or die, let us settle it in battle. Sakata Jintoki gazed intently at the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, and coldly remarked, It seems I too shall test the waters. I wish to see if the tales of this formidable pirate are indeed as terrifying as others claim, or if they are merely empty words. Shiki, gripping the ship's helm and puffing on a cigar, unsheathed his weapons, sakura tin and withered tree, and sneered. Psychological tactics hold no sway over me. Yet, I am curious to discover from whence your audacity springs to dare challenge me. As he spoke, Shiki swept his hands, unleashing two formidable waves of sword energy that surged towards Sakata Jintoki. Wave slash. Jintoki's eyes sparkled with determination. He swiftly drew his blade, countering with two arcs of sword energy. In an instant, Shiki maneuvered to the side, closing the distance with alarming speed. On the mountain's peak, amidst the scattered boulders, there lay scarcely over 200 square meters of ground, which at this moment became the arena for their fierce duel. Clang, clang. The sound of their swords clashing echoed sharply as they engaged in rapid combat. Shiki remained airborne, deftly maneuvering with his thoughts, launching swift and brutal assaults upon Jintoki. In mere moments of exchange, Jintoki's garments were shredded by the relentless sword energy, leaving him with numerous wounds. Like Toy's 18 cuts, Jintoki leaned back to evade a slicing strike aimed at his head and swiftly rotated, unleashing a counterattack with his Lake Toya blade. The force of his strike erupted with terrifying momentum, the blade enveloped in a dark aura, akin to death wielding its scythe. As the powers of the sword fruit activated, this blow possessed the potential to vanquish even a mid-ranking general in a heartbeat. Shiki, taken aback by the sheer might of Jintoki's close-range strike, found himself surrounded by swirling sword energy, sharp and fine, capable of shredding anything in its path. Despite Shiki's rapid defense, wielding Sakura Tin and Withered Tree with great haste, several arcs of sword energy penetrated his defenses, inflicting minor wounds upon him, merely akin to threads being sliced. True to his legendary status, Shiki leveraged his immense strength, keen insight, reflexes, and the unparalleled observation hockey of this world to mitigate the impact of most of the attacks before they reached him. Creating distance, Shiki regarded Sakata Jintoki, who stood amidst the sword energy, unconcerned by his own small lacerations, and let out a boisterous laugh. That last move was commendable. Yet it ends here. Upon hearing these words, Sakata Jintoki fixed his gaze upon the Golden Lion, launching an attack without uttering a single word. The dance of chaos, a tempestuous sword aura, surged forth, no less formidable than before and even more ferocious. The Golden Lion, Shiki, narrowed his eyes slightly and swiftly countered. A sword aura that was at least 5 times more powerful than the previous wave descended instantaneously. The two colossal forces clashed, erupting with such intensity that it seemed as though they would rend the very heavens asunder. Ultimately, Sakata Jintoki's chaotic dance fell short, and the residual strength of the lion's onslaught surged toward him, yet he managed to parry it with a single sword strike. Unleash greater power. The Golden Lion mocked as he floated in midair, for the strength you possess now is insufficient to warrant my full attention. To slay you, I need not expend even half of my might. At that moment, a figure emerged from a floating island, speaking with a hint of jest. "Captain, since you find this little brat unworthy, why not leave him to me to handle?" This was a man bearing twin cudgels, with large ears, squinting eyes, a robust physique, and a bald head, towering at an impressive height of 2 meters and 34 centimeters. His manner of speaking and the playful expression on his lips exuded a cunning charm reminiscent of a fox. Keita Shinozaki, a core combat member of the Flying Sea Pirates, possessed the strength of a general and was a fruitless ability user, with a bounty of 385 million berries. Captain may dismiss him, but this brat possesses remarkable skills. I can sense that his swordsmanship and his sword fruit abilities have reached a level of perfect fusion. Perhaps you should let me take him. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing death in battle. At that point, Captain would surely lament the loss of a powerful ally by his side. As Keita Shinozaki fixed his gaze upon Sakata Jintoki, another individual stepped forward. His voice somewhat shrill, his limbs long, and remarkably, he was equipped with 6 swords. Could this be the improbable 6-sword style? Sasaki Winen, known as the Spider-Man due to his arachnid-like appearance. In truth, he is a consumer of the animal fruit, possessing the powers of a spider-like devil fruit. In the New World, amidst the relentless pursuit of the Navy fleet, he single-handedly defeated 10 vice-admirals and withstood Zephyr's formidable gravity punch, managing to escape. This battle catapulted Yoshinori Sasaki into the limelight across the seas, establishing him as a core member of the Flying Sky Pirates. With a bounty soaring to 750 million berries, the appearance of Kotaro Arai had already rendered Jintoki Sakata sufficiently grave. But the emergence of Yoshinori Sasaki instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure and a dire threat within him. The arriving Yoshinori Sasaki was even more perilous than Kotaro Arai. Hearing this, the Golden Lion Shiki erupted into a hearty laugh. Puffing on his cigar, he ascended into the air, returning to his pirate ship with a grin. "Just handle it as you see fit. The Jinbu Navy is still brimming with talent." At this juncture, Shiki cast a sidelong glance at Jintoki Sakata, adding, "What a pity, such talent cannot be utilized by me." Kotaro Arai glanced at Yoshinori Sasaki and playfully remarked, "I'll leave this little brat to you. I hope you don't perish." Upon hearing this, Yoshinori Sasaki erupted into a gleeful laugh and leaped down. Jintoki Sakata, watching the descending Yoshinori Sasaki, raised his sword and slashed, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that stirred a ferocious wind. Yoshinori Sasaki glanced back and responded with a strike of his own. The clash of sword energies indeed summoned an even greater tempest. Yet Yoshinori Sasaki safely landed atop the mountain. Once on solid ground, he looked at Jintoki Sakata and chuckled. To recklessly strike an ambush is not the conduct of a formidable swordsman. "Jintoki Sakata," Jintoki replied, his demeanor guarded. "I am a Navy officer. You are a pirate. This is not a friendly spar but a life-and-death struggle between foes. If I can deliver a fatal blow, why should I defeat you openly?" However, that was in the past. With a cold sneer, Sakata Jintoki initiated the assault. Sasaki drew his twin swords and charged at Jintoki. In an instant, the two were locked in fierce combat. On the floating island, Kawaii Kotaro observed the scene below with a smile before continuing onward. In their eyes, Sakata Jintoki's prowess was still too feeble. The reason they chose to engage was merely to discern what exceptional qualities the boy possessed that had caught the attention of the Golden Lion Shiki. At the summit of the island, within the confined space, the two figures clashed with fervor, sparks flying as they battled with unparalleled ferocity. Wielding his long sword, Jintoki parried a strike that had come from yesterday, his form twisting in midair as sword energy swirled around him, aiding in deflecting another incoming blow. At this moment, Sasaki Winen displayed a vicious and cunning dual-wielding technique. In the course of their exchange, he had launched no fewer than 50 strikes aimed at Jintoki's vital points. Had it been merely that, Jintoki might have managed to withstand the onslaught. However, the techniques wielded by Sasaki instilled a sense of dread within him. "He," Sasaki taunted. "Your speed and reflexes are commendable, yet merely showcasing your dual-wielding leaves much to be desired. He. Surely your devil fruit abilities extend beyond this. Before your demise, do you not wish to unveil your strongest technique? Perhaps you might find a chance to defeat me." He. Sasaki, with a mocking laugh, regarded the sword-wounded Jintoki with palpable provocation. Taking a deep breath, Jintoki stepped forth, his sword energy suspended beneath his feet as more sword energy manifested around him, unleashed by his devil fruit abilities. Upon witnessing this, Sasaki chuckled. "It seems you are prepared to fight with all your might. Very well, I shall also take this seriously." As he uttered these words, Sasaki's form began to transform. Two arms suddenly emerged from his back, drawing forth a long sword that had been sheathed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sasaki Wainon, a wielder of the Spider-Man Devil Fruit, and a formidable swordsman. This fruit suits me perfectly. Now, let us engage in this battle in my current form. Listening to the words of Sasaki Yon, Sakata Jintoki's expression grew solemn. Although he had significantly enhanced his strength today due to Benedict's blessing, reaching a general-level combat prowess, there still existed a hierarchy within that realm. At present, he had merely just stepped into the ranks of generals, while Sasaki Yon was evidently a seasoned general-level powerhouse. The presence of such a formidable opponent instilled immense pressure within him. The only path to survival lay in a desperate confrontation. With these thoughts, Sakata Jintoki resolved to act without hesitation. All swords, unleash. With a leap into the air, Sakata Jintoki brandished his long sword, unleashing a flurry of sword energy. Observing the multitude of incoming sword energies, Sasaki Yon appeared more vigilant but showed no sign of fear. On the contrary, he assumed a cross-armed stance, wielding 4 swords, and declared, "Sword Song, Tempest." Like a rapidly spinning tornado, a vortex formed around Sasaki Yon as the onslaught of sword energies collided with the storm, creating a cacophony of clashing sounds. Sakata Jintoki's observation haki continually sensed Sasaki Yon's movements, and he grimly noted that his opponent was effortlessly neutralizing his attacks with 4 blades. "Child, this technique is not merely for defense." Sasaki Yon's voice rang out just as Sakata Jintoki felt a profound shock. He understood the gravity of the situation in a duel of masters. Even a moment's lapse could lead to demise. Frenzied dance. Sakata Jintoki shifted his approach, choosing to counterattack rather than retreat. The chaotic sword energies collided with the fierce tempest, creating a spectacle of power. Scatter. With both hands gripping his sword, Sakata Jintoki struck heavily against Sasaki Yon's dual blades, directing the sword energy in relentless waves towards him. Yet, Sasaki Yon remained composed, deftly parrying the assaults while launching his own counterattacks against Sakata Jintoki. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The overwhelming force left marks not only on Sakata Jintoki, but also inflicted wounds upon Sasaki Yon. However, Sasaki Yon showed no fear. Rather, the pain and blood invigorated him further. Not enough. Still not enough. Sasaki Yon's voice carried a manic edge. Simultaneously, an even greater power surged within him. Confronted with this escalating strength, Sakata Jintoki found himself forced to retreat. The rampaging sword energy seemed to be suppressed, no longer posing a threat to the sword song, Tempest. 4-sword style, Song of Hell. In the depths of Sasaki Yon's dual pupils, a flicker of crimson light shimmered. In the next moment, Sakata Jintoki sensed an anomaly through his Kinbunchika haki, causing his pupils to constrict abruptly. Boom. A tremendous force propelled Sakata Jintoki backward. His figure spiraled through the air while Sasaki Yon zipped past with remarkable speed. Puff, puff. In that fleeting instant, Jintoki sought to envelop himself in Busashoka haki, wielding his long sword in the air to evade and defend. Indeed, he executed this maneuver, desperately attempting to salvage his precarious situation. Yet, despite his efforts, his body bore the marks of battle, reminiscent of a peeled pineapple, riddled with wounds. "Is this truly your strength, little brat? If this is all you have, then I shall claim your life," Sasaki Yon declared, descending upon Jintoki with an air of dissatisfaction. "What a waste of my time." Before his words could fully escape, Sasaki Yon's long sword lunged toward Jintoki's chest. Jintoki's pupils constricted in response to the imminent threat, trembling with intensity. Should he fail to counterattack, death would surely follow. Blade Domain. In that moment, Jintoki unleashed his final gambit. The last time he faced death, he poured every ounce of his strength into a desperate attack. Although he failed to vanquish Quinn, it had awakened the powers of his sword Devil Fruit. The Blade Domain was the ability he acquired post-awakenings, creating a realm of swords within a radius of 500 meters centered on himself. Within this domain, his swordsmanship would be enhanced, and the skills he employed would be further augmented. Even the countless sword auras he released from within this domain would become sharper and more formidable. Regrettably, Jintoki could only imbue Busashoka haki upon his sword, leaving the sword auras untouched. Just as the blade was about to pierce Jintoki's chest, Sasaki Yon distinctly sensed the surrounding space momentarily stagnate. He could palpably feel the oppressive aura of the sword's edge enveloping him. As Jintoki's body plummeted, he tightened his grip on the longsword, his gaze directed at Sasaki Yon, now gleaming with fierce determination. Lake Toya 18 blades. Each strike was incisive, each motion executed with blinding speed. Despite Sasaki Yonin wielding 4 swords simultaneously in defense, the onslaught was relentless. In an instant, their bodies were rent asunder by the force of the sword's aura. The tremendous impact propelled them further apart. Sasaki Yonin, suspended in midair, executed a somersault and descended onto the hillside, continually leaping to dissipate the force of his fall. The mountain was steep and lofty, with scarce places to stabilize oneself. Thus Yonin found himself descending relentlessly. Yet, for Sakata Jintoki, this was not necessarily a disadvantage. The suspended sword aura provided the most advantageous footing. His form twisted in the air, he pivoted, and as he stepped upon the sword's aura, he too descended rapidly, drawing closer to Sasaki Yonin to launch a fierce assault. Unfazed, Sasaki Yonin seized every opportunity for leverage against the approaching Jintoki, wielding his 4 swords with deft precision. The clang of blades resonated, a symphony of sparks and fury. The powerful, mist-sword strikes soared into the distance, crashing against the steep cliffs, stirring up clouds of dust, shattering boulders, and severing towering trees. In the midst of their fierce combat, they exchanged countless blows in the air. Eventually, they reached the ground, where the battle intensified, reverberating with thunderous roars and tremors across the island. "Damn you!" Jintoki exclaimed as the sword aura grazed his cheek, leaving several pale gashes upon his fair visage. Anger surged within him. Sasaki Yonin was not faring much better. Facing Jintoki's unleashed sword domain, he found himself struggling. He realized that the enhanced capabilities stemming from Jintoki's awakened sword fruit ability were beyond his current state to contend with. If he did not take this seriously, the peril of death loomed ominously. Resolving to demonstrate his third form, Sasaki Yonin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a low growl. In the next moment, a transformation overtook him. His previously dark skin morphed into a deep purplish hue, a singular eye emerged upon his forehead, fangs sprouted from his mouth, and a pair of arms extended from his back, grasping the remaining 2 long swords. With a hum, an overwhelming aura of armament haki enveloped the swords, emanating a ghostly chill. 6-sword style, Reaper's revelry. Sasaki Yonin slightly bent his body, brandishing 6 swords, his 3 eyes fixated on Jintoki, as he coldly declared, "Jintoki, you are now worthy to withstand this strike of mine. You may die without regrets." Sakata Jintoki felt the resurgence of Sasaki Yonin's power. His expression heavy with an unprecedented gravity as he directed his sword towards him. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed the full potential of the sword fruit. This would be his most formidable and final move. If this strike failed to subdue Sasaki Yonin, it would mean his demise. Countless small branches and fragments of stone, under the influence of the sword fruit, transformed into radiant blades, surrounding Sakata Jintoki with an array of ethereal swords. Sasaki Yonin gazed at the myriad of swords protecting Sakata Jintoki, his eyes filled with astonishment. Such a display, such an aura, truly befitted a wielder of the sword fruit. Strong enough. For a master swordsman, such an ability was a perfect match. In that moment, Sasaki Yonin felt a twinge of envy. Yet, despite this overwhelming spectacle, he harbored no fear or inclination to retreat. Any sign of retreat could lead to his utter ruin. 10,000 swords returned to the origin, Sakata Jintoki shouted as he charged forth, his Tia Lake blade gleaming with brilliance, and the multitude of light swords surged in unison. Boom! Sasaki Yonin propelled himself forward with extraordinary speed, utilizing his formidable observation haki to evade and counterattack continuously. At that moment, Sasaki Yonin resembled the Grim Reaper, accompanied by a legion of phantoms, relentlessly assaulting Sakata Jintoki's myriad of light swords. Clang, clang, clang. The beams of light sword, some shattered, some sent flying, vanishing into the ground, while others were propelled away, only to be redirected by Sakata Jintoki for renewed assaults. The frenzied clash of sword energies wreaked tremendous havoc. The entire island was disintegrating under the force of their battle. The intensity of their confrontation reverberated far and wide. The distant flying sky pirates, led by the Golden Lion Shiki and Kurai Keitar, sensed the overwhelming energy of the clash, their faces reflecting astonishment. Had Sasaki Yonin truly been pushed to such lengths? After a moment of contemplation, Kurai Keitar chuckled, remarking on the impressive combat prowess of that young man. The Golden Lion, upon hearing this, let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "What a pity." Keitar Kurai chuckled softly, offering no rebuttal. No matter how formidable Jintoki Sakata may be, once Sasaki Yonin unleashed that particular technique, survival became an impossibility. The Sky Pirates continued their advance, their objective being the Xuanwu Naval Base. A night raid was hardly a conspiracy, as pirates, employing any means necessary to achieve their goals, was merely routine. As the sky pirates pressed onward, Kinjiro gazed at the colossal island drawing nearer, calmly donning the devastating gauntlets gifted by Benedict. He flexed his limbs and focused intently on the approaching landmass. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The velocity of Kinjiro's strikes escalated, his aura intensifying correspondingly. Simultaneously, atop the island, the formidable figures of Shiki the Golden Lion and K-Tar Kurai, among others of the sky pirates, sensed this burgeoning energy. Whose might was this? Originating from the Xuanwu Navy? Kurai pondered, as his observation haki expanded outward. In that moment, Ahoy Sora perceived a vision. The island beneath her feet was being shattered by a solitary man's blows. This image materialized in her mind, followed by the visceral sensation of the land erupting with terrifying force. North Star Hunter cracks fist. Shatter for me, with a single punch. It was as if a multitude of cannonballs had detonated simultaneously. A thunderous explosion reverberated for miles around. On the island, the unprepared crew members of the Sky Pirates and their structures suffered devastating casualties, as the powers of the disbanded Devil Fruit rendered them incapable of floating, causing them to plummet. After delivering a punch to the island, Kinjiro inhaled deeply and began maneuvering atop the falling debris, striving to reach a safe zone. He even managed to land on another floating island. Upon touching down, Kinjiro swiftly moved to the center of the island. North Star 100 cracks fist, the same technique, now executed with rapid-fire force. The sounds of cracking and rumbling filled the air as the massive island began to erupt, fracturing into chaos. Just as Kinjiro leapt towards the next island and began to descend, a figure emerged, launching a surprise attack from behind him. What terrifying power! Truly befitting a general of the Xuanwu Navy, codenamed North Star, Kinjiro thought. Very well, I shall be your opponent. As Kinjiro plummeted from the sky, he remained calm in the face of his assailant. With a graceful twist in midair, he reached out to grasp the incoming staff. The attacker, Kotaro Kurai, found himself seized by the weapon and was subsequently hurled away. A thunderous roar echoed as Kurai landed firmly on the floating island, while a powerful shockwave reverberated throughout the entire landmass. Kinjiro alighted lightly upon the island, his gaze fixed on Kurai, as he coldly uttered, Hokuto Tenkai Palm. Without further ado, Kinjiro's assault surged forward, arriving at Kurai's vicinity in an instant. Armed with dual staffs, Kurai enveloped himself in a protective aura and swiftly mounted a defense, countering with rapid strikes. The resounding impacts echoed like a heavy hammer striking a solid wall, creating a profoundly muffled sound. Yet, these sounds were merely a prelude to the relentless clash of might. In the brief exchange, Kurai quickly grasped the magnitude of Kinjiro's prowess. Each punch and palm strike unleashed an unparalleled force, capable of threatening the very integrity of such a massive floating island. As the skirmish progressed, Kurai's mind raced, analyzing the situation, and his agility increased, becoming swifter and more nimble. What began as an evenly matched contest soon devolved into a chaotic flurry of strikes, with Kinjiro's offense leaning toward a defensive posture. Suddenly, a resounding kick caught Kinjiro off guard, propelling him forcefully away as his strength waned. The tremendous force pierced through the crumbling edge of the island, sending him crashing onto another floating landmass. In the void above, the Golden Lion, Shiki, observed the clash between the two fighters with a raised brow before dismissively continuing his advance. He had brought an abundance of islands with him, and among them lay his carefully concocted powers. The destruction of several islands and the loss of a few men would not deter him from annihilating the Xuanwu Navy. This sensation was rather exhilarating. Ever since the captain accomplished remarkable feats, it had been quite some time since he had experienced a satisfying battle. I hope you can provide me with the thrill I seek. Kurai rotated his neck, grasping the specially crafted dual staffs, adopting a combat stance reminiscent of the seven-step fist. Your strength far surpasses that of the fallen silver-haired youth. Come at me with all your might. After striking a pose, Kawaii Kotaro mockingly smiled at the standing Kinjiro. Unfazed by Kawaii Kotaro's ridicule, Kinjiro remained resolute. The current prowess of Sakata Jintoki is extraordinary. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary general to eliminate him, especially with Sakata Jintoki's sword fruit abilities. Even if he cannot defeat his opponent, he can evade and launch long-range attacks. However, Kawaii Kotaro's eagerness for a fight was met with Kinjiro's willingness to oblige. The unique nature of the Destruction Gauntlet, despite its probabilistic activation, unleashed a terrifying explosive effect once triggered. With a charge and accelerated advance, Kinjiro unleashed the Northern Dipper 100 cracking fist. as he closed in on Kawai Kotaro. His fist struck rapidly, creating countless phantoms, an illusion born from his extreme speed. This, however, meant that with each blow, Kinjiro's power only intensified. Kawai Kotaro, as one of the core combatants of the Floating Sky Pirates, could not be underestimated in terms of speed and strength. Their relentless exchange of offense and defense erupted with formidable force, causing the island beneath them to gradually crumble under the impact of their might. Boom. At that moment, Kawai Kotaro's expression shifted dramatically, reminiscent of when he had previously wielded his staff for defense. A sudden punch erupted with a force exceeding tenfold. The specially crafted wooden staff, enveloped in armament haki, cracked ominously, revealing numerous fissures. The immense power remained unyielding as Kinjiro's fist drove forward. The specially crafted staff, unable to bear the strain, shattered completely. Boom. Kawai Kotaro's face contorted under the immense pressure of Kinjiro's colossal fist, and his body was propelled through the air, teetering on the brink of the island's edge, destined to plunge into the vast ocean thousands of meters below. Yet, at that pivotal moment, Kawai Kotaro's form began to spin rapidly. The other wooden staff in his hand also whirled with remarkable speed, generating a powerful gust of wind. Astonishingly, Kawai Kotaro, under such immense impact, employed this technique to avert a catastrophic fall, successfully landing on the fractured edge of the floating island. That punch had indeed been a sudden terror. Kai extended his hand, twisting his contorted cheek several times, producing a series of cracking sounds, and swiftly restoring it to its normal state. Next, he wielded a specially crafted wooden stick in his right hand, positioning himself sideways with the stick held upright, adopting a stance reminiscent of Western swordsmanship. Yet, what he held was merely a wooden staff, not a sword. Though Kaitaro was not a fruit user at this moment, he traced a circle in front of him with the stick. This simple act of drawing a circle appeared as if countless beads were spinning rapidly. Kinjiro was unaware of the peculiarity of this technique. He charged forward, launching a powerful and swift assault. However, Kinjiro soon realized that no matter how he struck or unleashed his force, each punch, despite making contact, was effortlessly parried. Futile, Kaitaro declared. This technique is called chaos. It embodies a lack of structured offense and defense. Striking any point will absorb a tremendous amount of force, but simultaneously, with my manipulation, that force can be redirected for a counterattack. If you wish to fight, I shall gladly engage you. Kaitaro observed Kinjiro's increasingly serious expression, noting the acceleration of his attacks and the alarming intensity of his power, yet his lips curled into a playful smile. Confident in his ability, Kaitaro aimed to exhaust Kinjiro's stamina, as such an aggressive approach would undoubtedly deplete his energy. Kinjiro, hearing Kaitaro's words, felt a flicker of inspiration within him. At that moment, he sensed it. The trigger had been activated. Die, he shouted, unleashing a punch accompanied by a cold snort. With 20 times the explosive power, a tremendous force erupted, generating a colossal shockwave and terrifying energy. Although Kaitaro skillfully maneuvered his staff, it became increasingly unmanageable against the shockwave produced by Kinjiro's punch. This indicated that Kaitaro's chaos was losing its efficacy. His expression darkened slightly as he gripped the staff tightly, enveloping it with his armed color. In an instant, fist and staff collided. A fierce wind howled, debris flew, and the floating ability of the Golden Lion was completely nullified in the wake of their relentless clash. Nevertheless, the battle between the two continued unabated. Amid the falling rubble, their figures leaped amidst the chaos. The Golden Lion Shiki hovered in the air, glancing back at the shattered floating island and the two combatants still locked in battle, a smirk of amusement gracing his face. Kinjiro's strength and combat style bore a resemblance to that of Garp, yet in comparison, Kinjiro still seemed rather inexperienced. At the Xuanwu Navy base, Benedict stood atop the Xuanwu warship, gazing at the approaching floating islands in the distance. The legendary old fellow indeed lacked any sense of martial ethics. Benedict stroked his chin, then turned his gaze toward the Patriot missile behind him. With the Xuanwu warship now in his possession, he had yet to test its might. Now was the perfect opportunity. The artillery crew of the Xuanwu warship stood ready, awaiting orders to bring down the island above them. With a single command from Benedict, the two Patriot missiles aboard the Xuanwu warship, under the control of the artillery team, targeted the two floating islands and unleashed their assault. Whoosh! Shells illuminated the night sky, sparkling like stars, momentarily banishing the darkness. On the deck of the flying pirate ship, Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion, stood at the edge, watching the rapidly ascending projectiles with a gaze full of perplexity. Are these bombs long and slender? Aren't they usually round? The fleeting doubts in his mind were soon overshadowed as the massive islands were struck, beginning to crumble in great swathes. Enormous creatures, in a state of panic, tumbled out of the protective barriers surrounding the islands, plummeting towards the ocean below. These creatures were the successful results of his careful concealment over time. Should they fall into the sea like this, their intended effect would be utterly lost. Thus, Captain He extended his arms, activating the powers of the float fruit. Although he did not physically touch the animals, it did not hinder his ability to manipulate the waters, forming colossal water orbs that caught the falling beast one by one. As the orbs ascended, the descending rocks were similarly compressed by the powers of the float fruit, creating islands of varying sizes for the creatures to land upon. After each launch, the Patriot missiles required time to reload. However, when it came to striking these massive islands, Benedict realized he had overestimated their effectiveness. The colossal islands were simply too large. Even with the extensive destruction wrought by the Patriot missiles, they could not be completely obliterated. Such power was hardly superior to simply smashing through the islands with one's own fists. Wang Zhi, wielding his silver axe, and the clown Buggy, commanding their respective teams, were strategically positioned around the Xuanwu warship, ever ready for battle. It was utterly ineffective. Even the mysterious Patriot missiles could not fully shatter the islands. If these islands were to crash down, what could we do? With my strength, there's no way I could stop them. Buggy gazed at the gigantic island, panic-stricken, his words betraying his deep-seated fear. Wang Zhi and Silver Axe exchanged glances in Buggy's direction, while they were somewhat impressed by Buggy's growth over time. His cowardice and penchant for pretense were indeed subjects of derision. Upon hearing this, Benedict chuckled lightly and remarked, "Buggy, you possess the power of the chop fruit. Faced with such a colossal island, which is about to pursue you and threatens your very life, have you not contemplated disintegrating it into fragments the size of fists, reducing it to mere grains akin to rice, or even turning it into dust?" Buggy, disregarding Benedict's rank as a general, retorted loudly, "How can that be possible? It's a gigantic island. I simply cannot do it." In terms of developing his fruit ability, he found it primarily effective only on himself. Although he had been enhancing his physical prowess during this time, his progress in mastering the fruit's capabilities remained exceedingly limited. Shanks had found his companions and established a pirate crew. Throughout this period, he had navigated the New World, showcasing impressive combat skills and gaining considerable renown. What about you? Are you truly content with the abilities you've acquired thus far? Benny did not mind Buggy's tone as he gazed up at the vast expanse above, where a colossal pirate ship floated, reminding him that Buggy's character still required transformation. There was a need for guidance in the development of his devil fruit abilities. If properly harnessed, these gigantic sea islands would pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, Buggy clenched his fists, the image of Shanks, the red-haired, flashing in his mind. He was a formidable rival that Buggy must surpass. No, it is inconceivable to allow Shanks to take the lead. I must grow stronger. The clown Buggy fervently encouraged himself, preparing for the battle's conclusion. If he survived, he would strive to enhance his devil fruit powers. Yet, as he faced the looming approach of the massive sea islands, he felt utterly powerless. "Marshal, is there any way to bring these gigantic islands down?" he exclaimed. "If they fall, our Xuanwu Navy base will be obliterated." Unable to fight back, Buggy could only hope for Benny's intervention. Benedict nodded thoughtfully, then activated his lunar step, leaping gracefully into the sky. Moments later, he arrived upon a floating island. What greeted his eyes was a host of gigantic creatures, their eyes glowing crimson. These animals, having consumed the IQ gene serum, boasted formidable vitality, resilience, regenerative capabilities, and striking power. Should these beasts be unleashed upon the Xuanwu Navy base, even if ultimately vanquished, they would likely devastate a significant portion of the base. "Gold Lion He, shall we descend for a conversation?" Benedict disregarded the creatures, instead gazing into the distance at Gold Lion He, calling out. He had already noticed Benedict and descended in response. "Benedict," Gold Lion He hovered mid-air, scrutinizing Benedict with a hearty laugh. "You were even younger than I had anticipated." In reply, Sakata Jintoki chuckled lightly. "I am also far more powerful than you could have imagined." Hearing this, Gold Lion He unleashed his overwhelming conqueror's haki, which surged from him in a powerful wave, enveloping Benedict precisely and singularly, without disturbing the surrounding animals or pirates. Benedict, undeterred, unleashed his formidable conqueror's haki. The clash of their powers produced sparks resembling black lightning between them, generating a powerful wave of energy that swept through the surroundings. Although their confrontation was directed solely at each other, The surrounding creatures and pirates were nonetheless struck with terror by the overwhelming presence of the two. The Golden Lion-He. Observing the might of Benedict's conqueror's He let out a boisterous laugh after a brief standoff. Indeed, you have earned my respect. Benedict, join my pirate crew. I shall make you my first mate, my right-hand man, as we together overthrow and dominate this world. The presence of one endowed with conqueror's He is exceedingly rare across the seas and within this world, signifying a person of remarkable courage, audacity, and achievement. To welcome such an individual into a pirate crew undoubtedly enhances the combat prowess of the Flying Sky Pirates, much like the esteemed Dark King Rayleigh by Gold. Roger's side. Though He already had formidable commanders like Sasaki Yonen and Kurazumi Kotaro at his side, the vastness of the world and the multitude of adversaries made him eager to gather even more powerful allies. Much like the legendary rocks, if united in purpose and strength, they could have toppled the celestial dragons long ago. Upon hearing this, Benedict revealed a smile and remarked, "To become a pirate? It is an unattainable dream for me in this lifetime. However, should you choose to surrender, I can arrange for your demise to resonate throughout the world, ensuring your name is immortalized, while preventing your Mara Nomi from falling into the hands of the world government." Suddenly, without warning, a blade of sword energy surged forth, but Benedict effortlessly countered it. "Benedict, your arrogance knows no bounds. I am the sovereign of the seas, the Golden Lion-He. He was visibly displeased with Benedict's words. What did he mean by allowing me to die in a manner that would shock the entire world and leave a lasting legacy? Are you certain this would not instead result in infamy? I am a peak powerhouse of the same era as Roger, a warrior who battled fiercely against Garp and Sengoku for 5 days and nights. Do you truly think I would submit, Benedict?" Unfazed by the roar of the Golden Lion and his fury, Benedict remained resolute. While He was indeed formidable, Benedict was hardly weak himself. Throughout the past period, he had encountered numerous challenges and completed several missions. Since his last enhancement, which consumed 30 units of reinforcement stones, he had now accumulated 50 enhancement stones. Half an hour earlier, a notification sounded. Ding. Consumed 10 reinforcement stones, observation He upgraded to level 2. Ding. Consumed 40 reinforcement stones, Conqueror's He upgraded to level 4. Awakening the advanced skill, Conqueror's He binding. Special Forces Summoning System Host, Benedict age, 18 years identity, Grand Admiral of the Xuanwu Navy Justice Points. 10, 050 abilities, Indomitable Physique. Shadow Clone Technique, Talent Enhancement, Marine 6 Forms, Master Level. Armament He, Level 3. Observation He, Level 3. Conqueror's He, Level 4. Conqueror's He Binding, Awakened Skill. 8 Gates, Master Level. 3000 Thunder Moves, Divine Skill. Benedict has respectively enhanced his Conqueror's He and Observation He. Faced with a legendary figure such as the Golden Lion-He, he dared not exhibit any complacency. However, the enhancement stones he currently possesses are insufficient to elevate any form of He to its utmost potential. Therefore, what he can do is to bolster his overall strength. In the choice between strengthening his Armament He and Conqueror's He, Benedict opted for the latter. With the enhancement stones at his disposal, both his already Tier 3 Armament He and Conqueror's He can only be improved once. Moreover, the number of enhancement stones required to elevate Conqueror's He by 1 level exceeds that of Armament He and Observation He by 10 stones. After careful consideration, Benedict chose to enhance his Conqueror's He. After all, when confronting the top-tier Conqueror's He wielder, Golden Lion-He, if his Armament He cannot reach its pinnacle, he would be unable to vanquish He. In contrast, with the enhancement of Conqueror's He and the awakening of its binding form, the formidable destructive power it offers far surpasses that of Armament He. Whether one can withstand the might of the Golden Lion-He will only be revealed through battle. However, prior to that, your island must remain distant from my naval base. Benedict gazed intently at the Golden Lion-He, his Conqueror's He radiating power without diminishing. The Golden Lion-He erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "It's merely a naval base. It pales in comparison to the thrill of freely sailing across the corners of this world. I shall obliterate this island, and you shall be liberated from your shackles, allowing you to seamlessly join the flying pirate crew. It is all perfectly orchestrated." "Perfectly orchestrated?" Benedict replied, his eyes fixed on the Golden Lion-He. "It seems you possess great confidence in your devil fruit abilities. Why not engage in a wager?" "A wager?" Although the Golden Lion-He was not particularly fond of games, he found himself intrigued by Benedict's proposition. "What kind of wager do you have in mind?" he inquired. Benedict gazed confidently at the golden lion He before him and proclaimed, "I wager that within 10 minutes, I shall obliterate all the floating islands under your command. Should I succeed, you will surrender unconditionally. If I fail, the Xuanwu Navy will be disbanded on the spot." Upon hearing this, golden lion He erupted into a hearty laugh and ascended into the air, looking down upon Benedict. "This is the most intriguing wager I have ever encountered. Benedict, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Benedict chuckled lightly and remarked, "It is merely a matter of seizing you and displaying your head for all to see." The golden lion let out a chilling laugh and, fixing his gaze upon Benedict, said, "You shall meet a most dreadful end." Benedict twisted his neck and declared with an air of authority, "Death has never been terrifying. What is truly fearsome is a person's lack of courage in the face of mortality. Yesterday, you boldly proclaimed the destruction of the Xuanwu Navy. Today, I shall have the audacity to eradicate your sky pirates from this world. Then let us see if you possess the metal," replied the golden lion He. Gazing intently at Benedict, his twin swords in hand, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. "Are you truly afraid of death?" Benedict clasped his hands together and let out a low roar, technique of multiple shadow clones. In the blink of an eye, hundreds upon hundreds of Benedicts scattered in every direction. The golden lion He had heard of this technique, but witnessing it firsthand left him in awe at the myriad of Benedict's clones that emerged. At that very moment of He's astonishment, the clones had already darted swiftly towards the other floating islands. Indeed, they were running and at a remarkable speed. Each clone possessed formidable combat prowess. Although they might not be able to defeat He, they were more than sufficient for the task of demolishing islands. As He observed the dispersing clones of Benedict, he quickly regained his composure. "Benedict, is this your strategy to obliterate the islands within 10 minutes? Have you underestimated my flying pirate crew? Have you underestimated me?" With that declaration, He waved his hands, and the floating islands suspended in midair began to move in accordance with his will. His intention was to create distance, preventing the Benedict clones from getting close, while also preparing to strike at them. This was He's method to thwart the impending destruction of the islands. "Indeed, I have underestimated the flying pirate crew. In my eyes, without these islands looming overhead as a threat, whether on the sea or on land, the Xuanwu Navy possesses the capability to leave you all in disarray. Even formidable beings like rocks have met their demise. Roger, the one who became the Pirate King, also perished months ago. Now, it is your turn." Benedict's words subtly provoked the golden lion He. The fall of rocks was, to a significant extent, intertwined with their departure at that time. With the formidable depth of the Rock's pirates' bench and their immense combat prowess, how could Roger and Garp simply thwart them with mere words? Even with Sengoku and other formidable figures from the world government entangled with them, if they truly fought to the death, it would have been Roger and Garp who would have perished. Yet, deep down, they understood certain truths. To be publicly humiliated was akin to a slap in the face. Who was Roger? He was a figure who was both foe and friend, a rival he acknowledged. It was unfathomable to him that such a person would willingly seek death. An adversary of that caliber, even in death, ought to fall by his own hand. Dying at the hands of the Navy was nothing to be proud of. "You have successfully incited my wrath. Benedict." The golden lion swung his swords with both hands, sending forth 2 arcs of sword energy towards Benedict. The slash wave. Simultaneously, the golden lion floated before Benedict, his twin swords once again poised to strike. Benedict enveloped his arms in armed color, engaging in a fierce battle with the golden lion. Meanwhile, Benedict's shadow clones had already landed on the floating island. Undeterred by the oncoming pirates and rampaging giant beasts, the shadow clones of Benedict exhibited unwavering courage. Their formidable martial prowess allowed them to navigate the battlefield with agility, seizing every opportunity to wreak havoc on the floating island. 8 gates open. With the intention to confront the golden lion, there was no room for hesitation. It was an all-out assault. The goal was to eliminate him, and if that proved impossible, to incapacitate him. The sound of thunderous clashes resonated continuously as Benedict's aura surged higher. With the escalation of Benedict's presence, the golden lion, He, became increasingly serious. Each of his strikes was imbued with immense destructive power, and every collision between He's blade and Benedict's fist produced a resounding echo. Opening the view gate towards the peacock, Benedict seized the opportunity to distance himself from the golden lion He, striking without a moment's hesitation. Caught slightly off guard, He was bombarded by a flurry of punches, each landing with devastating force, eliciting a cacophony of pained cries. With a resounding crash, his body plummeted onto the floating island, creating a gaping crater several meters deep, causing the entire island to tremble and visibly sink by a few meters. The gate of astonishment opened. A sharp glint flickered in Benedict's eyes, his formidable presence rising once more. The essence of strength was encapsulated in his fist. Buzz! Benedict's right hand shimmered with a crimson glow, and the anguished golden lion He, sensing an overwhelming peril, felt his hair stand on end. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed the power of the float fruit. In an instant, the ground erupted, forming 3 colossal lion heads crafted from earth and stone, barreling towards Benedict with relentless force. Suspended in midair, Benedict displayed no hesitation as he delivered a powerful punch. Before the massive lion heads could collide with his fist, the energy enveloping his strike, akin to a protective membrane, shattered them instantaneously. Crack! Crack! In a heartbeat, the lion heads crumbled to dust, and Benedict himself vanished amidst the swirling debris. A thunderous roar echoed for miles around. At the Xuanwu Navy base, warriors such as Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Buggy, and Yelv CG cast their gazes towards the void. Floating islands were being ravaged, with pirates and massive creatures plummeting from above. Amidst the cacophony of destruction, this particular roar was markedly more resounding, emanating from the largest island, the battleground of Benedict and the Golden Lion. The strength of the Flying Sky Pirates was concentrated on the floating islands, rendering those guarding the Xuanwu Navy base without any opportunity to intervene, unless the islands descended upon the sea rather than upon their heads. Crack! Though the dust had yet to settle, the floating island was fracturing under immense force, with fissures spreading across its expanse. The Golden Lion, having somehow escaped to mid-air, fixed his intense gaze upon the swirling dust, his hands gripping tightly. Towering stone lions, each several meters high, surged upward, encircling Benedict amidst the haze. As the Golden Lion forcefully pressed downward, the rising stone lions surged forward like quicksand, launching a formidable assault from above. "They tiger!" Benedict's voice suddenly resonated as a colossal white tiger ascended into the sky, shattering the stone lion in an instant. This soaring white tiger emanated an unparalleled force, causing the Golden Lion to widen its eyes in astonishment. In the next moment, a figure materialized in midair, Benedict, who had narrowly escaped being buried. The Golden Lion's pupils constricted sharply upon beholding Benedict, yet it quickly transformed into a smirk. "Ha ha. No wonder you were able to defeat Zephyr and even frighten that fellow Kaido. Is this your trump card? Indeed, this technique is formidable, but utilizing it comes at a steep price. That price could very well cost you your life." Within the gaze of the Golden Lion and through the perception of his observation He, it was evident that Benedict was currently unleashing a terrifying power, showcasing an unmatched vitality. However, behind this vigorous life force, he was simultaneously burning through his own vitality to exchange for such dreadful strength. Particularly, Benedict's body was marred by visible fissures. The Golden Lion could assert with certainty that, given a little time, Benedict would either explode or bleed out fatally. Confronting you in your current state would merely be a matter of delaying the inevitable. "Ha ha ha. I am the master of the float fruit. This sky is my domain." The Golden Lion, He, soared into the air, creating distance between himself and Benedict, his laughter filled with delight and mockery. "Fear not, I shall keep you entertained. Ha ha. Lion's thousand cuts." With each swing of his sword, 1, 2, 3, a devastating wave of slashing energy was unleashed. The dense barrage of sword energy fell like meteors, striking at Benedict and sealing off any means of escape. Golden Lion He, have you perhaps overestimated yourself? My speed is not as slow as you presume. Upon hearing this, Benedict let out a cold laugh, relying on his observation He to swiftly evade the oncoming sword energy. The Golden Lion He roared with laughter, continuously drifting through the air while relentlessly launching attacks at Benedict. As the distance between them diminished, Benedict's assaults grew increasingly ferocious. In but a fleeting moment, He found it impossible to create any space between them. Benedict clung to the Golden Lion He, simultaneously launching attacks while relying on his moonwalk to execute continuous leaps. The battle between Benedict and the Golden Lion He was fiercely intense, capturing the attention of various factions within the Black Turtle Navy. Even those concealed on distant islands were astounded by the clash taking place in the night sky. Is this truly the extent of his power? Under such tremendous force, he managed to maintain the moonwalk from the Navy's 6 styles, ensuring his rapid movements while neutralizing the advantages of He's float fruit ability. This remarkable skill left the legendary silver axe standing beside Wang Ji and gazing at the fierce confrontation, utterly astonished and at a loss for words. Just how terrifying is the Golden Lion He? In the past, the only ones capable of contending with him aboard that ship were Rocks and Whitebeard. Even Big Mom and Kaido found it difficult to stand against such a formidable foe. Yet now, faced with Benedict's relentless onslaught, it seemed as though He was beginning to falter. On another warship, He also gazed skyward, equally astonished. However, when he lowered his gaze and blinked, a complex expression crossed his face, hinting at an inner struggle. Truly, this is a powerful young man. How has he, at such a tender age, honed such extraordinary martial prowess and mastered the 3 types of haki? In a shadowy corner of the Black Turtle Navy base, unnoticed by anyone, the Dark King Rayleigh, having arrived here on a covert mission, watched the ethereal battle unfold before him, filled with myriad emotions. Such a remarkable and gifted admiral of the Black Turtle Navy is still just a boy. What kind of terrifying presence will he become in 10 or 20 years? The news of the Flying Sky Pirates' night raid on the Black Turtle Navy base had ceased to be a secret since Shintoki Sakata's involvement. The information spread rapidly, and long-distance live broadcasts had already commenced. That night, countless individuals, upon hearing the news, hurriedly rose from their slumber, eager to witness the confrontation. The renowned Flying Sky Pirates, would they truly be able to erase the recently ascendant and formidable Black Turtle Navy from existence? Many were equally curious to see if the Black Turtle Navy could turn the tide against the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, and bring him down from his pedestal. In the night sky, the unleashed energy stirred the ocean's waves, crashing against the warships and the Navy base, while also dragging the pirates and colossal creatures plunging into the depths into the gates of the underworld. Jahahaha. Your life is about to reach its end, Benedict. Prepare to die, roared He, unleashing his lioness might. The surging sea, under the mastery of the floating fruits powers, conjured forth countless water lions that roared ferociously. Subsequently, under the command of the Golden Lion He, they surged forth with astonishing speed towards Benedict. They tiger, roar. The white tiger's roar tore through the thick bodies of the water lions in an instant, rendering them asunder. Benedict is certainly not a devil fruit user. He employs seawater as a means of assault, and the effects of imprisoning his foes are utterly ineffective against him. As for the force of impact, it poses no challenge to Benedict at this juncture. As he maneuvers through the onslaught of the water lion's attack, his figure dashes through the ocean, advancing towards the Golden Lion He. Open the gates of death. The crimson wave of energy erupts instantaneously. Benedict's body revealed increasingly pronounced fissures, radiating a crimson glow. It was the manifestation of seething energy, a burning vitality. As this force surged forth, King of Hell Rayleigh, concealed within a corner of the Xuanwu naval base, widened his eyes in disbelief. His formidable observation haki instantaneously captured a scene that defied comprehension. In that fleeting moment, Benedict soared into the sky. The tumultuous sea, at the instant of his ascent, erupted like a colossal missile, unleashing a tremendous wave accompanied by a thunderous roar. In the void above, the Golden Lion was struck with dread by this sudden burst of power. Before he could react to defend himself, Benedict's fist was already upon him. Cloaked in Conqueror's haki, the fist struck heavily against his abdomen. The terrifying force of this blow conjured an energy storm that ravaged his body. The battered form was akin to a ball being mercilessly kneaded, the sound of shattering bones ringing painfully clear. It was a terror he had never before experienced. At that moment, the Golden Lion He curled up like a boiled shrimp, the overwhelming destructive force breaching his defenses and striking deep within. Blood spewed forth, and the searing pain nearly plunged him into unconsciousness. His body no longer obeyed his commands. Concurrently, the remaining floating islands, yet to be obliterated, rapidly descended as they lost the buoyancy granted by the float fruit. Above Benedict and the Golden Lion, another island was plummeting. However, Benedict was unable to halt his momentum. Thus, his colossal fist, driven into the Golden Lion's belly, crashed down upon the floating island, relentlessly pressing upward until the island was pierced and shattered. Ejected from the floating island, the Golden Lion's body continued to ascend under the weight of the tremendous force. It was then that Benedict finally came to a stop. Simultaneously, the overwhelming aura emanating from him, akin to a flame capable of rending the heavens, was abruptly extinguished, vanishing without a trace. Not good. Rayleigh, his eyes hidden behind glasses, narrowed in shock. In that moment, he could no longer afford to conceal his identity, swiftly darting across the sea. This sudden occurrence captured the attention of Wang Ji and others. Yet, at that instant, Wang Ji could scarcely regard Rayleigh's presence. As an admiral, he possessed keen observation-He and witnessed the unfolding scene. A crisis had arisen. The Marshal was in grave danger. All forces advance. Disregarding the falling floating island, Wang Ji commanded his warship to swiftly launch an assault. In the void above, the air crackled with energy. With a series of sickening sounds, the terrifying force dissipated, and Benedict's body burst open like a multitude of ruptured blood bags, blood splattering in all directions. His vitality rapidly waned. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Marshal's office, the life card in the sealed box began to ignite with fervent flames. In the expanse above, the Golden Lion, having been struck by Benedict, slowly opened his eyes. Enduring excruciating pain, breathing became a laborious task, and every movement sent jarring agony through his shattered bones, causing cold sweat to pour down his brow. Yet, at this moment, the Golden Lion, Xuanwu, reveled in his defiance, disregarding the intense suffering as he laughed boisterously. As long as Benedict perished, victory would be his. Ha ha ha. His laughter rang out, loud and arrogant, heedless of the surrounding audience. Benedict's madness, along with the terrifying power he wielded, brought to mind the legendary Rocks. Although he still fell significantly short of Rock's prowess, he nonetheless posed a lethal threat to Benedict, especially with that last strike. Had it not been for his instinctive reaction at that critical moment, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness. There would be no room for the joyous laughter he once knew. The Golden Lion He was utterly convinced that Benedict was doomed. The forbidden technique that drained life force to exchange for immense power was undoubtedly fatal. Yet, in the moment, laughter and exhilaration were fleeting. The stomach, having endured such a violent blow, could hardly withstand the torment inflicted by the Golden Lion He. He clasped his belly, eyes wide with anguish, his cheeks twitching uncontrollably. As he opened his mouth to scream, desperate to vent the unbearable pain, yet only garbled sounds escaped him, intensifying his suffering. Simultaneously, Benedict's form plummeted rapidly towards the sea. Wang Ji's gaze was fixed on the falling figure, wishing that the warship beneath him could teleport across the distance to catch Benedict. Alas, the ship could not. And neither could he. He was not a warrior renowned for speed, unable to race across the ocean as Benedict did, nor could he dash through the void. To one side, a shadowy figure surged forth, stirring waves in its wake, moving with astonishing velocity. Wang Ji was unaware of the identity of this cloaked figure, whose trajectory was directed towards their marshal, Benedict. Dragon soaring in the sky, Wang Ji dared not be complacent. Since he could not pursue, he would intercept any potential foe. He leapt, wielding his crescent blade in a sweeping upward strike. In an instant, a golden arc of light surged towards the distant figure. The dark King Rayleigh, racing across the ocean, sensed the approaching blade and glanced back, suddenly accelerating and weaving in a zigzag pattern to evade the fierce attack. Although Wang Ji's strike posed a certain threat, Rayleigh did not let it distract him. The urgency of saving Benedict outweighed all else. After all, he could not maintain such speed on the ocean for long. If circumstances allowed, he would not hesitate to swim over. However, time was not on his side. Wang Ji watched as the dark King Rayleigh evaded his attack and created distance between them, leaving him unable to continue his assault. That person just now? Silver Axe inquired, glancing between Rayleigh's figure and the descending Benedict, his voice tinged with hesitation. I do not know, Wang Ji replied calmly, offering a mere 3 words. In the distance, the Golden Lion, racked with pain, also took note of Rayleigh's presence. As an old acquaintance, he recognized the aura of the Dark King through his mastery of observation-He. Humph. The Golden Lion He stifled a groan of pain before producing a vial of purple elixir and consuming its contents. This was a volatile concoction known as IQ, developed by the flying pirate crew after extensive experimentation on a secluded island. Upon ingestion, it bestowed both animals and humans with immense strength, catalyzing a brief period of bodily evolution and exceptional healing properties. However, excessive consumption could lead to dire repercussions, rendering the user irrational and transforming them into a relentless war machine. Furthermore, the effects would only linger for an hour, after which the individual would endure debilitating weakness, exacerbating any existing injuries to the point of potential fatality. Thus, He had vowed never to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Yet, the time had come for him to partake. As the elixir coursed through his system, its effects manifested almost instantaneously. His fractured bones began to mend at an astonishing rate, reviving a man who had been on the brink of death. The Golden Lion He would not allow the Dark King Rayleigh to abscond with Benedict at this critical juncture. even though he recognized the futility of Benedict's situation. What he required was certainty. He needed to confirm Benedict's demise. Suddenly, a multitude of water lions surged forth from the ocean, prompting a slight shift in Rayleigh's demeanor. Disregarding any semblance of stealth, he swiftly unsheathed a sword that had lain dormant for years. As one of the foremost swordsmen in this realm, Rayleigh possessed mastery over the three forms of He. His combat prowess having long surpassed that of the admirals, rendering him a formidable force. Notably, he was not yet the aged figure he would become 2 decades hence. With a flash of steel, the water lions that had materialized before him were swiftly obliterated by his sword's aura. Rayleigh's gaze flicked to the side as he launched another strike with his longsword. In mere moments, the water lions unleashed by the Golden Lion were systematically dismantled. Witnessing this spectacle, He.'s expression darkened. He dove downwards, retaliating with fervor, bellowing, "Dark King Rayleigh, do you dare oppose me?" As the winds howled, a fresh legion of water lions coalesced, relentlessly battering against Rayleigh. "Since you court death, you shall meet your end. You are no longer that mere boy. I shall see how long you can endure upon the sea." As the words of the Golden Lion echoed, Benedict plummeted into the tumultuous sea. The face of the Dark King, Rayleigh, darkened at this sight. His plan was to catch Benedict before he fell into the ocean, leveraging the falling stones, bodies, and trees as points of support to return to the Xuanwu Navy base. However, with Benedict now submerged, even if he plunged into the depths, the Golden Lion He would not allow him to succeed. Presently, He offered no opportunity. After the water lion's assault, he appeared wielding twin swords. Faced with this formidable opponent, Rayleigh dared not be careless. Clang, clang. The clash of their swords resounded, with each strike forcing Rayleigh deeper into the sea. No matter how firmly he planted his feet, he was destined to succumb to the depths. In that moment, against the Golden Lion, he found himself bereft of any means to resist. Dragon soaring in the sky. At that precise moment, Wang Ji, aboard a warship, finally arrived and launched an attack against the Golden Lion. Seizing this opportunity, Rayleigh swiftly leaped onto the vessel and called out to Silver Axe and the others. "Our commander has fallen into the sea. Quickly, send someone down to retrieve him." Without hesitation, dozens of Special Forces soldiers leaped into the water, determined to rescue Benedict from the depths. After exchanging over 10 blows with the Golden Lion, Wang Ji delivered a powerful strike that sent He flying. Before returning to the ship, the Golden Lion, suspended in midair, regarded Rayleigh and Wang Ji. Understanding that their collaboration posed a significant threat, though he felt no fear in his current state, even if he managed to take both down, he would likely suffer severe injuries. However, with the arrow drawn, he had no choice but to release it. The Flying Sky Pirates had no path of retreat in this operation. The Xuanwu Navy base must be annihilated. "Ha ha ha. I am the Golden Lion He, the sovereign of the seas," he declared. "Let us attack together." In He's eyes, the first order of business was to eliminate all their high-ranking combatants. Once that was accomplished, the remainder would pose no threat. Now, fueled by the IQ Rage Potion, he was brimming with power. In the uncertain fate of Benedict, it was only natural for him to seek the annihilation of Wang Ji and his companions. Wang Ji tightened his grip on the crescent-shaped blade, inhaling deeply, and, propelled by the wind, his expression grew exceedingly grave. At this moment, the Dark King, Rayleigh, revealed his identity, yet found himself ensnared in circumstances beyond his control. "Keka, are you frightened? Since you choose not to attack, allow me to take the initiative," proclaimed the Golden Lion, He, observing both Rayleigh and Wang Ji, who hesitated to leave their warship to engage him. With a mocking grin, he charged forward. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between Wang Ji and Rayleigh aboard the warship. Meanwhile, the other Special Forces personnel vacated the vessel, leaping onto other ships to launch assaults on the pirates occupying the floating islands. The conflict involving the Golden Lion was far beyond their capacity to intervene. Silver Axe stood nearby, braving the tumultuous aura generated by the fierce clash of the three, his gaze sweeping across the sea. The soldiers of the Xuanwu Navy, submerged in the water, had yet to resurface, and Benedict's presence remained elusive. Without deploying the capabilities of the float fruit, He's combat prowess remained formidable, instilling fear in none. His mastery of the three-color He was no less than that of Rayleigh, making the confrontation with both Rayleigh and Wang Ji an evenly matched affair. In contrast to Rayleigh, Wang Ji's demeanor was notably more solemn. Despite possessing the strength of an admiral and commendable speed, his considerable bulk placed him at a disadvantage against the more agile He and Rayleigh. Thus, Rayleigh took on the role of the primary attacker, while Wang Ji functioned as support. Crack. Under the immense pressure from their battle, the warship ultimately succumbed, snapping in two. The impending sinking of the vessel posed a significant threat and complication for both Rayleigh and Wang Ji, who relied on solid ground for their combat. Keka. Shiki guffawed at the sight. "I am the sovereign of the seas." The expressions of Wang Ji and Rayleigh grew slightly uncomfortable, yet they were not without hope. At that moment, Silver Axe had maneuvered another warship closer, providing them with a new foothold. Boom. Just then, the tumultuous sea erupted with a thunderous explosion. The figure of Benedict also leapt forth from the surface of the water. Benedict gazed coldly at Gold Lion Shiki, a sneer curling his lips. "The sovereign of the seas?" He scoffed. "You are merely an ambitious, arrogant brute." Gold Lion stared at Benedict in disbelief, utterly astonished, failing to register the import of Benedict's words. "How is this possible?" He gasped. "Aren't you supposed to be dead? With such injuries, you should have perished." At that moment, Benedict exhibited no signs of his previous wounds. In fact, the aura he emanated had not diminished in the slightest. It remained as formidable as ever. Even King Rayleigh found this astonishing. Given Benedict's prior condition, he too had believed Benedict was on the brink of death. His journey here was solely to locate Benedict's crew, regardless of whether Benedict lived or died. Yet now, Benedict stood before them, unharmed, as if conjured from a ghostly realm. If not for the tattered state of Benedict's attire, Rayleigh would have been convinced that the man before him was a specter. "Nothing is impossible, Gold Lion Shiki." As Benedict's aura began to surge, the familiar scene left Gold Lion in a state of shock once again. "Impossible," he muttered. "Absolutely impossible, even if you possess extraordinary regenerative abilities. How can you still muster such strength to perform that forbidden technique?" His voice was laced with astonishment and fear. He was certain that the martial arts Benedict employed were indeed a form of forbidden technique. To execute such a technique to its utmost limits exacted a devastating toll on the body, mind, and stamina. Benedict could hardly possess the capital to wield such forbidden techniques. Yet, the present Benedict is indeed invoking the 8 gates of Duanjia. The gate of astonishment, open. Benedict let out a low growl and silently opened 6 gates in succession before he approached the 7th. As for the 8th gate, trepidation held him back from proceeding further. Despite possessing an indomitable constitution, the anguish he experienced, the sensation of teetering on the brink of death, was overwhelmingly tormenting for his spirit. Although he could not unlock the 8th gate, he still possessed a formidable technique, the 3,000 thunderclaps. Should he unleash it, it would be sufficient to shatter the current Golden Lion. An overwhelming aura surged upward, with the Conqueror's haki tearing through the dark clouds and the pure moonlight cascading over the East Sea. In the tumultuous waters, the shimmering starlight reflected upon the waves. The expression on Golden Lion Shiki's face was particularly grim. Even after consuming the IQ-enhancing potion, the haunting images of earlier events still filled him with dread. "I am the sovereign of the sea. I shall not concede so easily. I will return." The Golden Lion seethed with frustration. He dared not gamble nor continue the fight here, facing the combined might of the Marine Admiral Wang Ji, the surpassing strength of the underworld King Rayleigh, and the inexplicably powerful Benedict, who had reached peak prowess. Confronting this trio was no less daunting than facing the combined forces of Garp and Sengoku. Benedict surveyed the surrounding area, where the water lions coalesced, and watched as the Golden Lion Shiki ascended into the sky, attempting to flee this place. His expression darkened slightly. This was an opportune moment to capture the Golden Lion Shiki. However, as he ascended, it became apparent that not everyone could pursue him. Ascending and moving away are 2 fundamentally distinct concepts, each bearing its own burdens. While it was not impossible for him to entangle the Golden Lion Shiki, the latter's singular focus on escape rendered him a formidable adversary to chase. How cunning the lion was, abandoning his companions to escape alone. Reluctantly, Benedict turned his gaze to the floating islands plummeting around him, observing the ongoing battles above. Excellent, the Xuanwu Navy was exerting comprehensive dominance, annihilating the members of the Flying Sky pirate crew, leaving the Golden Lion Shiki as a solitary commander, which seemed quite favorable. Abandoning the pursuit of the Golden Lion Shiki, Benedict boarded the warship, where he glanced at the Dark King Rayleigh and remarked with a playful smile, "Uncle Rayleigh, it's been quite a while since we last met 2 years ago." Wang Ji, upon hearing Benedict's words, felt a surge of energy and incredulously turned to look at Benedict and Rayleigh. Did they know each other? This was the Dark King Rayleigh, renowned as the right-hand man of the Pirate King, not someone to be trifled with. Upon hearing Benedict's words, Rayleigh's cheeks twitched slightly before he chuckled. "I had hoped never to see you again. I am a pirate, You are a Navy officer, and a rather peculiar admiral at that. I am quite afraid of death. You wouldn't be considering sacrificing me to appease the heavens for failing to capture the Golden Lion Shiki, would you? Benedict's acquaintance with Rayleigh dated back 2 years, coinciding with his own arrival in this world. On a relatively prosperous island, where he practiced alone, one day, the disguised Roger and Rayleigh happened upon his island while seeking respite from their long voyage at sea. Under the setting sun, drawn by the smell of smoke, they arrived at Benedict's dwelling. Benedict was initially taken aback upon seeing them. Once Roger and Rayleigh realized that Benedict recognized their identities, they did not conceal anything. At that time, Benedict was diligently honing his skills. He even had the opportunity to spar with Rayleigh, the outcome of which was predictably a resounding defeat for Benedict. That night, despite the absence of wine, they joyfully feasted on grilled sea king meat and fruit. He heard many intriguing tales from Rayleigh and Roger, and they also shared their aspirations and dreams. At that time, Benedict was still uncertain whether he would become a naval officer or a pirate. However, when faced with Roger's inquiry, he pondered for a moment before responding, "I suppose I shall become a naval officer. After all, this world has succumbed to decay. To effectuate change, becoming a part of the Navy would afford me greater opportunities to earn trust." This was Benedict's initial reply. Upon hearing this, Roger and the Dark King Rayleigh exchanged amused glances, finding his answer somewhat surprising. "Benedict, we are pirates," Roger remarked with a smile as he gazed at him. "Indeed, you are pirates. Therefore, when I become a naval officer, I shall apprehend you, provided you are still alive by then. However, for the time being, I suppose we can consider ourselves friends. Alas, I have no wine here. Otherwise, I would have treated you to a hearty drink." Benedict devoured his meat, responding thoughtlessly. Throughout the evening, they engaged in a myriad of conversations. Benedict himself was uncertain whether he had caught Roger's eye. Otherwise, why would the formidable Pluto, Rayleigh, be present in this location? Benedict gazed at the recloaked figure of the Dark King, Rayleigh, and said with a smile, "Uncle Rayleigh, tell me honestly, did Uncle Roger entrust you with something before his departure?" Upon hearing this, the Dark King Rayleigh chuckled softly and replied, "Although I may not have been of much assistance, I consider my mission accomplished. I sincerely hope that our paths shall not cross again in the future." Benedict nodded and remarked, "Though we may not meet, it would still be agreeable for you to visit Azkaban for tea." Upon hearing this, the grim King Rayleigh chuckled softly and turned to leave. Unable to suppress his thoughts, "That little rascal has quite the cunning mind, hoping to ensnare me." Rayleigh departed without hindrance. Despite being pirates, they were the Navy, and at this moment, they possessed an inner compass, calculating their actions with precision. Furthermore, without Benedict's orders, they were reluctant to engage. The battle raged on. Yet the outcome had already been determined. The clown buggy, Yelf-Suki, Silver Axe, and Wangji dashed across the battlefield, while the members of the Flying Sky Pirates either fled or perished. With the dawn's early light, the conflict drew to a close. The assault led by the Golden Lion Shiki against the Xuanwu Navy had ended in utter failure. The Flying Sky Pirates suffered severe losses, with the Golden Lion gravely injured as he made his escape. The upper echelons of the Flying Sky Pirates had sustained heavy casualties, and the remaining members were individuals of considerable strength. Among them were Sasaki Yonen, who had battled Sakata Jintoki, and Karai Kodaro, who had clashed fiercely with Kinjiro. On a small boat, Kinjiro returned, carrying the wounded and blood-soaked Sakata Jintoki. Kinjiro leaped onto the Xuanwu warship, where Benedict greeted him with a smile, saying, "Welcome back." Kinjiro saluted and promptly handed Jintoki over to a nearby medic, stating, "He is still alive." Benedict nodded with a smile and said, "You have worked hard." The battle between Kinjiro and Karai Kodaro was evenly matched. In a life-and-death struggle, it would take several days and nights to reach a conclusion. Ultimately, the two men reduced the island to ruins. It was only when the Golden Lion Shiki appeared, calling for a retreat, that Karai Kodaro withdrew as well. Kinjiro did not pursue him. Instead, he made his way to another island, rescuing Sakata Jintoki from the clutches of Sasaki Yonen. "What is it like?" Benedict inquired, his face beaming with joy as he looked at the returning warriors. Kinjiro succinctly replied, "They are formidable." And then, Benedict pressed further, "We must become even stronger." Kinjiro clenched his fist, his expression serious. This battle was perilous for both Sakata Jintoki and Kinjiro. They were dispatched to the outskirts of the Xuanwu Navy base, each to their respective islands, with the objective of first dismantling part of the floating islands. Among the high-ranking warriors capable of destroying these floating islands in the Xuanwu Navy, the foremost swordsman wielding the sword fruit was Sakata Jintoki, alongside Kinjiro, who possessed the destruction gauntlets, and Benedict, the Marshal himself. Benedict was entrusted with the defense of the Xuanwu Naval Base, a task naturally assigned to the two of them. In truth, they exerted themselves diligently in this endeavor. Simultaneously, with their formidable combat prowess, they successfully held at bay the two main forces of the Flying Sky pirate crew. Were it not for their valiant efforts, the skies above the Xuanwu Naval Base would have witnessed the catastrophic descent of floating islands, or the base itself would have been ravaged by fierce conflict. The journey was perilous, yet it culminated in the achievement of a strategic objective. The only source of sorrow stemmed from the fact that Sakata and Toki once again faced a harrowing brush with death. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the ocean roared back to life. Newspapers, various broadcasts, and sensational headlines filled the airwaves, sparking fervent discussions across the globe. Everyone was astounded by the might displayed by the Xuanwu Navy. They could scarcely fathom that the venerable top-tier force, the Flying Sky pirate crew led by the formidable He, had been vanquished. This crew had contended fiercely against the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates without a decisive outcome. Yet now, they had succumbed to the nascent Xuanwu Navy. A fact that defied belief. Even more astonishing was the strength and capabilities exhibited by Benedict, which left many in a state of shock. How could one who appeared to be on the brink of death have survived? How did he manage to return to his former glory, to peak condition? Was he still human, or did he possess some exceedingly rare devil fruit ability? Despite plunging into the depths of the sea and fighting amidst the washing waves, how was it that the devil fruit user had not fallen victim to the curse of the ocean? In Wano, a tipsy Kaido watched the retreating figure of Shiki with a sneer, bursting into laughter. Is that all? He taunted, dismissing him as nothing more than a rat scurrying away with its tail tucked. With that, Kaido downed his drink and soon transformed into his azure dragon form. Soaring into the sky, the pirates guarding the cave, concerned by Kaido's departure, hastily dispatched someone to find the captain, anxious about what trouble he might stir up next. On Cake Island, Big Mom chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha, the old demon has his day, doesn't he? However, the Xuanwu Navy poses a significant threat. Katakuri. I need intelligence regarding Benedict's abilities. Investigate thoroughly to determine if this is a devil fruit power or a natural talent. She continued to indulge in her cake, revealing her apprehension and respect for Benedict, even while her focus remained on Shiki. Although Shiki was not aligned with them, his formidable strength was indisputable. Defeating the Golden Lion Shiki is undoubtedly no simple feat for Benedict. In the Five Elder Stars conference room, the question arises, should a bounty be placed upon him? Such a terrifying power indeed warrants concern. Is it possible to ascertain the nature of his devil fruit abilities? Such capabilities must remain concealed from the public eye. I believe it is imperative to report this matter to Lord Emo. Ding. Congratulations to the host for repelling the Flying Sky pirates and receiving the task rewards. 1 Special Forces Summoning Stone, 50 Troop Enhancement Stones, 10 Apocalypse Instructors, 1 Golden Treasure Chest, and 50,000 Justice Points. Upon returning to his office, Benedict, who was preparing to arrange post-war recovery efforts, swiftly received affirmation from the system and completed the mission. Phew. Completing this task is no easy endeavor. The undying physique is not as advantageous as he had envisioned. Transitioning from death to resurrection requires a period of time to accomplish. Although this duration is merely 3 minutes, it remains perilously precarious in the midst of such fierce combat. Benedict was uncertain whether, during these fleeting 3 minutes, a deliberate act of dismemberment would allow him to resurrect in full health, a query the system failed to address. In comparison, he suddenly found the prospect of the magical bean far more enticing. After all, a single bean could restore even the gravest of injuries to peak condition in an instant. Such swiftness surpassed the advantages of an indomitable physique by leagues. Of course, if the indomitable physique could ensure his perpetual immortality without the need to endure 3 minutes of despair, then it would indeed be a remarkable ability. However, considering that 1 magical bean required 5,000 justice points, a sum that could only be amassed after vanquishing numerous pirate crews, the task became daunting. In the future, as the Xuanwu Navy grew increasingly formidable, the onslaught against pirates would intensify, making the acquisition of justice points through their defeat far less feasible. Therefore, accumulating justice points and planning their usage wisely was paramount. The 50 enhancement stones were precisely sufficient to elevate his armament Haki to level 5, the highest tier. The pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki was already more than adequate to navigate the realm of the world's most powerful beings. It was rumored that the strongest Conqueror's Haki possessed a unique ability, though its veracity remained uncertain. With this in mind, Benedict no longer hesitated and declared, "System. Enhance my Conqueror's Haki." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully enhanced your Conqueror's Haki to level 5, acquiring the awakened skill, Observation Kill. Upon hearing this, Benedict was somewhat taken aback. Observation Kill? What manner of skill is this? Observation Kill is a rare ability that only the most formidable wielders of Conqueror's Haki may awaken. When unleashed, this formidable aura renders the enemy incapable of foreseeing their future through Observation Haki. In essence, through Observation Kill, one can nullify the effects of the opponent's Observation Haki. Comprehending this skill, Benedict allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. In the East Blue, Armament Haki and Observation Haki are considered rare and seldom encountered. However, in the New World, such abilities are commonplace, abundant, and easily found. Numerous individuals navigate the New World wielding Supreme Observation Haki, with Charlotte Katakuri being a prime example. Yet, Observation Kill is distinct. It is not a power possessed by just anyone. With this ability, Benedict firmly believed that he could confront the Golden Lion Shiki and, relying on his own strength, he was confident he could bring Shiki to a standstill. Ding. The system's voice echoed, detecting that the host possessed a golden treasure chest. Shall it be opened? Benedict snapped back to reality from the shock and excitement of the skill known as Observation Kill. Benedict nodded and replied, "Activate." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a cloak of invisibility. As the sound echoed, a black cloak adorned with golden stripes materialized upon the table before Benedict, embellished with a golden character signifying mystery. Benedict's expression darkened. It was quite perplexing that such a precious golden treasure chest yielded nothing but a mere cloak. While the black gold cloak was indeed impressive and complemented the dark special forces attire of the Xuanwu Navy splendidly, exchanging a golden chest for a mere cloak felt like an egregious loss. System, should you not provide some explanation? Even a skill or an enhancement stone for my troops would suffice. What value does a cloak hold? Benedict grasped the cloak, unable to suppress a wave of sarcasm. However, the texture feels remarkably smooth. This cloak fits perfectly. Oh, what is this? The Cloak of Invisibility, bindable, a flying cloak that transforms you into a superhero. Once bound, it becomes your exclusive item as long as you do not willingly remove it. Upon touching the cloak and observing the sudden emergence of this information, Benedict blinked and fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally accepted the revelation. Am I a superhero now? Clenching his fists, tilting his body, and extending his arms, he thought, fly. Boom. A substantial wall bore a new hole. A figure swiftly burst forth from the office, resembling a firecracker shooting into the sky, weaving erratically through the air, seemingly out of control. The high-ranking officers of the Xuanwu Navy, engrossed in their fervent work at headquarters, were abruptly startled by a thunderous noise emanating from the marshal's office, instinctively halting their tasks and directing their gazes towards the source of the commotion. What is happening? Kinjiro and Wang Ji also exited their respective offices, exchanging glances before promptly approaching the entrance of Benedict's office. They knocked and stepped inside. The marshal is not in the office. There is a massive hole in the wall. Has a battle ensued? They cast aside their thoughts and hurried to the opening, anticipating a confrontation outside. Yet, they were soon left speechless. Their marshal was soaring through the sky, adorned in a black cloak. What manner of sorcery is this? Their marshal could fly freely in the skies like the Golden Lion? In that moment, both Wang Ji and Kinjiro were utterly astonished. With such abilities, could the Golden Lion Shiki still escape? Benedict was astounded by the astonishing speed afforded by the Cloak of Invisibility, feeling an exhilarating thrill. With this remarkable cloak, what place would remain uncharted, whether soaring through the skies or plunging into the depths of the sea? Battles could be waged aloft, on solid ground, or even beneath the waves. The strongest beings across land, sea, and air. Perhaps it's time to consider a change of leadership. You have arrived. After soaring through the heavens for a while, Benedict returned to the office in high spirits, casting a glance at Wang Ji and Kinjiro, and exclaimed with a smile, "Marshal, how did you achieve this?" Wang Ji's gaze was fixed upon Benedict's cloak, inquiring curiously. Kinjiro echoed this sentiment, having also noticed the previously unseen cloak adorning Benedict. What a treasure I have stumbled upon. This is a cloak endowed with extraordinary abilities. Benedict did not conceal his delight, smiling broadly as he remarked, "Now, it has become a symbol exclusive to the Admiral." His words confirmed the suspicions harbored by Wang Ji and the others. Wang Ji stroked his beard and chuckled, "Congratulations, Admiral." on acquiring such a wondrous artifact. Kinjiro smiled slightly and added, "Congratulations, Admiral." Sakata Jintoki stepped forward to touch the cloak and remarked with a grin, "Congratulations, Admiral. You shall henceforth be known as a superhero." Upon hearing this, Benedict cast a glance at Sakata Jintoki and smiled. "Jintoki, you truly understand me." In response, Sakata Jintoki's face lit up with joy, his hands rubbing together eagerly as he exclaimed, "Commander, do you have any senzu beans? Just one will suffice." Kinjiro and Wang Ji, upon hearing this, also felt their hearts stir, their gazes fixed intently on Benedict. The senzu bean, a miraculous elixir capable of restoring one to their peak condition as long as there is breath in one's body, was akin to a life-saving potion. Possessing even one would serve as an additional safeguard. Get lost. After sending Sakata Jintoki and the others out of the office, Benedict again found himself filled with anticipation for the Special Forces summoning stone. He wondered what kind of formidable warrior he would summon this time. System: activate the Special Forces summoning stone. Benedict issued a command to the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully utilizing the Special Forces summoning stone to summon an S-rank special soldier, who has now appeared outside the Xuanwu Navy base. Please accept the arrival. Meanwhile, an alarm blared above the naval base, capturing the attention of Sakata Jintoki and others seated in the office. The alarm resonated. What could have transpired? Curiously, Sakata Jintoki turned his gaze toward the window, murmuring, "It seems a fight has broken out. An enemy invasion." All warriors lined up to confront the threat. The clamor of impending battle echoed, indicating that a conflict had already commenced outside. Senior naval officers such as Kinjiro, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Yaluski emerged, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding skirmish. Upon hearing of the fray outside, Sakata Jintoki leaped from the window without hesitation. Oh, it seems he has stumbled upon an extraordinary individual, riding on his flying sword. He landed on a rooftop, observing the fierce battle against the clown buggy with surprise. To say the opponent was merely human would be an understatement. One could only describe him as a member of a unique race. With silver-white hair, a delicate visage, wielding a white folding fan, adorned in a blue and white robe, and donning traditional Japanese wooden clogs, he presented quite the striking figure. Yet, what drew the most attention were his large black wings. With a gentle flutter, those wings granted him remarkable speed, allowing him to effortlessly evade Buggy's attacks in an instant. Buggy, dismembered yet airborne, still managed to execute the Navy 6 forms with finesse. However, standing before this enigmatic figure, Buggy felt a profound sense of helplessness. His adversary could soar through the skies with blinding speed. Moreover, the fan seemed imbued with some form of magical prowess, summoning fierce winds with each movement, significantly hindering Buggy's progress and assaults. Each gust of wind was accompanied by crashing waves, as seawater surged forth and torrential rain poured down. For one with the powers of the devil fruit, the ocean posed a dire threat. Buggy was no exception. Soaking in seawater rendered him weak, and while being drenched would not incapacitate him entirely, it would still diminish his combat effectiveness. Such is the curse of the sea. You bastard, if you're so capable, then don't summon the winds. Let us see if I can slice you into 8 pieces. Buggy, abandoning his fist attacks, resolved to use throwing knives to bring down this newcomer. Hearing Buggy's bravado, Sakata Jintoki donned a smile, instinctively digging out a booger and flicking it away, laughing maniacally, truly fitting of a clown. You remain as pathetic as ever. Unable to handle this. Upon hearing the words of Sakata Jintoki, and particularly after catching sight of his visage, the clown Buggy instantly erupted in fury, bellowing at Sakata Jintoki. Silence. I am now the renowned Buggy the Great, known as the 1,000 Transformations. Do you wish to challenge me one-on-one? Buggy was decidedly irked. The title of clown belonged to the past. Now, he had embraced a new moniker, 1,000 Transformations. With the enhancement of his powers, especially during the invasion of the flying pirate crew, he had exhibited remarkable prowess and even had a striking photograph taken of him showcasing his might, thus earning this title. Buggy relished this new designation, for his experimentation had led to the evolution of his devil fruit abilities, which had transcended mere fragmentation. In response to Buggy's challenge, Sakata Jintoki dismissed it nonchalantly, stating, "No matter how many pieces you divide into, you shall still be crushed beneath my fingers." Not far away, Yelchisk heard Jintoki's words, and his expression darkened slightly. Brother, that is not how one commandeers dialogue. Moreover, the fellow Buggy had been under his own thumb, harboring considerable grievances. Indeed, Buggy's gaze swiftly fell upon Yelchisk, and in a fit of rage, he declared, "Yelchisk, I shall duel you and slice you into 8 pieces." Unperturbed by Buggy's outburst, Yelchisk immediately entered his ape demon state, flames engulfing his form as he twirled a specially crafted staff, chuckling, "Very well. Let us see if you can escape my grasp this time." Buggy, seething with indignation, pointed at Yelchisk and roared, "Do you truly think I am afraid? Come then." Yelchisk casually replied, digging at his ears. "You think I fear you?" Buggy retorted, still brimming with rage, and then lunged towards Yelchisk. Simultaneously, a sense of secretive pride welled within Buggy. This avian creature is too formidable. I cannot defeat him. Indeed, I am the cleverest. That fellow can be dealt with by others. Seeing Buggy truly barreling toward him, Yelchisk revealed his menacing teeth, emitting a sinister chuckle. Ape Demon Staff, unleash chaos. In an instant, Yelchisk and Clown Buggy clashed in fierce combat, the outcome yet to be determined. Nonetheless, Buggy's concealed intentions were evident to all. Sakata Jintoki, with a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth and a glint of mischief in his eyes, remarked, "A decayed tree cannot be carved." He then fixed his gaze upon the individual before him and spoke solemnly, "You cannot be a pirate. What brings you here?" In the recent skirmish, the newcomer had refrained from further aggression or displaying any malice. Thus, Jintoki chose not to strike immediately. "I am a warrior of the great Tengu clan, known as Gentle Breeze." The self-styled Qingfeng, the great Tengu, gazed at Sakata Jintoki and remarked, simultaneously, "I am also a naval officer." The mention of the Tengu clan and the Navy elicited a hint of astonishment in Sakata Jintoki's eyes, prompting him to turn and glance behind him. At that moment, Benedict emerged from the marshal's office, approaching Qingfeng with a smile. "Qingfeng, you have finally arrived." The figure before them was none other than the S-rank special soldier summoned by Benedict. The name Qingfeng was a gift from the system. The Tengu were without names, and it seemed inappropriate to simply refer to them as Tengu. Tengu Qingfeng, enhanceable, weapon, round fan skills, observation hockey LV3, armament hockey LV2, wind strike, steel feathers. Feather blade storm special technique, Azura transformation. Wearing the demon mask of the Tengu clan allows Tengu warriors to undergo Azura transformation, achieving tenfold battle power. Note, capable of contending with the 4 emperors, though not strong enough to defeat them. Battle power level, S rank, potential activation, S rank plus given the current circumstances. Apart from enhancing his observation and armament hockey, Qingfeng's battle power was nearing its limit. However, even so, he remained a formidable force for the Xuanwu Navy. Reporting to the Marshal, "Qingfeng, at your service," he declared, holding his round fan in one hand while saluting with the other. His bright eyes sparkled with wisdom and justice, and his presence radiated a sunny disposition, offering a sense of comfort with his gentle smile. "Allow me to introduce our new member, Tengu Qingfeng." "You may simply call him Qingfeng," Benedict announced, turning to look at Wang Ji, Kinjiro, Sakata Jintoki, and others with a smile. Having halted his actions upon Benedict's arrival, Buggy, overhearing the dialogue between Tengu Qingfeng and Benedict, hurried over, expressing his discontent. "What? You are one of us? If you had revealed your identity sooner, we wouldn't have had to fight." In response to Buggy's words, Sakata Jintoki scoffed, "Coward. Fifth-rate fighter. Weakling." As soon as Sakata Jintoki's voice echoed, Buggy's body trembled. The sensation akin to Tang Xing reciting scriptures in Sun Wukong's ear, utterly vexing. "Swordman, be silent. Are you looking for a fight?" Predictably, Buggy's nerves were provoked, and he opened his mouth to engage Jintoki in battle. However, Jintoki merely chuckled and continued with his taunts, refusing to engage. Even if a confrontation were to occur, Buggy could only keep fracturing in response to Jintoki's onslaught. Observing this scene, Tengu Qingfeng chuckled, finding the spectacle quite amusing. Benedict, indifferent to the antics of the jester Baki and Sakata Jintoki, continued, "Qingfeng, given your prowess, it would not be excessive to appoint you as a general. However, considering the current circumstances, we must maintain a degree of concealment. Therefore, you shall serve as a lieutenant general for the time being. The specifics of your duties will be communicated later. Is that agreeable? We shall adhere to the Marshal's directives." The gentle smile of Daiko-kun Qingfeng accompanied his response. As they absorbed Benedict's arrangements, Kinjiro and Wang Ji exchanged thoughtful glances. In their perception, Daiko-kun Qingfeng indeed possessed strength rivaling that of a general. Notably, he had the ability to soar through the skies, conjuring storms and wielding control over the winds, attributes that rendered him a formidable ranged combatant. Engaging with such an individual posed significant challenges, particularly since he might not engage them in close combat, further complicating their prospects of victory. Despite his rank as a lieutenant general, he warranted the same level of respect as a general. Benedict proceeded to introduce Kenjiro and others to the great Tengu, facilitating their mutual acquaintance and providing an opportunity for potential sparring. He then took to waiting at the port. The reason for his patience was due to a notification from the system. Ding. The 10 instructors from the Apocalypse will arrive at the Xuanwu Navy base port in 10 minutes. In response to Benedict's anticipation, Sakata Jintoki, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Marshal, is there someone else joining us?" Each day, elite soldiers arrive from all directions, thus the recruitment process is perpetually ongoing. Consequently, the others were not taken aback by this. However, it was clear that the presence of the Xuanwu Navy Marshal Benedict waiting here signified that this was no ordinary soldier. Benedict responded with a smile, indeed. Upon hearing this, Jianjiro and the others exhibited subtle changes in their expressions. Their curiosity piqued. "Marshal, are there a few more individuals joining us? Do they possess any unique qualities?" Yelvashiki interjected, seeking clarification. Benedict cast a glance at the others, responding with a smile. "They are the cornerstone upon which the strength of our Xuanwu Navy may flourish. The key to augmenting the Xuanwu Navy's foundation? Could it be yet another admiral-level expert?" At this thought, the gazes of Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Yelvashiki shifted once more, including the formidable Tengu Saikes. The Xuanwu Navy now boasted 4 individuals of admiral caliber. Furthermore, with Benedict, a top-tier powerhouse capable of defeating the Golden Lion, the Xuanwu Navy's might was evidently on par with that of the Navy headquarters, the Big Mom Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Beast Pirates, among others. The prospect of further enhancing the Xuanwu Navy's foundation was indeed daunting, suggesting a frightening pace of development. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 10 figures emerged from the depths of the water and made their way ashore. The sudden appearance of these 10 individuals prompted the bewildered soldiers of the Xuanwu Navy to take up arms in defense. Meanwhile, the attention of Wang Ji and his companions was firmly fixed upon this group, and they were certain that these 10 were the very individuals Benedict had been awaiting. However, their method of arrival seemed somewhat peculiar. Rising from the ocean, had they swum here? "Hey, are you fishermen?" Wang Ji pondered, yet they bore no resemblance to such beings. "Do not tell me you swam all the way here?" In contrast to the perplexity of Wang Ji and his companions, the clown Buggy, in disbelief, stepped forward to inquire directly. In response to Buggy's question, the 10 individuals did not reply, but instead saluted Benedict, solemnly declaring, "Reporting to the Marshal. The Apocalypse Squad is here to report." Benedict saluted them and smiled, saying, "Welcome to the Xuanwu Navy. From this moment forth, you shall be one of the instructors of the Xuanwu Navy, holding the rank of colonel and enjoying benefits equivalent to that of a rear admiral. You will be specially responsible for training the soldiers in armament hockey and observation hockey." "Yes, Marshal," the 10 replied in unison. "Marshal? Did I hear that correctly?" Wang Ji inquired, unable to contain his astonishment. Though armament hockey and observation hockey are commonplace in the New World, they remain a symbol of strength. Are there many strong individuals? Compared to the vast number of pirates on these seas, they are but a small fraction. However, possessing hockey is not merely a matter of desire. Some individuals awaken these abilities at a young age, but such talent is exceedingly rare. Without that innate gift, one must rely on rigorous training. Yet, even with dedicated practice, mastery is not easily attained. Without personal guidance, one must endure life and death experiences and engage in countless battles to grasp the essence of these powers. From what Benedict implied, these 10 individuals are tasked with training in armament hockey and observation hockey. Could they possess some extraordinary method to train a large number of Xuanwu Navy soldiers in these abilities? If so, the depth of the Xuanwu Navy's capabilities would indeed be formidable. Imagine if the soldiers of the Xuanwu Navy were proficient in the 6 powers of the Navy, while also mastering both armament hockey and observation hockey. They would be the elite among elites. What force could possibly rival them? It seems that even if the Big Mom Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Beast Pirates were to join forces, they would be no match for the Xuanwu Navy. Let us wait and see if there has been any misunderstanding. A faint, enigmatic smile graced Benedict's lips. Ensure, take the Apocalypse Squad to the training base to familiarize them with the environment and their positions, Benedict instructed Sakata Jintoki. "Yes, Marshal," Jintoki replied earnestly. Meanwhile, the 10 members of the Apocalypse Squad began to show their respect. The Apocalypse instructor had already assumed duty at the training base, and the soldiers undergoing training in the 6 powers of the Navy now had an additional task: to strive to awaken their armament hockey and observation hockey. Consequently, this placed even greater pressure on both the Xuanwu Navy and Benedict. Money equates to resources. The training of these warriors incurs significant expenses in terms of equipment, provisions, and other military supplies. With the enlistment of new special forces, even some young individuals, drawn by the strength, operations, and righteousness of the Xuanwu Navy, journey from afar to join. Should the Xuanwu Navy continue its expeditions, it will necessitate an increase in military supplies, which in turn demands greater financial resources. Special Forces Summoning System Host: Benedict Age, 18 Identity, Marshal of the Xuanwu Navy Justice Points, 62050 Equipment, Cloak of Invisibility Abilities, Indomitable Physique, Shadow Clone Technique, Talent Enhancement. Mastery of the 6 Styles of the Navy, Armed Hockey Level 3, Observation Hockey Level 3, Conqueror's Hockey Level 5, Conqueror's Hockey Binding Awakening Skill, Observation Kill, Awakening Skill. 8 Gates of Duinjia Mastery, Divine Skill, 3000 Thunderclaps. Upon observing his justice points, Benedict contemplated and swiftly comprehended the situation. Prior to engaging the Sky Pirates, he possessed only 10,050 justice points. Following his successful repulsion of the Sky Pirates, he received a task reward of 50,000 justice points. The additional 2,000 points must have been the bonus for defeating the Sky Pirates. After all, eliminating a pirate crew yields varying justice points based on their strength level. Although he did not completely eradicate the Sky Pirates this time, he had nonetheless dealt them a heavy blow, justifying the acquisition of justice points. With such a considerable amount of justice points at his disposal, Benedict's initial thought was to establish an armory. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Without adequate funding and resources, an armory would be futile. Therefore, he resolved to open a network of dining establishments, expanding their reach while simultaneously enhancing the intelligence system. I wish to exchange for 100 beginner dining establishments. Ding. Congratulations, host, for expending 10,000 justice points and successfully exchanging for 100 beginner dining establishments. Please select the locations for the restaurants. As the system's voice resonated, a vast map materialized before Benedict's eyes. This map spanned the globe, marking areas with high population density and potential sites for dining establishments. Upon witnessing this world map, Benedict's eyes gleamed with excitement. With such a map, the navigator's need to chart complex sailing routes seemed unnecessary. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. The significance of navigators during maritime voyages is on par with that of combat members. System, what do these locations signify? Why can't they serve as sites for dining establishments? Benedict gazed at the map, observing the sacred Mary Geos in the Red Earth continent, the naval headquarters situated in Marine Ford, the Cake Island where the Big Mom pirates resided, and the Whitebeard's base, Fishman Island, the underwater paradise, among others. To his puzzlement, none of these locations were marked as potential sites for his establishments. He mused that if these places housed his chain of basic culinary restaurants, gathering intelligence would undoubtedly be far more effortless. With a sigh, he lamented that the system seemed intent on complicating his endeavors. How splendid it would be to have everything strategically laid out at once. Seizing opportunities to confront these formidable factions, effortlessly uniting all pirates and overthrowing the Celestial Dragon's dominion, thereby establishing the Xuanwu Navy as the preeminent force in this world. A paragon of justice. What a glorious conclusion that would be. After a resigned sigh, Benedict promptly commenced selecting locations. However, upon completing his selection, he realized that 100 basic culinary restaurants were utterly insufficient. Thus, he exchanged for an additional 100 establishments. Only then did he feel he had managed to make a semblance of a plan. Ding. Are you certain you wish to establish a basic culinary restaurant at the marked location? Confirmed. Benedict replied with a serene expression. Ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully established 200 basic culinary restaurants. Ding. The 200 basic culinary restaurants will be completed in succession after midnight tonight and will commence operations. Upon hearing this, Benedict let out a slight sigh of relief. With the establishment of these 200 primary culinary restaurants strategically scattered across various locations, his intelligence network would attain a more stable and comprehensive framework. Furthermore, it would also contribute significantly to the substantial funding of the Xuanwu Navy. The Culinary Island, as Benedict named it, was envisioned as the foundation of his gastronomic realm. Initially, He had contemplated constructing this island in the East China Sea, not too distant from the Xuanwu Navy's base. However, considering that the primary purpose of this culinary domain was to attract investment and gather intelligence, situating it in the East China Sea would not yield the desired impact. Thus, after a moment of reflection, Benedict opted to locate Culinary Island in the New World, a region where the Xuanwu Navy could truly exert its influence amidst fierce competition among various factions. Prior to this, Culinary Island had already infiltrated the very heart of these power struggles, thereby providing the Xuanwu Navy with ample intelligence for their future operations. The system confirmed the exchange of 30 primary culinary restaurants, 2 intermediate culinary restaurants, 1 advanced culinary restaurant, 10 primary taverns, 5 intermediate taverns, 20 primary inns, 10 intermediate hotels, and 1 advanced hotel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged 41,000 justice points. Ding! Is the host certain about establishing the designated locations? Confirmed. Benedict nodded affirmatively, clutching his chest, feeling a pang of heartache. The cost in justice points was as follows: 100 for a primary tavern, 2,000 for an intermediate tavern, and 5,000 for an advanced tavern, 100 for a primary inn, 1,000 for an intermediate hotel, and 4,000 for an advanced hotel. This resulted in a total expenditure of 41,000 justice points, and when considering the 20,000 justice points spent on the 200 primary culinary restaurants, the grand total reached an astonishing 61,000 justice points. Glancing at his remaining 1,050 justice points, he was instantly overwhelmed by a sense of regression. Ding! Culinary Island will commence establishment and operations sequentially starting at midnight tonight. After arranging his plans, Benedict recalled a critical matter and inquired, System, will the special forces summoned over the next 10 days be able to manifest on Culinary Island as its protective force? Ding! System exploration confirmed. It is possible to consume 1,000 justice points to ensure that the special forces summoned over the next 10 days will be born on Culinary Island. Benedict instinctively clutched his chest, lamenting the necessity of expending justice points. System, your demands are excessively burdensome. Amassing these justice points is no trivial feat. I had hoped to gather enough to summon a wise strategist. The thought of sacrificing 1,000 justice points to ensure the arrival of special forces on Gourmet Island over the next 10 days weighed heavily on his heart. Yet he found himself compelled to make the necessary arrangements. Gourmet Island, though equipped with NPCs to manage its culinary establishments, taverns, and inns, lacked adequate security forces. Thus, deploying special forces to serve as waitstaff, administrators, and guards became imperative. Over the course of 10 days, with 500 personnel each day, a total of 5,000 would be mobilized to safeguard Gourmet Island, which should suffice against ordinary pirate crews. However, to contend with formidable pirate factions of the supernova caliber, a sufficiently powerful guardian was essential. In light of this, Benedict recalled the formidable chieftain, the Great Tengu. Although he had made his presence known primarily within the upper echelons of the Xuanwu Navy and among select soldiers, the majority of these individuals were undeniably trustworthy. As for certain others, perhaps this represented a test of loyalty. With a plan forming in his mind, Benedict summoned Chiefeng and shared his intentions. The Great Tengu listened intently, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, Marshal, Chiefeng shall fulfill the mission and respond promptly to your summons. Benedict gazed intently at the celestial dog, Chiefeng, and earnestly declared, Your identity will henceforth be concealed. There are numerous matters that you must resolve on your own. The Xuanwu Navy will not extend any assistance. Furthermore, you must diligently organize the intelligence department swiftly. Is that understood? Chiefeng, the celestial dog, saluted and replied, I assure you I will accomplish the task. Benedict tossed a bag of berries to the Great Tengu Chiefeng, saying, Very well, let us depart at once. Upon hearing this, Chiefeng responded affirmatively, taking to the skies without bidding farewell to anyone else, wishing to avoid the gaze of certain onlookers. Benedict nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing the composed demeanor of the Great Tengu, Chiefeng. At the very least, Qingfeng's current disposition exhibited patience and caution. Furthermore, his lack of exposure to other factions rendered him a trustworthy and vital asset stationed on Gourmet Island. In due course, additional forces would undoubtedly come into play. The confluence of diverse individuals and factions on Gourmet Island was inevitable, including the presence of pirates, whose volatile and brutish tendencies, alongside the arrogance of the nobility and conflicts from adversaries, posed significant challenges for the island's defense forces. Whether they could muster sufficient strength to maintain order and ensure the safety of Gourmet Island would be a formidable test. Standing before the window, Benedict took a deep breath and murmured, "The essence of justice seems all but depleted. May we achieve substantial results." Just then, thunder rumbled and a torrential downpour ensued, catching the airborne Great Tengu, Chi Feng, somewhat off guard. Nevertheless, his earnest gaze remained steadfast as he pressed onward through the tempest. Shell Island, transformed within a brief period into a series of houses, fields, parks, and a grand library, was now home to the former residents of O'Hara. Additionally, a contingent of 100 troops was stationed there, tasked with ensuring the safety of these inhabitants. Shell Island was located 20 nautical miles from the Xuanwu Navy base, approximately 37,000 meters, or around 36 kilometers away. Such a distance could be traversed in less than half an hour by sea, allowing for swift support when needed. In fact, with the establishment of the Xuanwu Navy, whose reputation and strength had grown increasingly formidable, pirates were deterred from making direct appearances within a radius of several dozen miles from the base. For within that vicinity, one might inadvertently stumble upon training soldiers of the Xuanwu Navy. "Brother Jintoki," exclaimed Nico Robin, having just finished her morning studies, as she spotted Sakata Jintoki approaching. Her face lit up with joy as she ran towards him, waving her hand. Jintoki, who was accompanying Benedict to Shell Island to assess the well-being of the O'Hara residents, smiled upon seeing the exuberant Nico Robin. "Nico Robin," he said, gently ruffling her hair with a grin, "did you go to the library for more studies today?" "Only through continuous learning can I grow and set sail to explore history and uncover the truth," replied Nico Robin earnestly, gazing up at him. "Indeed, commendable courage," he affirmed. Upon hearing this, Benedict was taken aback by Nico Robin's unexpected words. Indeed, the trajectory of Nico Robin's fate had been altered. Although O'Hara had been annihilated, its former inhabitants remained alive, including Robin's mother, and Robin herself no longer had to endure a life filled with betrayal and constant fear. In fact, she now enjoyed a far more conducive environment for her studies. "Benedict, if given the opportunity to join the Xuanwu Navy, would you accept?" Benedict inquired, suddenly recalling a thought. "I would be honored, Admiral Benedict," Nico Robin replied, saluting him after a brief moment of contemplation. She was not jesting. The Navy's execution of the demon-slaying order against O'Hara was still vividly etched in her memory. The Navy was not without its flaws. However, Robin had come to recognize the uniqueness of the Xuanwu Navy. This extraordinary naval organization instilled a sense of security in her young heart, and her interactions with certain naval soldiers illuminated her understanding of what true justice entailed. Thus, in response to Benedict's invitation, Nico Robin ultimately acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Benedict let out a hearty laugh. "Ah, since you have agreed, do inform your mother that we shall set sail the day after tomorrow." "Yes, Marshal," Nico Robin replied with a sweet salute, smiling brightly. "Is Director Galba in the library?" Benedict inquired with a cheerful salute, followed by a playful question. "Grandpa Galba did not come over today. He is at home." "I can take you there, Brother Benedict," Nico Robin said with a grin. The shift in address from Marshal to brother made Benedict marvel at the cleverness of this little girl. At such a tender age, she already understood the nuances of fostering connections with others. With Nico Robin leading the way, Benedict soon found himself in the presence of Director Galba. At that moment, Galba was clad in casual attire, reclining in a sunlit chair in the courtyard, listening to music in a state of utter relaxation. "Grandpa Galba, look who has come to see you," Nico Robin exclaimed as she approached him, waving her arm. Hearing her call, Director Galba opened his eyes, glanced at Nico Robin, and then spotted Benedict approaching. "Marshal Benedict, you have arrived. Why did you not give us prior notice? We could have prepared to express our gratitude properly." Since Benedict had led his troops to rescue them from O'Hara, they had not had the opportunity to meet again. The subsequent events surrounding the Flying Sea pirate crew had rendered the Xuanwu Navy increasingly busy and vigilant, and out of concern for disrupting their preparations, they refrained from visiting the Xuanwu Navy base to convey their thanks. "Director Galba, there is no need for excessive gratitude. I have come to request your assistance in borrowing some personnel," Benedict stated candidly, without pretense. "Borrow personnel?" Director Galba replied, somewhat taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "I did not expect that this old body of mine would still have a chance to be of service." Benedict gazed at the invigorated and spirited Curator Galoba, who interjected, "Curator Galoba, I have received word of a location that holds historical information pertaining to the century of disappearance. and within it lies what I seek. Therefore, I require individuals well-versed in various languages and familiar with diverse histories to accompany us on this journey. We shall encounter battles and numerous perils along the way. Thus, I hope to enlist trustworthy and adventurous young souls. Initially brimming with vitality and eager to summon the vigor of his youth to assist the Xuanwu Navy in resolving issues, Curator Galoba suddenly felt a sense of disquiet. Marshal Benedict, are you certain that there truly exists historical information regarding the century of disappearance? Curator Galoba inquired, his tone tinged with reluctance. I cannot guarantee it. I can only say that the word is as such, Benedict replied without assurance. Benedict's actions were prompted by a significant task he received just the previous evening, which involved the collection of historical texts to unveil the truth. There are 30 historical texts in total, though the most critical among them are 4 pivotal milestone texts and 9 intelligence texts. The remainder predominantly chronicles various figures and prophecies. The rewards for this endeavor are exceedingly generous, varying according to the quantity of historical texts gathered. Upon the completion of the collection, an additional reward of 1 million justice points, 1,000 troop enhancement stones, 10 golden treasure chests, and 3 special forces summoning stones awaits. However, the task of collecting all historical texts proves to be exceptionally arduous. Based on his understanding of the existing history, it is only through the successful completion of the entire game that one might achieve this goal. By that time, the rewards may hold little significance for him. Nevertheless, the rewards obtained at each stage of the collection process are immensely beneficial for him at present, particularly the justice points and troop enhancement stones, which are vital for his development and strengthening of his abilities. May I participate? As the curator, Galoba, contemplated this matter, Nico Robin raised her hand to indicate her interest. I am well versed in various languages and possess a wealth of historical knowledge. I am not afraid of hardship. I can protect myself even in combat, she stated earnestly. Curator Galoba regarded the eager Nico Robin with a warm smile. Ah, it is you, Nico Robin. You would indeed be a fitting candidate for General Benedict. However, you cannot leave this island without your mother's consent. Additionally, this task cannot be accomplished by you alone. But I believe I can succeed, Nico Robin replied earnestly. I also wish to contribute to the Xuanwu Navy. At this point, she turned to Benedict and inquired, General Brother, I am now part of the Xuanwu Navy. Am I not? Benedict comprehended Nico Robin's intent and nodded, affirming, Indeed, you are now a soldier of the Marine Corps. I will persuade my mother, she stated before departing. She yearned to venture into the world beyond, to validate the information she had gleaned from books, and to delve deeper into historical mysteries. Thus, after receiving Benedict's assured response, she departed with great eagerness. Director Galoba observed Nico Robin's retreating figure and chuckled softly. He then turned his gaze towards Benedict and remarked, Surely, your intentions extend beyond merely seeking assistance. Benedict extended his thumb towards Director Galoba and remarked, truly deserving of the title of doctor. I am in the process of gathering historical texts. I have heard that O'Hara had previously collected several pieces of historical texts and is still conducting research. Director Galoba pondered momentarily, his tone laden with gravity as he replied, Indeed, O'Hara has managed to gather 5 pieces of historical texts through the efforts of scholars. However, these 5 texts remain buried deep within O'Hara's domain, which is likely to be concealed now. Upon hearing this, Benedict chuckled and said, Director Galoba, do you have any acquaintances? I can bring them back and designate a place for them within our base, allowing you the freedom to study the historical texts. Upon hearing Benedict's words, the previously solemn expression on Director Galoba's face transformed into a smile as he replied, How thoughtful of you. The historical texts document the century that vanished, coinciding with the emergence of the world government. During this 100 years, many things faded away, with all origins pointing towards the world government. What untold secrets lie hidden within this mystery, and who orchestrated it all? Are you aware that, according to the information we currently possess, there existed a colossal kingdom during that lost century, a kingdom of immense power, which inexplicably vanished? The existence of these historical texts serves to unveil the concealed truths of that elusive century. As Director Galoba stepped out of the courtyard, he spoke continuously while Benedict and Sakata Jintoki listened attentively. Some of the information was known to Benedict, while other details were unfamiliar to him. Regardless of his knowledge, Benedict refrained from speaking extensively. Even if he possessed some historical insights, he chose not to reveal them directly. The truth is often more compelling when it is gradually unveiled before the eyes and ears of the public, through tangible evidence. How much do you know about the Devil Tree? Benedict inquired instinctively after Director Galoba paused. Upon hearing this, Director Galoba cast a meaningful glance at Benedict, and after a moment of contemplation, responded, "Do you wish to see the Devil Fruit Compendium?" "The Devil Fruit Compendium?" Sakata Jintoki exclaimed in surprise. Director Galoba glanced at Sakata Jintoki but did not respond. Instead, directing his gaze back to Benedict. Benedict paid no heed to the gaze of Director Galoba and remarked, "The Devil Fruit Compendium is a tome that chronicles all forms and abilities of the devil fruits that circulate across the seas. Familiarity with it aids one in recognizing the appearance of these fruits, ensuring that should you encounter one, you do not let the opportunity slip by." At this juncture, Benedict turned to Director Galoba and inquired, "However, my purpose here is not solely for that. I primarily wish to ascertain how much you know about the Devil Tree." Director Galoba nodded and responded, "According to the information we have gathered, the existence of that colossal kingdom, along with its formidable power, is attributed to the presence of a Devil Tree. Through this tree, they possessed extraordinary craftsmanship and military might. However, during the century of its disappearance, due to the influence of the devil fruits, the kingdom was engulfed in internal strife, leading to large-scale conflicts that ultimately resulted in its obliteration, shattering the continent into fragments. The anomalies observed in various regions today are intricately linked to these events. It was also during this time that the devil fruits began to permeate the seas, triggering a surge in the mutation of various plant species. As Director Galoba conveyed the intelligence he had collected, both Benedict and Sakata Jintoki fell into a momentary reverie. The devil fruits indeed bestow immense power upon individuals, yet they can also lead one to lose their sense of self. This reflects the duality of human nature. "Grandfather Galoba, my mother has given her consent," exclaimed Nico Robin as she dashed out of the courtyard, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Benedict and the others in the distance. Inside the room, Alvia, upon hearing the commotion, stepped out and, upon spotting Benedict, hurriedly approached him with gratitude, saying, "Marshal Benedict." Benedict nodded at Alvia and remarked with a smile, "I require someone capable of interpreting various historical information to embark on a journey. Robin and I shall act together." Alvia responded earnestly, "The desire and endeavor to unearth historical truths have never waned." Nicole Robin's remarkable aptitude for learning and her fervent spirit for historical exploration have also awakened in Alvia a sense of new life. In her past endeavors with others, she harbored an immense longing for Nicole Robin. Now, despite being merely 7 years old, Nicole Robin has proven herself through action, passing the test to become a scholar. The mother-daughter duo, united in their quest, feel less burdened, especially with the formidable presence of Benedict ensuring their safety. Such an exploration undoubtedly becomes more secure. "Welcome to your new venture," Benedict extended his hand with a smile. Alvia, momentarily taken aback, then extended her hand as well, stating, "The pursuit of historical truth is the very foundation of all scholars in O'Hara. We shall not relent until every historical truth is unveiled. Trust me. With the protection of the Black Turtle Navy, the truth of history will one day be revealed," Benedict assured her. Director Galoba, witnessing this exchange, smiled warmly and said, "Very well, since you have found your candidates, let us discuss the locations of the historical texts." "I appreciate your assistance, Director Galoba," Benedict replied with a grin. Both Alvia and her daughter were aware of the original locations of the historical texts, as was Director Galoba. Thus, Benedict, accompanied by Alvia and her daughter, along with 3 naval vessels, swiftly departed from Shell Island, heading towards the ruins of O'Hara. As the Grand Admiral of the Xuanwu Navy, Benedict's actions naturally attract the attention of numerous factions. After all, his movements embody the thoughts and will of the Xuanwu Navy. No one knows who their next target might be. The formidable Flying Sky pirate group has already been severely repelled. And without the scale of the Beast Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates, they cannot withstand the devastation wrought by the Xuanwu Navy. Thus, swiftly acquiring intelligence and promptly retreating to evade impending disaster has become the preferred course of action for many pirate factions. Did Benedict lead the Xuanwu Navy away from the East Sea? What could their intentions be? Steelbone Kong felt a surge of curiosity upon receiving the report from Sengoku. Since their victory over the Flying Sky pirate group, the Xuanwu Navy has undeniably become a formidable force. If the higher echelons of the Navy were to unite, they could indeed subdue the Xuanwu Navy. However, such a maneuver would also incur significant losses for the Navy headquarters. At this juncture, other pirate factions would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch a devastating strike against the Navy. Currently, a delicate balance exists. Any movement from one side is sure to attract the scrutiny and actions of other factions. "Admiral, I suspect their objective is the O'Hara ruins, Sengoku stated, presenting a photograph to Steelbone Kong. The image depicted a young girl, Nico Robin. This child, Nico Robin, is the daughter of O'Hara scholar Alvia, Sengoku added. Upon hearing this, Admiral Steelbone Kong pondered momentarily, is there something at the O'Hara ruins that they covet? Why would Benedict personally take action? Perhaps it pertains to the poneglyphs. Sengoku then produced a stack of documents and placed them before Steelbone Kong, stating, we have previously received intelligence from CP9. It is said that O'Hara possesses poneglyphs, and not just one. However, there was no definitive confirmation regarding this information. Steelbone Kong meticulously examined the documents, reflecting, how many individuals has Benedict brought with him? He felt certain this was connected to the poneglyphs. The Xuanwu Navy's actions would inevitably provoke intervention from the world government. Sengoku, clearly prepared with comprehensive data, responded to Steelbone Kong's inquiry without hesitation. The formidable forces include 1,000 Hands Buggy and Swords Saint Sa Cottage and Toki, along with approximately 300 soldiers on 3 warships. If we are to subdue him, how much power do you think we would require? Steelbone Kong turned to Sengoku, presenting a notion. After a brief silence, Sengoku replied, I, along with Carp, and the likes of Akiji, Akainu, and Borsalino, could manage to capture him. However, the Beast Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, and the Whitebeard Pirates are all watching us closely. These factions, along with other pirate forces, would undoubtedly take action without hesitation if they discovered that the Navy headquarters had mobilized the majority of its strength to engage in battle with the Xuanwu Navy in the East Sea. This scenario seems rather implausible. At least, in the absence of the world government's intervention, it poses significant risks. Let us set that aside for now. It is best to allow the world government to address it. Steelbone Kong understands all too well that if they were to confront Benedict, without adequate preparation and the assembly of sufficient skilled individuals, any endeavor would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, an effort that yields no return. Sengoku nodded and then remarked, recently, a vast expanse of fog has appeared near an uninhabited island in the New World. Ships passing through this mist inevitably lose their way. 3 days ago, after nearly half a month, the fog finally dispersed, revealing the previously deserted island transformed into a paradise of culinary delights, attracting numerous pirates seeking indulgence. The pirates, who had initially been lost, departed once the fog lifted, spreading the word about this gastronomic haven. This not only drew more nobles eager to partake in the offerings, but also attracted many pirates enticed by the culinary delights. At this point, Sengoku instinctively swallowed hard. The reputation of this food island is indeed well-deserved, especially with the circulated videos showcasing the exquisite and delectable dishes, along with the rave reviews from patrons, which are simply irresistible. Were it not for his duties as a Marine Admiral and the multitude of responsibilities he bears, he would be unable to resist the temptation to explore the food island himself. It is said that the food island is categorized into levels, primary, intermediate, and advanced, with the higher tiers boasting even more delectable offerings. Furthermore, access to the advanced dining establishments requires both substantial wealth and prowess. In addition to the diverse culinary options, there are taverns and hotels as well. While it may not be a paradise of entertainment, it is undoubtedly a haven for food enthusiasts. Food Island? Steelbone Kong inquired. Astonished, have you discerned which faction established it? He had not previously heard of this food island, but the congregation of numerous pirates and nobles there certainly warrants attention. If possible, he would not mind seizing this opportunity to apprehend all the pirates on Food Island. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression grew somber as he replied, the island's master is a man named Detiengo Chi Feng, who claims to belong to the Detiengo clan. He appears quite handsome and refined. I dispatched individuals to research this race, but no records exist regarding it. Comparisons with various documented winged races indicate that they do not belong to the same lineage. I suspect that he may be a devil fruit user. The one time he displayed his power, he exhibited the ability to control the wind. Yet his combat capabilities remain uncertain, and he is not truly a member of the so-called Detiengo clan. A win-win fruit user? Hearing this, Steelbone Kong instinctively remarked, but hasn't he, that devil fruit, already been consumed by Monkey D. Dragon? Dragon is still alive, yet the fruit that controls the winds might belong to another individual. Perhaps the Island S master possesses a different fruit S ability, which has yielded distinct effects. Sengoku, upon hearing this, paused for a moment of contemplation and responded, indeed. It is also conceivable that it pertains to the so-called Daitengu clan. However, this race remains unknown to us, concealed on some remote island. Besides the island's master, There exists a formidable guard force on the island, all of whom are adept in physical combat and possess exceptional martial skills. Numerous pirates have attempted to wreak havoc on the island, only to meet their demise at the hands of this force. They have instituted a strict prohibition against any form of conflict. Any violations will be met with lethal consequences. At this juncture, Sengoku hesitated. Casting a glance at Steelbone Kong and continued, there was a contingent dispatched to apprehend the pirates, yet they were intercepted by that very force, resulting in considerable friction. Observing Sengoku's demeanor, Steelbone Kong refrained from pressing further. His curiosity piqued. He inquired, what was the outcome? Sengoku, his expression slightly grim, replied. The island's master intervened with a single move, conjuring a fierce gale that sent our men tumbling into the sea. Furthermore, he declared that the Navy was welcome to the island to savor its delicacies, yet strictly forbade any arrests. Defiance would be met with merciless retribution. Once one departs from Gourmet Island, they shall not be interfered with in the slightest. The directive to send the Burning Mountain to probe Gourmet Island was indeed issued by Sengoku, with the intention of seizing this opportunity to capture the pirates en masse. Logically speaking, for the Navy, which traverses the vast seas, it is a fundamental duty to land on islands and apprehend pirates. It is an entirely natural expectation and should not be obstructed. Therefore, it is customary for them to enter the sovereign domain of the kingdom to pursue pirates without needing to confer with local aristocrats. Regrettably, on Gourmet Island, their impunity was rendered ineffective, provoking derisive laughter from the pirates residing there. Yet paradoxically, such circumstances endeared the island to those indulgent pirates even further. Their only lament was that everything here necessitated expenditure. Without money, survival was utterly impossible. As for robbing others, I regret to inform you that following your actions, you may soon bid farewell to this world. Consequently, the pirates, once their funds are depleted, are compelled to depart from Gourmet Island in search of further riches. At this juncture, the nearby naval forces grow increasingly fierce, rendering conflict inevitable. This spectacle, however, is one that the pirates of Gourmet Island eagerly anticipate. Thus, a saying swiftly circulates across the seas: to set foot upon Gourmet Island and savor the exquisite delicacies of the world, one must possess sufficient strength to surmount numerous obstacles for a chance to indulge in such earthly delights. Steelbone Kong, upon receiving the message from Sengoku, expressed his mild exasperation, stating, "Issue a warning. Should Gourmet Island continue to disregard this, we shall employ force to obliterate it. Any faction that harbors pirates shall be dealt with as the most heinous of criminals." Sengoku, upon hearing this, remained silent and turned away. No matter how delectable the cuisine, one's sense of justice must not be swayed. Alas, it is indeed a pity. He had hoped for an opportunity to witness it firsthand. For Steelbone Kong, recovering some dignity lost by the Xuanwu Navy is paramount, and any new force daring to shield pirates must be dismantled. In the West Sea, 3 Xuanwu warships are advancing towards O'Hara. Nico Robin caught a fluttering flyer and, captivated by the promotional material depicting Gourmet Island and its array of culinary delights, found herself enthralled. Upon the approach of Benedict, she eagerly waved the flyer, exclaiming, "Admiral brother, does Gourmet Island truly offer an abundance of delicacies?" Benedict took the pamphlet and gazed at its tantalizing culinary promotions. A smile graced his face, especially upon seeing the bold letters that spelled Gourmet Island. It had been a month since the formidable Ching Feng had taken command of Gourmet Island. During this time, the island had garnered a reputation as a culinary paradise, a name that spread like wildfire across the seas. Consequently, Gourmet Island began to flourish, attracting a multitude of pirates who were enchanted by its exquisite cuisine, fine wines, and luxurious accommodations. After toiling on the vast ocean, having a place to indulge and unwind was simply sublime. Although I had yet to sample the delicacies of Gourmet Island, I held a desire to experience it, should the opportunity arise. Benedict, too, was keen to witness the current state of Gourmet Island. Thus he remarked with a smile, "Admiral, I have heard that the expenses there are quite exorbitant, and it attracts many pirates," Olivia said as she emerged from the ship's cabin, holding a pamphlet about Gourmet Island. Her expression tinged with concern. Understanding the principles of the Xuanwu Navy, she was apprehensive about Benedict venturing into danger due to Nico Robin's whims. "Fear not, for while I am a naval officer, beyond my title as admiral, I am merely a mortal. Being human entails experiencing desires and yearnings, and thus, I find myself eagerly anticipating the culinary delights of Gourmet Island. Moreover, there are certain rules that must be adhered to. Unless a day arrives when we have become so powerful that no one can thwart us, our actions will be our own statutes. Gourmet Island is ours. It is a means of generating revenue and gathering intelligence. Without these ostentatious pirates to spin their riches, how could Gourmet Island profit and sustain the Xuanwu Navy? And without these pirates, how could the Xuanwu Navy gather further intelligence? As a member of the Xuanwu Navy, the eradication of pirates was indeed the mission. Yet, it was equally essential to sustain oneself and the Navy. If one cannot even support their own existence, how could they procure sufficient resources to enlist recruits, manufacture armaments, and engage in combat with foes? Nevertheless, this served as a reminder for Benedict. In the pursuit of funding, reliance on Gourmet Island's restaurants alone would be insufficient. Efforts must be directed towards other avenues as well. Listening to Benedict's words, Olivia appeared contemplative. This place is ideal for hosting banquets. I must organize a grand feast. I desire an abundance of berries. Meanwhile, on another ship, Buggy clutched the pamphlet for Gourmet Island, salivating profusely while exclaiming repeatedly, "Being broke is such a torment." As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the ship where Benedict resided. Bucky is once again on a quest to seek treasure. If he discovers it, he will amass a great fortune in gold. The ruins of O'Hara stand as a testament to the devastation wrought by the Buster Call. Despite Benedict's efforts to halt the destruction, vast areas were obliterated. Subsequently, O'Hara was set ablaze by agents of the world government, enduring flames for several days and nights. Thus, the once vibrant O'Hara now lies in utter darkness, rendering its original architectural splendor nearly unrecognizable. Observing the once beautiful and serene O'Hara reduced to mere ruins. The emotions of Olivia and her daughter Nico Robin are profoundly complex. Especially for Nico Robin, her wide eyes brim with tears, for this place holds countless memories for them. Let us proceed, Benedict states, unfazed by the emotional turmoil of the mother and daughter duo. Retrieving the buried historical texts and bringing them back is of paramount importance to him. How ruthless the world government truly is. Bucky floats in midair beside Sakata and Toki, murmuring, "What are we doing here? Apart from this desolation, is there anything worth our personal visit?" He then glances at Benedict's retreating figure and adds, "Searching for the historical texts to unveil the truth of history." Sakata and Toki responds calmly, yet the beauty of O'Hara lingers in his memory, now overshadowed by darkness. "Historical texts?" Bucky exclaims. "Is that what we are looking for? That could pose a significant challenge. The Big Mom pirates, the Beast pirates, and the world government all possess historical texts. Attempting to seize them from their grasp is tantamount to obliterating them entirely." Bucky is well aware of the historical texts, having traversed many lands with the Roger pirates and frequently encountering discussions surrounding them. Consequently, he understands that gathering the historical texts held by these three factions will be a formidable task, with Olivia guiding them. The group navigates through the ruins and swiftly arrives at a collapsed area, where they discover the entrance to the historical texts. Olivia gazes at the massive boulder before her, resembling a small mountain, and remarks, "The raging fire has caused the soil to loosen, leading to the collapse of the ground, completely obstructing the entrance." Upon hearing this, Sakata Jintoki smiles and replies, "Then let us remove it completely." Benedict took a few steps back, while Olivia also retreated with Nico Robin. Upon hearing Sakata Jintoki's words, Baki instantly felt a surge of competitive spirit. Stepping forward, he confidently declared, "Shatter it? Why go through such trouble? With just a flick of my fingers, I can reduce it to mere fragments." Benedict turned to Buggy, pointing at the boulder with a grin. "Can you shatter it into pieces?" The clown Buggy replied with a sense of pride, "Of course. I am no longer the same as I once was. I am quite formidable now." With that, the clown approached the massive rock, extending his hand to place it upon the surface, declaring, "Divide." A resonant hum echoed as a wave of energy surged forth, enveloping the entire boulder. A smile spread across Buggy's face as he remarked with arrogance, "Scatter a bit. If you get hit by flying debris, don't blame me." The onlookers stepped back another 10 meters as Buggy tossed a stone onto the boulder. In an instant, all the pieces, now cut into square fragments the size of a face, collapsed to the ground. "Is that all?" Sakata Jintoki observed the crumbled remains, which once again obscured the entrance, sneering in disdain. "Is it impossible to clear it all at once?" Upon hearing this, Buggy grinned widely and replied, "A mere trifle," with a snap of his fingers. He beckoned, and the scattered stones that lay strewn about began to rise into the air. In no time at all, the stones blocking the entrance were entirely cleared. Indeed, He had successfully harnessed his powers to affect external objects. With diligent effort, he could further develop his abilities, as there remained ample potential for exploration. Benedict praised the fruit abilities of the clown Buggy, while also admonishing him, one must not neglect the training of physical skills. The curse of the devil fruit is not so simple. Upon hearing this, Buggy and Sakata Jintoki were momentarily taken aback, followed by a contemplative silence. Could there be hidden secrets within this devil fruit? After a brief ventilation, they stationed someone outside, and Benedict and the others subsequently entered. Beneath O'Hara, torches illuminated the surroundings, casting a faint glow. Simultaneously, four colossal historical texts came into view. What do they say? Jintoki inquired, gazing at the inscriptions on the stone, unable to comprehend their meaning. They record information regarding the Great Kingdom and the D-Clan. Miko Robin replied from the side. Although her glance was brief, Robin effortlessly understood the text. This was not her first encounter with these inscriptions. However, it was her initial sighting of the true historical texts. Previously, she had only seen imprints of the information. It is said that gathering all the information together would provide guidance towards the treasure known as One Piece. It was after Roger the Pirate had perused all the historical texts that he journeyed to that place. After listening to Robin slowly articulate the information regarding the historical texts, Buggy sighed deeply, reflecting on the weight of it all. Did you not accompany him as well? Jintoki inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Buggy's face flushed slightly. He wished to present himself well. However, after glancing at Benedict, he deflated like a punctured balloon and lamented, I was ill at the time. Shanks stayed behind with me to inspect the ship and did not go there. At this moment, Benedict had no time to pay attention to Buggy. He was fully immersed in the joy of receiving rewards after acquiring 4 historical texts. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have found 4 historical texts and received the following rewards: 40 military enhancement stones, 1 silver treasure chest, and 4,000 justice points. The rewards vary according to the number of historical texts collected. Acquiring 4 texts at once may not be considered abundant for Benedict, but it was certainly a welcome addition. Furthermore, he was filled with anticipation regarding the contents of the silver treasure chest. Were these historical texts forged from sea prism stone? As Buggy touched the texts, a wave of weakness washed over him, causing him to stagger back several steps in fright. Upon hearing this, Sakata Jintoki reached out to touch the texts. He could still feel the power of the devil fruit within him. However, his stamina was rapidly depleting, yet due to his physical resilience, he did not feel weak in the short term. In contrast, Nico Robin, after touching the texts, collapsed weakly to her knees. The individual who inscribed this information hailed from Wano country, which is surrounded by abundant sea prism stone. Moreover, the artisans of Wano have mastered the craft of forging with sea prism stone. Additionally, there are certain blacksmiths with exceptional skills capable of crafting formidable blades. Benedict, in a cheerful mood, casually explained that those who still possess such skills are currently suffering under the persecution of Kaido and the Beast's pirates. Sea stone is remarkably resilient, akin to diamond, making it neither easy to destroy nor to forge. The average person lacks the expertise required for such craftsmanship. As for Wano, since Kaido allied with Orochi, it has nearly been entirely occupied. The fool, Odin, is indeed formidable. Buggy instinctively remarked that Roger once claimed that with his strength, he could count on one hand the number of individuals capable of challenging him on the seas. We had once engaged in a fierce battle with the Whitebeard pirates that lasted 3 days and nights. Though we were compelled to cease hostilities on the 4th day, Odin alone managed to contend with Whitebeard for an entire day. The Beast pirates have entrenched themselves in Wano, and Odin is likely to take action. Thus, Wano must currently be embroiled in chaos. At this point in time, Kazuki Odin is still alive. In fact, in the year 1499 of the sea calendar, after the dissolution of the Roger pirates, Kazuki Odin returned to Wano. It wasn't until 1504 that the deceived Odin, after 5 years, finally awoke to the truth and initiated a rebellion. However, due to a traitor revealing critical information, the insurrection ultimately failed, and he met his end by boiling. After several years of wandering the seas, returning to Wano, he appeared as a naive fool. Now, he is merely a jester, dancing and playing the fool. Benedict spoke softly, declaring that, to be frank, Kazuki Odin was a character whose strength, capability, and wisdom were undeniably present. Particularly notable was his personal power, however. This individual often displayed a remarkable naivety. In the midst of a national crisis and with his family under threat, he chose to trust the words of Kaido. leaving one to wonder what purpose his mind truly served. Upon hearing Benedict's remarks, Buggy found himself at a loss for how to respond. To counter Benedict's assertion would be unwise, given his status as a marshal, yet failing to refute it might suggest an undue admiration for Kazuki Oden. Placing Buggy in a precarious dilemma, he proceeded to relay a message to have the 4 pieces of the historical text removed. The rewards for the mission were already secured. Now, the task was merely to transport the historical documents back to the Xuanwu Navy base. As for the logistics of extracting such significant artifacts, there was no need for concern. They would simply carve a path through any obstacles. Thus, the historical texts were carried by the soldiers of the Xuanwu Navy, either hoisted from the depths or tossed above ground before being loaded onto the Xuanwu warship. The news of the Xuanwu Navy's departure with the historical text swiftly disseminated. At Marineford, Naval Headquarters, Steel Bone Kong promptly received a report from Sengoku. Marshal, it has been confirmed that Benedict's journey to O'Hara was indeed for the historical texts, and he has successfully acquired them, Sengoku stated solemnly. Steel Bone Kong nodded, indicating that there was no need to intervene or obstruct the matter. Sengoku paused momentarily, then instinctively inquired, what about the world government? The historical texts will sink deep into the ocean, Steel Bone Kong mused before continuing, and as they descend, they will inevitably drift with the currents and other factors. Sengoku's eyes widened in realization compared to being on land. The depths of the ocean would undoubtedly offer a greater degree of safety. Moreover, this also implied that the world government would likely launch an assault on the Xuanwu Navy during their return journey. Even if they could not eliminate Benedict, they could certainly destroy the warship, ensuring that the historical text vanished beneath the waves. At that moment, Benedict was blissfully unaware of the potential actions of the world government. Upon returning to the ship's cabin, he eagerly chose to open the silver treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the silver treasure chest and obtained 1 A-grade Special Forces summoning stone. Benedict gazed at the A-level Special Forces summoning stone in his hand, somewhat taken aback. However, even at the A level, it represented the prowess of a lieutenant general. Coincidentally, the individuals summoned this time could be placed on Gourmet Island. Thus, without further deliberation, Benedict expended 100 justice points to designate the character for summoning, utilizing the stone only after the individual had manifested on Gourmet Island. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully employing the A-level Special Forces summoning stone, successfully summoning the youthful Lu Bu, who has now arrived on Gourmet Island. The youthful Lu Bu? Benedict was utterly stunned. The summoning of a war deity from the vast expanse of China was beyond belief. Surely, this was no jest. Furthermore, was an A-level combat strength not a gross underestimation of the formidable Lu Bu? Benedict hurriedly examined the information regarding the young warrior Lu Bu. Young Lu Bu, enhanceable. Age, 16 combat power, A-level weapon. Fong Tian Hua Ji skills. Fong Tian Ruan Wu, Nu Yin Fin Kong, Goetian Tupa, Wushuang Tian Wu Zhang, Armed Color Hockey LV2, Observation Color Hockey LV2, Conqueror's Hockey LV2. Divine Skill, Shingui Ruan Wu, Demonic Transformation, Potential Activation, S-Level. Loyalty, 100. Upon reviewing the details of the young Lu Bu, Benedict was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he was a youth. His age was clearly stated as a mere 16. Still a minor. Yet, at this age, he bore a striking resemblance to Buggy, who, born in the year 1485 of the Sea era, was also only 15 years old. And in terms of virtual age, likewise 16. The potential activation rated at S indicated substantial room for growth. Both the Armed Color and Observation Color Hockey were at level 1, still open to enhancement. Most notably, this individual was the first among those he had summoned to possess the Conqueror's Hockey. Considering Lu Bu's historical personality and formidable presence, it was not surprising that he once stood alone, a man, a horse, and a spear, in front of an army, instilling fear that halted their advance, with some even fainting from sheer fright. Arriving in this world endowed with the Conqueror's Hockey seemed entirely fitting. As Benedict marveled at Lu Bu's immense potential for development, Lu Bu had already descended upon Food Island, standing at 1.7 meters tall, with a handsome visage, clad in armor and wielding the Fong Tian Hua Ji. He emerged from the forest, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. Observing the bustling pirates around him and the fragrant allure of ale wafting from the tavern, he instinctively swallowed hard. Spitting out the grass, the burly Lu Bu strode into a tavern. The patrons were captivated by Lu Bu's attire, not only by the armor he donned but also by his weapon, which was rarely seen upon the vast ocean. Nonetheless, Those who navigated the seas possessed a keen eye and understood that Lu Bu was not to be trifled with. This was certainly enhanced by the imposing aura he exuded as he stood there. "Bring me the finest ale, a barrel," Lu Bu commanded, taking a seat in a chosen spot. "Certainly, please wait a moment, sir," replied a soldier-turned-waiter, flashing a professional smile before departing. Lu Bu's gaze did not linger on the tavern's patrons but was directed outside. The tavern boasted an excellent view, positioned perfectly to overlook the sea. As he peered into the distance, he noticed 3 pirate ships approaching at full speed. Following them, 5 warships pursued relentlessly. Such a spectacle did not instill fear in the pirates of Gourmet Island. Rather, it sparked a sense of anticipation and excitement. The rules of Gourmet Island had long been established and disseminated, with numerous pirates having already met their demise, their bodies displayed at the entrance as a grim warning. This stern decree applied not only to pirates but also to nobles and even the navy. Disturbances were absolutely intolerable on Gourmet Island. Previously, there had been attempts by the navy to apprehend pirates, but they were thwarted decisively. Initially, the navy had vehemently declared their intention to capture these pirates, even resorting to violence, yet they ultimately faced significant defeat. None of the navy perished, but many sustained considerable injuries, serving as a stern warning. It seems that Vice Admiral Fire Mountain from the naval headquarters is quite a troublesome figure. Ha ha ha, those pirates are evidently being driven away. Do you think Fire Mountain dares to set foot on land to apprehend them? Do they have the audacity? This is Gourmet Island, after all. Ha ha. So what if they come ashore? We are pirates, and in terms of numbers, we are by no means inferior. If a real brawl ensues, we fear no one. Let us drink and feast. We shall merely observe, for the patrols will not allow these naval forces to wreak havoc. And if they unleash their artillery from offshore? If they dare, we shall board our ships as well. Can they truly outnumber us in firepower? The pirates mockingly observed the pursuing navy, while also harboring a degree of caution. After all, if the navy refrained from landing and instead resorted to long-range bombardment, they would find themselves at a disadvantage on land, unable to retaliate effectively. Furthermore, Gourmet Island had yet to demonstrate any capability for long-range attacks against naval vessels. On board the warship, Fire Mountain stood with arms crossed. Draped in a cloak of justice, a cigarette clamped between his lips, his gaze dark and focused on Gourmet Island. To be candid, he had heard of the island's renown before. In the New World, nearly all pirates were aware of its existence. Likewise, many pirates had congregated there. As a member of the Navy, it was only natural that he should aim to eradicate the pirates in this locale. Fire Mountain knew when to take action. Yet he was not responsible for this region and thus had refrained from doing so. Had it not been for Admiral Steelbone Kong's orders, Sengoku would not have assigned him to probe the situation. Indeed, it was a test. Should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to obliterate Gourmet Island. No matter how delectable the food, it paled in comparison to the dignity of the Navy headquarters. For Gourmet Island's blatant protection of pirates was a slap in the face to the naval command. After enduring enough humiliation, it was only a matter of time before they sought to reclaim their honor, as Fire Mountain commanded the warship to adjust its speed and drive the pirates ashore. 3 patrol teams, already alerted, swiftly arrived at the port, their gazes calm as they observed the approaching pirates and the Navy in pursuit. Each patrol team consisted of 10 individuals, all adept in the Navy's 6 styles, yet they refrained from employing certain techniques to maintain their cover. Nonetheless, this did not compromise their exceptional combat skills, speed, strength, or battle judgment. Additionally, these special forces were equipped with short blades, slightly longer than standard daggers, designed to inflict bleeding wounds that, if untreated, could lead to death. "We will adhere to the rules. We wish to land. We seek refuge," cried the beleaguered pirates, hastily making their way ashore as they beheld the gathered and poised patrol teams. Without their presence, they could not guarantee that the forces led by Major General Fire Mountain would refrain from a bloodbath upon landing. After all, they had been pursued by Fire Mountain for 2 days and nights, suffering numerous casualties among their brethren. Ultimately, it was only at the suggestion of their comrades that they decided to seek sanctuary on Gourmet Island. This was precisely what Fire Mountain had been hoping for. As the pirates set foot on land, they immediately sought to conceal themselves. They wished to avoid confrontation with Fire Mountain and the Navy. At the very least, they needed time to regroup and strengthen their forces before considering any provocations against him. However, for now, they felt like scalded insects, terrified and desperate. "Stop!" A captain of the patrol squad gazed at the approaching Navy with an expression of calm resolve and stated in a low voice, "If you have come ashore to dine, we welcome you at any time. However, If your intent upon landing is to sow chaos and engage in brawls, I must insist that you depart from this place." The fiery mountain, upon hearing the captain's words, slightly furrowed his brow. With a darkened countenance, he responded gravely, "We are the Navy, and we have discovered heinous pirates who must be apprehended and made to face their deserved punishment. Should you obstruct our actions? Do you not realize that you are shielding these criminals?" The fiery mountain cared little for whether these individuals were entitled to voice their opinions. All he sought was a legitimate pretext. "The culinary island will only shelter our guests, regardless of their status. Anyone who partakes in our culinary delights is a patron, and it is our duty to ensure their safety within our domain. Likewise, we bear the obligation and responsibility to maintain a hospitable environment for those who come to enjoy our offerings." The patrol captain was well aware of the words he needed to convey, and he had uttered them more than once. Nevertheless, their responsibilities and obligations remained unchanged. The pirates on Culinary Island, upon hearing the captain's declaration, were smiles upon their faces. Although many believed they required no protection, the prospect of having someone shield them from the Navy and allowing them to observe the unfolding drama was quite agreeable to them. "So, are you indeed harboring these wicked pirates? If that is the case, then prepare to meet your demise." The fiery mountain, growing weary of idle conversation, commanded in a low voice, "Gunners, prepare." With a sharp click, the gunners on 5 warships swiftly adjusted their cannons, aiming them at Culinary Island. In the meantime, the gaze of the patrol members sharpened. Meanwhile, the pirates on the island reacted with a mix of fear, taking precautions to evade, or simply distancing themselves to avoid potential injury from explosions. Yet, a portion of them, emboldened by their skill, were prepared to dispel the impending threat of incoming bombs. The fiery mountain scrutinized the individuals on Culinary Island, snorted disdainfully, nodded his head, and his aide-de-camp immediately raised the signal flag, shouting, "Fire." In the naval headquarters, the fiery mountain is considered a rather gentle individual. However, as an officer, he is bound to obey orders, and thus he executes them accordingly. Yet, in critical situations, he also possesses his own stance. The pirates on Gourmet Island, however, exude an air of arrogance that he finds intolerable, leading to a rather resolute demeanor on his part. The thunderous sounds echoed continuously as cannonballs were launched one after another. Just as they were about to descend, the soldiers of the patrol team sprang into action. Under the watchful eyes of the fiery mountain and his fellow naval officers, these patrol members leaped into the air, employing their skills to kick the bombs away. Moreover, the pirates displayed their own prowess, resulting in the majority of the cannonballs being deflected, with only a few landing in the sea or exploding midair. Witnessing this scene, the fiery mountain's expression shifted slightly. The techniques exhibited by these individuals already proved them to be formidable opponents. "Continue," he commanded, indifferent to expending all ammunition. Removing the cigar from his mouth and exhaling a puff of smoke, he issued another order. 5 warships commenced bombardment simultaneously, unrestricted by ammunition limits, akin to a minor demon-slaying decree. Under the formal structure of such a decree, 10 warships would typically launch a devastating assault on a designated area. Hence, the fiery mountain's command was undoubtedly a small-scale demon-slaying operation. Nevertheless, Gourmet Island would not allow the Navy to act recklessly in the face of such bombardment. Amidst the gazes of the onlookers, a figure emerged. He possessed a signature grass-green crest atop his head, an eye pattern beneath his right eye, and wore a nose ring. His visage resembled that of a fiend, adorned with a black wing-like tattoo on his chest, a purple coat emblazoned with a skull on the back, and checkered trousers, with a short blade at his waist. His name was Bartolomeo, merely 10 years old, a mere child. At that moment, he clutched a greasy chicken leg in his mouth, struck a pose with his hands, and mumbled, "I'll block." Like a wave of light, a translucent barrier materialized before everyone. The cannonballs rained down upon the shield, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. As the projectiles were successfully repelled, the protected pirates erupted in cheers. What an impressive little rascal! Bartolomeo's devil fruit ability proved exceptionally useful. He, who had come to the island seeking to indulge in food and drink, found himself unable to pay and was captured, now seemingly a member of the patrol team. How enviable it is for this little fellow, leveraging his position to savor various delicacies at every establishment. I too yearn to join the patrol team, relishing free gourmet meals until death, yet alas, the island's master is not hiring. Such opportunities require fate. With Bartolomeo's intervention, the incessant barrage of cannonballs was nearly all thwarted, allowing the anxious hearts of the onlookers to finally relax. They had witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of Bartolomeo's barrier fruit on multiple occasions. As he observed the incoming projectiles being repelled by a shimmering barrier, Fire Mountain furrowed his brow, his expression darkening slightly. The barrier before him was undoubtedly the manifestation of the barrier fruit's powers. According to naval intelligence, the previous user of this ability was Kurizumi Semimaru from Wano country, a figure now aged and frail. Yet, this young lad before him wielded the same formidable ability, implying that the former wielder had indeed met his demise. TCH. Do you think mere cannonballs can breach my barrier? What a foolish dream. Bartolomeo declared with a smirk, savoring a chicken leg as he reveled in his audacity. His defiance evident. Stay vigilant and protect yourself, the patrol captain advised, casting a glance at Bartolomeo. Once Fire Mountain confirmed that the cannon fire posed no substantial threat to Food Island, he promptly issued the command to disembark, since the artillery would be rendered ineffective. It was time to go ashore and personally apprehend the pirates. Fire Mountain held a measure of confidence in his crew's prowess. For the naval forces accompanying him were the elite of the Navy headquarters, renowned for their strength. Hearing the patrol captain's words, Bartolomeo reclined with his hands behind his head, disdain etched across his features. Possessing the powers of the barrier fruit, his heart brimmed with ambition. Once the barrier was erected, the world would be divided, and none could harm him. You wish to injure me? You must be jesting. Upon reflecting on the matter, Bartolomeo found himself engulfed in profound despondency. Initially, being the notorious gang leader in Rogue Town brought him a sense of thrill. However, the relentless onslaught of the Black Tortoise Navy proved overwhelming. They established a police precinct in Rogue Town and launched a devastating campaign against the underworld. Many of his gang members fell, either dead or captured, while he narrowly escaped through the abilities granted by his devil fruit. As he fled across the seas, he followed a merchant vessel, eventually stumbling upon the New World, where he heard whispers of the culinary island. Determined to reach this gastronomic paradise, he endeavored to find a way there, yet he soon found himself lacking sufficient funds. After indulging in a single meal, he had nearly exhausted his entire purse. The prospect of extending credit was utterly futile. No establishment would entertain such an idea. With no money and resorting to dining and dashing, the only outcome was certain demise. Bartolomeo found himself precariously teetering on the brink of death due to his reckless actions. Ultimately, were it not for the timely intervention of the enigmatic Kayofumi, who rescued him from the clutches of death, he would surely have perished. However, salvation came at a cost. He was obligated to join the patrol team to repay his debts. His devil fruit ability proved advantageous, offering formidable defense against the oncoming barrage of explosives. As the Navy landed, combat erupted immediately. The elite forces, numbering in the hundreds and having recently emerged from the burning mountain, were no ordinary foes. Each soldier possessed proficiency in at least 3 of the Navy's 6 styles, rendering them a formidable force, if not the pinnacle of excellence. The members of the 3 patrol teams, undeterred by the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, charged forward with audacity. Drawing their blades, they struck with lethal intent. In mere moments, a Navy soldier succumbed to their swift and brutal assault. Witnessing this scene, the commander of the burning mountain squinted, intrigued. The speed exhibited by these combatants bore a resemblance to the Navy's 6 styles, yet it seemed almost deliberately crafted. Their combat techniques and adeptness with short blades were strikingly proficient, and their fighting style was marked by a fierce ferocity, targeting fatal vulnerabilities with each strike. They resembled ruthless assassins in their methods. In less than a minute of battle, nearly 30 of their own had fallen, while the patrol team, though sustaining injuries, had suffered no fatalities. This alarming disparity caused the commander to shift uneasily. If this continued, the loss of 30 men could potentially cost them over 100. Moreover, the peculiar green-crested youth, with his impenetrable posture when the barrier was activated, only fueled his dissatisfaction. Form groups of 5 and scatter, he commanded. As Fire Mountain leapt into the fray, he deftly rescued a soldier with a swift slash, then bellowed a commanding shout. The Navy, upon hearing his call, quickly stabilized the situation and promptly gathered nearby personnel, forming teams of 5 to launch an assault on the patrol members. Meanwhile, others charged towards the pirates. The pirates, undeterred by the advancing Navy, roared defiantly, and soon they were locked in fierce combat. At this juncture, they still adhered to the established rules of engagement. However, as the Navy breached these protocols and engaged in battle with the patrol, the lives of the pirates came under grave threat, rendering their counterattack justifiable outside the bounds of conventional conduct. Fire Mountain wielded his long blade with remarkable agility. slicing through the throng as he launched precise attacks against the patrol members. In mere moments, 8 adversaries succumbed to his blade. Although the patrol members had mastered the Navy's 6 styles, they were no match for the formidable Vice Admiral, who possessed both armament He and observation He. Opposing justice and sheltering pirates, Gourmet Island had effectively become a haven for these outlaws, necessitating its eradication from this world. Fire Mountain's gaze shifted towards the encircled patrol members. Spotting reinforcements approaching swiftly from a distance, numbering in the hundreds. The sight was shocking, yet he quickly steeled himself. The spirit and vigor of these individuals indicated that they were not inferior to the soldiers he had brought with him. He had to concede that Gourmet Island's ability to impose and maintain order among the pirates was a testament to their strength. Nonetheless, he was a powerful Vice Admiral of the Navy. These newcomers would not pose a significant threat to him. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Fire Mountain charged forward once more. Just then, a figure descended from the heavens, emanating an overwhelming aura of danger. Fire Mountain hesitated, raising his blade cloaked in armament He. Gripping it tightly as he prepared to strike upward, the figure was a towering warrior clad in armor, yet the youthful visage betrayed the truth. This was but a boy. A wild and fierce aura, brimming with bloodlust, radiated from him, as if he were a battle-hardened demon emerging from the depths of hell. Boom! The deep crimson fluid swirled around the Fong Tian Huaji, resembling a protective hue, allowing the weapon to emanate an aura akin to that of Elbu. Yet even colder. Upon colliding with the long blade, the expression of Hu Shaoshan shifted dramatically, his entire stature seemingly diminished. His feet sank into the ground, and his hands struggled to maintain grip, nearly losing the long knife to the dark red Fong Tian Huaji that threatened to cleave into him. In just a single move, Hu Shaoshan was secretly astonished by the terrifying power displayed. From his elevated position, Elbu's fierce gaze bore down upon Hu Shaoshan, as an even more formidable presence erupted from him, radiating outward. In that moment, the faces of Hu Shaoshan's naval crew, the patrolling members, and the pirates turned pale, overtaken by a wave of dizziness, causing many to collapse to the ground. It was the Conqueror's He. Hu Shaoshan recognized it immediately, his expression darkening. A person possessing Conqueror's He, once fully matured, would not be a simple adversary, for this ability signifies royal aptitude and leadership. Given Elbu's displayed strength, Hu Shaoshan's naval soldiers could hardly withstand the assault of the Conqueror's He, especially as a number of individuals fell. Hundreds of patrol members appeared beyond the reach of the He's influence, their predatory gazes indicating that escape was no longer an option. Meanwhile, aboard a warship, a naval officer in uniform bore the weight of the Conqueror's He's intimidation, observing the unfolding scene as he retrieved a din mushi. It remained unclear what he conveyed. But the warships hidden in the distance soon received orders, swiftly approaching Food Island. A total of 10 warships advanced, each manned by hundreds of prepared sailors. Hey, did they believe Food Island was